I unexpectedly gained the ability to shuttle between two worlds, but this ability can only be activated once a day, and each time I can only stay in the secondary world for 3 days. In the main world, I am a mediocre demon cultivator on the Wuliang mountain, but I was noticed by a powerful witch who gave me 3 days to marry into her cave. If it were a normal marriage for a free ride, I would have reluctantly agreed, but she practiced a method of replenishing yin with yang, and marrying into her was actually being used as a cauldron to be replenished until death. I want to fight but can't win. I want to escape but can't get away. Just as I was at my wit's end, suddenly everything went black before my eyes, and I found myself in a dimly lit room. I was amazed by the furnishings around the room: a computer, a desk lamp, bunk beds. Had I returned to my original world? But before I could even feel happy, I noticed a countdown timer in the corner of my eye: 71 hours, 58 minutes, 32 seconds. As the timer ticked down, I received some information. When the countdown ended, I would return to the world of cultivation, or I could return early, but if I wanted to come back again, I would have to wait a day. I furrowed my brow. In 3 days, the master of the Nightfall Cave, Night Ing, would come to force a marriage, meaning I still had to go back and face the crisis at the Nightfall Cave. As I was pondering what I could do with this golden finger in the next 3 days, the dim light in the room began to flicker, followed by a sinister aura appearing. I was somewhat surprised. There are actually ghosts here? At this moment, the TV screen, which was originally black, suddenly lit up, and a disheveled woman in white appeared inside. In a second, she emerged from the screen, but I was not frightened. Instead, I reached out towards the ghost, and a gloomy aura immediately trapped the ghost in place. A mere grudge spirit dared to play tricks in front of me. I have been practicing the Yin Sha Yuan Shenju, cutting ghosts and refining souls. That is my expertise. Not to mention this is just a low-level grudge spirit. At this moment, the door behind me was pushed open, followed by a girl's exclamation. Sensing that it was an ordinary person, I did not make any extreme movements. Instead, I turned my back to the girl and retracted the evil spirit, holding the grudge in my hand. Another exclamation came from the girl's mouth at the door, but this time it was full of surprise. You are a ghost controller? Hearing this, I slightly raised the corner of my mouth. It seems that this is not the ordinary modern world of my past life. Interesting. I turned around and shook my head at the girl. I am not a ghost controller. The girl was puzzled. How is that possible? I clearly saw you just now controlling the Eerie. Although she felt that the person in front of her in a long robe was strange, he did indeed control the Eerie with strange power. In her understanding, the Eerie and the same ghost domain would not fight each other, so she thought this person was a ghost controller. I did not speak, but a strange light appeared in my eyes. The girl saw the light and her expression began to become confused. Then I pointed my finger, and a wisp of gray-black aura entered the girl's nostrils. Don't be afraid. Come in. Close the door. I have a few questions to ask you. The girl looked dazed, walked into the room, and obediently closed the door. This is the mesmerizing technique, a spell that almost all sorcerers of the dark arts know. Tell me about the situation in this world. Tell me everything you know. With these words, the girl began to recount what she knew. This is a world that is being gradually eroded by various strangeness. 5 years ago, ghost domains began to appear in this world one after another. In the ghost domain, all sorts of strange things exist. When they appear, they will pull nearby living people into it. Those pulled in are called strange players. In order to survive and leave the ghost domain, players must complete certain tasks. For example, the task in this ghost domain is for everyone to stay alone in their dorm room for 2 hours. This is also the reason why the girl came here. She originally thought she would be risking her life this time, because only those experienced players with strange items and ghost envoys with strange powers can confront the strangeness head-on. However, this is the first appearance of the ghost domain, so there couldn't be any experienced players. Nevertheless, she unexpectedly encountered me. I nodded after listening. Good. Forget everything after meeting me, then go over there and take a nap. With that, the girl obediently lay down on the nearby bed and fell asleep. This world is indeed interesting, but the spiritual energy is too thin. At least there are ghosts. As I spoke, I took out a pitch-black small stove from the storage bag, threw the resentful soul into it, and felt a purine energy entering my body. My eyes lit up. It was indeed effective. Ghosts in this world can also be refined. This soul-refining stove is like a small golden finger for me in the main world. As long as I put ghosts into it, I can refine purine energy and nourish myself. At that moment, an information panel popped up. Player, Li Xiao. Star rating, 1 star. Ability, none. Items, none. Ghost coins, 0. I furrowed my brows, surprised that I had become a player too. I continued to check the information on the panel. The highest star rating is 5 stars, and after clearing 10 ghost domains of the same star level, the star rating will increase, and then one can only enter ghost domains equal to or higher than their own star level. Ghost coins can be used to purchase various strange items or abilities in specific scenes to enhance strength. Just as I finished checking, a new prompt appeared in my mind. Complete the task. Stay alone in the dormitory for 2 hours to receive a reward, 100 ghost coins. Li Xiao stroked his chin. The mission was completed, and I really did get a reward. Just then there was a commotion at the door. Knock, 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 knock on the door. Li Xiao walked over and opened the door. At the door stood a hostess aunt. Auntie said, "Go to the playground. Hurry up, oh, don't be late, or else." Ha! After that auntie gave a creepy smile and went back to knocking on the door of the other room. Li Xiao thought for a moment and pointed at the girl lying on the bed, a bit of aura striking into her body. The girl woke up and sat up from the bed to stretch. She murmured, "It's been a long time since I've slept so comfortably. I just had a dream about being trapped in a ghostly world, and it's really scary." Ah! She suddenly screamed, because she saw Li Xiao standing by the bed. The girl pointed at Li Xiao. You, Li Xiao said. "Stop screaming. You are not dreaming. This is the ghostly world." The girl vaguely recalled something and stammered. That. Li Xiao said. "We were assigned to the same room, and luckily, there's no weirdness here." The girl sighed in relief. "Great. I seem to remember. I met someone when I came in and I don't remember what happened after that. Ha, my quest is also completed. Too good. But didn't the quest ask to stay in a separate room? How did I end up in a room with you? And how did I fall asleep? By the way, my name is He Qian. What's yours?" Li Xiao interrupted. "Don't talk nonsense. Just now someone notified us to go to the playground. Go late. I'm afraid the end will not be good. If you don't want to die, hurry up and go." With a jolt, He Qian nodded and hurriedly followed Li Xiao out of the room. The corridor outside the room was long. When one after another people came out of the rooms on both sides. Some people were looking around, full of caution and panic. More people were standing in the doorway with numb faces. He Qian saw someone she recognized and said happily, "Zhang Na, you're fine. Great." The man smiled and waved at her when he saw her. He Qian was just about to go over when Li Xiao called out, "You better not go over there. That's a dead man." He Qian covered her mouth and looked at the man in horror. When the woman saw that she was not going over, she became all resentful and hideous, her lips opening and closing in a silent curse. He Qian was so frightened that she hid behind Li Xiao and said in a trembling voice, Thanks. Some others who weren't warned weren't so lucky, because this newly emerged ghostly spirit pulled in 100 people. Many of those pulled in knew each other. Many living people see their friends and family waving at the door and think nothing of going over. Then he was pulled into the room by the hand of his companion who had turned creepy. The room erupted in mournful screams and gnawing sounds. After a moment, the door to the room opened again, and there in the doorway stood two creeps who waved at the living. Li Xiao's eyes brightened even more as he looked at those beckoning shenanigans at the door of the long corridor room. Those people who died in the ghosts have actually turned into ghosts? Awesome! Newcomer new book. I hope you all more support. More collection vote and catch up reading. The author thanks. End of chapter. Chapter 3, The Ghosts of the People's Heart. Li Xiao's predecessor. After obtaining the soul refining furnace and the Yin Fiend Yuanshan skill inheritance, he righteously embarked on the path of demonic cultivation. Subsequently, in order to cultivate, he began to go around killing people to refine his soul, because there is no netherworld in the world of immortal cultivation. So it's not that people become ghosts when they die, but that they need to fulfill many demanding conditions to do so. First of all, the person's soul has to be tough enough, otherwise the soul will immediately be dispersed after death. Then they also have to be killed at the right time and place, so that their obsession is deep enough and their resentment is strong enough. Finally, the soul has to be nourished with fury in order to turn it into a ghostly creature. The conditions are very harsh anyway. A former body had once slaughtered a village, killing hundreds of people but raising only a few dozen resentful souls. A conversion rate of almost 10 to 1 can be very low. The main resentful souls were only the lowest level of Yin ghosts, and if they had to be further condensed, the conversion rate was even more sensationally low. The unbridled killing and the cruel method of raising ghosts and refining souls had caused the predecessor to carry many sins. Although the speed of cultivation for demonic cultivators was fast, sins would cause more calamities for demonic cultivators when they broke through. I'm not going to talk about the change of temperament after practicing magic arts, or anything like that. There are all sorts of unanticipated human robberies beyond the heavenly robberies. To be annihilated by the righteous, to be assassinated by fellow travelers, to somehow be affected by a master's fight, are all human robberies. The predecessor was forced by the Night Harmony Cave to force a breakthrough to death, which was in response to the human catastrophe. And now, how could Li Xiao not be excited when he realized that he didn't have to personally kill and raise ghosts to harvest a large number of resentful souls? Spiteful spirits are the lowest level of ghosts though, but with enough quantity, it was equally capable of refining something good. Just condensing the 100 or so resentful souls that Li Xiao saw at this moment could raise his cultivation level by a large margin. The reason why the predecessor failed to break through was because of the lack of cultivation, caused by forced breakthrough. When I collect these resentful souls and refine them, surely I will be able to smoothly break through the late stage of qi refining. Although the 7th level of qi refining was still unable to defeat Night Ing, who was at the 9th level of qi refining, the Great Circle. But it's certainly okay to escape if you're caught off guard. Li Xiao smiled slightly. The Night Hopper Cave had forced him to catch his breath, and now his mood had finally relaxed. He headed downstairs with the girl named He Qian. At this point some of those who had survived also began to make their way downstairs with trepidation. Li Xiao looked at a teenager with some surprise, because he sensed the aura of a ghostly creature in the teenager. Yet the teenager was clearly alive. He secretly said, "Is this the Imperial Ghost Envoy who resisted the bizarre erosion and gained bizarre abilities?" As He Qian said, there is a saying in this world that a player is not necessarily an Oni, but an Oni is definitely a player. Ordinary players who want to improve their strength can only rely on doing quests to get abilities and props. Instead, the Goblin Envoys could grow through the bizarre powers they had mastered. Li Xiao searched. This is a bit like a cultivator, except that it borrows the power of weirdness. The teenager still looked weak to him, and probably only had the scent of a single disgruntled spirit on him. Of course, for an ordinary person, being able to have the power of a single grudge soul was already considered awesome. The teenager kept his head down and walked forward without a word. Apparently he didn't want the others to know that he had become an Oni. Li Xiao also roughly knew what he was thinking. If he let the living know that he was an Imperial Ghost Envoy, they would come running in droves to let him protect them. And the teenager who had just become an Imperial Demon Envoy obviously didn't have much ability to protect others, and being able to defend himself was already good enough. Li Xiao naturally didn't want to cause trouble. He still knew too little about this world to be aware of the bizarrely specific power divisions. Who knows if there's any awesome weirdness in this ghostly place? So, it's better to be careful. The group made their way downstairs to the playground. Li Xiao counted that there were still a total of 41 living people, and at that moment, by the windows of the entire 4-story building, there were many grievous souls standing densely, looking at the living people in the playground downstairs with spiteful eyes. Being watched by hundreds of pairs of resentful eyes gave the crowd in the playground the creeps. However, Li Xiao's mouth was watering as he looked at these resentful souls. Almost 400 to 500 grudging souls. In other words, in the world of immortal cultivation, if you want to raise so many grudging souls, you would have to at least slaughter a few thousand or even tens of thousands of people. If in the world of immortal cultivation, he dared to brutally slaughter tens of thousands of people at once to use to raise ghosts, I'm afraid that after his sins were added to the list, a heavenly tribulation would immediately fall. And now, without having to bear the sins, one could harvest hundreds of resentful souls. It would be strange not to drool. The crowd came out onto the playground. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared on the elevated platform directly in front of the playground, but it was a balding old man in formal attire. The old man said in a low voice, "All stand in drill formation. And remember, keep up with the movements of the teacher leading the drill, or else." The old man disappeared after saying that. At the same time, messages appeared in the minds of all living people. Task: follow the movements of the lead instructor. Li Xiao's heart was flabbergasted because just now he sensed that the old man's breath was obscure. At least it was an evil spirit equivalent to the late stage of qi refining. It's a bit troublesome, but if it's just an evil ghost in the late stage of refining qi, it can be dealt with. I'm afraid that there are even more powerful and bizarre in this ghostly world. As a demonic cultivator specializing in the method of Yin Fury and ghost decimation, he definitely had many means and magic weapons on his body that restrained the refining of ghosts. So even if he only had a cultivation of the middle stage of qi refining, he should have no problem dealing with evil spirits of the late stage of qi refining. What he was afraid of now was that there were other powerful ghosts in this ghostly world. Let's see what happens first. If it doesn't work, we'll harvest some resentful souls and run straight back to the world of immortal cultivation. the living over their stand in formation. A lead drill instructor appeared on the raised platform, and with a sardonic smile, "Keep up with my moves well. If you find it difficult, feed me some small snacks. When I'm in a good mood, I'll naturally lower the difficulty." With that, he swept the crowd with a look of food, making it obvious that the little snacks he was talking about were these living people. The crowd was creeped out by the look. Li Xiao slightly narrowed his eyes and secretly said, "Another evil ghost, but it is only equivalent to the early stage of qi refining, so it is not a threat." He Qian saw him froze, and quickly reminded, "Doing exercises, don't freeze." Li Xiao returned to his senses and kept up with the action. Although he wasn't afraid, he didn't want to be exposed prematurely yet, so he gave He Qian a slight nod of thanks. At this time, however, he realized that there were some people around him who looked at He Qian a few times with resentful gazes. In an instant he realized what these people meant. They're complaining that He Qian is nosy. The teacher with the drill apparently said it would be less difficult if he was fed live people. Apparently those people wanted Li Xiao to be the first to feed the evil spirits to reduce the difficulty. That's why people resented He Qian for being nosy. Li Xiao swept a playful glance at those people and secretly said, "I thought just now that I would be too cruel to stand by and watch, but now it seems that these people will be even more cruel than I am in order to stay alive. I'm afraid." Sure enough, only after two not so difficult maneuvers, one of the men stumbled on his feet and almost fell. The man hastened to stand still, but unfortunately in doing so, he couldn't keep up with the teacher's movements. In a flash, a dark shadow emerged from beneath the man, instantly wrapping him. The man struggled and screamed, but unfortunately to no avail, and was dragged by the dark figure to the teacher with the teacher with the ear's mouth turns into a bloody bowl and drops it into his mouth. There was a clicking and gnawing sound, and in no time at all, the man was devoured. And the lead teacher burped and laughed, "Tasty little snack." Not only did the crowd get a break during his cannibalism, but then his movements really did get easier. Everyone else was terrified. Only Li Xiao saw that it was a tall, thin man who had just kicked a stone to the feet of the victimized man. This is what caused the victimized man to stumble to keep up. The tall, thin man wasn't the only one making small moves. It didn't take long for another person to scream and turn into a snack for the teacher leading the drill. This time, it was someone who took advantage of the lull in the action to quietly move forward and, then while doing a leg lift, he kicked the guy in front of him in the ass. In this moment of effort, it was surprising that two people were directly eliminated. The rest of them are all in a state of shock. Start pulling away from each other for fear of being backstabbed by someone else and becoming a snack that becomes less difficult. Li Xiao said, "It's really a ghostly person in the human heart. Why don't you stay away from me? Not afraid of me backstabbing you?" It was he who realized that instead of pulling away from him, He Qian had moved closer. He Qian warily said, I believe that you are good people. If you want to harm me, earlier in the room I fell asleep. You have long since struck." Li Xiao laughed. "You are quite smart. I am indeed a good person. A demonic cultivator who says he's a good person. If other peers heard it, I'm afraid they'd laugh their asses off." However, the current Li Xiao was indeed already considered a good person compared to his predecessor. At the very least he didn't fall on his sword at this point. If it were their predecessors, I'm afraid these people would have already turned into ghosts. Newcomer, new book. I hope you all more support, more collection, vote and catch up reading. The author thanks. End of chapter. Chapter 4, Harvesting. Above the playground. The movements of the teacher leading the drill were just some simple movements at first, similar to radio gymnastics. Then it gradually became a move that required stretching the lower back. That's okay, even if it's hard. You'll grit your teeth in order to stay alive. Like a tough guy who breaks his leg right off in order to do the splits. The next move doesn't hold up though, and it's a straight elimination. Then again, the movements are progressively anti-human and have become pretty much only for regular yoga practitioners. That's when people started hanging up one after another. To Li Xiao's surprise, a few of the big men who had previously assassinated people were in good physical condition and actually kept up with the action. But he also knew it was because a few people had conspired to sacrifice some of them. Now that the action was getting progressively harder, and the remaining men were pulling away to defend each other, this left several people without means and gradually became anxious. Just then, the lead drill instructor stopped and said, 10-minute intermission. With that, he disappeared onto the high platform. The people looked at each other with different expressions. The purpose of this evil spirit is obvious. Li Xiao, however, did not care and asked He Qian, the bald old man who appeared earlier, "Do you know what kind of person he is?" He Qian said, "It should be the principal. The first mission was issued by him." Li Xiao stroked his chin. The principal should be the biggest in the school, right? There shouldn't be any guys who are more powerful than him, right? He Qian said. This is not known, but the weirdness that does not appear in the quest usually will not take a shot at the player. Only triggered some special hidden tasks need to face these hidden awesome weirdness. Li Xiao nodded his head. So that's how it is. They were chatting leisurely on their side. Someone over there has already started to make a fuss, only to see a big man rushing to a tall and thin man, and without any further ado, he punched him to the ground, and then ruthlessly stomped his calf off. The tall, thin man screamed loudly and was filled with despair. He knew he was definitely done for when the mission continued later. And that's what the man who committed the murder was trying to do. The big man glared at the tall and thin man. When you assassinated my friend with a rock just now, you thought I didn't see it? Now you're waiting to pay for your life. The others saw this and ran in all directions. But the playground was surrounded by high walls, and even the doors to the building where they had come down that stood full of grudges had been closed. So there is simply no way out. A scar-faced man coldly said. Just now, we did 8 moves, and there should be 8 more for the rest of the moves. So if we cripple 8 more people and sacrifice them, the rest of us will be safe. So do you want to all die here, or sacrifice 8 people? When the remaining 30 people heard this, they really began to look at each other. A dead friend is surely better than a dead pauper. That's what everyone thinks. At this time, there were actually 3 people who surrounded towards Li Xiao and He Qian, who made him and He Qian not only not run, but also chatting in an old-fashioned manner. When He Qian saw them coming around, she was so scared that she hid behind Li Xiao and said in a trembling voice, What? What to do? A big man laughed. Beauty, hiding behind that little white man useless. Come over to the brother side. We can protect you. Li Xiao glanced at a few people, thought about it, and directly rushed over. The big man laughed fiercely. Quite a backbone, but it is looking for death. Saying that, he threw a punch, tiger-like, obviously a practitioner. Who knew that he lost sight of Li Xiao with a blink of an eye? Then only heard a crunching sound, but the right leg had been broken by a kick at some point. The big man screamed miserably and fell to the ground. The 2 remaining men were horrified and, not good. This person is an expert. Before they could react, Li Xiao kicked them all to the ground with 2 crippling kicks. It left everyone else dumbfounded. I can't imagine that this guy in an ancient costume playing cosplay is a Kumite master. In fact, this was still the reason why Li Xiao did not want to reveal his identity and only showed a little bit of boxing and kung fu. Otherwise, he would have been able to kill a few people with a lift of his hand. After putting down the 3 in front of him, he turned his attention to the other 3 murderers who were originally attacking the others. Those 3 people cold sweat, trembling voice, we do not dare to, but also please warrior high hand. Li Xiao didn't talk nonsense with them and rushed over to put a few more people in with 3 punches and 2 kicks. Now, there were a total of 7 people lying on the ground wailing. The others are silent, because a total of 8 people needed to be sacrificed, and at this point 1 was still missing. No one wants to be last. The crowd looked at Li Xiao as if they were looking at the judge who was judging their fate, and whoever Li Xiao looked at was shivering. A few of the timid ones were even outright terrified and howled, because the feeling of waiting to be judged is horrible. Just then, a teenager timidly said, I can withstand 1 weird attack, so I should be able to count it as 1 sacrifice, so there's no need to find an 8th person. Li Xiao was a bit surprised that this teenager was the newly promoted Imperial Ghost Envoy that he had sensed earlier. He shrugged, indicating that it didn't matter. Whether or not anyone was sacrificed didn't affect him anyway. He just wants to wait and see what happens first and get the job done. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't long before the 10-minute break was up. The teacher leading the drill appeared on the high stage and laughed when he saw the several people who fell to the ground and couldn't stand up. Not bad, not bad. After the first unsurprising move, the fallen few were all dragged away and devoured by him. Then the next 7 moves were really simple, and the crowd followed along easily. However, the difficulty of the 8th maneuver suddenly becomes higher, with the limbs twisting. Apparently the effect of the sacrifice passed. The crowd blanched. This kind of action was something no one could even do except for acrobats who practiced contortionism. That's when the teenager voluntarily gave up making moves. A dark shadow came at him, trying to wrap him up. At that moment a dark shadow also emerged from him, vaguely visible as a cloaked female ghost. The female ghost appeared and blocked the black shadow, just as the teenager looked relieved. The teacher leading the drill suddenly grabbed it with a long arm. The female ghost was instantly grabbed and dragged away. The teacher laughed fiercely. Obviously, you can use the power of weirdness to follow the movement to pass the test smoothly, but you want to block me. Really do not know your own strength. Since you want to find death, then I will fulfill you. He threw the female ghost into his mouth and devoured it in a few bites. The teenager spat out blood with a poof and fell to his knees. Apparently he and the female ghost were connected by heart and soul. And once the female ghost died, he was also badly hurt. The others rushed away from the teenager, horrified. Some of them even showed expressions of gratitude, apparently thinking that as long as they sacrificed the teenager, they would be safe. It was as if they had forgotten that the teenager had come forward to save them. The evil ghost giggled strangely and tried to grab him with one hand. But then I heard a voice say, "Hey, you broke the rules, didn't you?" The evil ghost froze, its ghostly claws resting on top of the teenager's head as it looked at Li Xiao. Who had spoken? What rule did I break? Li Xiao said. Haven't you already snacked? You ate his resentful soul. Doesn't that count as eating? Aren't you breaking the rules by continuing to attack him? He Qian gathered courage and said, Yes, you can't break the rules. The face of the evil ghost changed and laughed coldly. Though irritated, he retracted his hand. Good. Very good. I'll remember you. Li Xiao ignored him and secretly pondered. Although these shenanigans must abide by the rules of the mission, if no one recognizes them, they can also be quietly unruly. So I'll have to pay attention to them when doing missions in the future. Teenager hijacked. Thanks. Li Xiao nodded and said no thanks. He admired the teenager that sacrificing himself for others was something he certainly couldn't do. Even the wicked would want more good people in the world. So in the absence of danger, he wouldn't mind helping the teenager out. The evil ghost did the last move with a displeased look on his face. After being recognized by Li Xiao for his little trick, he really did not break the rules again. After making the final move, the crowd received an alert. Completion of the task, follow the movements of the lead instructor. Rewarded, 100 guile coins. At the same time everyone received an alert that they were able to leave the ghostly world. The crowd couldn't wait to choose to leave. And one by one, they disappeared into thin air. It wasn't long before there were only 3 people left in the playground. He Qian asked, Please, may I ask what your name is? Where can I find you when I get out? The teenager also looked at Li Xiao. Anyone randomly pulled in after the ghost passes returned to their original position. Both of them wanted to go out and find Li Xiao and thank him for saving their lives. Li Xiao waved his hand. Hurry up and go. We will naturally meet again if we have fate. The 2 men saw that he would not say anything and bowed before choosing to leave. The evil ghost stared viciously at Li Xiao and said morosely, Next time you come in, I'll treat you well. Ha! Li Xiao also laughed. No need for the next time. You can do it now. The evil ghost with the ear froze, not understanding what he meant. Just then he realized that Li Xiao had actually charged towards him. The evil ghost laughed. You actually don't leave, and still run over to die? Then don't blame me. But before he could finish his words, he was shocked to find that strands of black chi emerged from the human opposite him, shooting towards him like a black chain. Li Xiao also laughed fiercely. Run? Empty-handed. How can I afford to run? The evil spirit was shocked. You? What are you? The aura on this human at this moment, and those black mists, were more like evil spirits than even he was. How could this not make him startled? He turned around and tried to vanish and run away. But where is the time? The black mist chains instantly locked him in place and dragged him into a small, dusty furnace. Li Xiao frowned slightly. This evil ghost, it seems to be a bit difficult to refine. As if it's bound by something and won't let me refine it. One word came to him. Rules. These spooks are hard to kill in the ghosts, but are themselves bound by the rules. He thought for a moment. If those resentful souls are like small monsters in the game, this evil ghost is a bit like an NPC. It's easy to kill small monsters, but it's a bit hard to kill NPCs without being allowed to do so. But it's okay, let's catch them first, and then slowly concoct them when we return to the world of immortal cultivation. At that moment, the whole ghostly world shook. Apparently his capture of the evil spirit had caused some sort of chain reaction. There was a muffled buzz. Then, hundreds of resentful souls swarmed out of the entire building and ferociously rushed towards him. Li Xiao laughed. It's good to come, saving me from catching them one by one. Newcomer new book. I hope you all more support. More collection vote and catch up reading. The author thanks. End of chapter. Chapter 5. An overwhelming number of resentful souls came raging in. Not only was Li Xiao not afraid, but he was filled with joy. Because these resentful souls are quality sustenance for him. Just by waving his hands, channels of Yin fury flew out, wrapping themselves around the many resentful souls like tentacles. At the same time the soul refining furnace was also sacrificed into the air, becoming the size of a round table and spinning dripping. A huge suction force appeared and sucked the crowd of resentful souls in like a whale. If other cultivators at the 6th level of chi refining were to face 400 or 500 frenzied ghosts, they would have to be terrified and turn around to run for their lives. But who let Li Xiao be the expert in decapitating ghosts and refining souls? Instead of being ineffective against him, the many resentful souls' best resentment attacks were also transformed and absorbed by the Yin Fiend Yuan Shin technique. But the number of disgruntled souls is just a little too high. After Li Xiao collected about half of it, his mana was somewhat unsustainable. This world's aura is too thin. He took out a lower-grade spirit stone and held it in his hand to start absorbing aura and replenishing his mana. Regardless of whether it was a devil cultivator or a righteous cultivator, aura was the most basic need for cultivation. Or aura particles are the basis of all transcendence. Only after absorbing 3 consecutive lower-grade spirit stones did Li Xiao's mana replenish. It made him a little needy. This was because there were only 100 or so lower-grade spirit stones in his storage bag. Spirit stones usually existed as currency in the immortal cultivation world. Normally no one would use it to absorb for cultivation or to restore mana. Because the immortal cultivation realm was rich in aura, absorbing the aura in the void under normal circumstances would be enough to satisfy the needs of cultivation. However, the bizarre world's aura was thin, and he simply couldn't keep up with the mana consumption if he didn't absorb spirit stones. A few spirit stones are just a few. After collecting these resentful souls and refining them, and raising their cultivation level, it's not like they'll earn it back in minutes. After replenishing his mana, Li Xiao went all out. The sinister chi turned into a large net that caught all the resentful souls. The soul refining furnace sucked in all the resentful souls with one violent movement. Bam! The lid of the soul refining furnace closed, being put back by him. Li Xiao was complacent. The aura here is too thin. Wait until you go back and then slowly refine it. Just then, a roar came. Where have you taken all my students? Li Xiao's gaze stared into the middle of the sky, only to see a ghostly face that enveloped the entire campus appear in midair, roaring at him. This huge ghost face was naturally the bald principal he had seen earlier. Li Xiao had just moved too quickly, and in a moment's time, he had eliminated all the resentful souls in one go. By the time the balding principal responded, it was over. Principal Ghost growled, "How dare you!" As he roared, the entire school shook as if it had come to life. Li Xiao was also made to blush by this aura. This evil ghost itself is almost equivalent to the late stage of refining chi, and in this ghostly world it is even more of a home game with an inexplicable enchantment, so it is indeed difficult to deal with. But, he had captured many resentful souls by now and was perfectly capable of running back to the world of immortal cultivation. But if we could capture this evil spirit as well, that would be a real profit. An evil ghost equivalent to the late stage of chi refining. No matter if it was used to refine it or to drive it, it would be able to increase his strength greatly. The main thing was that he was able to run away at any time if he was not defeated. That's when the prompt came from the mind. Hidden quest, calming the headmaster's anger. Li Xiao froze for a moment. There are actually hidden quests? By this time, the ghost principal was already furious to the extreme, and the huge ghost face was about to swoop down. Li Xiao, however, said, "Wait, I want to ask a question." Principal Ghost actually suppressed his anger and said, "What's the problem?" Li Xiao smiled slightly, secretly saying that all of these shenanigans are really affected by the mission. And when there is a mission, they all put the mission first. "May I ask what it will take to quell your anger?" The ghost principal sneered. "If you want to calm my anger, you must first release all of the teachers and students that you have captured. And then, let me devour your entire body's flesh and blood, so that I can solve my heart's hatred." Li Xiao frowned slightly. "Is there any other way?" The ghost principal was furious. "You still dare to bargain with me? I will eat you alive. Not only will I devour the flesh and blood, but I will also imprison your soul here and suffer for eternity." Li Xiao shrugged. "It seems that there is no discussion. Then forget it. This mission is not done." With that he let out a low gulp and 4 small flags flew out from his body. The 4 directions in wind formation. Rise. The small flags grew in the wind and stood in the 4 directions of the evil spirits, forming a formation. In a flash, the Yin fury became wind, turning into strands of tornadoes that strangled towards the evil spirits. Principal Ghost was furious. "You seek death." In a loud rumbling sound, he transformed into a huge evil spirit and slapped all the strands of the dragon scrolls to pieces. Li Xiao looked grave. "It's really hard to deal with, but since I've done it, of course I have to go all out." Saying that, he threw a spirit stone into the formation like he didn't want any money, activating the flag formation's power. At the same time, he activated the secret method and offered the soul refining furnace. The strands of Yin Fury Tornado continuously strangled the evil spirits. The soul refining furnace became the size of a water tank and sucked hard at the evil spirits. Principal Ghost desperately fought back. He also did not expect Li Xiao to be so difficult to deal with, and went from roaring in anger to being in disbelief. Who the hell are you? And what are these tactics? Li Xiao laughed coldly and had an extra life-preserving Yin Lei in his hand. In order to deal with this evil spirit, he had already played all his cards. If we can't get this evil spirit in the end, we'll be really broke. After the Yin Thunder was activated, it transformed into a black light and shot towards the evil ghost in the air. There was a muffled boom that shook the entire campus. The ghost principal's huge body was actually directly blown in half. The sharp pain made him hiss madly. You can't kill me on campus. You can't kill me. He is indeed very difficult to kill in this ghostly place. As the biggest boss and NPC of this ghostly spirit, he would recover quickly after taking any damage unless certain conditions were met. Li Xiao blandly said, I don't need to kill you. I just need to catch you. He didn't release the Yin Thunder, which was his bottom card, to blow up the evil spirits. Rather, it was meant to weaken it so that it could be sealed into the soul refining furnace. Now, the purpose has clearly been achieved. The ghost principal who had half of his body blown off would have a momentary weakness even if his recovery ability was strong. This one moment was enough, only to see the soul refining furnace's light flourish, together with the Yin Fiend Dragon Scroll. It swooshed and pulled the ghost headmaster in. The lid of the furnace then covered it, trapping it firmly inside. The soul refining furnace returned to Li Xiao's hand and rotated drippingly. He could still hear the angry, resigned growl of the ghost principal inside. Li Xiao said, Don't bother. Obediently become my sustenance. That's when he unexpectedly received the alert. Mission accomplished, calming the wrath of the principal. Rewarded, 1,000 guile coins. Awarded, campus badge, prop. Mission accomplished? What's the situation? Li Xiao said unexpectedly. Newcomer new book. I hope you support more. Vote to catch up. The author thanks. End of chapter. Chapter 6, Unexpected Joy. Li Xiao was a bit surprised when he received a prompt that the quest was completed. As he held the soul refining furnace, he realized that the ghost principal inside had lost his earlier arrogant appearance at this time. Li Xiao smiled faintly. So it's still possible to complete the mission like this. Not bad. One way to quell the principal's anger, besides fulfilling his demands, is to beat him into submission once and for all. At this moment, the ghost principal was banging around inside the soul refining furnace, but he couldn't find a way out at all. Where is the anger but in horror? Li Xiao curiously clicked on the panel. Player, Li Xiao. Star rating, 1 star, 0 out of 10. Ability, none. Props, campus badges. Trick coin, 1200. Li Xiao tapped on the props, and a badge with a strange glowing light appeared in his hand out of nowhere. Campus badge, a 1-star expendable prop that enables you to enter the campus of horrors when worn. Li Xiao looked at the newly acquired items. Being able to enter the campus of horrors? Aren't all ghosts allowed to enter at will? This badge is useless. He hadn't realized that after clearing a ghostly spirit, he couldn't re-enter it again. To get back in to complete hidden quests and whatnot, you need a ticket-like prop like a campus badge. Just then, the entire campus began to shake. An inexplicable aura appeared, trying to pull out the ghost principal in the soul refining furnace. Li Xiao's face changed and he knew that it was a ghostly spirit at work. He no longer hesitated and immediately chose to return to the world of immortal cultivation. After his mind moved, the scenery in front of him began to change. He then returned to the cave where he was in seclusion before he came. With his return, the threat from the ghosts immediately disappeared. Li Xiao held the soul refining furnace and carefully sensed it, and realized that the power that wanted to pull the ghost principal out had also disappeared. He rejoiced. It's a good thing that the connection with that side is completely broken. That is, whatever inexplicable presence on the weird world side turned him into a weird player. As long as he returned to the world of immortal cultivation, he would be able to get rid of it completely. This feature is a no-brainer for avoiding danger. But both return and shuttle take almost a second or so to change scenes. If it's a real moment of crisis, 1 second is enough to die several times. So it's better to shuttle in relative safety. After studying the shuttling ability, he began to prepare to refine those resentful souls. The next step is to concoct these sustenance of yours. At this point, almost a day had passed since the Nighthopper Cave had given him an ultimatum. That meant he had 2 days to prepare. Li Xiao also stopped wasting time and set up a formation in the middle of the secret room and began to refine the many resentful souls with all his might. The soul refining furnace was sacrificed in mid-air, spinning drippingly. A large number of resentful souls were refined and turned into pure fury chi, which surged into Li Xiao's body. The rich aura in the void and in the cave's earthly veins was also inhaled together. His cultivation was growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. This is the advantage of magical cultivation. As long as one has the sustenance, one's cultivation can rise quickly. After refining more than a dozen resentful souls, his cultivation grew to the top of the 6th level of chi refining. At this point, if one did not break through the 7th level of chi refining, one's cultivation would not grow any further. Li Xiao stopped refining. This time, the cultivation has been compacted. There should be no problem to break through. Right, but we still need to pay attention to the calamity. Already well prepared, he no longer hesitated and began to break through the 7th level of chi refining. Just as he started to break through, there was actually a sinful heart demon that attacked him. Li Xiao only felt that he had arrived in a fairyland. A stunning fairy came over to hold his hand and said, "Congratulations to this Taoist friend for achieving immortality." Li Xiao stared blankly. "I'll attain immortality?" The fairies gathered around him and congratulated him. If it were anyone else, they might be lost. However, Li Xiao was strong-willed. After all, he had crossed over and had a special soul. He shook off the fairy's hand and scolded, "I'll just break through a 7th layer of chi refining. How can I become immortal and attain the Tao?" The fairies turned pale and cursed for not knowing what they were doing. When he looked around again, there were no more fairies or fairyland. Those were the people who had been abused by his predecessor, transforming into a sinful demon that wanted to pull him into the bottomless abyss. "Take a life! Take a life!" A soporific demonic voice struck fear into his heart. This kind of fear, which struck straight to the heart, actually made it impossible for him to resist it as well. Just when his Tao heart was about to break, a golden light appeared. The sins that were caught in the golden light melted away. Li Xiao instantly came to his senses and let out a low gulp. "Sinful heart demon, retreat!" There was a soft boing and the illusions all disappeared, and his cultivation level had successfully broken through to the 7th level of chi refining. Li Xiao collected his energy and stood up, secretly grateful that sinful heart demon, really vicious and dangerous. The predecessor should be so dead. Fortunately, I have a firm heart, which is not lost. The devil's way is extremely easy to start, and does not pay much attention to the root and bone qualifications. As long as there are gongfu sustenance, an individual can become a devil cultivator, but in order to become a high-ranking demonic cultivator, one must have a firm heart. Most of the demonic cultivators with a weak heart had already hung up at the chi refining stage. Li Xiao's predecessor was an ordinary pill-picking teenager who had occasionally obtained the inheritance of a magic skill. The heart qualification is not good, and forced to break through the late stage of chi refining, it would be strange not to die. If devil cultivators were really that good, this world would be full of devil cultivators. Where would there be anything left for the righteous cultivators? And the truth is that the righteous monks are the mainstream of this world, and the devil cultivators, nothing more than a niche. And don't look at just the mid-refinement stage breaking through to the late stage. There were many, if not the majority, of cultivators who had been stuck at the 1st and 2nd levels of chi refining for their entire lives. In pursuit of quick success, Li Xiao quickly refined his sustenance, and naturally, there were calamities that befell him. The kind of cultivation that is fast and has no calamities are the children of heaven's destiny. The one who became immortal and ascended once he became enlightened is the father of the divine order. He, on the other hand, was nothing more than a mediocre divine order hitman. It is natural to undergo all sorts of calamities in order to gain something. Li Xiao sighed that it was not easy to cultivate. To his surprise, the hanging of his predecessor did not make the sins in him disappear. He pondered, "I crossed over and occupied the body of my predecessor, so naturally I also took on his karmic sins. What is that spiritual light that helped me eliminate my sinful heart demon?" He sensed it carefully, and suddenly came to a realization, and said in a flash that's the golden light of merit? It turns out that after I refine a large number of grievous souls, I actually gain merit and virtue to add to my body. Merits, like sins, cannot be seen or touched, but monks know they are real. Some righteous cultivators go around subduing demons and eliminating devils. Isn't it just to earn merit so that they won't be attacked by mind demons when they break through? He had captured many resentful souls back from the bizarre world, and after refining them, he had actually gained merit added to his body. Li Xiao rejoiced. This is really an unexpected joy. As long as you can obtain merit, where is the need to worry about any sinful heart demons? He also didn't know that the merit gained from refining all the resentful souls would be enough to offset the remaining sins of his predecessor. But even if it's not enough, it's nothing. So much weirdness in the weird world. Wasn't it just waiting for him to cross over? I've already broken through to the 7th level of chi refining. And there's no more hurdles for the next until the great circle of the 9th level of chi refining. There's no need to consider it for the time being if you're building a foundation. That's no longer a matter of sustenance. There's still a lot of preparation needed to do that. Then let me make another effort to refine all the remaining resentful souls and see to what level I can raise my cultivation. When he said he would do it, he sacrificed his soul refining furnace and then it began to refine the large number of resentful souls inside. Li Xiao's side was in the immortal cultivation world shutting down and refining his soul. On the other hand, there was a considerable shaking on the weird world side. Newbie new book. Hope you all support, vote and catch up reading, so that the author can go farther. Thank you all. End of chapter. Chapter 7, Disappearance. The Weird World. The outskirts of Qin City. A tightly packed group of official investigators looked at the empty square. It's really disappeared. Just now it was clear that the ghostly entrances were all still here. What the hell is going on? An imposing middle-aged man hurried to the scene. When the investigators saw it, they saluted. Bureau du Domain said, "What's going on?" An investigator put the situation into context. Du Ming frowned. The newly appeared scary campus ghosts disappeared? The investigator said. Yes, Bureau du. Just now the ghostly entrances were all still here, but they suddenly disappeared, leaving nothing at the scene. The descent of the ghosts will cause scenes to appear that would not otherwise exist. It's like suddenly loading a new map in a game. The gates of the campus of horrors just appear out of nowhere in this abandoned plaza. From the outside it looks vaguely like a rundown school inside. By walking through the school gates, you can actually enter the haunted world. Officials noticed it and immediately sent someone to check it out and cordoned off the perimeter. Du Ming, as the director of Qin City's Special Control Bureau, although not a player, but knowledgeable, pondered for a while and said, could it be that someone had a perfect pass? It's not really surprising that the Ghostbusters disappeared. There are usually two things that make a ghostly spirit disappear. One is when someone completes all the hidden quests and passes perfectly. The other is when someone kills the big boss inside. In fact, the big boss of the horror campus, Principal Ghost, didn't die, but was only brought to the world of cultivation by Li Xiao. However, after Principal Ghost was taken to the world of immortal cultivation, its connection with the bizarre world was completely severed. Upon losing contact, the spooky rules ruled it as dead, which is why the ghostly creature disappeared. The investigator was surprised, but this ghostly spirit has only just appeared. It's not even open yet, so how could anyone possibly pass it perfectly? Ghosts appear and pull in random people from the neighborhood. If someone passes it, this ghost becomes an open copy. Once it's open, others can enter it voluntarily to do quests to earn rewards. But even for veteran players, it's very difficult to get a perfect pass, not to mention new players being pulled in for the first time. That's why the investigator was so surprised. At that moment an enchanting woman with a big wave perm came slowly and said, it's not necessarily true that there's an unimaginably talented Goki envoy in this new batch of players. Killing the boss is impossible, but a perfect pass is still possible. The investigators saluted. Captain Liang. Liang Mingyan was the brigade leader of the Special Administration's Operations Brigade, a veteran player and ghost envoy. She then said, Zhang Shichao from the capital, and Hawk from the new city. These guys are geniuses who had once perfectly cleared the ghosts as newcomers. Du Ming's eyes lit up and said, it would be good if that was the case. Now that there are more and more ghostly spirits with higher and higher star ratings, those hidden spooks inside would be disastrous if they were to walk out. Our Qin City, if there is a genius ghost envoy who can perfectly pass the ghost spirit the first time he enters, we must find him and cultivate him properly. This may be the future of our Qin City. It's not uncommon for ghosts to disappear, and it's not uncommon for perfect passes to be made. Officials would then often organize players to remove some of the ghostly creatures that they had information about. The way to clear the Ghostbusters is to have a perfect pass. Then make the ghosts disappear and remove the threat. But it's rare for a ghostly spirit that has just appeared and hasn't even opened yet to simply disappear. None of them had considered the fact that someone had killed the boss in the current situation. This was because the strength of the bosses in each ghostly spirit far exceeded that of players of the same star level. If you want to kill the boss, you not only have to be strong enough, but you also have to use specific props to do so. Killing the boss can be much more difficult than a perfect pass. The ghosts had descended for more than 5 years, and there weren't many records of boss kills in the world. And a new player who entered the ghosts for the first time was able to kill the boss, a situation that was simply impossible in their perception. After thinking about it, Du Ming commanded, everyone take action, as soon as possible. Find out all the players who have been pulled into this ghostly world this time, and see if there really is a genius Imperial Ghost Envoy, or if the ghostly world has changed again. He was indeed afraid of what changes might come up again. The ghosts have been coming down for over 5 years, and almost every year there is an unknown change. It's like a game version update. In the first year, a star of ghosts descended. It will pull random people in the neighborhood into it, which isn't very harmful. Not many people would voluntarily enter the ghosts and become players back then, because there are 9 deaths in the ghostly world. The following year, low-level shenanigans began to come out of the ghosts. Despite being powerful, the creepy boss was still bound by the rules and couldn't leave. But the disgruntled souls and ghouls turned into by those who had been corrupted in the haunted world began to roam around the world. This has caused great casualties to humans all over the world. In the 3rd year, the 2-star ghosts descended. In the 4th year, more and stronger shenanigans came out of the copy. People at this time of the year tried to concentrate as much as possible in a huge city like Chin City, because that's the only way to ward off creepy infestations. In the 5th year, a weird magnetic field began to fill the air. The sky and the sea became forbidden. Transportation and communications were disrupted after leaving a city isolated. The remote wilderness has been transformed into a spooky paradise. The 6th year is not far away now. Everyone is on tenterhooks. According to official speculation, a 3-star ghost should appear next, and in a little more than 10 years at most, the highest 5-star ghosts will descend on this world. At that time, I'm afraid it will be the real end of the world. Officials from various countries who realize this are making preparations. They also realized that the high-star players and the Imperial Ghost Envoys were the future of humanity in the Eerie era. So now the official attitude of each country is to vigorously train more players in Onius for the coming end of the world. Upon hearing Du Ming's command, the many investigators began to take action. Seek out players who have been pulled into the School of Horrors, expecting to find out what genius Oni may be among them, and they are destined to be disappointed. Because the culprit who caused all this, at this time, it was in another world practicing demonic skills. Immortal Cultivation World, Mount Wuliang Yinfeng Cave. In a small courtyard outside the cave, 2 children are chatting. The boy named Zhaokai said, "The people from the Night Harmony Cave are coming tomorrow, and I don't know what countermeasures the master will have." The child named Jinbao snorted. "What countermeasures can there be? Outside are all the eyes of the Night Harmony Cave. The master just wanna run can't run away. Can only be as people's wishes." Zhaokai shushed. "Keep your voice down. If the master hears you, beware of having your skin peeled and your soul refined." Jin Bao was so frightened that he didn't dare to continue talking nonsense. These handyman children in the Devil's Cave are basically captured drudgery. There is always the risk of turning into various materials if you are not careful during the day. After a while Jin Bao said, "So what do you say? Will we go to the Night Harmony Cave together in the future? Or what?" Zhaokai shook his head. "I don't know. Hey, let's listen to God's fate." Both of them had soul-devouring restraints placed on them, so they couldn't even run if they wanted to, and the 2 of them only had the cultivation of the 1st level of chi refining. The night hole doesn't even look at them. If people can't see them, then they're not going to end up well, I guess. This worried the 2 men. Right at this moment, a palpitating aura suddenly emanated from the cave. The entire cave earth vein began to tremble. The 2 men, startled, wondering what was going on, looked at each other and, could it be that something has happened to the master? Should we go and take a look? Never mind. His lordship said he mustn't go in without permission. They didn't have much affection for Li Xiao either. Even if something did happen, the 2 would only gloat. Thankfully the tremor didn't last long before subsiding. And at this time, something did happen to Li Xiao in the secret room. Newcomer new book. I hope you support more. Vote to catch up. The author thanks. End of chapter. Chapter 8, The Difficulty of Going from Luxury to Thrift. In the middle of the secret room of the Gale Cave, after Li Xiao broke through the 7th level of chi refining, he started refining the resentful souls with a bang. After more than 100 resentful souls were refined, his cultivation smoothly reached the peak of the 7th level of chi refining. Spiteful souls are the lowest level of Yin ghosts, which is why they are so effective in large numbers. The next step was to break through the 8th level of chi refining. With every breakthrough of a demonic cultivator, Li Xiao did not dare to be careless, even if it was a small realm. So next he was going to refine that evil ghost equivalent to an early stage of chi refining with a teacher, to break through to the 8th level of chi refining. This kind of evil spirits, unlike grievous spirits, are basically conscious. When he was brought back, he was begging for mercy, but how could Li Xiao let him go? The soul refining furnace spun rapidly, and it refined it. Right after he refined the evil ghost, a Dao palace actually appeared in the air. The weather in the Dao palace was dazzling. Li Xiao was shocked. What is this? Another heart demon illusion? I'm just the 7th level of Qi refining breaking through the 8th level. Why would I have an illusion? He wanted to break free of the illusion. However, the Dao palace emanated supreme majesty, making him unable to resist at all. Then dots of spiritual light appeared and fell on him. All of a sudden, he only felt that his heart was open and relaxed, and he entered a metaphysical state. I don't know how long it took, but by the time Li Xiao came to his senses, a day had already passed. His cultivation, on the other hand, had actually risen to the 8th level of Qi refining. Li Xiao, who came to his senses, was filled with shock. I just now actually entered the state of enlightenment. The state of enlightenment is unattainable. It is this state that is usually referred to as the unity of heaven and man. In this state, the cultivator was able to clearly sense the existence of the heavenly Tao. He also now knew that the meteorological Tao palace was the heavenly Tao manifested, and that descending bit of spiritual light turned out to be the legendary Tao rhythm. After he absorbed the Tao rhyme, he entered a rare state of enlightenment. In this state, although it won't allow for a rapid increase in cultivation, but it allows the monk to understand the Tao better. And because of the high speed of thought due to being in tune with the heavenly Tao, it really is possible to achieve a time difference of 1 year of enlightenment and 1 day of reality. Li Xiao had previously felt that he had been enlightened in the heavenly palace for a long time, but upon returning to reality, he realized that only 1 day had passed. At this time, he only felt that he had a deeper understanding of the various Tao techniques he had learned. The mastery of the Tao had been elevated by more than 1 level. Li Xiao recalled the feeling of entering the state of enlightenment just now and pondered, why am I suddenly favored by the heavenly Tao and bestowed with Tao rhythms? Heaven and earth are not kind to take everything as ruminants. The heavenly Tao has its own laws of operation, and in fact does not intentionally target devil's path cultivators. As long as one caters to the preferences of the heavenly Tao, one will naturally gain favor. And I, on the other hand, have done something to make heaven's favor? Could it be because I refined that evil spirit? That evil spirit isn't like an ordinary resentful spirit. It was created by the inexplicable rules of the bizarre world. I used the Tao to refine it in the cultivation world, so it obviously has some sort of benefit for this side of heaven. Thus I was favored by the heavenly Tao and sent down the Tao rhyme to bestow blessings. Li Xiao came to a sudden realization, figured out the cause of the matter, and was then overjoyed. If that's the case, every time I catch some special weirdness and come back to refine it, won't I be blessed with Tao rhyme? With the blessing of Tao rhythm, then I can enter the state of enlightenment at any time. What Tao can't I understand? This is like the treatment of the chosen one. Everyone despises the manifest destiny and thinks it's not just a relationship, but everyone wants to be as connected as the chosen one. By relying on the great treasure trove that is the bizarre world, I can also become a heavenly relation. As he sighed, he immediately became excited when he thought that there was still a late-stage Qi refining ghost principle locked up in the soul refining furnace. By refining this guy, is there another Tao rhyme bestowed? The ghost principle was shivering in the soul refining furnace and kept begging for mercy. Li Xiao, however, were to care about him and directly began to start the furnace to refine. Originally, he wanted to keep this guy first and turn him into a ghost slave. The main reason was that he didn't have access to its full cultivation after refining the soul, and the faster it was refined, the lower the utilization rate. In that case it would be better to keep an extra late Qi refining fighter. But now that he found out that he could actually obtain Tao rhythm by refining these guys, how could he hold back? Another day passed, and the ghost principle was finally refined. At that moment, a bit of spiritual light descended from the void. But this time, there was no Tao palace manifestation. The spiritual light fell on Li Xiao, and although it was indeed a blessing of Tao rhythm, the amount was much less than the last time. This little bit of spiritual light Taoist rhythm was not enough for him to enter another state of enlightenment. Li Xiao pondered. Is it because they are all evil ghosts transformed by the same ghostly rules? Then it seems that what the heavenly Tao values is not bizarre strength, but diversity. The same shenanigans are only blessed with a large number of Tao rhythms the first time, and thereafter they become fewer, if any. He sensed it and realized that his cultivation had reached the 9th level of Qi refining. Still, he was a little disgruntled. Refining was too hasty, but it was a waste of this evil ghost in the late stage of Qi refining. Forget it. Didn't I still gain a little bit of Tao rhythm? It's better than nothing. That's how hard it is to go from luxury to frugality. If he had been able to raise his cultivation by a layer in a single day and gain a little bit of Tao rhythm in the past, he was afraid that he would have been ecstatic. And now, it's actually disgusting. However, The fact that Dao rhyme can be stored is something I hadn't thought of. In Li Zhao's sea of consciousness, a little bit of aura floated and sank, which was the Dao rhythm that had yet to be consumed. When the Dao rhyme had accumulated enough, he could open the state of enlightenment. Just as he wanted to collect the soul refining furnace, he realized that there was a strange object inside. Ha! What's this? A stiff whip? He recited a secret spell and removed the whip. The moment he got the whip, he had more information in his mind. Coach Whip, a 1-star prop that deals direct damage to invisible objects. Li Xiao was surprised. This is actually a prop that the ghost headmaster popped out? Killing creepy will actually explode equipment. There are physical shenanigans that, even if powerful, are not irresistible to humans with modern heat weapons. Instead, it's the invisible ghosts of the gods that are the biggest headache. And as long as there is this prop, even ordinary people are able to injure and kill the invisible bizarre. It's a godsend to the bizarro world. However, Li Xiao still felt that it was a ribbed prop. This is because he himself can use Yin Fury to deal with intangible weirdness. And various Taoist techniques are also lethal to weirdness. That's why he didn't think the prop was useful at all. Still, he took it and studied it well, which is increasingly surprising upon closer examination. He swung hard, and there was a soft snap. Li Xiao only felt his divine soul vibrate. This thing, it's actually able to ignore defense and directly attack the divine soul? Divine souls can be considered intangible. Doesn't inflicting direct damage to an invisible object mean ignoring defense? His heart was on fire and, although this teaching whip is not very powerful, it is definitely a good embryo for refining magic weapons, paired with some heavenly materials and treasures. With good luck, it can't be said that it can be refined into a magic weapon. A magic weapon with certain special rule effects can only be called a magic treasure. And this whip, which could ignore defense, directly attacked the invisible divine soul. It's a manifestation of some kind of rule. If refined well, it could indeed be refined into a magic treasure. A magic treasure. That was something that not even Jindan cultivators could necessarily possess. This was because in order to refine a magic treasure, the main thing that was needed was a heavenly material that contained a hint of rule power. A poorer casual Jindan simply couldn't find or afford heavenly treasures that contained the power of rules. And now Li Xiao found that this whip actually has the potential to be able to refine into a magic treasure. But how not to let his heart hot? However, if you want to refine a magic treasure, in addition to requiring many precious auxiliary materials, you also need a highly skillful refining technique. And these are not something that the current me is able to do. As for taking it to others to help refine it, he directly did not consider it. With his cultivation level, if he dared to take this kind of magic treasure blank and give it to someone else to help refine it, believe it or not, people will just kill and take the treasure. So it's better to wait until after my Jindan. With this whip billet, at least I won't have to worry about my original magic treasure after I reach Jindan. Most of all, this kind of magic treasure blank is actually dropped by a late-stage chi refining creepy? Doesn't that mean that I can still go to the bizarre world and score many more of these blanks? His eyes were glowing as if he had seen countless spirit stones flying towards him. His predecessor had toiled for more than 10 years and had only saved up 100 or so lower-grade spirit stones. Apart from the soul refining furnace, a magic weapon of unknown grade, there was only a set of medium-grade magic weapon in wind formation flag on his body. At this time, he only needed to take the magic treasure blanks and sell them, and he would be able to score hundreds of thousands of spirit stones in minutes. But these are things to be considered subsequently. With a cultivation level less than Jindan, he didn't even dare to take a magic treasure blank and sell it. He still knew the truth about harboring the wrong person. Just as he was studying the whip, the sound of a child's announcement came from outside. Master, the people from the Night Hopper Cave are here. Li Xiao calculated that 3 days had indeed passed. Okay, I got it. Newcomer, new book. Hope you vote catch up. The author thanks. End of chapter. Chapter 9, A False Relationship, above. Li Xiao opened the door to the secret room and saw Zhao Kai standing respectfully at the door. You and Jinbao go ahead and entertain them. I'll be right over after I get ready. Zhao Kai answered and went to the front hall to entertain the guests. Li Xiao pondered. I'm now at the 9th level of chi refining, but there's still a bit of a gap between me and Night Ing, who is at the 9th level of great perfection. Moreover, I've consumed almost all of the spirit stones in Yin Thunder in order to capture the ghost headmaster, so I have fewer cards to play. And Night Ing, as a veteran chi refining great perfection cultivator, surely has his own cards, under this and the other. It is not wise to be hard with it. He was already at the 9th level of chi refining at this point, and with the blessing of the Tao rhythm, he had a new understanding of the Tao. If he used the whip to sneak in again, he didn't really need to fear Night Ing anymore. However, the secret he was carrying was too big, so if he failed to leave knighting behind and exposed his undercard such as the whip, it would be bad. So he decided to fudge and buy time first. As long as he was given enough time, crushing the Night Harmony Cave would be nothing more than a matter of minutes. When Li Xiao arrived at the cave hall, he saw that the little white guy who had come earlier and another enchanting woman in a skirt were sitting in the hall. When the two saw Li Xiao, they didn't get up and salute. They just sat in a big horse. Li Xiao ignored the little white man and instead sized up the woman. In his senses, the woman was at the 7th level of chi refining. The woman was also sizing him up, but she only sensed a cultivation level in the middle stage of chi refining. Most of the cultivators have practiced the chi convergence technique, because cultivation is also a kind of base card. However, Li Xiao could clearly sense the woman's cultivation level. This was due to the fact that his divine sense had been greatly enhanced after his enlightenment in the Tao Palace, and the woman could only sense his cultivation at the middle stage of chi refining. This was not only because his cultivation was higher than the woman's, but also because his chi convergence technique had qualitatively improved after enlightenment. At this time, after he cast the chi convergence technique, unless a cultivator whose cultivation level was one large realm higher than his scanned carefully with his divine sense, otherwise he would not be able to see through his reality at all. After Li Xiao sat down on the cave master's throne, he blandly said, "This one is a bit of a stranger." The little white face immediately said curtly, "This is the newest offering from my Night Hopper Cave, Senior Qi San Yang." Qi San Yang said, "This is Cave Master Li, right? What a handsome young gentleman. No wonder the cave master never forgets it. Telling my slave to bring him back. How about Cave Master Li? Are you ready to go back with your slave today?" Li Xiao spread his hands. "Actually, I'm not resistant to being a cauldron for the Night Cave Master, but now that the situation has changed, I'm afraid that I won't be able to go for a while even if I wanted to." Qi San Yang's face sank. "What do you mean? Could it be that Cave Master Li wants to back out?" Saying that, her chi flourished. Her cultivation at the 7th level of the late chi refining stage revealed itself. The little white face has a cold smile. "Humph, really honoring the wine and refusing to eat the wine. Seniors, don't be polite with him, just arrest him directly." Li Xiao, however, was unmoved, and the same chi of the 7th level of chi refining rose from his body. Both Qi San Yang and Xiao Baijie blushed and, "You've broken through to the late stage of chi refining?" Li Xiao smiled faintly. "I just broke through not long ago. Do you have any more instructions for me, fellow Daoist?" Qi San Yang laughed coldly. "Even if you have broken through to the late stage of chi refining, do you want to defy my cave master? You should know that my cave master is a chi refining great circle cultivation, not to mention that my Night Harmony Cave. In addition to me, there is also a late stage of chi refining provider. You can think about the consequences of doing so?" There were not originally so many offerings in the Night Hollow. When they heard that Night Harmony Cave's master, Night Ing, was close to breaking through the foundation establishment stage, there were many people who came over to join them. This was because foundation establishment cultivators, in the remote places on the outskirts of the Wuliang mountain range, could already dominate. Li Xiao laughed. "I would like to serve the Night Cave Lord, but after I broke through to the late stage of chi refining, the blood-killing cave lord sent someone to solicit me, wanting me to go to the blood-killing cave to be an envoy. Thinking that I had already promised the Night Cave Master, I didn't immediately promise the Blood Slaughter Cave Master, and this side was in a dilemma. Why don't you let your cave master go and discuss with the Blood Slaughter Cave Master first to see which side is more appropriate to let me go to?" Qi San Yang's face clouded over. The Blood Slaughter Cave Master was likewise a chi refining great perfection cultivator, and he was already somewhat at odds with the Night Harmony Cave on weekdays. Recruiting Li Xiao not only enhances the strength of blood-killing cave, but also delays the footsteps of the Night Harmony Cave Master's foundation establishment, so it can be said that it is two birds with one stone. The main reason was that after breaking through to the late stage of chi refining, Li Xiao's stature was already very different. It was indeed worthwhile for the blood-killing cave to recruit as an offering. Wasn't she herself a Night Harmony Cave provider who had become in the late stage of chi refining? So she didn't have too many doubts about what Li Xiao had said. But how could she know that Li Xiao was merely talking nonsense casually in order to stall for time? Li Xiao's breakthrough to the late stage of chi refining was only in the past 2 days, so how could the blood-killing cave know about it? Moreover, even if the Blood Slaughter Cave Lord really came to recruit him, he would definitely not agree. Who made the Blood Slaughter Cave Lord a notorious madman? Although demonic cultivators were unscrupulous, most of them committed sins for the sake of cultivation. Instead, the Bloodslayer Cave Lord was completely devoted to satisfying his own perverted hobby. I'm afraid that the danger level of being a blood-killing caves envoy is even higher than being Night Ying's furnace. But now, in order to bluff Night Ying, he also had to bring out the blood slaughter cave lord. Li Xiao struck the iron while it was hot. Everyone knows about the reputation of the blood-killing cave, and I actually don't really want to go and make that offering, but the previous conditions of the Night Cave Master are also really hard for me to accept. Why don't you go back and ask the Night Cave Master first if you can change the conditions? It's fine to let me be a cauldron, but you can't destroy my cultivation roots, and you have to keep me safe in the first place. Then I need at least 200 spirit stones and 10 bottles of pills, and a month's time to consolidate my cultivation, so that I can also cooperate with Night Cave Master's dual cultivation. He made many harsh conditions. The more conditions are offered, the more the other party is convinced. Sure enough, Qi Sanyang pondered for a while and said, now that you have broken through the late stage of qi refining, you do have some qualifications to negotiate conditions. I will go back and talk to the cave master, but it's not a sure thing whether it will be accomplished or not. She knew that the cave master was determined to obtain Li Xiaoxin fiend essence. Before he came, the cave master commanded that if he still did not agree, he would bring him back by force. But now that the situation had changed, Qi Sanyang felt that it was indeed necessary to go back and report before making a decision. This was because the late stage of qi refinement, compared to the mid stage of qi refinement, was indeed a qualitative change. If Li Xiao was able to voluntarily cooperate with Night Ying in performing the secret method of harvesting, then Night Ying's chances of breaking through to foundation establishment would be greatly increased. Just as the two of them got up to say goodbye, Li Xiao added, wait a moment. Qi Sanyang said, what else does Cave Master Li have to do? Li Xiao said, I have one more condition. Qi Sanyang said, Cave Master Li, please speak. Li Xiao morosely stared at the little white guy and said, leave this guy behind. This guy has come to my cave 5 times to insult me. It is tolerable. I want to take him to draw the soul and refine the soul. The little white man was shocked and furious. You? How dare you? Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Li Xiao reach out and grab. Strands of Yin Fury Qi turned into black chains and shot violently towards him. The little white man was shocked. Senior, save me. But at that moment he realized that Qi Sanyang had already quickly retreated and looked at him with a cold face. Go in peace. Consider it as making your last effort for the cave master. The little white man was horrified and tried to escape, but he was only at the early stage of qi refining cultivation. But where could he escape? The Yin Fiend chains instantly locked him up and dragged him back. Newcomer, new book. I hope you more support. Vote to catch up. The author thanks. End of chapter. Chapter 10, A False Relationship. Below, Li Xiao had a sardonic smile on his face after he grabbed the little white boy. Aren't you arrogant? A mere early stage of qi refining. You dare to provoke your family's grandpa Li. Now let's see how I can concoct you. Qi Sanyang, expressionless, said, Cave Master Li can be satisfied. This guy, although not a tool, but the size is also considered the cave master in front of the red man. I do the Lord to give it to the cave master. Enough to show my Night Harmony cave sincerity, right? There are plenty of male favorites like this one in the Night Hopper cave. This little white boy just worked hard and gained some appreciation. Compared to a key person like Li Xiao who could help Night Ying break through the foundation establishment, it would be nothing. Li Xiao laughed. Good deal. If it's the Night Cave Master who agrees to my conditions, I definitely won't go to the blood-killing cave. After sending Qi Sanyang away, Li Xiao dragged that little white boy into the secret room. Then draw the soul and refine it. The little white man begged miserably for mercy and wailed in despair. Li Xiao was unmoved and finally performed a secret method to extract his soul. Looking at the soul that had lost consciousness, Li Xiao pondered. Although it still hasn't been able to turn it into a resentful evil spirit in one go, it's already much better than before. At least there's no soul flying away. He did this, but he was testing the secret method of soul nourishment after his enlightenment with the guy. Then he used the Yin Fury Qi to nurture the soul, allowing it to gradually solidify. And at that moment, the white boy's soul began to radiate resentment and was full of ferocity. Li Xiao stroked his chin, raising a resentful soul. Not bad. This guy, how to say, is also a cultivator in the early stage of refining qi. The soul is stronger than ordinary people. If ordinary people, I am afraid that it is not so easy. At the end of the test, he threw the little white face into the soul refining furnace, refining it into a silky yin qi that fed back on itself. He sensed it carefully. This fast raising method is still a bit out of the question. Unless it's a valuable target, it's not worth the effort. It's better to just go to the weird world and catch the weirdness. The usual secret method of raising ghosts is to use the earth's veins of Yin Fury, and he's raising it directly from his own netherworldly mana. It's faster, but it does pay for itself a bit. Still, it's hard to go from luxury to frugality. If he couldn't go to the weird world, he would still have to obediently raise ghosts and refine souls. Li Xiao pondered. But using this method to search the soul to spy on the target is not bad. The art of soul searching is something that most Devil's Way monks know how to do. However, when searching the soul, the target will resist and the soul is fragile, so usually only a little fragmented information can be obtained. He had previously used a secret method to draw out the little white soul, but it was intact. Once it was nourished again with infinite mana, it became even more solid. Searching the soul at this point should yield a relatively complete memory of the target. Li Xiao stroked his chin. Just now, I only tested the ghost raising technique, but I didn't have time to test the soul searching technique, so let's wait to find a target subsequently to test it again. As a demonic cultivator, it shouldn't be too much to ask to improve the ghost raising technique and soul searching technique. Night Huddle Cave. A palace dress and 1,000 charming knighting leaned lazily against the cave lord's throne. A few male favorites around him waited carefully and discreetly. Chi Sanyang walked in and said, "Cave master, there are some changes over at the Infeng cave." Night Ying's gaze condensed as she coldly said, "What changes?" Chi Sanyang hurriedly reported the matter, not daring to conceal it. Although Night Ying was surprised to hear this, she didn't get angry. Then Li Xiao has really broken through to the late stage of qi refining? Chi Sanyang said, "My subordinate has personally sensed it. He has indeed broken through to the 7th level of qi refining." Night Ying said, "This is somewhat surprising to me. Earlier that guy, even the 6th layer of qi refining is still not solid. Unexpectedly actually broke through successfully." Chi Sanyang said, "That cave master you see now, oh yes, when I came back I took it upon myself to leave little Yuan behind. Please cave master chastise." With that she fell to her knees and bowed. Night Ying said, "Get up, you did a good job." The district service favor sent also sent. The several male favorites all shivered and served even harder with a pang of sadness in their hearts. In their opinion, the little white boy named Xiao Yuan has already been considered to have made a name for himself and has been favored by the cave master. How do you know that something is still said to be given away, and that you are taken to have your soul extracted and refined? The ruthlessness of the Devil's Way is revealed. Night Ying tapped her hand on the back of the chair and mused. He really dares to ask for a lion's price, but letting him consolidate his cultivation at the late stage of qi refining is indeed more beneficial to me. 200 spirit stones and 10 bottles of pills. I can afford to pay for them, and with a month's worth of time, I can afford to wait for them. Agree to his conditions, but go tell him that after taking my things, if he dares to play any tricks again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Like Chi Sanyang, she believed what Li Xiao said. After breaking through the late stage of qi refining, it was reasonable for the blood-killing cave to come and recruit them. The conditions Li Xiao raised were not insignificant. However, if it was able to cooperate with Night Ying and take the initiative to provide the purine fiend essence of the late refined qi stage, then, Night Ying's chances of succeeding in building her foundation would at least increase by another 20%. Boosting the odds by another 20% is pretty much a deal breaker. Knowing that foundation building is difficult, how many cultivators are stuck at this level? So with such temptation, Night Ying simply couldn't refuse, and spirit stones and elixirs, which are nothing more than external objects, are equivalent to a bride price. As long as one succeeded in building the foundation and dominated the area, it would be easy to earn it back. As for any conditions such as not being able to damage the foundation when harvesting, it was natural to agree to them first. What will be the outcome afterwards? Who can guarantee it? Night Ying commanded again. Both you and Confessor Lu go to the outside of the Yin Foam Cave to keep watch in case this brat escapes with the stuff. And also if that lunatic from the blood-killing cave comes, report back to me and I will personally take action. Although right now, she was setting up the foundation building matters and it was not appropriate to make a move. However, if the blood-killing cave really wanted to destroy her chances of building her foundation, she wouldn't be too shy to take action herself. Chi Sanyang responded, taking the spirit stones and elixirs with her, and went forward to the gloomy wind cave. Li Xiao was studying the secret art when he received a notification from a child that the people from the Night Harmony Cave had come again. He smiled slightly. Looks like it's a done deal. When they came to the parlor, they saw Chi Sanyang congratulating them. Congratulations, Cave Masterly. My Cave Master has agreed to the Cave Master's conditions. This is a gift brought to the Cave Master. Consider it as a bride price for the Cave Master. She handed over a storage bag. Li Xiao took a look and inside was neatly placed 200 lower-grade spirit stones, and 10 bottles of various types of low-grade pills. He didn't bother to look at exactly what kind of pills they were. Anyway, his purpose was only to buy time, and these things were merely incidental. But getting so many benefits at once did surprise him a bit. He secretly said, 200 spirit stones, plus the storage bag and 10 bottles of pills are probably worth 50 spirit stones. That's a full 250 spirit stones. It seems that this knighting is indeed blood money. Shi San Yang said, how is it? Is Cave Master Li still satisfied with this bride price? Li Xiao hurriedly said, satisfied. Many thanks to Knight Cave Master for the reward. Shi San Yang charmingly said, since Cave Master Li has received something, it will be a family in the future. My Cave Master said, as long as Cave Master Li cooperates well, if she succeeds in building her foundation, you will be the first merit, and in the future, I don't know if you can even formally become my Cave Master's Taoist couple. Li Xiao listened to her painting a big cake and pretended to be surprised. Did the Knight Cave Master really say that? Shi Sun Yang assured. That is of course. My home Cave Master has always been a promise. As long as Li Cave Master can help my home Cave Master achievement of foundation building. After the Night Harmony Cave dominated the party, Li Cave Master is a person under 10,000 people. All kinds of resources, beautiful women, at the mercy of the picking. Li Xiao joyfully said, well, I will definitely cooperate with the Night Cave Master to achieve foundation establishment. When the time comes, he glanced at Shi San Yang with a lustful glance. When the time comes, will San Yang be at my disposal as well? He said and shamelessly reached out to try to take him into his arms. Shi San Yang shyly said, Li Cave Master, why be anxious? At this time to consolidate the cultivation, full of essence, help my home Cave Master achievement of foundation building is the priority. As long as the success of the future slaves will certainly serve the Cave Master. Well, Li Xiao laughed out loud, complacent, I'll go into seclusion now to consolidate my cultivation, and I will definitely satisfy the Night Cave Master in January and give her a big surprise. Shi San Yang said, my Cave Master is afraid that someone will disturb Cave Master Li's seclusion. Let me and Lu offerings are here to protect the Cave Master. If there are any dispatches, Cave Master Li despite the command. Li Xiao didn't excuse himself. Night Cave Master has the heart to do so. Then I'll be obliged to the two offerings. I'll have the boy entertain the two offerings well. He summoned the two children and instructed them to entertain Shi San Yang and offer Lu in the courtyard on the periphery of the cave. Then he turned around and went to the secret room to retreat. After he left, the smile on Shi San Yang's face turned into a sneer, secretly saying, "Humph, actually dare to hit the idea to the head of the old lady. Even if you can survive from the Cave Master's secret method, it's still just dregs of medicine. When the time comes to see how the old lady can concoct you." Li Xiao entered the secret room. Similarly, without his earlier frivolity and bravado. 1 month is enough time for me to prepare a big surprise for you. Newcomer, new book. I hope you more support. Vote to catch up. The author thanks. End of chapter. Chapter 11, Crossing Over Again. In the secret room, after Li Xiao turned on the isolation formation, changed into modern dress, he got these clothes from the campus of horrors. Dressing in ancient clothes was too conspicuous in the weird world, and he didn't want to draw too much attention to himself. Then he used a secret method to change his face. Transfiguration, again, was a necessary skill for most demonic cultivators. Who made demonic cultivators wanted street rats in many places. If you don't tolerate and collect your breath easily, I'm afraid you won't be able to move an inch. Once he was ready, he chose to travel to the bizarro world. Between thoughts, the scenery in front of Li Xiao's eyes rapidly changed. Then he arrived on top of a desolate and dilapidated square. Li Xiao quickly sensed the situation and realized that the surroundings were empty. He put his heart down and pondered. Didn't I say the address wouldn't change after the shuttle? I went back from the horror campus. How come I'm not in the horror campus after coming over? Forget it, whatever it takes to come over. He didn't know about campus of horrors disappearing and thought the shuttle address was off. This place was an abandoned square in the outermost part of Qin City, and there were almost no people on weekdays. After the ghosts appeared, there were officials who were sent to investigate and stationed there instead. But with the disappearance of the ghostly entrance, the investigators naturally withdrew after 2 days of investigating with little to show for it. Officials are very tightly staffed at this time, and it is impossible to waste time all the time. On the contrary, the matter of investigating the possible emergence of a genius Oni ambassador has been ongoing, and it's already got some legs. Officially, anyone who becomes a creepy player, whether they are pulled in or actively enter the ghosts, must report to the official special authority. This was both for ease of management and to prevent some players who had gained bizarre powers from causing trouble. Of course, some players choose to hide their identities in order not to be tied down. However, Most players choose to report for registration for the sake of the official welfare benefits offered, because the official deal for players is very good. The first thing is that as soon as you become a player, you get permanent residency in the inner city of Chin City, and you can receive various monthly subsidies. Then there is the official ability to provide players with all sorts of ghostly information and support. Especially the information about hidden quests is the official killer app to recruit players. This is because the rewards of hidden quests are usually 10 times that of normal quests. Getting official support to complete one hidden quest is the same as someone else completing 10 normal quests. Such a temptation is one that most players can't resist. In the past 2 days, officials have found several players who made it out of Campus of Horrors alive. After questioning, 2 targets were identified. One was the teenager who became a Goki envoy. The other, naturally, was Li Xiao, who was dressed in an ancient costume and had excellent hands. But the TMB only found the teenager who had become an Oni ambassador. The information on the other costumed youth couldn't be traced in any way. At this moment, Li Xiao was strolling through the dilapidated streets on the outskirts of Chin City. For reasons of resources and management, Chin City was divided into an outer city, an inner city and a center city. The outer city is where residents who have been granted a temporary residence permit live. The inner city is where citizens who have been granted permanent residency reside. And the center city is the most prosperous place. Only players who are really powerful or strong can live there. He sighed. A huge city. Because of the weird influence, communication and transportation between each other is not convenient. Some even directly disconnected. This world has almost become a city-state system. Since the appearance of the weirdness, this world has long since ceased to be the original world. The wilderness too far from the city had been turned into a spooky paradise because no one had cleared it. The skies and oceans, which had already been conquered by mankind, were now becoming dangerous. The effects of the weird magnetic field made even long-distance communication difficult, so a huge city became an autonomous region with a high degree of autonomy. Many countries with poor cohesion even simply disintegrated into city-states. This was why Li Xiao would say that this world had turned into a city-state system. This information he had not learned from Yi Qian at first because of the time constraints. This time when he came over, he quietly mesmerized a few people with his mesmerizing technique, and that's how he learned. Naturally, his purpose of coming over this time was still to capture Creepy and improve his strength. Ordinary disgruntled souls, on the contrary, can be caught directly in the wilderness, but for special spookiness, you have to go into the ghosts, and the ghostly entrances near Chin City were all officially controlled. As he strolled along, he mused that with my current cultivation, I don't have to be afraid of light weapons in general anymore, but I'm afraid I still can't resist heavy firepower, and at the foundation establishment stage, I should be able to be unafraid of most hot weapons, but I still have to be careful of nukes and stuff. Although chi refining stage cultivators could fly, their speed was slow, not to mention their target was large, so it's still pretty much a fear of heavy fire weapons. And the foundation stage can use all kinds of secret recluse techniques to fly to the sky and hide from the world. It's hard to get hit at that point, but if you want to resist nuclear bombs, I'm afraid you'll only be able to do so if you're at the Yuaning stage or above. He also didn't know if Chin City had nuclear weapons, but any factor that can threaten your safety should definitely be taken into account. There was also the fact that he didn't know how powerful the high-star players were, and if 2 stars were equivalent to building a foundation, then he would have to be even more careful. In fact, if you don't consider this, the most convenient way is to work directly with the Chin City officials as a player, because as far as he knew the officials were treating the players favorably. But he's got too many secrets on him to stay in the creepy world for long yet, disappearing out of thin air from time to time. I'm afraid that would cause official suspicion. Therefore, the matter of contacting the officials should at least wait until after foundation establishment. Li Xiao thought about it and came to one of the outermost streets of Chin City. It's known as Black Street, and it's a mixed bag. The more peripheral a mega-human city like Chin City was, the more chaotic it became. Officials have limited manpower, and even with strict management, it is impossible to monitor every aspect, and so it breeds places like Black Street. He was prepared to come here to purchase some information about the entrance to the ghostly spirit. Li Xiao went directly to a bar called Gathering Point. It was an information trafficking point he had asked out of a punk with his mesmerization technique. Sitting on the bar, Li Xiao threw out a few handfuls of casually fumbled $100 bills and said, "A cup of silver Thai blue. No ice. More spirits." It's code for buying information. The bartender's eyes glazed over, looked around, and whispered, "Come with me." He led Li Xiao to the back of the bar and made 7 turns into a room. A large, menacing man sat in the corner of the room staring at him. An older man in formal attire sat behind an office chair and said, "What do you want?" Li Xiao sat down opposite the old man with a big horse. "Thinking you're an intelligence peddler. What are you pretending to be, a godfather? I need information on the entrance to the Qin City ghosts." The old man laughed. "You're a black player?" A black player is a player who has committed a crime or does not want to be bound by the officials and has not registered with them. Li Xiao said, "Where is all the nonsense? Sell or not?" The old man said, "Sell. Why not? But the ghostly intelligence is very expensive." Li Xiao threw out an ingot of gold. "Is that enough?" The old man's eyes lit up and he picked up the gold ingot for a closer look. Gold, no matter what time of year it is, has strong purchasing power, especially in troubled times. It's hard currency. This ingot of gold was almost 20 taels, and at the price of gold in Qin City, it was worth at least $600,000. The old man immediately changed his smile. Enough is enough. He glared at the big man at the side who showed a greedy look. "What are you looking at? Quickly go and make tea for your guest." "Not a bit of eyesight," Li Xiao said. "Cut the crap and just give me the information about the entrance to the ghost soul." The old man was also very dry, tinkering with his computer for a bit, taking out a flash drive and handing it over. Li Xiao received the flash drive and was a bit dumbfounded. He forgets that this world is modern and everyone uses cell phones or computer devices to view information. And where he is now, he has a cell phone computer. End of chapter. Chapter 12 Entry. Li Xiao coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. "Do you have a new cell phone for sale here?" "My cell phone just happened to break." The old man gave him a knowing look and pulled out a large box of messy cell phones from under the table. "Don't worry. These are demarked cell phones," Li Xiao added. "Do you have the new number?" The old man's eyes were a little odd. Theirs. He was now able to determine that this man was the black player who had committed the offense. "Check out with gold. Buy a new cell phone and number. And, any way you look at it, it looks like you're officially wanted." The old man rambled. "These new numbers are expensive because we pay big bucks to hire people to get them with residency permits. But you're here for the first time. So let's just make a friend and give you the phone and the number." He pretended to fumble for his calling card while quietly checking his computer for any officially wanted criminals similar to the man in front of him. Black businessmen like them do all kinds of business. If it turns out that the man in front of you is a wanted man with a high official bounty, he wouldn't mind reporting it and earning some bounty. But the search didn't turn up anything. Li Xiao can naturally see this guy's small movements. Coldly said, "My time is very valuable. You better move fast." The old man smiled sarcastically. "I'm old. My hands and feet are not nimble. Please don't be offended. This is a phone card. Do you want to choose a number?" Li Xiao casually took one. "No need." He copied the file from the flash drive into his phone and checked it out. The old man explained on the side. "Ghost information is the official focus of management. So many ghosts we also do not have the corresponding intelligence, especially in the aspect of hidden quests. The outside world will almost not circulate. There are also 2-star ghosts. Because the number of people who pass through is too small, there is also almost no information." What Li Xiao wanted wasn't quest information or 2-star ghostly information, either. Rather, it was the exact location of the entrance to the 1-star ghost. The dozens of 1-star ghostly locations in the file were more than enough for him. After all, each player will move up a star once they have cleared 10 ghosts of the same star. As for the 2-star ghosts, according to his judgment, the hidden bosses inside, he was afraid that they were all Foundation stagely ghosts. This was not something he could afford to mess with right now, so he didn't even consider it. Li Xiao put away his cell phone with satisfaction. "Very well, I hope that this cell phone and number won't be tracked. If I find out that you guys have any small actions, he." The old man was so creeped out by his laugh that he broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly said, No, how could we dare to track your guest's cell phone?" Li Xiao ignored him and turned his head away. When Li Xiao left, the big man came in and said, "Head, that guy seems to be very rich. Do you want it?" The old man slapped a slap on the past. Scolded, "You stepping horse stupid that guy looks as not to be messed with black players. This kind of guy not to mention killing ghosts are estimated to be not in the words. You want to find death. Do not step horse," dragging the old man. The big man was so slapped that he said he didn't dare. The old man urged, "Remember, when you meet this person in the future, you must not provoke. He is a black player himself and has a body prop on him. This protective prop is able to resist a certain amount of weird erosion. A moment ago, the props became rolling. It means he's under inexplicable attack. And all it took to cause that was nothing more than the man glaring at him. The old man who had been robbed of his life was then creeped out in a cold sweat. It also made him realize how scary the man was. It's so scary. It's even scarier than the spookiness I've seen in Ghosts. That guy must be a veteran player who's been in and out of Ghosts many times. He'd only entered the Ghosts once, and had luckily acquired a prop to get out alive. Since then there has been a psychological shadow. Never dare to enter the ghostly world again. In fact, many players are like this. After being pulled in and coming out alive, they never dare to enter the Ghosts again. Those who can go in and out of Ghosts many times are the true masters. Li Xiao got the information and walked out of the house satisfied. He had also sensed the aura of the protective props on the old man earlier. That prop is capable of resisting mental attacks. Otherwise he would have used the mesmerizing technique on the old man long ago. A direct soul search would work, but then you'd have to slaughter the old man. He didn't want to make a big deal out of it, which is why he paid for the intel. There was a lot of gold and silver jewelry in his storage bag, all prepared by the predecessor. These things were of little use in the immortal cultivation world, but when taken to the mortal world, they were hard currency. Apparently in the bizarro world, gold, silver and jewelry are similarly hard currency. Li Xiao fiddled with his cell phone with some nostalgia. Cell phones? Ah, it's been a long time since I've used one. He had traveled from another modern society after all, and was no stranger to such things. Because of the influence of the weird magnetic field, a wireless communication device like a cell phone could only be used within the range of Qin City. Outside of Qin City, the signal is gone. The more chaotic the world, the stricter the management will be in all aspects. The world has gone into military control since the bizarre descent. Of course, tight control that's just in town. Outside of the city, that's the triple zone. Li Xiao went out of the bar and followed the information and came directly to a ghostly entrance. It's a haunted place called Horror Amusement Park. The entrance is a ticket booth that appears inexplicably. Just walk in and enter the amusement park of horrors. When Li Xiao arrived, he saw that there were many official people stationed around the entrance. Officials stationed people there, mostly to keep the shenanigans inside from running out. It's also for registering players who enter. Sure enough, someone is guarding it. Gotta find a way to sneak in. He hid to the side, his Yin Fury Chi released from his body, turning into the appearance of a resentful soul and rushing towards the distance. The official personnel stationed there were really alarmed. There's weirdness. A few stationed official players rushed after them. The others looked around nervously. Li Xiao took advantage of the chaos and dashed in. Crossing the entry point, his eyes opened up and he was in an amusement park. The amusement park looked busy, with people playing on all kinds of rides, but if you look closely, you'll see that all those people are expressionless. There were no smiles on the faces of the children on the play carousel. Men and women on roller coasters can't see fear. Also, there was no sound whatsoever in there. It was terribly quiet. A voice appeared out of nowhere. Welcome to Horror Amusement Park. Ready to tour these exciting programs? When Li Xiao sniffed and looked, he saw a guy standing on top of a tall Ferris wheel. It was a guy dressed as a clown with a face full of writhing flesh and blood, like a maggot crawling on his face. Li Xiao's eyes lit up. Equivalent to a late-stage refined chi creepy. This guy should be the boss here, right? He resisted the urge to storm up and grab the guy away and said, "Ready." The Joker said, "Very well, then let me see what programs you can play today." A roulette wheel appeared in front of him and began to spin. Quests in such large haunts are randomized. It's like this horror amusement park where you come in and you have no idea what item you're going to turn to. And each program has different requirements. So even with the cheats, new players coming in for the first time will have a hard time getting through. The roulette wheel stopped and pointed at the pirate ship. The clown laughed playfully. "Congratulations on winning the pirate ship drawing. Just a reminder, when you're on the ship, don't scream oh." At the same time, information appeared in Li Xiao's mind. Mission, get on a pirate ship and never scream. End of chapter. Chapter 13, Oddball Props. After receiving the mission, Li Xiao was preparing to head to the pirate ship. The clown added, "Oh yeah, and if you want to buy a little something, we're in the process of opening up our point of sale. Good luck." He. When he finished speaking he disappeared. Li Xiao curiously walked over to the point of sale that the clown had mentioned. A disgruntled soul in a waiter's outfit sat in it with an expressionless face. Li Xiao said, "What can I purchase?" Grievous Spirit pointed to the shelves. Then a shopping panel actually popped up in Li Xiao's mind. He rubbed his chin. It's really getting to be like a game. Who the hell is making all these names? The shopping panel is full of weird stuff. Hungry Ghost Spit, 1-star consumable. Effect stops vomiting. Lasts for 1 minute. Worth 50 guilders. Ghoul's Nails, a 1-star consumable with an effect that climbs. Lasts for 1 minute. and is worth 50 guilders. Ghost Child's Candy, 1-star consumable with a soothing effect that lasts for 1 minute and is worth 50 guilders. Ghost Girl's Stockings, a 1-star consumable with the effect of increasing favorability, worth 200 guile coins. Shrouded Corpse Bag, 1-star prop, can collect corpses, capacity 1, worth 1000 guai coins. Li Xiao was speechless. What kind of strange props are these? And they're all quite expensive to sell. Normal quests only reward 100 guai coins for completing one. Now these props are selling for at least 50 guai coins each, and none of them last long enough to be effective. Obviously you'll have to buy several of these props if you want to rely on them to complete the mission. Let's just say it's too dark, but with a black mouth. Curious, he was still ready to buy one and try it out. Who let him have more money? How do I increase my favor with a female ghost stockings? Do I buy them and give them to the female ghost? No. It should be for a male ghost because it should be a stocking worn by a female ghost. Why don't you buy it and try it? Or forget it. I'm not interested in original stockings, especially from a female ghost. Still, this shroud bag is a bit interesting. Buy it and see. He chose the wrap on the shopping bar. With a ding, the panel was docked 1000 shenanigans. And in his hand was one more blood-soaked sack. Shrouded Corpse Bag, 1-star props. Can income a corpse bazaar take out of the ghost? Somewhat interesting. Able to income corpse bazaar. Keep active to bring out the ghost. No wonder sells so expensive. It seemed to him that although this thing did not carry the slightest hint of rule power like the whip, it was a good material for refining corpse-raising type spells. The same 1-star props actually have high and low levels. Using the grading method of the cultivation world, this body shroud can be considered a top grade, and the whip is obviously superb. Take this body shroud and sell it to those guys in the zombie road. It should fetch a good price. He was thinking about how to dump the materials when he realized that there were actually hints behind the props. Li Xiao frowned slightly. Props are bound? Unless one goes to a specific ghost market to trade, props cannot be gifted or traded to others? He thought for a moment and took his campus badge out, handing it to the disgruntled spirit who was selling it. This is for you. Take it. The waitress, resentful spirit frozen, did not pick it up. Li Xiao glared. I let you take. The disgruntled spirit was startled by his aura and reached out to take the badge, but the badge had just reached its hand and disappeared at once. Then it returned to Li Xiao's props bar. Li Xiao attempted to throw it away and let the grieving ghost pick it up, but then you get a prompt. The prop will disappear when it is discarded. Do you want to discard the prop? Li Xiao pondered. There doesn't seem to be any of these restrictions in the world of immortal cultivation. That badge at that time, I but casually threw it aside, and I didn't receive a prompt saying that it would disappear. Forget it. Wait until this time to go back and try again. He was prepared to swipe some props as refining materials to go back and sell, so if he couldn't trade them, it would be a big loss. Prop binding. Good and bad for humans in weird worlds. The first good thing is that players don't kill each other over props for treasure, if it can be easily gifted and traded. Then there might be big powers forcing ordinary people to go into the ghosts to paint props with their lives for them. The prop binding naturally eliminates this. Of course the downside is obvious. That is, the player has no way to give props to friends and family to ward off creepy erosion. If props can be gifted, regular people will be able to become creepy players more safely with them. People nowadays have gradually realized that the only way to live better in the weird times is to become a player. I'm afraid, but the 80% mortality rate of the Ghost Quest has always been a deterrent. After Li Xiao purchased the props, he came to the pirate ship. There were many resentful souls lining up, and when they saw him they all looked over in unison, their faces full of resentment. Most of these disgruntled souls are living people who were once trapped in the ghostly world. They were eroded and left here forever. It kept repeating the program that was being played in life. When they see a living person, they naturally want to leave them behind. The crowd of grudges made way for him. The richness of the resentment, coupled with the gaze of a man like A. If it was an ordinary person, I'm afraid they would be scared straight before they even started the mission. Li Xiao walked onto the pirate ship, one after another. The other resentful souls sat on the boat, and then the ship sailed. Although he was already mentally prepared, when the boat started up, it was still a bit out of Li Xiao's expectation. Because this pirate ship full of resentful souls actually did come to the surface of the sea when it was turned on, turning into a real pirate ship. The sound of crashing water was seen as the pirate ship went up and down in the thrashing waves. The huge waves threw the pirate ship high up and down heavily. The sense of weightlessness and bumps so produced is untold times that of an amusement park pirate ship. It would be fine if that was all there was to it. Those resentful souls actually turned into a single pirate killing each other on the ship. In the blink of an eye, Limbs flew about and blood splattered everywhere. One pirate even pulled out his innards and held them up and asked Li Xiao, "Do you want to eat? It's delicious." The fishy smell hit me. Li Xiao stood on the deck, and regardless of the violently shaking ship or the bloody and horrifying scene, he was not the least bit moved. Illusion? It's made to look quite real. If ordinary people were not frightened by the shocking waves, I'm afraid they would have been frightened by the bloody scene, because it's too real. However, Li Xiao's divine mind was powerful, so how could he be confused? He just looked on calmly. On the Ferris wheel, the clowns who were ready to watch the fun gradually lost their smiles when they saw how calm he was. He dashed to Li Xiao's side. "Don't you want to scream at all? This is a scene I've carefully designed." Li Xiao skimmed him. "The scene is not good, but it's your ugly face that makes me want to scream even more and even vomit. Does this count as breaking the rules and deliberately using this ugly face of yours to scare me? You are really too ugly. Get lost or I am afraid I can't help but beat you." The clown grimaced and disappeared. 5 minutes later the visions disappeared. The rocking pirate ship stopped. When Li Xiao stepped off the boat, he was prompted. Mission accomplished, get on a pirate ship and never scream. Rewarded, 100 guile coins. Reward, ghoul's stomach. Props, Li Xiao lightly eeped. And props? In his hand was an extra dried, blackened stomach. Props are randomly rewarded after completing normal quests, and you can swipe them with luck. Ghoul's stomach, a 1-star prop, capable of replacing its own stomach after eating it, gaining the ability ghoul eating. Corpse eating, a 1-star ability that allows injured bodies to recover quickly by devouring corpses. Li Xiao froze for a moment. It's actually still a rare prop? Props that allow people to gain abilities are very rare. Li Xiao, however, would not use it, because the phrase "able to replace his stomach after use" in the prop's description was enough to make him give up on using it. It's not like he lacks that recovery power. Immortal cultivation places a high value on the physical body. The physical body is a treasure raft for crossing the world, and immortal cultivators will not give up their physical bodies until they have no other choice. And keeping the physical body intact is just as important. It definitely doesn't pay to replace your original stomach for an oddball corpse-eating ability, but if any other player got it, they would certainly not hesitate to use it. Recovery is a very rare ability that can save your life in a pinch, and the ability says to recover from injuries by devouring corpses. It doesn't say you have to devour human corpses. Pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, etc. are killed, not corpses. Humans actually eat all kinds of corpses every day, so this ability is actually quite useful. Li Xiao put the prop away. Keep it for now and see if you can trade it to other players later. That's when the clown appeared, grinning. "Did you find the pirate ship not enjoyable? Then let's see what's next. This is a relatively large haunt, and you usually have to complete 2 quests to get through it. The same goes for campus horror. In fact, this kind of ghostly spirit usually requires multiple people to team up in order to pass the level." Nay, Li Xiao didn't want to team up with anyone and came in alone, and it's easy to finish the first one. This annoyed the clown gardener. The carousel reappeared and began to spin. When the dial stopped, the clown covered his mouth in mock surprise. "I can't believe it's hide and seek. You're so lucky." Then he lowered his hand with a cruel smile. "Next, please make sure you hide and don't get caught, or else, he. A prompt appeared in Li Xiao's mind. Hidden quest, hide and seek. Hide in the park for 30 minutes and don't get caught. Newcomer new book. I hope you support more. Vote to catch up. The author thanks." End of chapter. Chapter 14. Li Xiao looked at the quest prompt and was somewhat surprised. It's actually a hidden quest? How did this get triggered? Didn't you say that the trigger conditions for hidden quests are harsh? Need to do some predecessor quests or need special props or something like that? He thought for a moment and asked, "Hey, in an amusement park, is there such a thing as hide and seek?" The clown laughed. "Originally there wasn't, but no one has come here to play for a long time, and everyone was so happy to see you that they all wanted to play a game with you, and the one game that everyone can participate in is, of course, hide and seek." Li Xiao sneered. "So this item was added by you temporarily, and deliberately let me turn to it? Do you count this as breaking the rules?" The clown looked up at the sky and whistled. "I'm the head gardener. I'm the one who decides what programs to add, but I didn't have a hand in choosing the program. It's just your luck that you just turned up." Li Xiao asked. "Well, I also want to ask, the game of hide and seek, will you participate in it?" The Joker righteously said. "I'm the head gardener, so I'm sure I won't be personally involved. You just have to have a good time with my lovely staff." "Okay, cut the crap. The countdown starts in 60 seconds. When the countdown ends, everyone will come looking for you. Yo, go hide it. Good luck. He, said the ticking countdown began to sound. Li Xiao smiled and walked towards the depths of the amusement park as if he were walking leisurely. He kind of figured out how this hidden quest was triggered. Earlier he had disliked the clown and pissed the guy off, so got a hide-and-seek program for him to play. The same goes for campus horror, where a hidden quest is triggered after pissing off the ghostly principal. Li Xiao secretly said. So, as long as one angers the boss in the ghostly world, one can trigger the hidden quest? That would be quite simple. He didn't know that this kind of hidden quest triggered by angering the boss was known as a certain death quest by players, because basically no one can accomplish this kind of task. Take the task of hide and seek. It looks like the amusement park is huge and there are plenty of places to hide, but there are at least 700 to 800 grudges in the entire amusement park. It's basically impossible to hide for 30 minutes without being noticed, unless there are props that can completely hide your breath. The same goes for that hidden quest in the horror campus. The condition for calming the wrath of the rector was the sacrifice of flesh for him to eat. This kind of mission is simply impossible to accomplish unless there are props that can take the place of the dead, and such props are usually very valuable. A one-star player simply can't have it. That's why this kind of hidden quest triggered by pissing off a boss is called a certain death quest. However, this showed Li Xiao a simple and easy way to trigger the hidden quest. Okay, then in the future, every time you enter a ghost, try to trigger it. After all, hidden quests but at least have 1000 Gui coins to take. Good luck and props. He casually found a more secluded corner to sit on his knees, then released the En Fury Chi to cover the body. That's when the countdown ends. Hundreds of resentful souls swarmed out and began to search for Li Xiao's whereabouts. It wasn't long before a few resentful spirits found their way to where he was. However, these few resentful souls were oblivious to Li Xiao, because in their eyes, the man in front of them was an evil spirit that emitted a En Chi that was even stronger than theirs. Just like that, hundreds of disgruntled souls ignored him and wandered around the amusement park like headless flies. After about 10 minutes, Li Xiao sensed a furious aura rushing towards this side. He smiled slightly. I'm sure I found you personally, so let's have a good game of hide and seek. How could he believe the Joker when he said he wouldn't be involved? Because the mission statement just doesn't say it's not allowed to participate. So naturally, this guy couldn't hold back when he saw that the resentful souls couldn't find their target for a long time. The clown was not comparable to those frothing resentful souls, no matter if it was in terms of strength or spirituality. A simple disguise would certainly not be hidden from its eyes. So Li Xiao was ready to play a real and hide and seek with him. After sensing that the clown was coming, he darted and ducked in the other direction. In the eyes of the other resentful spirits, he was a kindred spirit who also ran around looking for a target. With that, the clown and the many disgruntled souls couldn't even discover his trail. Time passes by. Just as the 30 minutes were approaching, Joker finally couldn't help but explode. A ferocious whistling sound rang out. You gutter rat, come out to me. You losers, you can't find the target. What is the use of keeping you? The grudging souls shuddered and began searching even more vigorously, but after rummaging through every nook and cranny, the target was nowhere to be found. In their eyes, it was as if the target had vanished into thin air. Li Xiao, on the other hand, was following a resentful spirit and waiting for the time to end. After a little more time, 30 minutes came and went, and he got the hint. Complete the task, hide and seek. Hide in the park for 30 minutes and don't get caught. Rewarded, 1,000 guile coins. Awarded, Ghost Shadow, ability. Ha! Straight up ability drop? He clicked on the panel and, Ghostly Shadow, 1-star ability. Transforms into a ghostly shadow. Immune to physical attacks. Stealthy and weaves through obstacles for 10 seconds with a 5-minute cooldown. Li Xiao was surprised. It's actually immune to physical attacks and invisibility. This is allowing the physical body to transform into reality? In the world of immortal cultivation, the transformation of reality and falsehood had already involved the power of rules. Only Yuaning cultivators could utilize the rules of heaven and earth to perform operations such as spatial shifting and transforming reality into reality. Gaining this ability was the same as directly allowing him to learn a rule secret method. He couldn't wait to start working on the ability. Just by moving his mind, his entire body began to vaporize, turning into a ghostly shadow. After turning into a ghostly shadow, ordinary people and low-level resentful spirits could no longer see him. This stealth feature was optional for him, because cultivators use their divine mind and divine sense to sense their surroundings. This kind of low-level stealth could not be hidden from the cultivator's senses. There's also immunity to physical attacks, which is basically useless for cultivators, whose monks are purely physical attacks. Even if they were physical cultivators, they carried mana and martial intent when they attacked. The main thing he cares about is the function of the transformation of the real and the imaginary. After transforming into a ghostly shadow, he was indeed able to weave through all sorts of obstacles, and was even able to disappear into the ground. After 10 seconds, Li Xiao's figure was visible again. It only lasts for 10 seconds, which is too short, and it takes 5 minutes to cool down, so it's basically unusable during a frontal fight. But in conjunction with the aura convergence technique, used for sneak attacks, it may have an unforeseen effect. He also found a downside to this ability. That is, if you don't estimate the time, you might get trapped in the barrier after turning back into an entity. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid they'd be crushed to death straight away. Cultivators with high strength would not die, but being trapped at a critical moment could be fatal. It's always a 1-star ability, and I don't know if it can be upgraded in the future. To him, these abilities gained in the bizarre world were like natural aptitudes. Natural aptitudes were aptitudes that some people born with a Tao body carried with them at birth. This kind of divine ability could not enhance its power through cultivation. It can only be enhanced with it after the Tao body is enhanced. These abilities of the bizarre world are likewise directly accessible and cannot be cultivated. If you want to improve, I'm afraid that the only way to do so is to find a way to continue to obtain more advanced abilities of the same kind. His side of the research ability like no one else, but it was the clown who was so angry that he stormed out. How dare you ignore me and kill you? His figure became as huge as a pirate ship and his sharp giant claws clawed towards Li Xiao. Newcomer, new book. But also please support. Vote to catch up. The author thanks. End of chapter. Chapter 15, My Turn. Li Xiao looked at the giant claw that grabbed over and did not move. The giant claw stopped above his head. Joker wondered, are you really not scared at all? Li Xiao said, why should I be afraid? I accomplished my mission and didn't do anything out of the ordinary. Do you dare to kill me? The clown withdrew his claws and smiled grimly. It seems that you do have enough guts. For the sake of your guts are so big, I will send you a ticket. I hope that next time you still dare to come in. A ticket flew over. Li Xiao froze for a moment, not realizing that there were things to take. He reached out to catch the ticket and was prompted. Amusement park ticket, a 1-star consumable item that enables you to enter the amusement park of horrors. Once a player has cleared a ghost, they cannot normally re-enter that ghost. But if certain special props are obtained, you can enter them again, like the campus badge and amusement park tickets that Li Xiao earned. However, when you re-enter the ghost after clearing the level, the boss will no longer be restricted and can attack the player. Likewise, players are given the opportunity to kill bosses. That's why the clown gave him tickets and said he hoped he'd dare to come back next time. Li Xiao laughed. The guy who said that last time, the grave grass is now taller than a man. Oh yeah, that guy doesn't have a grave. The last guy who put such harsh words in his mouth was the gym teacher on the terrorist campus. No sooner had the harsh words been released than he was caught in the soul refining furnace, which had by now become his sustenance. The clown grinned grimly. Then I look forward to your next visit. Li Xiao said. No need for next time. I'm not planning to leave yet. Joker blushed oddly. Not leaving? Well then, you can actually stay. There is a limited amount of safe time after clearance. As long as you do not leave for more than 3 minutes, you will be considered to have abandoned your departure. And then the creeps are naturally out of limits. The clown's eyes gurgled, fearing that Li Xiao would go away, and said, he, we actually have a lot of fun here. You can indeed stay and try more. Li Xiao was also cooperative. Really? It looks pretty fun to me too. As he spoke he idly wandered around. Joker sneered in his mind, talking stalling nonsense while secretly counting the time. 3 minutes passed quickly. The clown laughed out loud. Li Xiao laughed along with him. Joker wondered, what are you laughing at? Li Xiao asked back, what are you laughing at again? The Joker smirked. Don't you see? You can't walk anymore. Li Xiao said. Found there are hints. Do you think I'm stupid? Hints indeed. Once he completed the hide-and-seek quest, he was prompted to be able to leave the ghosts. Then there's a 3-minute countdown. Once the countdown is over, it indicates that it is no longer possible to leave. The clown revealed a cruel smile. Knowing that you actually stayed? Then don't blame us for not being polite. He. The many resentful souls also revealed resentful and hideous expressions, ready to rush up and tear Li Xiao apart. Li Xiao smiled slightly. Don't you want to know why I stayed and what I'm laughing at? Joker subconsciously said. Why? Li Xiao laughed. Staying naturally because I can't bear to part with you guys. Laughing because, don't you realize? You can't run away anymore. Joker froze, not sure what he meant. At that moment, he saw Li Xiao clasp his hands together and shouted, Formation up! In a flash, Black light lit up around the clown, enveloping him. Joker exclaimed, "What's this?" He wanted to fly out, but realized that he couldn't get out of the rune formation made of black light. Li Xiao blandly said, "What do you think I just wasted so many words with you for? Wasn't it just to lay down this fiend black light formation?" Just now, while he was talking nonsense with the clown, he quietly used his Fury Chi to outline runes and set up formations around it, and just now he laughed because the formation had been completed. With that, he threw out 4 wind formation flags. The formation flags stood in all directions, and there was a gust of cloudy wind and even more black light. The sinister black light directly transformed into a razor-sharp and extremely sharp blade tornado that rolled towards the clown from all directions. Joker is horrified and tries to dodge, but where to hide after being trapped? They were directly torn into pieces, but soon he recovered. As long as it's not a prescribed challenge, he'll barely get killed in Ghostbusters. The recovered clown was furious. "How dare you? How dare you? Kill him for me," Li Xiao said. "You still have the energy to clamor. Why don't you look at the top of your head?" Joker subconsciously looked up. Just overhead a tank-sized stove dripped and spun upside down. "No." With a scream, the clown was sucked into the soul refining furnace. Li Xiao smiled faintly, satisfied. This clown is a late stage of refining chi and is weird. If they were to fight head-on, they would definitely have to waste some time. It is now effortlessly incorporated into the furnace. This was thanks to the runic formation he had quietly laid down. The crowd of grudging souls had originally received the clown's command to charge towards Li Xiao. The clowns all froze in place as they were taken in, looking around in bewilderment. Li Xiao looked at the many resentful souls and laughed. "Don't you guys like to play hide and seek? How about we play again? Now I'll catch. You guys hide. Don't let me catch you, or else." Jia jia jia. With that, he shot out the Fury Chi from his body, as if it were tentacles curling towards the many resentful souls. The resentful souls that were close were instantly wrapped up and thrown into the soul refining furnace. The remaining resentful souls panicked and fled in all directions. Li Xiao laughed fiercely. "Run, let's see where you can run to." With that, he wrapped his Fury Chi and wielded his Fury Chain, flying after him. One by one, the grudging souls were caught up and continuously thrown into the soul refining furnace. 10 minutes later, Li Xiao stopped moving and frowned slightly. "I've caught over 600. There should be over 200 left to catch." "Forget it, don't be greedy." Although he caught them fast enough, there were just too many disgruntled souls, and the amusement park was quite large. Still haven't caught all of them even after half a day of scratching. And that's when he felt a force was constantly trying to pull the Joker out of the soul refining furnace. It's the power of a ghost. He had felt it when he had caught the ghost principle. He did his best to suppress the power at this point, but 10 minutes was pretty much the limit. If we continue to stay, I'm afraid the Joker will be rescued. So he stopped and prepared to cross back to the world of cultivation. Li Xiao quickly found a hidden corner and started weaving. As his mind chanted, the scene around him began to change rapidly. A second later, he was back in the closed chamber. With his return to the world of immortality, the force that was pulling the clown was gone with it. Li Xiao rested on the soul refining furnace, sensing the harvest this time, and was satisfied. One late stage refined chi creepy, more than 600 low-level resentful souls. Not bad. He suddenly thought of something. By the way, try coming back with the props still bound. He took out a few props and casually threw them on the ground. This time there wasn't a prompt that the prop was bound and would disappear if it was discarded. Li Xiao laughed out loud. Sure enough, the many restrictions disappear when you come back. If you come back also bound, how can I still do speculative business? Newcomer, new book. The results are dismal, but also please vote and catch up on reading, to give the author the confidence to persevere. The author thanks. End of chapter. Chapter 16, Disappearing Again. Gloomy Wind Cave. In the secret room, Li Xiao looked at the harvest from this trip to the bizarre world. A late-stage refined chi creepy. More than 600 low-level grudge souls. These sustenance should be enough for me to raise my cultivation to refine chi perfection. Let's refine that clown first. If it were before, he would have refined those resentful souls first. Late refinement shenanigans would be considered to be able to take an enslavement. But ever since refining the ghost principle and ghost teacher to gain the favor of the heavenly Tao, the first thing that naturally came to his mind was to refine creepy in exchange for Tao rhyme. He also no longer hesitated and offered the soul refining furnace to begin refining the clown. Li Xiao's side of his mind had no intention of refining the sustenance. The official Qin city on the weird world side is in chaos again, because another ghostly creature has inexplicably disappeared. Qin city. On a blocked street, numerous investigators were busy surveying the surrounding area. Du Ming frowned at the dead end ahead. He looked a little dazed. It's really gone. He clearly remembered that there was a ticket booth here, the entrance to the amusement park of horrors. But now, there is only a dead end. It's been more than 3 years since the horror amusement park appeared. As a large ghostly copy, the casualty rate has been high. There are basically no players willing to go in there anymore. Players preferred to go to small ghosts as opposed to such large replicas. The quests in the smaller ghosts are relatively easier. Of course, many of the smaller haunts don't have hidden quests and there are more large ghostly hidden quests. A true expert would still choose a large ghost among ghosts of the same star level, because large often has shenanigans running out of it. So officials have been stationing people around. The disappearance of the ghostly copies is actually a good thing for the officials. At least they don't have to be on a tight leash. As the director of the Special Administrative Region, Du Ming is actually very busy. If it was just an ordinary ghostly disappearance, he wouldn't have personally come over. At most Liang Mingyan and the others would have come to check it out. But there was something special about the 2 ghostly creatures that had disappeared in the past few days. The first was the campus of horrors that just appeared and disappeared before it was even open. Then there's this horror amusement park that no one has been able to get through perfectly in years. He came over immediately after receiving the news. Du Ming asked, "Did you find out anything?" The investigator said, "Bureau du. According to the personnel stationed there, no players have entered the ghosts all this time." Du Ming frowned. "No one went in? That's strange. Has anything strange happened recently?" The investigator said, "About an hour ago, there was shenanigans in the neighborhood, and 3 of the resident players chased after them but missed, and then nothing has happened since." At this time another investigator hurriedly came over. "Bureau du. There is a discovery in the surveillance." Several people came to the surveillance room. The surveillance officer started playing footage from an hour ago. He slowed down the footage when the surveillance was put on a creepy appearance and the crowd started to go after it. And at that moment, the crowd clearly saw a dark shadow rushing into the ticket booth. Du Ming was surprised. "Someone went in?" The staff member in charge of surveillance apologized. "It should be Du Bureau. At that time, I really didn't find anything unusual." Du Ming waved his hand to indicate that it was fine. "Can you slow it down some more and zoom in to see the appearance of the person who went in?" The monitor said. "He's so fast that when he pauses it's just a shadow, and you can't even see his face when you zoom in." Domain said, "Any footage of him coming out?" The monitor shook his head and said, "It's been watched over and over again, and from the time he went in until the ghostly entrance dissipated, there was nothing more seen behind him." Du Ming frowned. "What kind of person is it? Or is it not a person at all, but bizarre?" At this time Liang Mingyan also rushed over. She commented, "There's no need to be so sneaky if it's spooky. It should be a player with an ability similar to Ghost Step." After the ghostly entrance disappeared, the dead end that was originally covered was a dead end for surveillance, and that person may have used his ability to walk away from the other side. Domain said, "Do you think this could have something to do with the disappearance of the terrorist campus?" He means could it be the same person who did it? Liang Mingyan said, "It's possible. Who knows?" Du Ming said, "Then why do you think he snuck into the ghosts?" Liang Mingyan shrugged. "Who knows? Maybe there's some kind of suffering. Maybe they don't trust us. Maybe they've committed a crime. Maybe it's someone from the Church of Doom." Du Ming's expression was a bit gloomy. This was the last result he wanted to see. The Church of Doom, a cult that emerged after the creepy advent. They worshipped the bizarre and thought that the bizarre were all messengers of the Lord. Consider the end times a gift from the Lord. They advocate embracing the weird and embracing doom in order to be saved. Religion is the most compelling in these troubled times. That's why the Church of Doom is in full swing. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the world's officials began to unite to eliminate the Church of Doom. But even after many eradications, the Church of Doom always resurfaces. As the shenanigans became more and more frequent, the country's officials didn't have much energy to bother with them. The Church of Doom grew in power again and began to make things happen all over the place. Religious fanatics are not afraid to die, and the first requirement for becoming a core member of the church is to make a pilgrimage into the ghost. To come out alive shows that one has the Lord's approval to be a core member of the church. That's why the core members of the Church of Doom are all players and goblins. They go around exploring ghosts, hoping to find deeper secrets from their ghostly quests, to free their mouths of God's messengers and the Lord. When they encounter other players, they will simply attack if they don't agree with their philosophy. In short, the people of the Church of Doom are a bunch of crazy cultists in the official view of the nations. If the genius who appeared in Qin City who had perfectly cleared both ghosts was really someone from the Church of Doom, then the Qin City officials will have a headache. Domain said, Let's hope it won't be the worst case scenario. After some thought, he said, Ming Yen, why don't you take someone to look around first to prevent there really are people from the Church of Doom from messing up? And I'll go back and ask Xiaohe and Xiao Zhang about the situation. Liang Mingyan answered and led the people to investigate the other ghostly spirits. Du Ming then returned to the special administrative region. He sat in his office. And about a quarter of an hour later there was a knock on the door and a call for a report. Domain said, come in. He Qian and the teenager named Zhang Xian walked in. The two are pulled into Campus of Horrors to come out alive and become players. Then he was found by the officials and joined the special authority. To be precise, He Qian was the first to register with the special administrative region after coming out, and Zhang Xian was recovering from his injuries when he was approached. He was in the ghostly world when his gym teacher swallowed his companion spirit and injured his soul. The reason why a Gakujin is called a Gakujin is that it can command a companion spirit. With the companion spirit gone, not only would it be traumatized, but it would also lose a great deal of strength. However, after the loss of a companion spirit, it can be refound again as long as the owner is still alive. Compared to normal players, ghost envoys were more similar to monks. Ordinary players who want to enhance their strength can only keep doing quests to get props and abilities, and the Oni can grow with a companion spirit. As the companion spirit grows, the Oni gain access to a variety of bizarre abilities. Of course, in the spooky world, the ghost envoy still can't grow fast without the ghostly quests. Officials find Zhang Xian and take him very seriously after realizing that he is an imperial ghost envoy. Du Ming personally received him and sincerely invited him to join the special authority. At that time, they had wondered if Zhang Xian could be the genius ghost envoy who had perfectly cleared Horror Campus, although Zhang Xian later denied it, and an official investigation found that it should not be. However, he was still given the highest level of benefits and recruited into the special administrative region, who made the Goki envoys themselves very popular. As long as you become a Goki envoy, you will surely be able to eat and dress well. Of course, after joining the crown and enjoying the corresponding treatment, the obligations that should be fulfilled should also be fulfilled. The bottom line is that there is an obligation to follow the arrangements to go ahead and investigate and clean up when Qin City is strangely attacked. As for entering the ghosts to do quests and whatnot, the officials will not force it and it is completely voluntary, so most players are not resistant to joining the official. Newcomer new book. The results are dismal, but also please vote and catch up on reading, to give the author the confidence to persevere. The author thanks. End of chapter. Chapter 17. He Qian and Zhang Xian entered the office. DU Bureau. Du Ming said in a pleasant manner. Sit down. The two men were called in and wondered what was going on, and sat down with some formality. The director of the Special Administration Bureau was already a big shot at the top of the hierarchy in Qin City. Ordinary people don't usually see it. Before the two of them became players, they were nothing more than bottom feeders holding temporary residence permits on the outskirts of Qin City. The place where the entrance to the terrorist campus appeared was the outermost part of Qin City. Almost all of the random pull-ins are residents of the outer city neighborhoods. These players who made it out of the ghostly spirit alive, as long as they joined the officials, they would immediately be given permanent residency in the inner city and become citizens of Qin City. Imperial ghost envoys like Zhang Xian, and even more so, their entire family became citizens and gained permanent residency in the inner city. So the two were grateful and a little scared of Du Ming who had given them these treatments. Du Ming smiled. Don't be so nervous. Are you still used to being in the bureau these days? He first talked to the two men for a while, relaxing them, and then said, got you guys over here to ask some questions. Actually, He Qian said, do bureau you feel free to ask, we definitely know everything. Zhang Xian was not good with words and just nodded in agreement. Du Ming said, it's still about that ancient costume mysterious person. Under the full force search of our people in the past few days, we still haven't found any information about that person at all. He Qian hurriedly said, Du Bureau we are not lying, other people should also be able to prove that there is such a person exists. Du Ming said, didn't say you guys lied, just reconfirming, after all, you two have the most contact with it, especially Xiao He. You and he were assigned to the same room as soon as you went in. He Qian immediately said, yes Du Bureau, at that time She rattled off another account of her experience at the Campus of Horrors. Du Ming didn't interrupt and listened with a smile. This chick He Qian is a chatterbox. As long as she doesn't interrupt her, she can keep talking. When she spoke about Zhang Xian almost being captured by the ghost teacher, she glanced at him and said, you do not know, at that time, how scared I was, but still stood up and said let that creepy abide by the rules. Of course, first of all, That big brother in ancient clothes righteousness. But I am also very righteous. Right, Zhang Xian? Zhang Xian nodded gratefully. This honest kid has actually appreciated her many times over. She's been invited to several big dinners alone. Actually, what He Qian said wasn't an exaggeration. In that kind of life and death situation, it was indeed considered righteous of her to pluck up the courage to come out and say something. Du Ming just smiled and listened. He could also see that He Qian, a girl who had just turned 20, although her mouth was a bit broken and she loved to take small advantages, she was actually very kind and brave. As for Zhang Xian, a 17-year-old, he was an even better boy. Du Ming had seen too much human cruelty during the years of Eerie Advent. The quality of being able to risk your life for someone else in a time of crisis is a quality that is almost extinct. And Zhang Xian has this valuable quality. Therefore, Du Ming's favorable opinion of Zhang Xian was not all because he was a ghost envoy. He Qian finally finished and picked up the drink Du Ming had prepared for them in front of her and drank it nonchalantly. She sighed after a few big sips. It's so good. I haven't had Coke in years. It used to be my favorite, but unfortunately you can't even buy it anymore. After the cities were made difficult by transportation, all kinds of supplies became scarce. Coke, these drinks have become a rarity. Du Ming said, I still have several pots here. Wait, all for you to bring back to drink it. He Qian two eyes shine, and then embarrassed. Or forget it. Du Bureau, you keep drinking it? Du Ming laughed. What's the point of being polite with me? I'm troubling you guys to come over again today. It's considered an errand fee for you. He Qian laughed. Ha ha, that's a good feeling. Du Ming pondered for a moment and asked, you just said that the ancient costumed youth didn't leave the first time after passing the barrier, right? He Qian and Zhang Xian both nodded. Du Ming pondered. Then it's basically certain that the one who made the ghostly spirits disappear after the perfect pass is that him. First of all, he must be a ghost envoy, and then he must have received some kind of hidden quest before he didn't leave the first time. He also asked, little he, during your contact and conversation with that youth, did he ever preach to you any religious theories such as the Lord of Doom? He Qian said, there doesn't seem to be. Du Ming said, think about it, it's important. That was really the point of him getting the two to come. He Qian thought about it and said, definitely not. Zhang Xian also said that he didn't hear the youth mention the end of days or anything. Du Ming was secretly relieved. Those lunatics at the Church of Doom often hang on to that theory of theirs, and it often pulls people into the religion. The guy didn't mention doomsday or anything. After saving the lives of the two men, he did not take the opportunity to pull them into the religion. That's enough to show that the odds are that that person isn't from the Church of Doom. He then said, well, it's been a hard day for you guys. Go get some rest. After sending the two away, Du Ming sat in his office chair and mused. Since the man isn't from the Church of Doom, it's just a minor issue. Whether it's because he's committed a crime in the past or he doesn't trust the officials. The problem now is how to find him. As long as we can find the person, no matter what conditions the other party puts forward, at that time can be negotiated. Thinking about it for a moment, Du Ming then called his underling secretary and instructed him to send out a missing person notice. The secretary said, is a wanted notice being issued? Du Ming hurriedly said, what is the wanted notice? It is a search notice. Just say that the gentleman who saved the people in the terrorist campus. Our official is very hopeful to be able to cooperate with it. If the gentleman sees the search notice, but also please go to the Special Administrative Bureau to have a catch-up. Use words to be low-key and sincere. The secretary was surprised. Bureau do. What kind of person is this? Worthy of your soliciting in such a way? Called the other man sir and said he was cooperating. Such a low-key attitude he'd never seen before. Du Ming said, you don't understand. If we can really recruit this person, it's worth it no matter what. Go and do it. The first time he went into the ghosts he was able to pass perfectly, and followed that up with a perfect pass of a large ghost. The potential that this person had shown already surpassed Zhang Shichao, who was known as the first genius of the eastern continent. The capital is now as stable as a mountain precisely because Zhang Shichao is sitting on it. If Qin Chang could recruit this person, he would have more confidence in the future against the High Star Guile. The secretary asked again, do I need to put the profiled portrait up? Du Ming said, don't release the portrait to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. The secretary led the way. And so a peculiar search notice appeared everywhere in the city of Qin. Black Street, Gathering Point Bar. An investigator came to the back of the house, holding a portrait profiled with He Qian and others and said, old man's son, if you see this man, make sure you report him, okay? The old man's son who sold the information nodded his head. This man is the new most wanted? The investigator said. What's wanted is an important person our head is looking for. Just report the information to us if you see him. Old man's son nodded and said, I know. We will definitely report any news. Can you give me this portrait? We can also compare it to find someone. The investigator said. No, you just have to remember what it looks like. The portrait can't be circulated. After the investigator left, Old man's son saw the peculiar missing person notice with no portrait on the official website. The official attitude was low-key, roughly meaning that they wanted to work with this guy. He was also well informed and soon found out why the officials were looking for this man. Perfectly cleared a certain ghostly spirit? Awesome. No wonder the officials are making a big deal out of finding someone. He suddenly thought of the man who had come here that day to buy weird information. Could it be that guy? But it looks completely different. The official portrait given of that youth was handsome and somewhat gentle, but the man he had seen that day was stiff-looking, a little shady-dovey, and gave off a very dangerous vibe. How could he have known that this was the result of Li Xiao's use of the transfiguration technique? It was also out of the devil cultivator's caution that he avoided the risk of being exposed. Newbie new book with dismal results. I hope you vote to catch up and give the author more confidence. End of chapter. Chapter 18, This is how it works. In the secret room of the Gale Cave, Li Xiao looked at the clown in the soul refining furnace with an odd expression on his face. At this moment, the clown shrunk into a ball, shivering. Where was the previous arrogant appearance? The main thing was that this guy kept begging for mercy, saying that he was willing to become his companion spirit. Li Xiao was a bit curious. What the heck? A companion spirit? What is that? The clown was quick to explain. Li Xiao suddenly realized. It turns out that the so-called Imperial Ghost Envoy is the one who obtains the recognition of the Eerie and makes the Eerie a companion spirit, and then he or she can obtain the power of the Eerie. The clown said, Yes, I would like to be your companion spirit. I'm very powerful. Many people want me to be a companion spirit, but I didn't agree. Li Xiao said, Awesome? Why are you here if it's awesome? The clown choked and fawned. And, that's because you're more powerful than me. But if I become your companion spirit, you'll definitely be able to become more powerful. Li Xiao said disdainfully. Companion spirits and their masters live and die together. One glory and one loss. And you deserve to be my companion? The clown was quick to say, I'll grow again. And I've got awesome powers. Li Xiao became interested. Oh, what ability? The clown said proudly. My ability is called fear eating. When unleashed, it can make people's hearts fearful. And then they can use the fear as food. The more fear they devour, the stronger they become. You can share this ability as long as you become a companion with me. Li Xiao stroked his chin. No wonder. Most of those quests in the amusement park are to make people scream in fear. However, this ability of yours, isn't it only effective for people who are weaker than you? And swallowing fear to become stronger doesn't last long? Joker said. Yes. Li Xiao kindly laughed. No wonder I didn't feel any fear at that time. In that case this ability is of no use. Just run over opponents weaker than yourself. Do you have to carry people weaker than you around when you fight? Specifically to produce fear? The clown cried out. Yes, those employees of mine are specialized in producing fear for me to consume. It's just that at that time, you moved so fast that I was caught before I could devour the fear. Li Xiao froze. Can it still be like this? He imagined for a moment that, if one had this ability, one would indeed be able to take a group of resentful soul minions and then have them produce fear to boost their strength when they fight. He rubbed his chin. But it's not very practical. The clowns can do that inside the ghosts because of their special rules. If I were to operate it, I'd have to get 100 ghost streamer or some other magic weapon to do it. But the 100 ghost streamer is supposed to summon ghost slaves to attack the enemy. If it makes the ghost slaves fearful, they can't fight against the enemy, and their functions clash. The Yin Fiend Yuanshan skill he cultivated was mainly about refining souls, and harnessing ghosts wasn't really very good at it, mainly because he wants this ability. He has to become a companion to the Joker. It is also known as becoming what is known as an Oni ambassador, but fusing with Creepy and forming a companion relationship made him resist. Cultivating immortality can be much more advanced than relying on the bizarre growth of the Imperial Ghost Envoy. And why should he give up on the end? Li Xiao thought about it then said, if you want the ability you have to form a companion relationship with you. Forget it, it's better to refine you. Joker was alarmed. No, I have another way for you to get this ability. And I have a big secret I want to tell you. Li Xiao said. Say, if you can impress me, you won't refine you for a while. Joker hastened to say, I can release a hidden quest for you. And as long as you complete the quest, You will surely receive the ability Eclipse of Fear as a reward. Li Xiao unexpectedly said. Can it still operate like this? Cut the crap and try it now. Beat the boss into submission and then force it to send you hidden quests to complete. Even he didn't think there would be such a tawdry operation. The clown responded, but held his tongue and didn't release the quest. Li Xiao coldly said, You dare to lie to me? The clown was in tears. How dare I lie to you? It may be that you have taken me away from the ghostly world, so I can't post a quest. What he didn't realize was that he was taken away from more than just the ghostly world, but right out of the original world. Li Xiao felt that it should just be leaving the bizarre world, resulting in the inability to post and accept quests. Because the player function is pretty much disabled when you leave the weird world, the clown quickly said, As long as you take me back, I'm sure I can release the mission. And the mission is very easy to complete. Li Xiao asked, What mission is it? The clown assured, The mission requirement is to obtain my friendship. My friendship. You are able to have it at any time. As long as the mission is released, surely it will be completed immediately. Actually, this hidden quest is the normal Perfect Pass Horror Amusement Park quest. Li Xiao seemed to be smiling. Is that so? You're not trying to trick me back to the ghosts and then use the power of the ghosts to deal with me, are you? The clown said sheepishly. How? How can that be? How dare I? Li Xiao said. You'd better not dare. And what's that secret you said? Joker said. It's about another hidden quest. It's a huge series of quests involving 2 and even 3-star hidden ghosts. I can't tell you now. Unless you take me back to the ghostly world and guarantee my safety, I can tell you. Li Xiao smiled coldly. You actually dare to make conditions with me. Very well. If you don't say it, I'll just see for myself. With that said, he released the clown from the soul refining furnace with a thought. The clown looked around in bewilderment. Then he saw a large hand grabbing at the top of his head. He was so shocked that before he could react, he was grabbed by the head. Then an irresistible force unexpectedly began to wreak havoc in his soul. The pain coming from the depths of his soul made him want to scream miserably. Unfortunately, after opening his mouth wide he couldn't make any sound at all. After launching the soul search technique, Li Xiao began to rummage through the clown's memories. Joker's memories are messed up. What Li Xiao didn't expect was that the Joker, as a ghostly boss, actually has fragmented memories of when he was alive. He had originally thought that all the bosses that were transformed by such bizarre rules had no past lives. In bits and pieces of memory, he learned that the guy was originally an amusement park clown. He was discriminated against and looked down upon because his work life wasn't as good as he wanted it to be. And then he started to black out and turned into a psychopathic murderer. He used the convenience of his job to specialize in finding lone tourists who came to the amusement park to play. He enjoys desperately the fear of his victims before they die. After being discovered, the guy goes crazy and destroys the Ferris wheel, taking a bunch of unlucky tourists with him to hell. Then again, it's been materialized by the weird rules as the director of the horror amusement park. Li Xiao pondered. These ghosts, I'm afraid that many of them are once horrible legends materialized. He then tried to rummage for deeper secrets, only to find that the guy began to resist violently. If the rummaging continued, it would surely be enough to send its soul straight to the ground. Li Xiao frowned. This guy is afraid of death. How could he resist so violently? It must be the weird rules at work. Newcomer new book. The results are dismal. I hope you vote to catch up more. Give the author more confidence. The author thanks. End of chapter. Chapter 19, Not Enough. Li Xiao stopped searching his soul. Because if you keep searching, the clown is going to be out of his mind. Not only will you not be able to search for anything, you will also waste a good sustenance. I can't imagine that even after leaving the bizarre world, these bizarre are still bound by rules. The underlying logic of a ghostly boss like the Joker is the rule of shenanigans. Even if you're disconnected, you're definitely still bound by the weird rules. Li Xiao stopped searching his soul, and the clown recovered after not much time, but that pain and terror from the depths of his soul had stayed deep in his memory. He looked at Li Xiao in horror. You? What exactly are you? Li Xiao's methods were something he did not understand at all. The unknown means fear, even if it is spooky. As long as there is a spirit, it will be afraid of the unknown. Li Xiao said. You don't care what I am. Just now that kind of pain. You don't want to go through it again, right? Joker shuddered. No, don't want to. At this time, he had shrunk smaller and smaller, and his strength had changed from late chi refining to early chi refining. That's the thing about this guy. The more people fear him, the stronger he gets. But when he feels fear himself, he grows weaker and weaker. Li Xiao threw him into the soul refining furnace. Stay well for me. I'm still a bit interested in the hidden mission you mentioned. so your life is sort of saved for now. Though the mouth says that the ability Eclipse of Fear is chicken feed. But he decided to bring it and try it anyway. Who would mind having more capacity, wouldn't they? Not to mention Joker said there was a series of hidden quests involving 2 and 3 stars. The clown cowered in the corner of the soul refining furnace, shivering. Li Xiao didn't care about him anymore and started refining the other resentful souls. The first priority now is to raise your cultivation to chi refining perfection. Everything else will be said subsequently. Under his full power of refining, one grudging soul was transformed into purine fiendish chi. The surrounding aura was also crazily inhaled into his body, allowing his cultivation level to rapidly increase. Such a rapid cultivation speed actually caused the spiritual chi in the cave to be somewhat undersupplied. One must know that there was a first-order spirit vein in the gloomy wind cave. It was more than enough to supply chi refining cultivators to cultivate, and now it's surprisingly in short supply. This was not only because Li Xiao's cultivation level was getting higher at this time. It was even more so because after his Dao Palace enlightenment, he had a deeper understanding of the Yin Fiend Yuanshan technique he had cultivated. Manipulating the soul refining furnace also became more and more comfortable, and the refining fiend Qi became more and more pure for a reason. He had also discovered that as his cultivation and understanding of the Dao increased, the power of the soul refining furnace was rising along with it. This was something that ordinary magic weapons couldn't do. He mused. Soul refining furnaces used to be spiritual treasures at the very least. A spiritual treasure is a magic treasure that has a spiritual nature and is capable of growing. However, the soul refining furnace had now lost all its spirituality. Obviously it had once suffered a heavy blow, and only the most basic soul refining function remained. The soul refining furnace was discovered by the predecessor along with the Yin Fiend Yuanshan technique. Both are crippled. There was only the first half of the Yin Fiend Yuanshan technique, but even so, it was enough for one to cultivate to the Yuaning realm. If it was a full book, it would at least be a return to void level technique. From this, it was presumed that the soul refining furnace that was with it was once at least a spiritual treasure. After Li Xiao sensed that the aura was somewhat in short supply, he took out a spirit stone and began to consume it to cultivate. He wouldn't be so extravagant if it was a normal day. Not enough aura. Just slow down the refining speed a bit, but the most valuable thing to him right now is time. As for the spirit stone, in the future, when the cultivation is high, selling a few materials and props brushed from the bizarre world will not have it. He didn't want to consume spirit stones like money, and went all out to refine the resentful souls and raise his cultivation level. Without realizing it, 10 days had passed. On this day, he cultivated with all his might as usual regardless of consumption, only to find that his cultivation had already progressed no further. Li Xiao stopped cultivating, sensed carefully, and sighed. So without realizing it, I've already perfected the 9th level of Qi refining and at this point, he had already consumed nearly 50 spirit stones and more than 500 grudging souls. I'm afraid that such extravagant behavior is rarely seen in those large sects. The main thing is that there are so many sustenance that a year and a half could be used to achieve the same result. There was no need to waste those 50 spirit stones at all. If it wasn't for the Night Harmony Cave forcing him to do so, Li Xiao definitely wouldn't have wasted the spirit stones. If it was normal, he wasn't actually short of time. He just turned 30 this year, and the lifespan of a late-stage Qi refining cultivator was almost around 150 years. According to the immortal cultivation world, as long as one could reach Qi refining perfection before the age of 60, there was hope for foundation establishment. So normally he's not short of time at all. As long as he could settle the Night Harmony Cave, he would be able to develop slowly and steadily cultivate. I've now refined my Qi to perfection, and that Night Ing can no longer help me even if she has any underhanded cards. But that's not enough. If it was just a matter of keeping the Night Hopper Cave from touching him, that would be enough for now. But it's not enough to deal with or even remove the Night Hole. After all, Night Ing was a veteran Qi refining perfection cultivator, and definitely had numerous cards. And he didn't really have any cards other than the cultivation level that had quickly risen up. The main thing was that the predecessor had so little heritage and hadn't saved up anything decent. And the stuff he'd gotten in the Bizarro world couldn't be liquidated for a while. The Night Harmony Cave definitely needs to be gotten rid of. Otherwise, even if I run away, there will be endless trouble later. Because she wanted to force her predecessor to cooperate with the harvesting, Night Ing had previously investigated her predecessor's information to a T. If his current cultivation was exposed, it's sure to know that he had gained a great opportunity of unimaginable proportions. Who let him ascend from the 6th level of Qi refining to the 9th level of Qi refining perfection in just over 10 days? Such a speed was quite explosive when placed in the entire demonic cultivation world. If this news was released, It wouldn't even need Night Ing to do anything. The other demonic cultivators would flock to him and look around for him. Even a foundation establishment cultivator could be startled. Robbing others of their chances was a traditional item for demonic cultivators, so Li Xiao definitely couldn't let the news leak out. And the best way to prevent the news from leaking out is, of course, to clean out the Night Hopper Cave. If you want to clear the Night Harmony Cave, there are only two ways to do it. Either you can find a powerful magic weapon to use as a base card, or you can just build a base. In fact, the safest way was, of course, to be able to build a foundation. As long as he reached the foundation establishment stage, no matter what kind of cards Night Ing had, he would be able to directly crush them. The chi refining stage to the foundation establishment stage is known as the difference between immortal and mortal. Chi refining stage cultivators, even if they had perfected their chi refining, were still considered mere mortals. And only if one succeeds in building the foundation, then one can be considered to have truly stepped onto the path of transcendence. Li Xiao recalled the part about foundation building on the Gongfu. If you want to build a foundation, your life force must first be vigorous enough. Then there's the cultivation level that should be up to par, being able to compress mana, making true chi mana liquidized. And then there's the fact that the divine idea should be strong enough to form a divine sense. It is only after forming divine sense that one can scan oneself and be visible to the slightest detail, making it impossible to hide any imperfections, so that one can check for flaws and make up for them at the time of foundation establishment. In fact, to put it bluntly, to want to build a foundation, it is the essence and spirit that must be up to standard. Newcomer, new book. The results are dismal, but also please vote and read after. And the author, more confidence. The author, thanks. End of chapter. Chapter 20, New Discoveries. Li Xiao was considering the matter of foundation building. To build the foundation, the first thing is that the essence must not decline. The reason why the cultivation world has the saying that there is no hope of building the foundation until the age of 60 when the refining of qi is perfected, it's because the essence begins to decline dramatically after the age of 60. If you can't refine your qi to perfection at this point and lock down your essence, then foundation building is basically hopeless. Li Xiao was only 30 years old at this time, and his vitality was at its peak, so he was definitely up to par. The cultivation level had also reached qi refining perfection and could not be further raised. And the spiritual chanting power, strengthened by the last enlightenment, has also reached the standard. However, even so, the chance of success in building the foundation was probably only about 30%. The chances of success in building a foundation are that low when all the indicators are up to par. This was the reason why many cultivators who had perfected qi refining were hesitant to build their foundations. The main thing was that after refining qi to perfection, cultivators could no longer rely on their own cultivation to improve their essence. If you wanted to improve your essence and increase your chances of building a foundation, you would have to rely on some external objects. For example, the most basic foundation building pill, and then various heavenly materials. Foundation building pills were expensive, costing thousands of spirit stones at the very least, with high-quality ones even selling for thousands of spirit stones. As for the heavenly materials that directly increased the chances of building a foundation, they were even more expensive and had a price without a market. These were not affordable for ordinary qi refining cultivators anyway. Night Ing had been refining qi to perfection for many years, and had recently begun to prepare for foundation establishment, presumably because she had gotten her hands on the foundation establishment pill. But even with the addition of the foundation building pill, the chance of success was probably only about 50%. And if Li Xiao was able to cooperate with her to harvest and provide purine fiend essence, then the chances of success would increase by another 20%. This was already almost equal to the effect of a lower-grade foundation building pill. As long as she had his assistance, Night Ying's success rate in building her foundation would be around 70%. A success rate of around 70% for foundation building was already very high for casual cultivators, so Night Ing had actually earned a lot by giving him 250 spirit stones. But now, where am I going to get the foundation building pill? In fact, even with the foundation establishment pill, it was basically impossible for him to establish his foundation within 20 days. In the cultivation world, it's said that you build your foundation in 100 days. That means that breaking through the foundation establishment will take at least 100 days. Li Xiao felt that it was unrealistic to build a foundation. So he pondered that foundation building won't work. So let's find a way to go to the weird world to get some useful abilities or props to use as a base card. And then use the Qi convergence technique to blend into the Night Ing cave. As long as she lets me get close, there's a high chance that I'll be able to kill her by surprise. As long as I kill Night Ing, the rest of the Night Harmony cave will not matter. Under the same cultivation level, It was already difficult for Night Ing to see through his true cultivation level. This plan does work. He was already brainstorming a big assassination scene. She must have been heavily defended at the time of the harvest, with formations to protect her. So we can't wait until then. When the time comes, just say that for the sake of dignity. Even if you join the family, you still need a formal marriage ceremony. When the ceremony is held to the point where he is sent to the cave, not only will he be able to be alone with him, but he will also be able to let his guard down, at which point he should be able to kill him with a single blow if he storms out. Okay, that's settled. Then the first thing that must happen next is to get the ability that the Joker calls Eclipse of Fear. This ability isn't much use when fighting someone head-on. However, it increases the success rate when sneak attacking, because the person being sneaked up on will definitely panic when they are suddenly attacked. That's when he unleashed his ability to strike fear into the heart of the, and if the opponent feels fear, he can feed on it to enhance his strength. Under this circumstance, the chances of a successful sneak attack could naturally increase. After thinking about it, Li Xiao began to prepare to shuttle to the bizarre world. The scenery around him began to change as his mind moved. After shuttling over, he immediately activated the ability Ghost Shadow, because he sensed that there were many people around. Li Xiao, who had turned into a ghostly shadow, quickly weaved through the surrounding obstacles and headed towards the distance. By the time the 10-second time limit was up, he had come to an unoccupied corner. He took out his soul-refining furnace. Hey Joker, don't play dead. Let me ask you a question. Why is the horror amusement park gone? He didn't know about the ghostly disappearance, but where he had just come from was clearly the entrance to the original amusement park ticket booth. But now the ticket booth is gone and all that's left is a dead end. And there were what looked to be official people hovering around the cul-de-sac. Joker said, I don't know. The amusement park shouldn't disappear unless all the hidden quests are completed or I die. Li Xiao listened but already knew why the amusement park had disappeared. Secretly, it looks like I took the clown to the world of immortality and made the weird rules think it was dead, which is why the amusement park disappeared. He blushed a little. The amusement park disappeared. So it's hard to say if he'll still get the quest to get the reward. Joker, let's see if you can still post a quest. If you can't post it, you're useless. The clown was so scared that he tried to post a quest in a hurry. Then Li Xiao received a prompt. Quest, to gain the friendship of the Joker. Li Xiao revealed a smile. Still really got the mission. Not bad. Joker was also relieved. If the quest couldn't be released, he would probably end up miserable. This quest is actually the final quest for a perfect horror amusement park pass. The amusement park disappeared. And if it was normal, this quest would have been impossible to complete even if you received it. Because normally to gain the Joker's friendship, you have to play some sick game with him or use some specific props. The amusement parks are gone, so naturally you can't play the games or buy props. But this is not the normal situation. The clown guy had already been tortured into submission by Li Xiao. No friendship? Then you don't want your little life either. Naturally, the clown did not dare not give it. So he said, and, also, may I ask what your honorable name is? Completing the mission requires me to call out your honorable name. Originally, Li Xiao did not want to reveal his real name. Who knows what these creeps in the creepy world will do with their real names. But after thinking about it, the clown was completely under his control at this point, so he couldn't do anything even if he wanted to. If you tell him your real name, it's a big deal to silence him after the mission is completed. My name is Li Xiao, the clown fawned. What a majestic and extraordinary sounding name. Then good Lord Li Xiao, I will let you complete the task. He coughed lightly. From now on, Lord Li Xiao is my clown's best friend. When he finished speaking, Li Xiao did receive a prompt. Complete the quest, gain the friendship of the Joker. Rewarded, 1,000 guile coins. Rewarded, Eclipse of Fear, ability. Get rewarded, clown mask, prop. Ha, and an extra mask. Nice. Newcomer new book. The results are dismal, but also please vote and read after. And the author more confidence. The author thanks. End of chapter. Chapter 21, Scrubbing. Li Xiao was satisfied to see an extra prop that. He tapped on the panel and began to check out the newly acquired abilities in masks. Eclipse of Fear, a 1-star ability to unleash fear and absorb the breath of fear to enhance strength. Clown Mask, a 1-star item that is immune to fear effects when worn. The 1-star immunity to fear effect doesn't seem to do much for me. The effects of props and abilities are related to star ratings. This mask, for example, is only immune to 1 star of bizarrely unleashed fear. He wasn't afraid of 1-star shenanigans in the first place, so this immunity to fear effect was basically useless to him. But if another player gets it, it can be a godsend. A star of bizarre attacks, many of which are mental attacks that cause fear and hallucinations. With this prop, there is no longer any fear of shenanigans. This way some tasks can be accomplished without difficulty. Li Xiao suddenly thought of something. Hey, is the stocking of that female ghost sold in the amusement park, which can increase goodwill? The one used to give you a gift? The clown was a little embarrassed. Ah ha ha, yes. Li Xiao despised the clown's particular fetish. He put the props away and said, okay, on to your so-called series of missions. Joker didn't dare to hide it. So he said, there's a 2-star hidden quest called Infinite Nightmare, and the predecessor quest is to gain my friendship. Then I can take you into that hidden 2-star ghostly spirit to do the quest. And there should be subsequent 3-star quests after that. But I'm not so sure about the 3-star quests. He gave an honest account of the news about the Infinite Nightmare. The entrance to hidden ghosts is usually invisible. The only way to get in is to complete a specific task or hold a specific prop. Li Xiao pondered. A 2-star ghostly spirit? I'm afraid the boss inside has the strength of a foundation establishment stage. It's better not to go for the time being, at least wait until after I've established my foundation. Low-star players are allowed to enter high-star ghosts. However, high-star players cannot enter low-star ghosts. This is clearly a case of the weird rules not wanting to let high-star players paint low-star copies with impunity. Because he wanted the clown to lead the way, he naturally spared his life and temporarily imprisoned him in the soul refining furnace. Next, go to the other ghosts to see if you can brush up on any useful props or abilities. And by the way, capture a few bosses to go back and refine them for Dao Rhyme. After thinking about it, he didn't delay and headed straight towards a ghostly entrance, an abandoned apartment building on the outskirts of Qin City. There's an extra room here with door number 4444. This room is the ghostly entrance. Ghosts appeared in the apartment, and naturally the entire apartment was abandoned. Even if Creepy wouldn't come out, no one would dare continue to live here. Since this was a small ghostly place, there weren't too many people stationed there. Only 2 of the daily duty SRA officers were at the entrance of the apartment building to register player information. Li Xiao turned on Ghost Shadow and walked directly into the apartment. He arrived on the 4th floor, and sure enough, he saw room 4444, which didn't exist. Without hesitation, he pushed open the door and walked in. As soon as you enter the room, the quest is triggered. The task, put together the human body puzzle in 30 minutes. And if you get it wrong, there are serious consequences. Li Xiao swept a glance around. This 200-square-foot duplex apartment is a murder and shredding scene. There are limbs everywhere. And the requirement of the mission is to put the broken bodies together. Spell it wrong, and you'll be attacked in a bizarre way. If that's all it is, it's not really that difficult. Leave it to those forensic science majors to make it easy. But the broken bodies are moving. Li Xiao saw an arm crawling everywhere at that moment. Several shattered heads were cackling and laughing at him. When splicing the bodies, if you're not careful, you can get hurt by these still moving broken bodies. You have to catch the limbs and arms running around. And be careful not to get hurt. And you have to put it together correctly. This can make it much harder for the average person. But it was nothing difficult for Li Xiao. With a wave of his hand, strands of fiendish chi flew out, grabbing all those broken corpses and then began to put them together. But he wasn't a forensic scientist and didn't really know much about human anatomy, and he misspelled it as soon as he arrived. Just as he misspelled a body, the corpse directly jumped up and lunged at him. That is not my body. Why are you spelling indiscriminately? Li Xiao was expressionless as he raised his hand and slapped the body out. The body was slapped right into pieces. Li Xiao said, if you misspell it, just respell it. What the hell are you screaming about? So, after 20 minutes of his constant trial and error, he finally spelled out the 5 bodies. Complete the task, put together the human body puzzle in 30 minutes. And if you get it wrong, there are serious consequences. Rewarded, 100 guile coins. Reward obtained, corpse sewing thread, props. Then there is a prompt that the player has cleared the level and can get out of the ghost. This small ghostly creature can get out by completing a single quest. But he didn't want to leave it at that. He didn't go into the ghost simply to do a quest. He first looked at the newly acquired props. Corpse Suture, a 1-star consumable capable of stitching broken limbs back together. This is a great recovery class prop for other players, but it was only better than nothing for Li Xiao. He looked over at the 5 put-together bodies. The corpses were also looking straight at him at that moment. Li Xiao frowned slightly. Doesn't this ghostly spirit have a boss? Could it be these corpses? These corpses were of low strength and were not worthy of being a boss at all. He doesn't leave the ghostly world either, and begins to look around and rummage through the boxes. But after searching, I couldn't find anything of value. That's when the 3-minute time limit for leaving came up, meaning he was no longer able to leave in the normal way. Li Xiao wasn't in a hurry. He could just shuttle back to the world of immortal cultivation anyway. Right at that moment, the 5 corpses that had originally stood staring at him moved. With a coughing and clacking sound, the guys actually combined together and turned into a huge headless monster. And the monster, too, began to emit an aura of danger. Li Xiao lightly eeped. The boss turned out to be out like this. If it wasn't for my patience, I would have left just now. At that moment the headless monster's 5 faces crammed into its belly hissed in unison. One more to go. One more to go. How about you form the head? The creature's limbs and torso were made up of corpses. Only the head was missing. Li Xiao was speechless. You really think you're the god of Warvajra? Hidden quest, incorporate the abomination and form the head. Li Xiao frowned. Another one of these bull missions. This kind of mission is almost certain death. Unless there's an ability or prop like a double. But who would want to waste it inside a 1-star ghostly creature if there were such props? He wasn't going to do the quest, either, and simply pointed. The netherworldly chi transformed into a small black sword and shot out violently towards the abomination. The sound of plopping and plopping was loud. A small hole was shot through the abomination's body. But, surprisingly, it didn't shoot through. Li Xiao's gaze condensed. Is the defense so high? It's almost the same as an extreme iron corpse. Extreme iron corpse? That was already the equivalent of a zombie with perfect chi refining. Not only is the defense high, but so is the attack. As expected, Li Xiao's actions completely angered the abomination. He roared and stormed over. Newcomer, new book. The results are dismal. I hope you vote to catch up more. Give the author more confidence. The author thanks. End of chapter. Chapter 22, almost crashed the car. Li Xiao looked at the abomination that rushed over and dodged to avoid it. The Infine chi in his hand transformed into small swords that kept shooting out. There was a constant scraping of the abomination and a plopping sound. He couldn't help but curse. Treadmill. Is the defense that high? In the front against those shadowy ghost-type shenanigans, he almost always killed them in seconds. Now it's revealing his shortcomings. That's when the attack will be insufficient against such targets with solid and high defense. The main thing is that this zombie class is weird and doesn't have a divine soul. This would greatly diminish the power of his Fury demon slaying technique. There was a loud boom. The abomination swung its bloated arm and slammed it down. With such power, even if it was Li Xiao, he would have to vomit blood if he took a hit. So he didn't even dare to give the abomination a close-up, and could only scurry around to dodge. Rumbling smashes continued to ring out. If it were normal, the apartment building would have been demolished by the abomination long ago. But in the ghostly world, it was surprising that even the walls and floors were not seen to be ruptured. Li Xiao kept dodging and then counterattacking, trying to wear down the abomination. But he realized that there were fewer and fewer places he could dodge in the not-so-big room. It's so suffocating. If you're out there, flying a kite will kill you. This actually exposes another problem. That's where Li Xiao really doesn't have enough depth. Although his cultivation had increased rapidly after acquiring the shuttle ability, the magic weapon in his hand could not keep up. Other than a set of medium-grade magic weapon in wind formation flag in his front body, there were no other attacking magic weapons. And the in wind formation was obviously not suitable for the current situation. The room was so small that after laying down the array, the abomination could have slapped the flags off with a few slaps. At this point, if he had a real flying sword magic weapon, I'm afraid I would have cut that abomination down to the sword long ago. Can't really blame the predecessor. Flying sword-type magic weapons were traditionally the most expensive of their class. I couldn't afford it with my previous wealth, and it was also very difficult to find flying swords that matched the attributes of the techniques one practiced, so now Li Xiao was disgusted. You can't fight. You can't run. If you can't find a chance to just shuttle back, it takes a second or so of scene switching for him to travel back to the world of immortal cultivation. By holding off the abomination for just a second, he could make it back safely. But this is very ungrateful. A waste of an opportunity. No, must get this guy back. With the idea that thieves don't go unpunished, he decided to grab this thing by force. With that thought, he had a blood-seeping sack in his hand. Shrouded corpse bag, 1-star props. Can income a corpse bazaar take out of the ghost? He had actually wanted to use this prop for a long time. However, after the shroud has been incorporated into the body, if it resists, it will soon break free of its bonds. The main function of this prop is to be able to bring corpse-based spooks out of the ghostly world, rather than trapping the spooks. So he was originally going to cripple the guy first and then load away. But the problem now was that he couldn't cripple the guy in this small, ghostly room. At this point the abomination was getting more and more furious and, the body swelled violently, and like a whirlwind it began to wheel its hands around. Li Xiao's face changed. This kind of overwhelming attack almost made it impossible for him to dodge. In the next moment, he suddenly vaporized and disappeared in place. Instead, he used his Ghost Shadow ability and dodged the attack. Incarnated Ghost Shadow is immune to purely physical attacks. At first he had spat that the ability was of little use. I didn't expect to use it so soon. The abomination's attacks all fell short, and roared angrily in all directions. Just as it was looking around for any sign of Li Xiao, suddenly a figure appeared above his head, swinging a large sword made of black gas and slashing down. With a poof, the abomination's body was split nearly in half. The abomination roared madly as countless flesh buds sprang up from the wound. Recovering quickly, Li Xiao sneered. Still want to recover? Come in for me. He took the shroud and set it over his head. The abomination was immediately taken in after being set up. Li Xiao carried the shrouded body bag, only to see the bag expanding and deforming. He also no longer hesitated, and with a thought, he began to return to the world of immortal cultivation. The scene quickly transformed, and a second later he was back in the secret room where he was in seclusion. Then with a shake of his shroud, he released the abomination. I bought this prop back for 1,000 guile coins. If you break it, it'll be a big loss. The face on the torso of the headless abomination roared. Li Xiao coldly smiled and chanted a low voice. Get down on the ground for me. The surroundings shook, and a huge and fiendish chi came out of the earth's veins in the air. It was like a black dragon violently strangling away. The abomination still tried to dodge, but the black light flashed and a huge pressure actually made it difficult for him to move. With this delay, the netherworldly black dragon swooped down on it and firmly entangled it. Li Xiao waved his hand again and 4 wind formation flags flew out and stood in all directions. Gusts of ghastly wind rolled away, enveloping the abomination like a cage. The abomination roared and growled, but where else could it break free? Li Xiao blandly said, just now it was in your territory. Now it has come to my territory. I want to see how arrogant you still are. This was the secret room where he was in seclusion. It was said to be a secret room, but it was actually a huge cave underneath the Infong cave. This was the place in the entire cave that was closest to the netherworld vein. Naturally, it was set up as a secret room for his closed-door training, and as an important core retreat chamber. There must have been many formations set up. There was the most basic isolation array, the spirit gathering array, and then the netherworld black light array just in case. Cultivators basically practice some cultivation skills on the side. The skill that Li Xiao practiced on the side was formation, although all he knew at this time were the lowest level first-rank formations, but it's still useful in a pinch. When Li Xiao mobilized the Yin Fiend Earth Vein to suppress the abomination, the entire cave shook. This caused both Qi Sanyan and Provider Lu, who were guarding the outside of the cave, to sense it. The two of them exchanged glances and flew away, wanting to break into the cave. The two children guarding the entrance of the cave were startled and hurriedly said, "Two seniors, my master is in seclusion and ordered not to be disturbed." Lu Confession coldly said, "Just now the spirit vein is strange. Who knows what your master is doing, ghost? Out of the way. The first one to accompany the funeral is you. Get out of the way." The two children were suppressed by their aura and were too frightened to stop them. Just as the two were about to enter the cave, a voice came out. What are the two Taoists trying to do? Li Xiao sure walked out. Confessor Lu said with a smile on his face. Aren't we worried about Cave Master Li's safety? For fear of any accidents. Li Xiao blandly said. I was just adjusting the earth vein gathering formation, so I've let you guys worry about it. Qi Sanyan laughed delicately. It seems that Cave Master Li's seclusion has a good effect. I think it won't take more than a few days to completely stabilize his cultivation. In their senses, Li Xiao was naturally still at the 7th level of Qi refining at this time. Li Xiao coldly said, I agreed on a month's time with the Night Cave Master. So naturally, I will come out of the gate in a month's time. You guys can guard around the cave, but if you break into the cave and make me go off the deep end, spoiling the Night Cave Master's big event, at that time, I'd like to see which one of you can take up the responsibility. Humph. Saying that, he entered the cave again without looking back. Newcomer new book. The results are dismal. I hope you vote to catch up more. Give the author more confidence. The author thanks. End of chapter. Chapter 23, The Crooked Strike. Li Xiao didn't care about the ugly faces of the two men. He directly walked into the cave and closed the door tightly. Lu Ming grimaced and snorted coldly. Villainous. Shi San Yang said. Let him be complacent for a few days first. The two returned to the courtyard where they lived. Lu Ming said with some worry, do you think this kid will really get the favor of the cave master in the future and override us? Shi San Yang laughed coldly. Even if he can survive the cave master's harvesting, he will definitely have his roots damaged and his cultivation plummeted. By then he will have no use for him. What's the difference between him and those male pets? Lu Ming said. That's right. The two of us have always been in the late stage of chi refining, and we defected early. So after the cave master establishes his foundation, we'll be considered subordinate to the dragon. You say, at that time, will the cave master distribute a cave with a first-order extreme spirit vein to us? The two of them weren't actually magic cultivators. Rather, they are righteous monks who have committed crimes, because he had messed with someone he shouldn't have messed with. He had been chased down and killed with no way to escape after having his family exterminated, and that's why he was forced to enter the Wuliang mountain. The two had been hoping to have their own cave after defecting to the Nighthopper cave master. When Nighting built her foundation, she would definitely go and grab a better spirit vein cave and expand her territory. At that time, they said that they wouldn't necessarily be able to share a good cave as well. Lu Ming grimaced. Recently, I have begun to cultivate the devil's power. I must refine my chi to perfection before the age of 60, and then try to build my foundation. When I succeed in building my foundation, I will kill back to avenge my hatred. Shi Sanyang was a little worried. Senior brother, the devil's work is dangerous. You must not be too hasty. Lu Ming Hate said. Already cannot care so much. As long as I can revenge, I am willing to do anything. Forget it, do not say these. The first priority is to help the whole to host a good thing. To be successful in building the foundation, we are considered to be a footing here. On the other hand, Li Xiao returned to the cave chamber. The abomination was firmly locked in the formation and could not move, but it was ferocious and kept roaring and hissing. Li Xiao looked at him and was suddenly a bit embarrassed. Corpses are weird and cannot refine their souls, and I'm not good at refining corpses, but what should I do with him? In fact, this kind of ghoul's equivalent to the late stage of chi refining was a good thing to have, whether it was sold or enslaved. Unfortunately, he's not even in a position to sell and enslave it right now. He thought for a moment. Let's wear out this guy's sanity first, otherwise I don't feel comfortable leaving it here. He had to continue traveling to the bizarre world. Leaving this guy here alone was definitely not an option, though being ground up makes it much less valuable. But it's better than leaving a bomb here. Only Li Xiao clenched his hands and began to use the soul refining technique to wear down the abomination's sanity. The black gas burrowed into the abomination like a worm. Li Xiao immediately sensed an evil and bizarre aura struggling. This aura is the source that supports the abomination's actions. Unlike clowns and ghost principles, this aura is not a soul. It's a manifestation of another bizarre rule. Right after Li Xiao refined and wore it out, he felt the slightest trace of Taoism descending from the void. After the Tao rhythm fell on him, he only felt refreshed. Can you actually obtain Tao rhythms like this? Though not as much as you get when you first refine the weirdness. Yet it was enough for him to enter a state of enlightenment once. Li Xiao did not choose to immediately enter the state of enlightenment, but instead stored the Tao rhymes. Within his sea of consciousness, there were just dots of Tao rhythms floating around. This is really crooked. Originally thought that wearing out this guy's sanity would make it much less valuable, but I didn't know that it could be exchanged for Tao rhyme. Grinding out the abominations of the gods means selling fewer spirit stones, and the Tao rhythm is not something that can be measured in spirit stones. The abomination that had been worn out of its mind had quieted down and was motionless. Li Xiao took out the shrouded body bag and just put it away. Ordinary storage bags can't hold such active items. The zombie is mindless, but his body is still alive. If it was thrown directly into the storage bag, it would turn into a pile of dead meat that was really there, and then it would be completely useless. Raising a corpse usually requires the appropriate location or spell. The shroud obviously has this function. That's why Li Xiao said that this prop would definitely fetch a good price if it was sold to someone from the zombie road. He put the abomination away after putting it in the shroud. Then Li Xiao began to prepare for enlightenment cultivation. The cooldown for traveling through 2 worlds was 1 day, and at this point, he just couldn't go to the weird world for the time being even if he wanted to. He sat down on his knees and his mind moved. The Tao rhythm stored in the sea of consciousness transformed into a spiritual light and merged into the body. An indefinable feeling began to sweep through his body. He just felt his mind rising. Vaguely, he saw a magnificent Tao palace again. In this state, it was as if he saw the Tao and merged into it. For being in tune with the heavenly Tao, the mind ascends and runs at high speed. The time of enlightenment is however much faster than real time. The work of building the foundation, tonifying medicine to replenish the essence, refining the essence to transform the chi, and collecting the heart in order to return the emptiness, i.e., the trick of collecting the spirit, fixing the essence, and nourishing the chi is also. At this time, when one reads these previous Kung Fu classics again, one has a new realization. Not only that, he vaguely felt that this way of immortal cultivation, when breaking through each great realm, was actually divided into heaven, earth, and man. Humanistic foundation building is the use of artificially refined elixirs such as foundation building pills to break through. Earth road foundation building, on the other hand, uses heavenly materials to break through. And heavenly Tao foundation building is to directly sense the heavenly Tao and utilize the rules of the heavenly Tao to make a breakthrough. The original foundation building, also divided into 3, 6, 9 products. The 3 types of breakthroughs, heaven, earth and man. Obviously the human way foundation building had the least amount of enhancement, while the heavenly way foundation building, the most. Of course, normal humane foundation building is the easiest, as long as the cultivation and essence were up to par. There were elixirs like the foundation building pill. Most cultivators also chose humane foundation building. To build the foundation of an earth path, one needed heavenly materials and earthly treasures that were compatible with one's attributes. Heavenly materials that could help people break through were extremely expensive and had a price. This was no longer something an ordinary cultivator could have. As for the heavenly Tao foundation, it does not rely on external objects, but relies on the enlightenment of heaven and earth, the unity of heaven and man. To break through the realm, it's really about chance, enlightenment, and strength, all of which are missing. To put it bluntly, those who were able to achieve Heaven's Way foundation building were Heaven's destined children who were favored by Heaven's Way. And now, Li Xiao was favored by the heavenly Tao, but he knew he wasn't the chosen one. It just happened to find a way to please heaven. Li Xiao sighed. Pleasing the leader and throwing yourself in the ring really has a lot of benefits. How come I couldn't comprehend it in my last life? He sensed the 3 foundation establishment methods and kept on comprehending them. Then it was discovered that, to him, at this point in time, the 3 foundation building methods of heaven, earth, and man were surprisingly the easiest for heavenly Tao foundation building. Because of pleasing the heavenly Tao, he could constantly sense the heavenly Tao. Instead, it was the foundation establishment pill and heavenly materials that he simply couldn't find at this time. After an unknown amount of time, Li Xiao came to his senses from his metaphysical state of enlightenment. He felt that he had at least entered the state of enlightenment for about a year, but a quick look at the timer showed that only 1 day had passed. An inexplicable light flashed in Li Xiao's eyes. Heaven's Way to build a foundation. It seems like it's really possible to try. Newbie new book. Hope you vote to catch up. The author thanks. End of chapter. Chapter 24, Crazy Brush Book. Li Xiao's enlightenment ended. Sensed the harvest carefully. He realized that not only had his divine thoughts enhanced, and the cultivation seems to have loosened up, divine mind enhancement aside. This was because he had felt it once when he entered the state of enlightenment for the first time. However, the cultivation level was loose, which was something that he hadn't expected. This meant that he could continue to raise his cultivation level by practicing again. Li Xiao pondered. Heavenly Tao foundation building is actually using the enlightenment of the unity of heaven and man to raise the upper limit of the cultivator in all aspects. Taking foundation establishment pills and using heavenly materials and earthly treasures was to raise the upper limit of a cultivator's essence through external objects. The celestial enlightenment, on the other hand, directly increases the upper limit of cultivators. When the upper limit is raised, the chances of building a foundation can naturally increase. Li Xiao's eyes glowed. In that case, as long as I go catch some more weird sacrifices to obtain Dao Rhyme, then I can continue to enhance my divine thoughts and cultivation? His situation is unique. If it was one of those peerless geniuses with unparalleled enlightenment, the heavenly fates who were born to be favored by the heavenly Tao, celestial enlightenment will last a long time. Even one step to directly reach the standard of heavenly Tao foundation building. But he's different. He's actually more of a divine order hitman. Sacrifice a creepy boss and get a reward. Then you can enter the state of enlightenment and raise the ceiling a little. So if he wanted the heavenly Tao to build a foundation, he had to keep working for the heavenly Tao and catching shenanigans and sacrifices. He carefully sensed his own situation. After the celestial enlightenment just now, the chances of me being able to succeed in heavenly Tao foundation building at this time is probably only about 30%. I have to continue to improve the chances before I can do so. Li Xiao also no longer hesitated and began to travel through the bizarre world. With a thought, the scene changes. He then came to the abandoned apartment building. The ghostly presence in the building had disappeared by now, but because the entrance to the haunt is on the 4th floor, and it's a cold haunt. So a day went by and the officials actually didn't notice anything unusual. Li Xiao turned on Ghost Shadow and disappeared into thin air. He went straight to the front of a store with a signboard that read Wind and Cloud Internet Cafe. This is also a ghostly entrance. There are naturally official men stationed at the door. Li Xiao opened his Ghost Shadow and directly entered it. Upon entering inside, he saw dozens of computers sitting in front of a full house. Everyone is playing the game with fervor. When they saw someone come in, they looked over in unison. These are naturally all disgruntled souls. A webmaster smiled grimly. Internet access? $50 an hour. The $50 he was talking about were, naturally, trick coins, and Li Xiao was given the task. Surf the web for an hour. The task is simple. Just pay for an hour of internet access. But during the internet access period, those resentful spirits around will keep harassing and provoking. Li Xiao set up a small shielding array around him to isolate the harassment. An hour later, the mission was complete. Task completed, 1 hour on the internet. Rewarded, 100 guile coins. After completing the task, Li Xiao directly slapped the table and cursed. What the hell? Are you a black internet cafe? The environment is also too bad. Pandemonium, seizure, all with me. The webmaster was shocked and furious. You're a secret agent? You're looking for death. Said the whole internet cafe started to boil. A roaring fire began to burn. Everyone in the internet cafe turned into a charred corpse-like form. That's when Li Xiao received another mission. Hidden quest, everyone is on fire. Help put out the fire. It turns out that this place is really a black internet cafe, because the door was locked and operated quietly. There was a fire and everyone burned to death inside. Li Xiao laughed, mocking randomly. It really triggered the hidden mission. He knew from the front that as long as he angered the ghostly boss, there was a high probability that he would be able to trigger the hidden quest. Putting out fires? That's easy. Only black mist emerged from his body and began to spread out like ocean waves. Not too long after, the blazing fire was extinguished by the In Fury Chi. Mission accomplished, everyone is on fire. Help everyone put out the fire. Awarded, 1,000 guile coins. Awarded, fire extinguisher, prop. Li Xiao looked at the newly acquired props. Fire extinguisher, a 1-star consumable capable of extinguishing bizarre fires of rage. Another prop that is better than nothing. These props may be useful to other players, but they are dispensable to him. Collect it first, and when you're able to trade it with other players, you can't necessarily say that you'll be able to exchange it for something useful. Numerous disgruntled souls looked at the extinguished internet cafe in gusto. The webmaster froze. The fire's out, so we don't have to die? Li Xiao said. No, you are already dead. Come with me, I can overtake you. The disgruntled souls literally just stopped fighting back, including the webmaster who was the boss. This surprised Li Xiao a bit. Weird and strange. There really is a bit of everything. He certainly wasn't going to be merciful, so he took all the resentful souls into the soul refining furnace. Because of the perfect completion of the quest, there was a hint that he would be able to leave the ghosts. He also didn't shuttle back to the world of immortal cultivation. Instead, he went straight out of the ghostly world after collecting all the resentful souls. Then he hoofed it to the next ghostly creature. It's a stinking dump. Task, please sort your garbage. The sorted garbage is all sorts of visceral limbs and whatnot. The hard part is the unbearable, poisonous stench, and the creepiness that lurks. The garbage was too dirty, too disgusting, and too smelly. Li Xiao didn't want to suffer from this, and directly began to capture the weirdness. The boss in the junkyard was directly grabbed and thrown into the soul refining furnace. Then he shuttled back to the world of immortal cultivation. In the middle of the chamber, Li Xiao began to refine the 2 newly captured tricky coin bosses. Then unsurprisingly, he gained the favor of the heavenly Tao and rewarded him with Tao rhyme. He looked at the Tao rhythms floating in the sea of consciousness. The Tao rhyme exchanged for 2 bosses is enough for me to enter the state of enlightenment twice. Then he tuned in to the Tao rhythms, and the heavenly beings were united. This time, it lasted for 2 full days before he withdrew from his metaphysical state of enlightenment, and his cultivation ceiling has increased again. This also increased his chances of success in Heaven's Path Foundation building by another 20% or so. Li Xiao, who had sensed it carefully, was somewhat dissatisfied and frowned slightly. This time, there is obviously not as much of a boost as the first time. It seems that this kind of boost is not without limits, and his chances of success in Heaven's Path Foundation building at this point were already roughly around 50%. 50% is still too low too. Not enough, so keep brushing. I still have 5 more chances to enter the 1-star ghostly world. Brush it all 5 times. It should be enough. So, he set off again to the bizarre world. In front of the gates of an inexplicably appearing game hall, two officials are bored and farting and chatting. A shadowy figure they couldn't see walked into the game room. It is certainly a haunted place. When he entered the ghosts, Li Xiao received a quest. Task: buy coins and win 3 fighting games within 10 games. Li Xiao frowned slightly. Arcade games he played a lot as a kid, but was never very good at them, especially fighting games, which he basically can't play. But he still wanted to try first. He went to the counter. Buy coins. The arcade owner smiled grimly. $10 a pop. Li Xiao spat. Selling so expensive. Really black. First 5. He wasn't going to do a losing deal. He wasn't going to play if he couldn't win 5 coins. Taking 5 coins, Li Xiao came to a Street Fighter 97 machine. It's kind of the only fighting game he knows how to play some. The fight starts, and then he gets violently beaten up by the disgruntled spirit on the side. Not long after, all 5 coins were lost, and not a single game was won. The grumbling spirit looked at Li Xiao with contempt. Li Xiao was a little uptight and bought 5 more coins, but not for long, and then I lost only 1 coin. The grumbling spirit grew more and more pleased with itself, quacking and laughing strangely, extremely mocking. Any more losses on this coin and he'll fail his mission. And in Ghostbusters, failing a mission usually means death. Of course, this is for the average person. Li Xiao was expressionless, put the last coin into the machine. Soon, he had 2 characters dead, just as the 3rd character was about to die. 2. He stood up suddenly and felt behind the machine. Then there was a snap and the machine went black. The resentful souls who had been on the verge of winning were dumbfounded. Li Xiao, who had turned off the machine's power switch, spread his hands. Oops, sorry, accidentally hit the power switch. Newbie, new book. I hope you vote to catch up and give the author more confidence. The author thanks. End of chapter. Chapter 25, The Most Hated Man. Li Xiao accidentally turned off the power switch when he was about to lose. That grudge is messed up in the wind. Li Xiao rightfully said, "Hey, this cannot be counted as my loss. Who let this machine power switch installed to not place?" I casually raised my hand and touched. It's something he learned from the punks in the old arcade hall. Back then, in the arcade, he had seen a lot of punks who shut down the machines in annoyance because they couldn't beat them, and the ones who were shut down, usually students, dare to speak out. But that resentful spirit is no well-behaved student. Only after he froze for a moment, he stormed out. "How dare you!" Interfering with players during battle was originally a tactic of these spiteful spirits of theirs. How could he know that now he was being used by others to use even more shameless tricks against him? How could this not make him storm out? With that he lunged towards Li Xiao. Li Xiao raised his hand and slapped it. There was a crunching sound as the disgruntled spirit was slapped to the ground. "Give you face, but also dare to blow up with me. If not to keep you to do the task, I slap you to death." The disgruntled souls shivered and lost their ferocity. The coins were nullified after the shutdown, so Li Xiao went to the counter to buy another coin. The owner of the coin seller's face looked oddly at Li Xiao. Many players had come here, and he had never seen such brutality. Li Xiao threw in his coins and turned his head to the disgruntled spirit and said, "Remember, how you connect me with combos in the game is how I connect you out there." It was certainly something he'd learned from certain assholes. Back then in the arcade he hated such bullying punks the most. How could I know that I would now be the person I hated the most? The grudging soul shivered at hearing him say so, as if some bad memories had been evoked. The fight really bunched up. It was quickly followed by Li Xiao's 1-3 to win the first set. Li Xiao laughed. "Not bad. It seems that my power is still not diminished." It was as if he had forgotten that he had been beaten senseless by others earlier. The disgruntled spirit dared to speak out. In the second set, he took the game easily again. In the third game, the grudge couldn't hold back any longer, and with a few sets of combos on fire, he took away 2 of Li Xiao's characters. Li Xiao raised his hand and slapped it away with a few slaps, and blandly said, "Looks like you forgot what I just said. If you dare to connect me in the game, I will connect you in reality." The grudge was slapped to the ground and wailed. Where was the effort to play the game? So Li Xiao smoothly won the third set. Complete the mission, buy coins and win 3 fighting games within 10 rounds. Get rewarded, 100 guile coins. Get rewarded, gain coins, props. Li Xiao smashed his mouth. Still lost 10 Gue coins, but with an extra prop. The thoughts are through. Game coin, a 1-star consumable that enables access to the horror game room when used. Another ticket type thing that doesn't do much for me. At that moment the boss came over and said coldly that, "This guest, you've gone too far, haven't you?" Li Xiao thought, "This is excessive. I have more excessive." He slammed down hard on the arcade button and, Excessive? What kind of crap machine you guys have? The joystick buttons don't work, causing me to lose so many coins. Give me back all the coins I lost, or I'll smash your crap store. The boss laughed in anger and scorn. And, really? I've got a very smart machine here. Why don't you give it a try? And if you can win me with it, then I'll pay you back your money. If I can't win, I'll put you in a game and let you get played around every day. Hidden quest, win the puppet game, or else, become a puppet in the game. Li Xiao saw the hidden mission and smiled. Good That's when you see all the machines in the game room crackle together into a giant machine monster. The owner sat off to the side with an extra rocker in his hand, and Li Xiao had an extra set of joysticks in his hands. Apparently they can all control some sort of puppet through this joystick and fight. The boss quacked a strange laugh and, forgot you're only one person. There's no way a person can participate in the puppet game. Ga. This is a hidden quest that can only be completed by a team of two. One person takes control and the other becomes a puppet to fight. And now that Li Xiao was only one person, it was obvious that he would not be able to complete the mission. That's what the boss is posting this quest for. What he was thinking was, since you accomplished what you just did with trickery, don't blame me for screwing you over with trickery as well. If it were anyone else, he'd probably be really screwed. But only Li Xiao calmly took out a blood-seeping sack and shook it. The sack then poured out an ugly monster with no head. The monster is, naturally, an abomination. Li Xiao said, this thing should be able to become a puppet. As he said this, there was a prompt that the link had been successful. Li Xiao tried it and it really was like controlling a game character. Being able to flexibly control the abomination. He grinned. Interesting, can we start? The boss grimaced. You can start. I want to see how you can win me. With that said, the two monsters collided. With a loud rumbling sound, the two began to blast each other. Both of these monsters had strength equivalent to the late stage of chi refining. It was incredibly powerful when sparring at full strength. If it weren't for the ghosts, I'm afraid a street would have been leveled by them. But even so, the shocking aura that overflowed still made the many grieving souls on the sidelines tremble. At first the two monsters fought hard, but gradually the abomination fell to the wayside and was even pressed and hammered. Because this is a puppet game, a large part of the strength of both sides still depends on the person manipulating them. Li Xiao was never good at playing games in the first place, and he couldn't even beat the resentful spirit from earlier. Now naturally, he was even less of a match for the game room owner. It was also fortunate that the abomination had thick skin. Otherwise it would have fallen long ago. After getting the upper hand, the boss smiled triumphantly. Let's see how you can play with me. Winning you will give me 2 more toys. It's great. Ha ha ha. Li Xiao's face was expressionless. Actually, I used to really hate people who play games and cheat, but today I have to be that kind of person. It's really the way of the world. With that, he waved his hand and Dowing Fiend chains flew out. The netherworld chains wrapped around the machine monster, making it unable to move. Although it quickly broke free with brute force. But that delay was all it took for the abomination to move back into a disadvantageous position. Hammering away with a few punches, he kept releasing chains to harass. All of a sudden the situation was reversed. The game room owner was alarmed. What are you doing? Li Xiao said. Not doing anything, just helping my family's puppets fight. The owner was shocked and furious. That's despicable. How could you? Li Xiao shrugged. You can also help your family puppet. The boss out? He'd like to. Unfortunately, all of his strength was in manipulating puppets, and his own strength wasn't very good. He suddenly thought of something, and said hideously, good, this is what you forced me to do, kill him. However, it was he who gave the orders to those resentful souls that surrounded him to directly attack Li Xiao. The spiteful spirits roared and charged when they were instructed to do so. The resentful soul that had been bullied by Li Xiao earlier took the lead, itching to break Li Xiao into pieces. Li Xiao smiled faintly. I wanted to clean you guys up at the end, but I didn't know that you didn't know better. With that, he offered up the soul refining furnace. The soul refining furnace dripped and rotated, emitting a huge suction force that instantly sucked those resentful souls in. As his cultivation level grew higher, and the soul refining furnace restrained the Yin ghosts, this kind of low-level resentful souls, not to mention a few dozen, even if a few hundred of them came together, they were no longer enough to be looked at. The game hall owner was stunned. What kind of tactics are you using? Li Xiao lazily ignored him and took the opportunity to maneuver the abomination to launch an attack. With his cooperation, it didn't take long for the machine monster to be broken into pieces. Li Xiao lifted his arm and said, Yay! Who said buddy I can't play the game? This is not quite good. Complete the mission, win the puppet game, or otherwise, become a puppet in the game. Awarded 1,000 guile coins. Get rewarded, Game Rocker, prop. He tapped on the prop to view it. Game Joystick, a 1-star prop that enables you to maneuver a puppet to fight for you. Not bad, although it can only manipulate 1-star puppets. But this thing, like the whip, can perfectly link and control the puppets. And I'm afraid it also carries a hint of the power of the rules. It's another good material for refining magic treasures. Newcomer new book. The results are dismal. Everyone, if you think still, look through the eyes. Please try to catch up on the latest chapter. With the catch up, the author can be on the recommendation, but also to stick around. End of chapter. Chapter 26, Limits. In the game room, the defeated boss was disoriented. I can't believe I lost. Li Xiao said. Yes, lost, so there's no need for you to stay. As soon as the sinister chi rolled around, the boss was grabbed and thrown into the soul-refining furnace amidst mournful screams. Ghostbusters has been cleared perfectly. He didn't need to go back to the cultivation world, so he directly exited the ghostly spirit and turned on the ghostly shadow towards his next target. Gone. Ghostly gone. It was only after he left that the officials stationed there noticed the anomaly. They realized that more ghostly beings had disappeared in the past few days than in the past year. So officials are back in action, investigating vigorously. Li Xiao naturally didn't care about this. Anyway, he had already made up his mind that he would never contact the officials until he had built his foundation. He hoofed it to the next haunt. It's an escape room. The quests in this haunt are all complex and require a lot of decryption. Li Xiao couldn't be bothered to waste that brain. So much for just not doing any quests at all. Like that haunted one at the junkyard. Storm up and grab all the shenanigans inside and shuttled back to the world of cultivation. Then, while waiting for a gap in the shuttle's cooldown time, he refined the 2 ghostly bosses. Before refining it, he actually tried to see if he could force or soul search for some useful information like the Joker. But with the exception of the Joker, these other bosses resisted fiercely. They may be afraid, but never reveal the secrets of the haunted. It's bound by weird rules. Unlike the Joker, his own rules are bullying. The more fear the enemy feels, the stronger he gets. But if the enemy terrifies him, the weaker he gets. And yields. That was why this guy had taken the initiative to say that he wanted to become Li Xiao's companion spirit. Those other bosses, unless they really bowled them over or gained their favor, they could only be taken in as companion spirits, like the owner of the game room, unless you can completely convince him by playing games. Otherwise, even if he is refined and tortured to death, he will not be your companion spirit. This is determined by the rules of generating these weird things and cannot be changed by external forces. Of course, Li Xiao didn't care to form a companion relationship with these shenanigans. What he wanted was to refine the purine chi and Dao rhythm after these shenanigans, pressing and soul-searching the newly captured boss, mainly to ask for follow-up hidden quests. It's no big deal if you can't ask. Just refine it. After refining the 2 newly captured creepy bosses, incidentally, his cultivation level also rose to the top. He didn't rush into the state of enlightenment either, but went back to the bizarre world when the cooldown time was up. Then he shuttled over twice in a row, encountering ghostly creatures of the demystifying type. Li Xiao also didn't know about it until after he entered, mainly because the information he bought from the old man about the ghostly creature wasn't complete. Only a very small portion of the presentation is available. He would just have to pick and choose at random to enter. Then one after the other, you encounter this very complicated deciphering of ghosts. He tried it and got a big head for doing a quest, so he just lifted the table to catch the ghost. Li Xiao, who had returned to the world of immortal cultivation, looked at his player panel. Player, Li Xiao. Star rating, 1 star, 9 out of 10. Abilities, Ghost Shadow, 1 star. Eclipse of Fear, 1 star. Props, School Badge, 1 star consumable. Whip, 1 star prop. Body Bag, 1 star prop. Ghoul Stomach, 1 star consumable. Amusement Park Ticket, 1 star consumable. Clown Mask, 1 star prop. Stitching Thread, 1 star consumable. Fire Extinguisher, 1 star consumable. Game Coins, 1 star consumable. Game Joystick, 1 star prop. Tricky Coin, 46.90. One more pass through the 1-star ghosts and you'll be upgraded. Then you'll have to go to the 2-star ghosts. So save this last chance for now. After he captured the ghostly boss back to the world of immortal cultivation, the rules would determine that it had been killed by him. So even if he doesn't do the quest, it still counts as him passing the ghosts. He didn't want to ascend to the stars just yet, and he didn't continue to the tricky world. Next, he first refined the 2 weird bosses and exchanged them for Dao Rhyme. And at this point, He had already accumulated enough Tao rhythms to enter the state of enlightenment 4 times. In the middle of the chamber, Li Xiao sat cross-legged. 4 chances. Better to separate them and use them one at a time. He hadn't used the dowry all at once. Instead, the dowry was divided into 4 parts according to a minimum standard. That is, just enough for a day's worth of enlightenment. Then he began his journey to enlightenment. At the end of the first day, his cultivation ceiling had increased again, but it was less than last time. The next day boosted even less. On the 3rd day, before it was over, he realized that the cultivation ceiling had stopped rising. Has this reached its limit? Li Xiao wasn't surprised. He used the Dao rhymes separately to prevent this from happening. With each boost diminishing, he knew he wasn't far from the limit. This actually has a lot to do with each person's qualifications and roots. Although demonic cultivators don't pay much attention to qualifications. But that's relative. If you want to go far and long, chance and qualification, you can't have one without the other. Li Xiao already had a great chance, but his qualifications, indeed, were inferior. After ending his enlightenment, he sensed carefully. At this time, if I were to perform Heaven's Path foundation building, the chance of success would only be roughly 70%, which is still a bit low. 70% is actually pretty high. Usually when a cultivator undertakes humane or earthly foundation building, they are already thankful to have such a high success rate. Just like knighting, after years of preparation, the success rate of humane foundation building was only 50%. Adding Li Xiaoxin Fiend Essence was the only way to raise the odds to 70%. This was why it would do whatever it took to get its hands on Li Xiao. But Li Xiao's 70% success rate, that's Heavenly Dao foundation building. It's already a stretch to have such high odds. Most of the supreme geniuses he thought were in the great sects could only enter the state of enlightenment once. And then a 20 or 30% chance of success for Heaven's Path foundation building is already pretty good. Usually, people are prepared with several hands. That is to say, it is best to perform the Heavenly Dao foundation building first and succeed. If it fails, use heavenly materials for earthly or even humane foundation building. It was good that he didn't have any backhanders and was only aiming for the Heaven's Path foundation to take a stab at it. You have to know that the consequences of failing to build a foundation can be very serious. The most serious ones are directly dead. If you are lucky enough not to die, you will also damage your foundation and your cultivation will be greatly reduced. After failing once, the path to immortal cultivation is cut off, and there will not be a second chance to build the foundation. He pondered. The cultivation ceiling can no longer be raised, but I still have one enlightenment opportunity left, which I can use at the time of foundation building. Didn't they say 100 days to build a foundation? A single Dao rhyme will at least be able to allow my sense of thought to be enlightened in the Dao Palace for a year. That's enough. But now there is another problem. That is, in the Dao Palace enlightenment for 1 year, but in reality it is only 1 day. Mana true chi want to liquidize? I'm afraid not. The basic conditions for foundation building were the liquidization of mana, and the metamorphosis of divine thoughts into divine consciousness. God's thoughts turned into God's sense, and he no longer had a problem with it. This was because the strength of his divine idea at this moment was at least double that of an ordinary chi refining perfection cultivator. The same goes for cultivation mana. My cultivation level is much stronger than that of an ordinary cultivator who has perfected chi refining, and I can condense my mana much faster. Plus I have numerous sustenance to refine, so it actually won't take me 100 days. Newcomer new book. The results are dismal. Everyone, if you think, still look through the eyes. Please try to catch up on the latest chapter. With the catch up, the author can be on the recommendation, but also to persist. End of chapter. Chapter 27 Final Preparations. A normal cultivator's foundation building does take 100 days, but the Devil's Way, not so much. Devil's Way cultivators, as long as they have the sustenance, they can quickly condense their mana. At this point the advantage of the Devil's Way became apparent again. But there's a serious problem with demonic monks. That's where the demon of the sinful mind strikes. This problem, on the contrary, was likewise not a problem for Li Xiao, because he refines the weirdness. He gains merit in the underworld. Li Xiao took out the soul refining furnace. At this time, there were still more than 100 resentful souls in the soul refining furnace. I've already refined so many grudge souls. The merit should be able to counteract the sinful heart demons at the time of foundation building, right? Merit is out of sight and out of mind, but it's real. When he first broke through the late stage of chi refining, he was attacked by the sinful heart demon. If it wasn't for a firm heart and the help of the golden light of merit, I'm afraid I would have gone off the deep end and hung up at that time. Breaking through the foundation establishment was many times more treacherous than breaking through the late chi refining stage. Accordingly, the merit used to ward off the sinful heart demons would certainly need to be multiplied many times over. So Li Xiao wasn't really sure if he had enough merit on him. Merits and sins are nebulous and involve messy things like cause and effect, and I don't know how they're calculated. If only they could be seen directly like the Tao rhyme. He thought about it, and decided that he should go catch some more shenanigans just to be on the safe side. At that time, if there is not enough merit, and they are attacked by the demons of the sinful mind, then you can refine the shenanigans and gain merit to offset your sins and break your mind. So with a thought, he traveled to the bizarre world. The opportunity to enter a one-star ghost is only once left. This time it is to choose a ghost properly. He used his cell phone to check this information he had bought from the old man. Unfortunately, this information is really incomplete and has many errors and omissions. Several of the ghostly creatures he had previously entered were at variance with the information. Actually, this can't be blamed entirely on old man Sun. Ghostly information is really hard to gather. The first is the tight official control. Then there are the ghosts that change all the time. The missions in there are not to mention that they change all the time. Some ghostly creatures change when they complete a certain task, and there are ghosts that change when no one is able to raid them for a long time. The location, even the star rating, changes. So this information that old man Sun is selling him is actually long outdated. If an ordinary player were to follow this information to raid the ghosts, I'm afraid they would have already been pitched to death. In fact, even the officials could not get hold of timely news about the ghosts. But there is certainly official information that is relatively up-to-date and complete. To most effectively raid the ghosts, it seems that we still have to get in touch with the officials. He's about to go up to 2 stars. A 1-star ghostly spirit he could rely on his cultivation to crush his way through. But 2 stars certainly won't do it. This was because according to his speculation, the bosses of the 2-star ghostly spirits were all at least equivalent to the late stage of foundation establishment. Even if he broke through the foundation establishment stage, he would definitely not be an opponent at the beginning. So if you want to better raid the 2-star ghosts at the early mid-stage of foundation building, the best option is still to cooperate with the officials. With that in mind, he began to look up some information on his cell phone about how the officials recruited players, the benefits and perks given to players, and so on. Then he saw the peculiar missing person notice. This search notice, is it looking for me? Am I officially wanted here? The description on the finder is exactly what he experienced on the haunted campus of horror. It didn't take much to see that it was looking for him, but on closer inspection, he realized that the words of the searching notice were understated and sincere. Not in the harsh terms of a wanted notice. The official main point is that he wants to work with the gentleman who saved the day on the School of Horrors. It's cooperation, not solicitation. That's a rarity. And even promised him a first-class welfare package, and will not trace the past, and bind its freedom. It's actually been changed several times as a version of the finder. Officially at first, though, it was also low-key, but it's just an expression of wanting to work with that person. Not much of a rush, but with the revamp, that sense of urgency became more and more apparent. First, the benefits package was put out, and then even the conditions of not tracing the past, and restraining their freedom, were laid out in plain sight. This clearly shows the urgency of the official search for this man. It is important to realize that these kinds of conditions are usually negotiated in secret. Not tracing the past means that even if the person has done nothing wrong in the past, the officials will not pursue the case. Secretly, there are actually not many of these deals. Many players, and Onius, have cleared their pasts after working for the crown. Putting it directly into the open is rare. Though, the main thing is that players who let things go and want to clear their name are usually under contract with the officials and are subject to a lot of constraints and limitations. But that Manhwa said that as long as the man cooperated with the officials, not only would he be cleared, but he would also be free of constraints. This is something that has not been seen at all before. It shows that the officials are treating that person on equal footing. It is true that they want to work with them, not to take them under their wing and become subordinate. When Du Ming proposed to write it that way, he was met with strong opposition from other executives. In the perception of many of the top brass, it's still that official majesty and face that counts. But Du Ming argued forcefully and still wrote these conditions directly. And then there was a real public outcry. Many residents and even players on the network are outraged. But one anonymous post straight up shut most people up. As a reminder, relative fairness may have existed before, but these are weird times. You can enjoy these privileges and treatments too if you are a very good Oni ambassador, because this kind of person may be able to save your lives at a critical moment, and even save the city. Upon seeing the post, most people were silent. Indeed, the The world has long since ceased to be the world it once was in these bizarrely descending apocalyptic times. Even in the old world, absolute fairness never existed. Nowadays, the world, moreover, has long since divided people into 3, 6, 9 or 9 classes on the bright side. Isn't the outer city, inner city and center city of Chin City the best examples? Ever since Creepy came down, the social structure of this world, in fact, began to change. Li Xiao was sitting in a shabby tavern in the outer city. While drinking alone, I looked through the various posts on the forum with interest. Now that the official control of information is so tight, there aren't really a lot of threads discussing this topic. However, Li Xiao also roughly guessed why the official was so eager to find himself. In order to quickly increase his cultivation and breakthrough, he had cleared 9 ghosts in just 10 days and made them all disappear. With all this commotion, it's a wonder it doesn't cause a commotion. Officials are obviously so desperate to find him for that reason as well. Li Xiao drank a mouthful of cold beer and secretly said, "The conditions are not bad, and it looks quite sincere, but there's no hurry, take your time." Anyway, he wouldn't risk contacting the officials until he had built his foundation. Just like the 2-star ghosts, he would never enter until he had built his foundation. Mainly, his biggest golden touch, shuttling, would fix the location in one place, as long as they're trapped on this side of the bizarro world, until the predicament can be broken. This golden finger is considered null and void, so he's definitely not taking any chances. After a short rest in the tavern, he then prepared to go through the last 1-star ghostly spirit to make the final preparations for Heaven's Path Foundation establishment. Newcomer new book. The results are dismal. Everyone, if you think it's okay, please catch up on the latest chapter. With the catch up, the author can be on the recommendation. To stick to it, the author thanks. End of chapter. Chapter 28, so fast it's scary. Qin Chang Special Administration, Director's Office. Du Ming looked at the report sent by his men and frowned. It was really the frequent disappearance of the ghostly spirits that had made him a bit anxious during this period of time. At first, he was pretty sure that Qin City was the place where an unimaginably talented ghost envoy had appeared. That's why he put out that peculiar missing persons notice. But as the ghosts disappeared one after another, instead, he began to question his judgment. Because even if one was a genius, it was impossible to pass through the ghosts perfectly one after the other. Passing the ghosts perfectly is very time and energy consuming. Some haunts even require several entries and exits to get through perfectly. It also takes time to replenish props and such when they are consumed. It has taken more than strength. There has to be energy, intelligence, etc. to back it up. So he's starting to think that it's simply not something a free player can do. Instead, a powerful team is premeditatedly raiding a series of ghostly copies. Normally it does. Even Li Xiao couldn't do it. He couldn't even get through those decrypted ghosts alone. But the thing is, he's not normal. More than just abnormal strength. There's also the ability to grab the boss and run for gold. The boss is captured and the ghosts naturally disappear to pass the level. But who would have thought it? Du Ming frowned and contemplated. I'm afraid that the only team that can have such strength and hide and not want the officials to find it is really the Church of Doom. Thinking about it brings us back to this initial suspicion. If it's the Church of Doom, then something is definitely being planned. And they, the Special Administrative Region, couldn't find out any useful information at all. That's a little scary. The unknown, always the scariest. Who knows what those maniacs will do? The joy that Du Ming had felt at the beginning after discovering the genius ghost envoy and the disappearance of the ghostly spirit had vanished. A reduction in ghosts would really take a lot of pressure off the officials. But what if this disappearance is not normal? If this is the result of some hostile force swiping the book, then no one is happy. Du Ming had never thought that he would actually worry about the disappearance of ghosts one day. Ghosts are dangerous, but they are also a way for players to be able to get stronger quickly. In everyone's perception, ghosts are never brushed aside, because even if there are ghostly creatures that disappear with a perfect pass, new ones will pop up one after another. But if the current raid was followed, it would only be a matter of time before the 1-star ghosts were brushed away. The Church of Doom, has it mastered a method of brushing the books that we don't know about? How else could it brush so fast? That's the biggest worry for Domain and the officials. If the Church of Doom is able to cultivate a large number of players quickly, then I'm afraid the end of the world will come before the ghosts of the high star come down. These maniacs would have absolutely no hesitation in destroying the entire world and throwing themselves into the arms of the bazaar when they gained the upper hand. His mood at this moment was as if his own field had been all over the opponent's field and he hadn't been able to catch anyone. By the time the other team's hitters develop, it's all over for sure. It's martial law all over the city. but we must uncover the people of the Church of Doom. As a result, martial law began in Qin City, and there was a huge search for people from the Church of Doom within the city. And then there were really a couple of secret Doomsday Church strongholds that they identified. The end-time church is like a plague that simply cannot be eradicated in times like these. It resurfaces at the first opportunity. The officials have been so intense in their eradication this time that they have even gone so far as to put the whole city under martial law, just when the people are on edge. The culprit who caused all this, however, crept up to the door of a bathhouse. Li Xiao frowned slightly. Didn't the information say that this is a ghostly place called Horror Food City? For the last ghostly spirit, he wanted to find a bigger one and capture more grudging souls. I thought the food court must be big, but when I arrived it was a bath center. The entrance to the bath center is also guarded by official personnel. It means that this is indeed a haunted place. Li Xiao thought about it. Come all the way here. Just go in and take a look. With that said, he turned on Ghost Shadow and quietly entered the bath center. It's very busy in there. People coming and going. To be precise, it should be all sorts of weird shapes and missing arms and legs that come and go in a weird way. Upon seeing Li Xiao, a creepy waiter came up to inquire. May I ask what project needs to be done? That's when he got his assignment. Task, stick to a project. Li Xiao casually said. What are some of the programs? Then the waiter showed him the program options. Li Xiao took the item list. It's more humane than an amusement park. At least it's not random. I just see a lot of items jumbled up on the project list. Baths, massages, saunas, pedicures, ear picking, hidden items. Li Xiao lightly ejaculated. What is this hidden item? The male creepy waiter smiled the smile that all men know. What do you say? We have all the programs here in plain sight, including the hidden ones. Would you like to experience the hidden one straight away? Li Xiao froze for a moment. It can still be like this? That is to say, as long as you select the hidden item, the quest will directly become a hidden quest? Male guile nodded. Li Xiao said, awesome. Is there a charge for that program? The waiter laughed. We have a rule here. If the guest you can make our technician satisfied, not only do not need money, we'll also get some small rewards, but if the guest you cannot enjoy the service of our technician, that left. I'm afraid that more than money. Li Xiao was speechless. Can it still be like this? Well, so he chose to hide the project. Not what he wants to do. Rather, it's the hidden items that are so rewarding. At least 1,000 shenanigans coins guaranteed, with a high probability of getting props as well. Hidden mission, enjoy the service and keep the technician happy. Then he was taken up to the third floor, a dimly lit room. Li Xiao was bored and waited for the technician to arrive. A famous man named Chicken said that the most anticipation is when you wait for a woman to come, and that's when you imagine what she's like. Li Xiao was indeed imagining what kind of a mechanic would come to serve himself. It should be a seductive female ghost. The difficulty of this task is to withstand the temptation of the female ghost, or else you will be sucked dry. My fixation is very sufficient. Let her serve me first, complete the task and take her in. I'm not lifting up my pants and not recognizing the people but for the people to get rid of the harm. As he was imagining it, the door opened. You will. Technician 66 at your service. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Xiao could not help but blurt out, because the mechanic was really out of his league. It's a very abstract looking creepy. There are 4 hands, not to mention spikes all over his body. It was impossible to tell if it was a man or a woman, except for the voice. And drops of foul-smelling pus dripped from his body. The pus, apparently, is the essential oil used for massage. Li Xiao dawned. So it's not about resisting temptation, but about resisting nausea and insisting on completing the massage process. This hidden mission, it's really tough enough. Newcomer, new book. The results are dismal. Everyone, if you think it's okay, please catch up on the latest chapter. With the catch up, the author can be on the recommendation. To stick to it, the author thanks. End of chapter. Chapter 29, All Things Considered. Bath Center. Hidden in the massage room. That disgusting weirdness let out a cackling, weird laugh and walked towards Li Xiao. Sir, please lie back and enjoy the extraordinary service that follows. Her service is tantamount to torture. If it doesn't hold out, she'll tear you to pieces and eat you a little bit. Just as she was smiling and walking towards Li Xiao, only to hear Li Xiao angrily cursed. So disgusting you still laugh. Laughing at Nima. Then there were countless tentacles transformed into a fiendish chi that viciously swiped over. It's just that this one is so disgusting, completely shattering Li Xiao's fantasy. It fires him up. And naturally, the consequence of getting him fired up was an unceremonious beating. The black gas tentacles crackled and pumped up. The disgusting creepy jerked all over the place. But what surprised Li Xiao was that the guy rolled around on one side but made enjoyable sounds on the other. Great! That's it! That's it! Ah! Then his mission was accomplished. Getting things done, enjoying the service, or keeping the technician happy. Awarded, 1,000 guile coins. Get rewarded, red candle, prop. Li Xiao froze and clicked on the props. Red candle, when lit, it can illuminate creepy mists within a 10-meter radius, and in some cases it can also make creepy feel euphoric. Li Xiao was filled with black lines. How is it that the mission is accomplished? It looks like this guy is a masochist. And this prop, how it looks immodest. Apparently it was his thrashing that satisfied the creep. So mission accomplished. As for the props being immodest, it's because the creepy is making weird noises at this point, saying something about please drip me with candles. Seeing that the task had been completed, Li Xiao didn't bother to nag him anymore. Sacrificing the soul refining furnace, he took it in. Then he walked out of the room. The waiter at the door who brought him up had a lewd look on his face and, "Boss, are you done so soon? Not going to play a little longer?" Li Xiao scolded. "Quick Nima. Pornography. I suspect that your bath center is engaged in illegal projects." With that he began to move against the shenanigans of the bathhouse. After a few spooks were apprehended, the manager of the bath center was finally alerted. An extremely obese creep wrapped in a bath towel rushed by. "Dare to come to my bathing center to cause trouble. Looking for death." Seeing the boss appear, the originally panicked crowd of grudges also began to frantically counterattack. Li Xiao coldly smiled. "It's good to come. I'm still afraid that you won't come. Array up." With that, he unleashed the fiendish black light formation that had been laid long ago. In conjunction with the 4 array flags, it instantly suppressed the many shenanigans in one fell swoop. His cultivation level at this time was more than double that of a normal chi refining perfection cultivator. Plus the kung fu was restraining the and ghost type of shenanigans. Even a boss at the late stage of chi refining could be instantly suppressed. That fat boss had only been out for less than a minute before he collected it into the soul refining furnace. The next step is to clear the field. After he caught the whole bathhouse shenanigans, there were then another 200 or so resentful souls in the soul refining furnace, together with the ones that were originally left over. He had more than 300 grudging souls in his hands at this point. Should be about right. With a thought, he returned to the world of immortal cultivation. In the secret room of the Gale Cave, Li Xiao sat cross-legged. What should be prepared is prepared. Although the success rate is only about 70%, but sometimes it's time to fight. At this time, there were only 10 days before the time limit given to him by Night Ing. In fact, with his cultivation at this point in time, there was already no need to fear Night Ing at all. The strategy he had originally thought of was to utilize the opportunity to make a sneak attack at the time of the entry. But if it was possible to build a foundation, it was certainly much more certain than a sneak attack. The difference between chi refining and foundation establishment was so huge that it could be described as the difference between immortal and mortal. As long as he succeeded in building his foundation, he would just directly run over it. Li Xiao took out all the 200 or so spirit stones and placed them in the spirit gathering formation I. The isolation array and the netherworldly black light array were all open to their maximum effectiveness. There will definitely be movement when the foundation is built. He didn't want anyone to come and disturb him when they heard the commotion. He then refined the newly captured creepy boss and exchanged it for a portion of Tao rhythm. This gave him 2 portions of Tao rhythm on him, enough to put him into a state of enlightenment for 2 days. After everything was ready, Li Xiao's mind moved, invoking the Tao rhythm and entering a state of enlightenment that was one with the heavenly beings. In a metaphysical state, he began to run the Fiend Yuan Shen technique with all his might. Heavenly Tao foundation building. The most crucial thing is to perceive the heavenly Tao and utilize the rules of the heavenly Tao to complete the foundation building. I am now the closest I can get to the heavenly Tao. If this can't be successful, then no one will be able to succeed. With strong confidence, Li Xiao began to sprint towards the top. The sound of crashing waves was heard. This is the voice of the word. Also aura waves. The aura around him began to madly surge into his body, surprisingly forming a vortex. The spiritual chi provided by the first order spiritual veins was already insufficient. The spirit stones he had placed in the spirit gathering formation began to take effect. After a spirit stone shattered, it provided him with a rich aura. The spirit gathering formation that had been inspired at all costs had already caused the concentration of spiritual chi in the chamber to far exceed that of the first rank. The aura washed over his flesh and began to cleanse it. At the same time, his divine thoughts were also metamorphosing. Mana, on the other hand, was compressing and condensing into liquidization. These are the 3 most crucial gates in building the foundation. The metamorphosis of the divine idea was the smoothest. It was because he was in a state of metaphysical enlightenment at that moment. His sense of thought is in the palace of the way. A year in the palace is just a day on earth. A day later, his divine thoughts had completely metamorphosed into divine sense. Divine sense. Precisely one of the standards for foundation establishment cultivators. At this point, it could be considered that foundation building had been 1/3 successful, and the flesh barrier was quickly broken through. He's only 30 years old. He's at the height of his vitality, coupled with a large amount of sustenance. The cleansing went well. At this moment, a large amount of black mucus was oozing out of Li Xiao's body. Large chunks of skin also fell off the body, revealing new skin. It wouldn't be too much of a stretch to describe his state at this point in time as icy. The next hard part is mana liquefaction. Li Xiao was prepared for this as well. Those 200 or so spirit stones were used to be able to quickly condense mana. His cultivation level was originally higher than that of an ordinary chi refining perfection cultivator. With the help of having a large amount of spirit stones and spirit veins, the mana began to condense drop by drop. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops, 20 drops. 20 drops was the standard for a normal foundation establishment cultivator. Li Xiao also didn't expect it to go so smoothly, but he didn't stop. This was because not all of his strong mana had finished condensing. It wasn't until 40 drops that the mana was all condensed. Li Xiao was joyful in his heart. The essence, chi and spirit have all metamorphosed and completed. I can't believe it went so well. The next step is the unity of essence, chi and spirit, and at that time, I will be a true foundation establishment cultivator. With this thought, he began to sense the heavenly Tao, wanting to complete the final step. And at that moment, the originally vapid Tao Palace became more and more real. It was as if he saw someone in the Tao Palace beckoning to him. Come here, walk through this door and you'll be truly transcendent. Free and clear from now on. Newcomer, new book. The results are dismal. Everyone, if you think it's okay, please catch up on the latest chapter. With the catch up, the author can be on the recommendation. To stick to it, the author thanks. End of chapter. Chapter 30, The Master. Li Xiao looked at the man and subconsciously walked over. Just as he was about to walk through that door, suddenly there was a loud bang. It was like a giant bell being rung in his ear. His head was raw from the shock, but it also sobered him up. When Li Xiao looked over again, where on the opposite side was any heavenly gate, it was clearly a bottomless abyss, and the immortal who beckoned to him turned into a hideous heart demon. His heart clanked. There really is a sinful heart demon attacking at the time of the breakthrough. The heart demon roared. I told you to come over. Come over quickly. Your sins are so deep that you can only pay for them by entering the bottomless abyss. Countless heart demons began to appear, trying to forcefully pull him into the abyss. The sober Li Xiao was pleasantly unafraid and coldly grunted. What sins do I have? The one who created sins is the predecessor, not me. I have a firm Taoist heart. I have refined so many weirdnesses, and I have merit and virtue to protect my body. I would like to see what you can do with me. As he spoke, a golden light of merit and virtue indeed appeared, protecting him within. Countless heart demons were blocked by the golden light and could not be helped. But the demons of the heart were just too many, coming at him one after the other. The golden light of merit was consumed rapidly. Li Xiao smiled faintly. I've made all preparations. If this doesn't work, then this immortal won't be cultivated. With that, he mobilized the soul refining furnace and began to refine a large number of resentful souls. After the resentful souls were refined, they really did replenish him with meritorious golden light. Li Xiao was clad in golden light, like a god and a Buddha, not retreating but advancing, forcing his way towards that greatest heart demon. Immortal road is long. Not to advance is to retreat. The time to fight. We have to fight. In the face of the heart of the devil. If you are afraid of it, do not let it have its way. The heart demon's golden light shone so brightly that he couldn't open his eyes and covered them and started to back away, until it was forced back into the abyss. You wait for me. Wait for me. Sooner or later we will meet in the endless abyss. The heart demon disappeared, and so did the entrance to the abyss. Li Xiao didn't stop because he was going to walk into the rail gate of the heavenly Tao. He didn't know how long he had been walking, but finally, up ahead, he saw a majestic gate. He walked over and pushed. Heaven's gate, open. With a cackle, the gate opened a crack. It wasn't a big gap, but it was big enough for him to enter. Li Xiao no longer hesitated and firmly walked in. As he entered the gate, the Taoist voice sounded. He didn't see what was inside, and the moment the sermon sounded, his mental thought sense returned to reality. Feeling the surging mana and great changes in his body, he couldn't help but feel joy. Heaven's way to build a foundation becomes, and at this time, Shi Sanyang and Lu Ming, who were originally guarding the outside of the cave, had already sensed the abnormality. It was really because the commotion that Li Xiao had just made was a bit too big, and even the isolation array was no longer able to isolate it. The two of them just now only felt the surrounding aura frantically gathering towards the cave. Then surprisingly, he vaguely saw a meteorological Dao Palace virtual shadow in the sky of the cave, though the vapors disappeared without a moment's notice. But they did see it. The two men are in a state of shock and disbelief. What's going on? I don't know. Why is there a vision in the sky? Could it be that there are some extraordinary heavenly treasures coming out? I can't blame the two for being short-sighted. The scene of a cultivator building a foundation was actually something they had seen before, back when they hadn't yet been exterminated. Their sect leader was a foundation establishment cultivator, but even their sect leader hadn't made such a big commotion when he built his foundation. Heaven's Path foundation building was too rare, so it was no wonder they couldn't think of it. Lu Ming said, "Do not care about what is going on. Go in first to see. There are treasures the best. If it is that kid is doing something, it can also be stopped. In time." Shi Sanyang nodded. "Yes, we can't let anything happen to that kid. If this goes wrong, the cave master won't let us off the hook." They all knew how important Li Xiao was to Nighting, so naturally, they didn't dare to slack off. Just as the two were trying to rush into the cave, a silhouette noiselessly appeared above the heads of the two. They only saw that the man was wearing a black robe and an odd mask, and was staring at them coldly. The two were startled, as they couldn't see through this person's reality at all. Lu Ming asked drily, "Who are you?" "Nighty Cave is doing business. Irrelevant people and so on back off." Shi Sanyang realized something was wrong. "Senior brother, I'm afraid this person is not to be messed with. Could it be someone from the blood-killing cave? We'd better go back and report to the cave master." The man levitated in midair and coldly said, "Daring to force my disciple to be a furnace for you, you still want to leave." With that, the black-robed man's body's strong mana fluctuations and pressure were released. The two men were so shocked that they turned around and ran. "It's a foundation-building cultivator. Run!" The black-robed man laughed. "Can you run away?" He reached down and pressed his hand downward, and a huge black fury hand flew out violently. There was a loud bang. A huge crater in the shape of a hand appeared on the ground. In the large pit, Lu Ming and Shi Sanyang were slapped and set into the ground. Both of them were spitting out blood, and all the tendons and bones in their bodies were broken. The black-robed man reached out, and the black fury tentacles lifted the two men like dead dogs. The two were horrified. Senior, spare your life. It's none of our business. It's the Night Harmony Cave's Nighting who told us to come." "Yes, senior. We don't know that Cave Master Li is senior's disciple. If we knew that, even if we were given 3 more guts, we would definitely not dare to come." The two of them wanted to cry. How could they not expect that behind Li Xiao, there was actually a profoundly cultivated foundation establishment master? The two people's hearts said, "No wonder that Li Xiao wants to keep dragging time to close the door." But it turns out that he quietly contacted his master. Stultime they did guess. However, it was impossible to guess that this so-called master was actually Li Xiao himself. Li Xiao did this because he naturally didn't want people to know that he had already built his foundation. In less than a month, he succeeded in building a foundation from the 6th level of Qi refining, and it was still a Heaven's Path foundation. I'm afraid if this news gets out, it'll cause an uproar. At that time, I'm afraid that all the Jindan Yuanin cultivators would come to find him in trouble. So he made a master out of it. In that case it all makes sense. Li Xiao lifted the two men and giggled strangely. "Wouldn't it be too cheap to kill you guys just like that? Using you guys to study the old man's soul-searching technique is the best use of your money." The two were horrified and kept begging for mercy, even begging Li Xiao to kill them directly, because they knew that falling into the hands of this kind of demonic cultivator who could search their souls and refine their souls was definitely worse than death. Li Xiao bound the two of them with fury and looked towards the two shivering watchman children. "You two, keep an eye on the door. Your cave master is in seclusion. Don't disturb. Wait for me to go and exterminate the Night Harmony Cave. Then we'll come back to deal with other matters." The two door children were busy kneeling and responding, mouthing the name Old Ancestor. They're actually confused, because even they didn't know that their cave master actually had a foundation establishment stage master. Li Xiao locked Lu Ming and Shi Sanyang with fury and threw them into the secret room to be imprisoned, and laughed fiercely. "When I get that Nighting back, I'll concoct you all together." The two were filled with despair and, because they knew that the Night Hollow was finished, newcomer new book. The results are dismal. Everyone, if you think it's okay, please catch up on the latest chapter. With the catch up, the author can be on the recommendation. Can stick to it, The author thanks. End of chapter. Chapter 31, Extermination. Night Huddle Cave. On top of the bed, Nighting was lazily enjoying the service of her male favorites. A month time is coming. This time, but must get that kid. Have him this stove tripod help. My success rate of foundation building will be able to reach 70%. Her heart was on fire. As long as one could successfully build the foundation, not only would one's strength increase greatly, one's lifespan could also reach around 300 years. When the time comes to build the foundation successfully, let that old ghost shaman help me go to the south of the mountain to grab a cave with a second-order spirit vein. She was planning for a better life after foundation building. A loud boom was heard. The door of the cave exploded in all directions, obviously being directly blasted open with mana. Nighting was shocked and furious. What kind of person? How dare you come to my mother's territory to cause trouble? A voice came out, growling. Nighting, I heard that you hit on my disciple's idea and want to use him as a furnace? Nighting looked at the black-robed man who walked in with faith and disbelief. Dare I ask who your excellency is? The black-robed man laughed fiercely. I am the master of the Infone Cave. You actually dare to hit the idea to my disciple. Today is the time when your Nighthopper Cave will be destroyed. Saying that, the black chi on his body rose, spreading out towards the cave. Nighting was shocked. Foundation building cultivator? Without hesitation, she turned and fled. Everyone else scattered. But where to escape? Except for Nighting. All of them were trapped by the sinister black mist. Those male favorites or disciples. Li Xiao didn't intend to keep them either, and directly killed all of them after being trapped. All of a sudden, there was a field of corpses lying in the Nighthopper Cave. While Nighting was able to escape, it was the shimmering light that lit up her body and resisted the fiendish black mist. Li Xiao lightly eked. A first order, extremely high quality protective jade talisman? This really has some good stuff. But with a jade talisman you can't escape. Nighting was about to flee to the depths of the cave and vanish through the secret passage. Just then, she saw a large hand of black chi violently grabbing towards her. She was so alarmed that she tried to dodge. But the large hand of black chi crushed all the obstacles that stood in front of it and clutched it in one hand. The protective jade talisman also only resisted for an instant before it was crushed. In her panic, she released a pink flying sword and tried to cut through the large hand of black gas. Instead, the flying sword was grabbed by another large hand and clutched in his hand. Unable to move, Li Xiao forced the flying sword away and secretly said, "This really has a lot of cards. This flying sword is at least a top-grade magic weapon. And there's also a first-order extreme-grade protective jade talisman. If it wasn't for my successful foundation establishment, even if it was a sneak attack, I wouldn't necessarily be able to kill it." At this moment, Nighting was horrified. Being clutched by the large hand of black chi, her whole body was pinched and cackled. With just one more push from the big hand, she would be dead in no time. Although she was at a perfect chi refining cultivation level, she did not even have the slightest resistance against Li Xiao. In her opinion, the black-robed man was at least a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. This was because Li Xiao was a heavenly Dao foundation builder, and his cultivation mana was much thicker than that of an ordinary human Dao or Earth Dao foundation builder. And because after the Enlightenment, the more deeply one understands the Dao one has learned, using it out of the blue, the battle power was indeed much stronger than the average early foundation establishment cultivator. What he lacked right now were the spirit weapons used by foundation establishment cultivators. If he had a suitable spirit weapon in his hand, he wouldn't be weak against a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Nighting was horrified when she was caught and kept begging for mercy. "Elder, spare your life." "Ah, misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." Li Xiao coldly snorted. "Misunderstanding? You forced my disciple 3 times. Take it that I don't know?" Nighting wanted to cry. She thought that she had already investigated Li Xiao's bottom line, but he didn't know where it's appeared a foundation establishment stage master. She secretly said, "Li Xiao, this kid is also. If I told you earlier that you have a foundation establishment stage master, how would I dare to mess with it?" It was too late for regrets, and she could only hope that she would be able to leave a life behind. Nighting held back her fear and severe pain and tried to look flirtatious. "Senior, concubine. Concubine is good at the art of dual cultivation. As long as Senior spares my life, I will do my best to serve Senior." Li Xiao snorted coldly. "You old demon woman. I am afraid that you are older than old man, and you actually want to charm old man." Nighting looked demonic and charming, but she was actually in her 80s. She had been preparing for 20 years after she had perfected her chi refining before the age of 60, and only then had she dared to attempt foundation establishment. How could I have known that before I could build my foundation? I would have gotten into trouble for killing myself. she said in a trembling voice. Former, senior, concubine is able to reverse the harvesting technique and help senior cultivate. I also know an ancient relic. As long as senior spares my life, I will be able to take senior to that relic. Li Xiao laughed fiercely. With this level of cultivation, you still want to help me cultivate. As for the secrets of the relics, when I search your soul and take away your body, what is there not to know? With that said, he no longer paid attention to Night Ying's pleas for mercy and pinched him hard, knocking him out. Lifting Night Ying, he began to search through the cave. Cultivators basically carry valuable things with them because they have storage bags, and there aren't really any other good things in the cave. Instead, in the backyard of the cave, he found a field of spirit medicine. The elixirs in the medicinal field were growing well. Night Ying's part-time skill is alchemy. Although he couldn't refine any high-grade elixirs, he was able to refine general qi recovery pills and the like. And now these elixirs were naturally cheaper for Li Xiao. He took Night Ying's storage bag and opened it up before his eyes lit up, only to see that there were more than 400 spirit stones and more than 10 bottles of pills inside. The main thing that made his eyes shine was that one of the jade bottles contained a foundation establishment pill. Getting rich. Just the foundation establishment Dan is worth more than 1,000 spirit stones. There is also that flying sword of the top-grade magic artifact. It is also worth a few hundred spirit stones. He's actually short on wild instruments right now, but that flying sword was pink with some sort of poisonous mist, a little too flirty, and seriously at odds with his temperament. So his first thought was to sell it. It's really a gold belt for killing and setting fire. And horses don't get fat without eating night grass. And people don't get rich without getting rich. Together with the bits and pieces of spirit stones seized from the others. On this trip to exterminate the door, he had at least reaped the benefits of more than 2,000 spirit stones. More than 2,000 spirit stones was a huge amount of money for the predecessor. And now he's casually getting it. The first order spirit veins in this night harmony cave are a bit better than the first order spirit veins in my Infeng cave. But forget it. I've already built up my foundation now. And even if I have to move, I'll have to find a cave with second order spirit veins before I can do so. After cleaning up the battlefield, he burned the cave with a fire and flew back to the gloomy wind cave. Outside the burning cave, a boy shivered and looked at the black-robed man who flew far away, and sighed fiercely in relief. He was lucky that he happened to be out when Li Xiao attacked the cave. When he came back, he saw the gate of the cave shattered and knew that something had happened, so he hid aside and didn't go in. With caution, I was able to dodge a bullet. The Night Harmony Cave was considered a relatively powerful minor force in this neighborhood. Now that they've been exterminated, word will spread quickly. And it wouldn't be long before the news that there was a foundation establishment cultivator behind the gloomy wind cave would spread. At that time, those who had once been at odds with the Yin Foam cave would have to begin to be wary. Thank you to God of Source for the 100-point reward. And thank you all for your votes and catch-up reading. The author pays his respects. End of chapter. Chapter 32, Sinful Sense. Gloomy Wind Cave. In the secret room, miserable cries echoed continuously. This was Li Xiao who was performing a soul search on Night Ying, Qi Sun Yang and Lu Ming. The improved soul-searching technique was even sharper, capable of searching a fuller range of things with the soul intact. However, after a soul search, the target will most likely have a broken soul and will not be able to use it for another purpose. If it were before, with such good materials, he would have found a way to refine the 3 into Yin ghosts and use them for cultivation. But doing so now would be a bit of a thankless task. If you want ghosts, just go directly to the weird world and catch them. It's much more convenient and quicker than raising ghosts yourself. There was also the fact that he now lacked the spells to raise ghosts. Once we've cleaned up these 3, we'll find a way to get some magic weapons. First get 100 ghost streamer, and then get a set of corpse refining methods. Or else it'll be too much of a waste if we come across corpse shenanigans. Now that the crisis had been lifted, Li Xiao was completely relaxed, so he naturally took his time concocting the 3. After searching the 3 people's souls, they really knew a lot of secrets. For example, the relic that Night Ying was talking about. With this kind of relic, the risk was high, and he had the big treasure trove that was the weird world, so there was absolutely no need to take the risk. So the message doesn't really do him much good. Then there was the gong method that the 3 of them practiced. What Night Ying practiced was the tapping technique of picking up yang and replenishing yin. It didn't work for him either. On the contrary, he had found some interesting things on Lu Ming and Qi Sanyang, cultivators from the Wu Kingdom beyond the mountains. The mixed Yuan sect, already exterminated? Interesting. The 2 of them practiced the mixed Yuan true technique, a righteous technique known for its steadiness. Legend has it that it is possible to directly cultivate the mixed true power to the point of attaining immortality. However, later on, the mixed sect fell, and the Gongfu was badly lost. These two people actually only had the foundation stage portion of the mixed elements true technique. It's not as good as my Yin Fiend Yuanshin technique, but let's keep it for now and see if we can use it in the future. On the contrary, the two are more familiar with several regions of the country beyond the mountains, and this is of some use to me. These two men were hunted down and hung out in several country regions to avoid their enemies. Later on, he really couldn't mix anymore, so he ran to Mount Wuliang to become a devil cultivator. The cultivation world is too big. The Wuliang mountain alone stretches for tens of thousands of miles, and the deepest part of the mountain is so treacherous that I'm afraid even Jindan cultivators wouldn't dare to go deeper. And the Wuliang mountain, in turn, is only a small part of the realm known as the Western region. Beyond the Western region are the Eastern and Southern regions, and the lofty Central Heavenly region. The Central Heavenly realm was not the legendary immortal realm, but rather a piece of the cultivation realm that had been isolated by the great powers as a sacred place for immortal cultivation. Those who could have a place in the Central Heavenly domain were at least clans or sects that were above the level of God transformation. These predecessors had only vaguely heard rumors and didn't know much. The predecessor has been cultivating magic for so many years, not to mention that he has never gone out of the Western region. He has never even gone out of the Yuzhou where Mount Wuliang is located. The insight is still too little. When there is an opportunity, it is indeed time to travel outside and gain a long insight. But there's no hurry. I've already built my foundation now. My lifespan is at least 300 years. Wait until I'm in the late stage of foundation building. What is the purpose of cultivating immortality? Isn't it to live long and get away with it? There was no need to take risks that he would never take, but if the need arose, he wouldn't cower and stop there. When he reached the late stage of foundation establishment and needed to go searching for the opportunity to form a dan, he naturally wouldn't continue to stay in Mount Wuliang. Those three were searched by him and wailed in despair. A day later, Li Xiao saw that he could no longer search anything useful on the three. Then he threw the nearly broken souls of the three into the soul refining furnace. You guys wanted to use me as a furnace and pill dregs in the first place, so don't blame me for being ruthless. It's not just between demonic practitioners that make kings and lose kings. It was just as cruel among the righteous cultivators, just like Qi Sanyang and Lu Ming, who were hunted down and killed by the exterminators. It was so hard to escape to Ante Wuliang, but in the end, the soul was searched and refined. How can a miserable word be said? Immortal cultivation is so cruel. Without strength, it is not certain that one will answer the calamity at some point and become someone else's sustenance. That said, I'm not adding to my sins by searching their souls, am I? Sins and virtues are invisible and unseen. However, after Li Zhao's heavenly Tao was built, he had a vague sense of it. Upper body celestial mind. The word came to him. The way of heaven actually does not distinguish between good and bad. As long as you follow the heart of heaven, you will naturally be favored. However, if everything is only about conforming to the heart of heaven, without one's own heart, is it still one's own? He's almost kind of figured out how sins and merits come into play now. The heavenly Tao doesn't care if you're a devil cultivator or a righteous person, a good person or a bad person. Killing each other belongs to the best of the best. This is a natural law and can even be explained by karmic hijacking. But if you kill the other person and take someone else's soul and flesh and blood to practice, this is a sin that will befall you. It's not because of the goodness of God. Rather, it is because you have robbed him. This made Li Xiao think of a word. The interception of the interceptor sect. Intercept the vitality of heaven and earth and turn it to your own use. Heaven believes that if you then rob what was supposed to be returned to nature, you will have sins added to your body. Then why did Li Xiao go to the bizarre world to capture the bizarre and come back to refine it? And in turn, merit and even Tao rhythm would descend. This is but because these shenanigans are not of this world. By capturing it back and refining it, Li Xiao was helping the heavenly Tao to go and grab something back. So naturally he would be favored. That's really realistic. Is this telling me that if I want merit and Tao rhythms, I should go to other worlds more often to grab resources back? But this is good. The sins I created in the immortal cultivation world by refining my soul and seizing my soul can be completely offset by sacrificing shenanigans. And I'm a devil cultivator, not a madman. With the treasure trove that is the bizarre world, how could I possibly go and create sins indiscriminately? Of course, if someone stands in the way of my path, then even if they create a monstrous sin, I will still cut them down and crush them. After gathering the three, Li Xiao was ready to make a trip out. This time, I'm mainly going to purchase some things. There's no need to rush to the weird world side. Now that I'm a 2-star player, I can only enter the 2-star ghosts. According to the inference, the boss and the 2-star ghosts, At least all of them are in the late stage of foundation establishment. I am in the early stage of foundation establishment, want to deal with the late stage of the bizarre. The light merit restraint is no longer work, but also have to have a powerful spirit weapon to do. In fact, if it was just a normal quest to go to a 2-star ghostly place, the strength of the refined she stage would be enough. Those normal players in the weird world, even if they reached the 2nd star, they were almost at the refining stage. But the problem is that Li Xiao isn't normal. He went into the ghostly spirit with the intention of catching the creepy boss. As for the mission, it was merely incidental. Some of the quests in Ghostbusters are so complicated that he doesn't even bother to do them, and just makes a move to grab the shenanigans and run. The bizarre world is a great treasure. Not only the Een and ghost type bizarre, there are many other kinds. The magic kung fu I know is still too little to be fully utilized. It seems that I have to learn more kung fu. Newcomer, new book. The results are dismal. Everyone, if you think it's okay, please catch up on the latest chapter. With the catch up, the author can be on the recommendation. To stick to it, the author thanks. End of chapter. Chapter 33. After thinking about it, Li Xiao was ready to go out. Still in black robes and a clown mask. This new identity, he was going to call Spectre. When the two boys saw him come out, they hastened to pay their respects. Greetings to the spectral elder, Li Xiao said in a low voice. Watch the door. My disciple is going to practice in seclusion. No matter what happens, don't bother. Got it, old ancestor. Just as he was about to rack the transported light and go, an aura flew in from the distance. Li Xiao's gaze condensed. It's a foundation establishment cultivator. Looking for the door so soon? He also didn't know what the purpose of the visitor was, so he naturally stood in strict anticipation. A brash voice came from the ha ha ha. I heard that my side of the South Mountain has gained another foundation establishment Taoist friend. I have come to congratulate you. Li Xiao sniffed and looked over. A large man in a light gold robe was seen flying in. Li Xiao arched his hand and said, "This fellow Taoist, please." The big man arched his hand and said, "I am Shimen Yu, the master of Wuyun Cave. I heard that another fellow foundation establishment practitioner has come out from this side of the South Mountain, so I came to congratulate him." Li Xiao said, "So it's the Shimen Cave Master, please, inside." He also didn't expect a visit so soon. In fact, this was not surprising. Foundation establishment cultivators, in this area to the south of the outskirts of Mount Wuliang, were already considered overlords. This Dark Cloud Cave Master Shimen Yu predecessor does know, just did not see before. Shimen Yu came over this time, probably because he wanted to see if this new foundation establishment cultivator was a threat to him. After the two were seated, Li Xiao then said, "My old husband, Pantheon, is not a newly minted foundation establishment, but has been foundation establishment for many years, only that he has been traveling outside, searching for opportunities to improve. This Enfong Cave has long been passed on to my untalented disciple, and I haven't been back in years. If I hadn't received a message from my disciple saying that he had been forced by someone and feared that he would become a furnace and turn into medicinal dregs, the old man wouldn't have come back." Shimen Yu nodded and said, "I see. I heard that the Enfong Cave has produced a fellow foundation establishment practitioner, and thought that it was someone who had made a new breakthrough, so I came to congratulate them." He did come to test Li Xiao. However, seeing the obscure breath on his body, there was actually a feeling of being unable to see through, so he naturally did not dare to be careless. He had already built his foundation for many years, and at this time, he was in the middle stage of foundation establishment cultivation. If cultivators of the same realm didn't use their divine sense to lock on and then scan carefully, they couldn't see through each other's cultivation depths. However, if one recklessly scanned others with their divine sense, that would be a blatant provocation. Basically the same as declaring war. It's like two fighter jets locking onto each other. Therefore, after Shimen Yu sensed that the other party's cultivation was obscure, he really believed that he was an old devil who had built the foundation for many years. Li Xiao wanted this effect. After he had built his foundation in the heavenly Tao, his understanding of the Tao became deeper and deeper, bordering on the Tao. After the Qi convergence technique was performed, not to mention mid-foundation establishment cultivators, even late foundation establishment cultivators would find it difficult to see through his reality under a general sense. When appearing with his true identity, he would hide his cultivation to the refined Qi stage, showing weakness, and when appearing with the specter, it's natural to pretend to be high and mighty, so that no one dares to act rashly. This one really bluffed Shimen Yu. Li Xiao blandly said, "There shouldn't be any relationship between Taoist Shimen and that Night Harmony Cave that was exterminated by Old Man, right?" Shimen Yu didn't hide anything and laughed. Knighting the dual cultivation charm technique is good. The old man let it serve for a few years. Served quite well. Then the old man pulls the strings to let her buy a foundation building Dan. Li Xiao's eyes narrowed. Oh, so Daoist Shiman is here this time, wanting to do justice to the Night Harmony Cave? At this time, he really wasn't afraid of Shimanyu, because this is the Gloomy Wind Cave, his home turf. In conjunction with the formation, it was definitely possible to maneuver around it for a moment or two. If he was undefeated, he was sure he could run away. Shimanyu haha laughed. How can it be? A woman only. If it's foundation building success, the old man may still be high on her. Since it's already in the hands of the Taoist friends should be robbed. Naturally nothing. Li Xiao also laughed. Indeed. For me and others, not to build the foundation, is ultimately mortal. By the way, my incompetent disciple practicing a little problem, is in seclusion. Can't come out to pay homage to the Taoist friends. Please forgive me. Shimanyu waved his hand. No harm no foul. The two made some more small talk. During this period, Li Xiao did not say a word about the foundation establishment pill that he had snatched from Knighting. Although he knew that the probability was that this foundation building Dan was bought by Shimanyu to give to his mistress. But what went into Li Xiao's pockets and you still want to tell him to spit it out? Dream on. Shimanyu didn't mention it either, as if he had forgotten about it. So, the two talked to each other. Respect, all earned with strength. Especially for demonic cultivators. Strength is not equal. Why should others respect you? Shimanyu said. Yudao friend, we too are also considered to be kindred spirits. Is there any interest in going to my Wuyun cave to do a big offering? Don't worry. The treatment will definitely make you satisfied. The Dark Cloud Cave occupied his second-order spirit vein. Although it was called a cave, it was actually a blessed place with a large palace. Its size is already no less than some small sects. In a remote place like this, having a mid-foundation establishment cultivator sitting in the town would be able to support a decent sect or family power. If there were two Tsukiji, it would naturally be able to further grow bigger and stronger. This was the reason why Shimanyu had recruited Li Xiao. He had originally actually negotiated a good deal with Knighting. That's when he helped Knighting pull strings to buy the foundation establishment pill. And if Knighting succeeded in building her foundation, she would merge Night Harmony Cave into Dark Cloud Cave. Knighting is a great confessor, and together we will make the Cave of Dark Clouds bigger and stronger. Unbeknownst to him, Knighting was destroyed by this strange foundation establishment cultivator who appeared out of nowhere. He did get a little fired up before he came. However, after not being able to see through the cultivation of this underworld, this fire was naturally suppressed. Like he said, there was no way he would cross paths with a fellow cultivator for the sake of a dead man. Naturally, Li Xiao would not go to the Cave of Dark Clouds to make any great offerings. He had too many secrets to expose. But you can't refuse too hard. Li Xiao pretended to meditate. The old man is used to being scattered. In the beginning, even the cave did not want. Passed on to the disciples and then began to travel around. I cultivate the gong method is also not suitable to be confined in a certain place. The pursuit is the intention of spontaneity. Shimanyu nodded and said, I see, that's a pity. I and my fellow Taoist friend are like friends at first sight, and I originally thought that we would be able to do something together. Truth be told, if we have a Taoist friend to help us, it's not certain that we can get the conjugation spirit, and make some preparations for the future conjugation of Dan. Li Xiao pretended to be surprised. What? Jiedan spiritual objects? Shimanyu smiled and said, yes, the conjunctive spirit. How about it, fellow Taoist? If you join the Cave of Dark Clouds and take the Heart Demon Oath, I will naturally tell you the news. Li Xiao said with some excitement. Do you really have news of the conjugation spirit? Shimanyu smiled smugly, secretly saying, see if you still won't take the bait. Of course, when the time comes, I can also make a heart demonic oath to ensure that I won't lie to you. Taoist. Li Xiao stood up and paced somewhat hesitantly while secretly saying in his heart, Jiedan spirit is nothing, but with my persona at this time, if I don't act like it, I'm afraid I'll arouse this guy's suspicion. End of chapter. Chapter 34, A Rising Tide Lifts All Boats. Li Xiao had to pretend to be heartbroken when he heard about the conjugation spirits. Who let his persona at this point be that of a devil's way dispersed cultivator who traveled around looking for breakthroughs and chances to conjure pills. The conjugation spirit item, basically no foundation establishment cultivator was able to resist the temptation, even if it's just some likely news. But Li Xiao really didn't care. He had his own great opportunity, so how would he care about the big pie Shimanyu had drawn? Li Xiao pretended to be hesitant and ruthless in his refusal. I'm sorry, fellow Taoist, the old man still can't promise, Because the magic heart method that the old man cultivates, the most taboo heart magic oath. If the magic heart is damaged, I'm afraid that there is no more inch of progress. Shimanyu was astonished. Fellow Daoist actually practiced the law of the demon heart? Devil's heart and heart demon. A difference of one word, but equally treacherous. Being a demonic cultivator are rarely practiced. Devil cultivators were originally heavily robbed when they broke through. After practicing the devil's heart method, if you are not careful, you will fall into madness. That's why very few people will practice it. However, if the person who cultivates the devil's heart is able to keep the devil's heart pure all the time and withstand all kinds of calamities, that cultivation will increase at a godly rate. Li Shao naturally said this as an excuse for being found out in the future that his cultivation had risen too quickly. The two chatted a bit more. Seeing that he couldn't talk to the other party, Shimanyu naturally stopped forcing himself and got up to take his leave. Li Shao sent him out of the cave and politely said, "Although I can't join you in your cave, if you have any use for old me in the future, please feel free to ask." Shimanyu arched his hand and said, "I hope that I can work with you, Dao friend. In the future, I'll take my leave." Devil cultivators, most of them are human beings. They kill and create sins because there is profit in it. Those who only know how to kill for no reason are insane. And even if they don't go off the deep end, they won't live long. Interests, which are fundamental to human interaction. This is a phrase that Li Shao has always recognized. But how come I feel hostility in this guy? It seems that me killing that knighting still made it harbor a grudge. Got to be careful. He had been sensing hostility, if any, in Shimanyu earlier. It's reasonable to say that Shimanyu, this kind of old fox of the devil's way, even if it wanted to deal with Li Shao, it could not possibly show hostility to his face. However, because after Li Zhao's Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment, divine sense was not only stronger than the average cultivator, but it could also sense something in the underworld, like sinful merit. He pondered, this guy is not only because I killed Night Ing, but because I rejected his invitation, which might have spoiled some of his schemes, so he holds a grudge against me. He hadn't forgotten that this was Mount Wuliang. Although demonic cultivators weren't crazy, being mean and unscrupulous was the norm. Even if they were fellow disciples, many times they would be wary of each other's hand, not to mention this kind of person who has already formed a bond. Fortunately, I pretended to be profound and bluffed him. For the time being, this guy should not dare to make a move. But if it's aware of my reality, surely it will not hesitate to kill over. So it's still necessary to raise my strength as soon as possible. And the first thing is to get a spirit weapon that suits me. Foundation establishment cultivators usually only use spirit weapons to maximize their battle power. The magic weapons, even if they were of the very best quality, could no longer keep up with the needs of the foundation establishment cultivators. As for the magic treasure, for the time being he didn't dare to think about it. Even if there is already a Dharma billet like a whip, but until he reached the Golden Dan, he didn't dare to take it out at all. I think it won't be long before the news of the meeting between the Yin Wing Cave Spectral Old Ancestor and the Dark Cloud Cave Shaman Old Ancestor spreads, and at that time, I'm afraid it will be even more lively. After pondering for a while, Li Shao summoned 2 children and commanded that, next there may be many people come to visit. You just say that the old man is out. The cave master is in seclusion and unable to receive. Just collect the invitation to pay respects. Other matters do not need to talk much. No matter where you are, there is never an escape from the human condition. As soon as the news spread that the Infong Cave had a foundation establishment background, the people from the other small caves in the surrounding area would definitely come to pay their respects and even defect. But Li Shao didn't want to expand his power. Other cultivators formed forces and sects after their cultivation level was high in order to obtain more cultivation resources. Instead, he just wanted to meticulously and slowly cultivate, not wanting to cause so much trouble. After giving his orders, Li Shao flew up and turned into a black light towards the south. Sure enough, not long after he left, people were visiting one after another. These were all demonic cultivators from the small caves nearby. After receiving the news, he didn't dare to slack off, fearing that he would be blamed by the new foundation establishment senior and become the next Night Harmony Cave. The 2 Taoist boys raised their eyebrows and toed the line. They were also considered to be the children under the door of the foundation establishment power at this time, and their status naturally rose. My family's old ancestor went out, and the cave master is in seclusion, unable to receive all of you. It can only be the 2 of us to set up a banquet in the outer courtyard to receive all of you. If there is any slowness, please forgive me. Come visit the congregation and say no harm. Most of the ones who came over now were trying to find out the attitude of the gloomy wind cave. Some people directly expressed their desire to defect. but they were all politely rejected by the two Taoist children. He said that the old ancestor had ordered that he did not want to accept new disciples for the time being. Some of the free and accustomed casual cultivators were relieved. They were afraid that this foundation establishment cultivator would begin to gather the surrounding forces and force them to join his banner. Now it seemed that this foundation establishment cultivator didn't have much ambition. Recruitment collected the obeisance and a bunch of messy gifts, spirit stones, pills, and even attendant hearths. This made the two men emotional again. The one-scene phone cave was just one of the many small caves. Again, because the caveman is not good at making money, he is actually living a pretty shabby life. Now, the gifts received alone had exceeded the cavemaster's previous fortune, and the names the predecessor had given him both were finally true to their names. Jia Kai sighed. What do you mean by one man's success? This is Jin Bo said. The cavemaster is also, with such a hard background in backing of the foundation building master, actually has not been said. Hidden from us so bitter. Zhao Kai said, do you think the two of us can formally get started by doing things with all our hearts and minds, and have to pass on the subsequent gong methods? Both of them were only at the first level of qi refining at this point in their cultivation. One reason was because in the past, resources were limited, and the predecessors hadn't even had enough for their own cultivation, so they didn't want to waste it on them. The second is that in the eyes of many demonic cultivators, this kind of child is a miscellaneous expendable item. It wasn't considered a formal disciple at all, so it wouldn't impart too many feats. Now the Infeng cave is out of luck. In this area, it was already considered the most powerful cave other than the Dark Cloud Cave. Their natural minds are alive. It would be a real watering hole to be officially initiated. With this in mind, the two men naturally began to do their work with care. However, seeing a few of the thousands of beautiful maiden stoves sent by others, the two were a little worried that they would be replaced. Zhao Kai said, worry my ass, after following the cave master for so many years, can't you see? The cave master just doesn't like women. Jin Bao revealed a reassuring smile. Indeed, the cave master and the old ancestor are of the same lineage. Then it seems that the old ancestor should not be bewitched by beauty either. It was also that Li Xiao was not there. If he heard the two men's discussion he would have definitely slapped them to death with 2 slaps and called out, I'm not the guy from the predecessor who doesn't know what he's doing. I definitely like women. Just not crappy ones. Newbie, new book, dismal results, begging for votes and catch-up reading. Author's thanks. End of chapter. Chapter 35, The City of Two Worlds. That being said, Li Xiao left the door and headed towards the south. It was because there was a cultivation city on the southern periphery of Mount Wuliang. In the parlance of the righteous monks, this is a big black market. This city called Two Worlds is a mixed bag of fish and dragons. Not only were there demonic cultivators, but there were also many righteous cultivators who would come to buy and sell things. In fact, in the immortal cultivation world, the difference between the devil's path and the righteous path was not as great as mortals thought. The difference between the two was more about feats and the way they transformed cultivation. The righteous path also has people who do not move to destroy people's families. The devil's way also has techno-geeks who are bent on studying magic. The division between good and evil was never a battle between good and evil as the world fought. Rather, it's a battle of the paths. However, the battle of the path sometimes tends to be much more brutal than the battle of good and evil. Of course, because of the gong method, the style of action of the devil cultivator is definitely more perverse and cruel. The righteous will at least superficially maintain a face, but that's not even a thing in the city of Two Worlds. Here the cultivators of both the righteous and the devilish paths live in harmony and work together to sell their goods. This was not to say that the quality of the cultivators of the righteous and devilish paths had changed for the better since they came here. Rather, it was because behind this bazaar were the two major forces of the righteous and demonic paths, the Xianyu sect and the Sacred Alliance. Of course, the Holy Alliance was a self-proclaimed name, and the outside world called it the Demon Alliance. The Devil's Alliance was the largest devil organization in Mount Wuliang. Most of the Devil's Way dispersed cultivators in Mount Wuliang were attached to the banner of the Devil's Alliance. Both the Xianyu sect and the Demon Alliance had Yuaning ancestors in attendance. Each sent another Jindan cultivator to co-manage the two-realm city. That's what keeps the two-boundary city organized and thriving. Li Xiao drove the recluse and flew all the way. After flying over a mountain peak, a vast immortal city was seen standing in front of the mountain with a hidden haze. A large number of immortal cultivators entered and exited, creating a bustling flow of people. Is this the two-world city? It's really majestic. He felt an invisible pressure once he got close to the two-realm city. A forbidden air formation? The predecessor had been to the two-world city, so he knew some of the rules of the two-world city. The first thing was that within the city limits, other cultivators were forbidden to fly except for administrators who had the authority to do so. I heard that the core location of the two-realm city is a third-order, extreme-grade spirit vein, so the formations that are set up must also be third-order, extreme-grade grand formations. The third-order extreme grand formation, after uniting with the spirit vein, already has a certain amount of heaven and earth power, and can even withstand early Yuaning cultivators for a period of time. He himself was practicing formations on the side. Although the formation skill was still only at the first rank, there was still some knowledge about formations. I can't fall behind on formations either. I need to raise my formation skill to the second rank as soon as possible, so that I can be of great use whether I'm catching shenanigans or fighting. Li Xiao pressed down his recluse and came to the outside of the city, pretending to be a first-timer and looking around at the entrance. An aura of the foundation establishment stage was on display. This caused many passing cultivators to show scorn and give way. A foundation establishment cultivator, in this kind of remote place, was already considered an expert, so naturally, no one dared to easily mess with him. However, some people saw him looking around, but they took the initiative to gather around. Is this the first time that Senior has come to Two Worlds City? Li Xiao nodded. Yes. Those few people then introduced themselves as guides, knowing the Two Realms City very well, and that they could be hired for 3 days for just one lower grade spirit stone, allowing the seniors to eat, drink, and play well. Li Xiao didn't talk nonsense, pointed to a female cultivator with a fairly charming look, threw out a spirit stone and said, "Just you." The female cultivator took the spirit stone and said joyfully, "Many thanks to Senior." The other guides all looked envious. Most of these cultivators who were running errands for people as guides were at the first or second level of chi refining cultivation. A lower grade spirit stone was already a lot of money for them. Someone said, "Hey, a good-looking female cultivator is good." Another person said, "Don't be envious. People earn this one spirit stone at night, but to accompany the sleep, you have the ability to also go to accompany the sleep. I'm afraid that people's seniors do not see you." The two whispered, but they could not escape Li Xiao's senses. His eyes somewhat oddly surveyed the female cultivator. The female cultivator blushed a little at his aggressive eyes and said in shame and anger, "Elder, don't listen to their nonsense. My family is in the city. These outsiders are envious and jealous, so they often say bad things about me." Li Xiao curiously said, "Your family is in the city?" In his impression, those who could have a house in this kind of immortal city were all tycoons. The female cultivator knew what he meant and said, somewhat grimly, "My ancestor produced a foundation building cultivator. Originally there were some industries in the city. Then there was a change of heart, and the descendants were not competitive and had low qualifications, so there was only an old house left in the outer city." Li Xiao said, "So that's how it is. Well, take me to go through the formalities of entering the city." The predecessor had been to the city of Two Worlds before and had already processed the name tag. However, he was coming as a specter at this time, so naturally he had to reprocess. Female monasticism. "Okay, seniors." She took Li Xiao to the procedure on one side and introduced herself on the other. "Elder, my name is He Yuan. My family has lived here for several generations. You can feel free to ask me about the Two Worlds City." The two of them came to the check-in area, paid a lower grade spirit stone, filled in their general information, and received an identity name tag. With this name tag, you can enter and leave the city freely. The cultivator who handled the name tags urged, "Flying and fighting are prohibited within the city. If you lose your identity name tags, please go to the nearby processing point as soon as possible to get a replacement, or else you'll be in trouble if you're caught by the city patrols." Once that was done, the two headed into town. As soon as he entered the city, Li Xiao realized that the aura was rich. "What a great place. I'm sure the inner city's aura is even denser." He Yuan said, "Yes, Senior. The inner city is a residential area. You need to rent or buy a cave house to enter. There are first and second order and even third order cave houses inside." She began to introduce Li Xiao to the origins of Two Realms City. It was said that back then, the Xianyu sect and the Demon Alliance discovered a third order extreme spirit vein at the same time. Both sides wanted it for themselves, so there was a big battle. Both sides were evenly matched and fought to the death. When the fight came to a close, even the Yuaning ancestors personally took action. But even so, it was still a no-win situation. In the end, both sides realized that if they continued to fight like this, they were afraid that both of them would lose and cheapen the other forces. The two sides then made peace and jointly developed this third order, extremely high-grade spirit vein. Then there was the city of Two Worlds. He Yuan spoke eloquently. The Two Realms City has been built for more than 500 years. It can be considered the largest immortal city in the Yuzhou Junction region, Li Xiao said. Not bad. First take me to the auction house. I want to auction something, He Yuan said. Seniors came at the right time. 2 days later is the monthly auction. Seniors can first hand over the things that need to be auctioned to the auction house to price, and then auction. With He Yuan explaining, Li Xiao did save a lot of work. He secretly said, 1 spirit stone hired for 3 days, saving me from having to go around and snoop for information myself. This 1 spirit stone is worth spending. This is the sorrows of the bottom cultivators. A lower grade spirit stone. The high-ranked cultivator casually rewarded it. But for low-ranked cultivators, they might only earn 4 or 5 of them after a month of hard work. Li Xiao kept spouting that the predecessor was a poor man. But in fact, for these real bottom-feeding cultivators, with a cave, a magic weapon, and 100 spirit stone deposits in his predecessor, he was already considered a small tycoon. End of chapter. Chapter 36 Inflation. In the City of Two Worlds, led by He Yuan, the two arrived at the auction house. The auction house is located in the very center of the business district, with several palace-like buildings showing its size. When Li Xiao arrived and indicated that he wanted to auction something, he was received by a specialized person. Warang waited outside. Li Xiao then followed the receptionist into a private room. The one in charge of reception was a middle-aged man with lychee refining cultivation. Apparently the auction house saw that he was a foundation establishment cultivator before sending this person here. Otherwise, it was usually some receptionist in the middle to early stages of chi refining who received guests. Although it was no longer too rare for foundation establishment cultivators to enter Two World City, but still managed to get the respect it deserves. The middle-aged man introduced himself. Senior, I am Wang Wanqiang, an appraiser of the auction house. May I ask what senior wants to auction? Li Xiao took out a jade bottle. I want to auction a foundation building Dan. Wang Wanqiang's eyes lit up. Oh, it's actually a foundation building pill? The foundation establishment pill was a sought-after item. Not much of a deal, but it was definitely popular. Wang Wanqiang took the jade bottle and began to carefully identify it. It is indeed the foundation building pill. How much base price does senior want to auction? The reserve price is usually set by a contract between the consignor and the auction house after prior discussion. Li Xiao directly said. I don't understand. You help me price it. Auction houses are charged a 15% commission, and the higher the auction price, the more they naturally draw. So auction houses certainly don't intentionally price their lots low. Two Boundary City Auction House. The draw is higher than a normal auction house, but they don't ask you where the item came from. That's the beauty of the black market. Wang Wanqiang then said, recently, because of raw materials and other reasons, the price of foundation building Dan has risen, and some families and sects are acquiring it, so we can set the base price at 1,500 lower grade spirit stones, and with 101 time starting auctions, we should be able to get around 2,500. Li Xiao was a bit surprised. In his impression, the foundation building pill didn't seem to be this expensive. He didn't know that using the foundation building Dan humanitarian foundation building was the first choice of most cultivators. That's why the foundation building pill has always been in short supply, and because materials and such were monopolized by certain family sects, that's why prices fluctuate so much. For example, if certain families and sects went to war with others and suffered heavy losses, they would search around for base building pills to find ways to maintain their strength. That's when the foundation building pill might be speculated to sky-high prices. This kind of situation would certainly not be known to ordinary cultivators. However, the auction house of Two World City has a deep background and is well informed, so it naturally has a good grasp of the market dynamics. That's the difference between forces and individuals. The big powers can use this information to go ahead and speculate on stocking up on all sorts of supplies. Individuals, on the other hand, can only foolishly wait for prices to rise. Li Xiao chatted with Wang Wanqiang for a while and was sensitive to this problem. He said darkly, is the Southwest going to be in chaos? The potion supplies have skyrocketed. Isn't that a sign of unrest? The two men talked it over and then signed the deed. The foundation building pill was naturally placed in the auction house and auctioned off 2 days later. Moreover, the auction house guarantees that it will not disclose the consignor's information, and you can just come quietly to collect your money after the auction is successful. Li Xiao still trusted the reputation of the Two Realms City auction house. Not to mention it's not like it's his real identity. What's wrong with that? Just change your identity. After completing the formalities, he exited the auction house. He Yuan waited outside the door and greeted Li Xiao upon seeing him. Li Xiao said, I still have to sell some low-rank pills and magic weapons. Where is the right place to go? He Yuan said, 4 pills, you can go to Green Leaf House. And for magic weapons, does Senior want to sell righteous magic weapons or magic weapons? Li Xiao said. Devil Dao magic weapon. He Yuan said. In the case of magic Dao magic weapons, Wanlong Pavilion has the best reputation. Li Xiao is also too lazy to care whether she will get a commission for taking herself to these stores to buy and sell things. It's too much effort to find a store in person when you don't know your way around. These things are robbed anyway, and the main thing is to just save your ass. His greatest fear was trouble. The two of them first arrived at the Green Leaf Building, which was a decent-sized elixir store. I heard that most of these that were able to open larger-scale stores in the city were Jindan clans or sects. Two World City was huge. It was impossible for all business to be monopolized by the Xianyu sect and the Demon Alliance. To prosper, it is natural to open up the market. Of course, if you want to do business in the city, store money, tax money and so on must be essential. According to He Yuan, Green Leaf House was opened by a Jindan family surnamed Yi from the Wu Kingdom, with a good reputation and fair prices. When Li Xiao arrived, he sold all the dozens of bottles of pills he got from the Night Harmony Cave in his head. Only a few bottles of elixirs for healing and regaining chi were left behind. And the spiritual herbs, they've all been sold too. He didn't intend to learn alchemy anyway, and it was useless to keep the spirit grass. The clerk who greeted him had a slightly odd look in his eye. The shopkeeper originally saw that the one who came was a foundation establishment cultivator and thought that he had come with big business. Unbeknownst to him, this eccentric devil cultivator in black robes was selling all low-grade pills and spiritual herbs. The clerk secretly said, "Did this go and rob the cave of some unlucky chi refining cultivator?" Let's just say that these store clerks who had been picking up people for years have seen it all and did guess by him. But the City of Two Worlds was supposed to be a big black market. Who cares if you are robbed or stolen? As long as you dare to sell, they dare to accept. After selling all the pills and spirit herbs, Li Xiao unexpectedly got 900 spirit stones. He had originally thought that he could only sell it for 400 or 500 spirit stones, but now it had almost doubled. He pondered. Sure enough, the prices of pills and spiritual herbs are all much more expensive than remembered. Even the purchase price is so high, the selling price is imaginable. The main reason for this was that there were 2 bottles of elixirs that could help mid-chi refining cultivators break through to the later stages that sold for a good price. These 2 bottles of mirror breaking Dan alone sold for 600 spirit stones, like the foundation building pill. The price of this kind of elixir that could help people break through the realm was skyrocketing. This further allowed Li Xiao to confirm the idea that Yuzhou was feared to be in chaos. Who cares if he is chaotic? The big deal is to hide in the depths of Mount Wuliang. Anyway, I can go to the bizarre world. I'm not afraid of not having the sustenance. Go to Jindan or even Yuaning and then come out of the mountain. At that time, I will see that there are still people in this area of Yuzhou who can take me what to do. The idea was good. But when a high-level cultivator breaks through, sometimes sustenance isn't enough. One also needs to look for the appropriate opportunity. I'm afraid he'll have to come out of the woodwork when the time comes. Of course, he won't be afraid when the time comes. Having a firm moral heart was also considered one of Li Xiao's great strengths. It's still the same thing. So what if the sins are heinous for the sake of the way? Li Xiao went back to the Wanlong Pavilion and sold the pink flying sword. Wanlong Pavilion was the industry of the Devil Alliance, and its main business was the various magic weapon feats of the Devil Dao. This poison flux sword was a top-grade magic weapon and was in perfect condition, so it sold for 400 spirit stones, which was about what Li Xiao had predicted. There were also 2 somewhat damaged middle-grade magic weapons from Qi Sanyang and Luming that were sold for 100 spirit stones. Up to this point, almost everything he had scavenged had been realized, except for the foundation establishment pill, which had yet to be auctioned off. Li Xiao did the math and sold the item for 1,400 spirit stones, plus the 700 spirit stones that he directly grabbed, for a total of 2,100 spirit stones. If the foundation building Dan can really be auctioned to 500 spirit stones, the income from this trip is 600 spirit stones. Knighting that, really rich. He sighed again. Actually, the Night Hollow is a special case, because knighting this woman is good at charm power, long sleeves and good dance. Even Shimanyu, this kind of foundation cultivator, is able to have a leg up, and he himself practiced the art of alchemy on the side. That's why they've saved such a generous family fortune. Of course, now it was all cheap for Li Xiao. End of chapter. Chapter 37, delivered to the door. After Li Xiao counted the spirit stones, found out that I already had a decent amount of money. Of course, a few thousand spirit stones might not be anything to a veteran foundation establishment cultivator, but for a rookie who had just advanced to foundation establishment, it was already considered good. When you have money, It's natural to spend it. The first thing is to buy feats. The Wanlong Pavilion sells some magic skills. He then asked, "Do you sell blood-type magic techniques and corpse refining secret methods here?" The cultivator in charge of the reception said, "There is, but the gong method is only a first order, second order. Third order, I'm afraid seniors need to go to the auction house to take a look." The cultivator saw that he was a foundation establishment cultivator, so he naturally assumed that he wanted to buy a third order technique. This was because cultivators who were able to build their foundations must have their own second order techniques, and would not easily switch to other techniques for cultivation. And the world of immortal cultivation had a pretty tight monopoly and blockade on high-level feats and techniques. A third-stage Jindan technique was already considered a town technique in many forces. If you wanted to obtain a third order or higher technique or skill, you either had to join a major power, either that or take your chances at the auction houses in the major fairy cities, Li Xiao secretly said. In this case, it seems that the predecessor was already considered lucky to be able to obtain the yuaning part of the Yin Fai Yuanshan skill. He used to complain about how the predecessor acquired things that were crippled. The technique was crippled, and so was the soul refining furnace. The predecessor seems to have gotten lucky now. He then said, "No need to use the third rank. I want the second rank Gongfa." Although the attendant was a bit surprised as to why he wanted to buy so many second-ranked feats, he still went to get the corresponding feat profiles. This is the second stage Blood Fury technique. The full set comes with 2 secret techniques, the Blood Concentration technique and the Blood Burning technique. Price 1500 Spirit Stones. This is the second stage Corpse Refining secret method. Price 500 Spirit Stones. Individual secret techniques are cheaper. Full sets of feats will be correspondingly more expensive. Li Xiao was a bit dumbfounded. He didn't realize that second order feats were so expensive. The 2 feats added up to 2,000 Spirit Stones. And the current money he had on him was only just enough. I still want to buy spirit weapons. If I buy these 2 techniques, even if the foundation building Dan is sold, I'm afraid the money won't be enough. Originally he thought he was already considered rich. How do you know that you are still a poor man? This in turn reinforced the idea that he had to get to the bazaar world as soon as possible. He coughed lightly. "I only need the first rank portion of the bloodshed technique, okay?" The waiter was a little surprised. "But it's possible," Li Xiao explained. "I mainly want to practice other magic skills on the side, to see if I can reach out. If it doesn't fit, naturally I won't practice. It's a waste to buy the second rank directly." The waiter dawned. "I see, so the first rank Blood Fury technique only costs 300 Spirit Stones." Li Xiao thought to himself that there was actually such a big difference in the prices of first and second order techniques. First and second order gong methods were like refining qi and building foundation. That was the difference between immortal and mortal. Prices naturally vary greatly. He then said, "Just want the first order Blood Fury technique and the second order Corpse Refining Mysteries." After paying 800 Spirit Stones, he got the Jade Slip of the Merit technique. Such publicly sold feats were in fact all big-ticket items, so there's no such thing as a no-tell rule. The secret techniques of each family would surely only be passed on after joining the sex power, and would also make the disciple take an oath not to spread the word. But what Li Xiao wanted right now was this kind of big roadkill. Because big roadkill, while not very effective, is highly universal. It will only flow if it suits the majority. Unlike some secret feats, the conditions are very restrictive. For example, the secret bloodshed demon god decree requires the foundation to be laid with the essence blood of a close relative. Then one must use the cultivator's essence blood to maintain cultivation, and one must also have a blood spirit body in order to practice to the higher realms. The bloodshed skill, on the other hand, was just a simplified version of the bloodshed demon god decree. Only ordinary essence blood is needed to cultivate, regardless of whether it's a cultivator or whatever. With the greatly simplified version, the effect naturally couldn't be compared to secret feats. But getting started isn't it so much easier? And that's exactly what Li Xiao needed. It was because he had found a large amount of essence blood more than once in the copies of the Bazaar World. It was then that he felt it should be collected and utilized. Unfortunately, there are no corresponding means, so we have to leave it at that. If the power is not enough, the quantity will come. As long as there is enough essence blood, the simplified version of the Blood Fury technique may not be worse than the secret one. After the Gongfu was purchased, Li Xiao activated the Jade Slip with his divine sense in front of the attendant. A large amount of information about the feats in the Jade Slip was then transmitted into Li Xiao's mind. It didn't let him learn the feats instantly, but it eliminated the process of reading them. After the information of the Gongfu was imprinted into his mind, he still needed to go back and slowly cultivate it. Soul searching has a similar effect. After confirming that the Gongfu was correct, Li Xiao left the Wanlong pavilion. By this time almost a day had passed as well. Li Xiao asked He Yuan to take himself to rent a temporary retreat chamber. Such chambers come with spirit gathering in isolation formations, and the second-order ones cost 5 spirit stones a day. It's expensive, but the privacy is great. He threw another spirit stone to He Yuan and commanded, I'm going to close my eyes for a day first, and I'll come out before the auction starts. So go back first, and I'll seek you out if I need to. He Yuan hurriedly bowed his thanks and responded respectfully, saying that he would wait for his seniors to summon him. In the secret room, Li Xiao felt the rich aura inside. The spirit veins of the Yin Feng cave can no longer keep up with my cultivation speed. This place is not bad, but it's too expensive. It might be cheaper if I rent it for a long time, but it's never my own cave. I have too many secrets on me. I still need my own cave. He sat down on his knees, and with a thought, he went to the bizarre world. The last time he went back, it was at the bathhouse. Since the bath center had disappeared, he stood in an empty alley. Then he realized that the original stay countdown had disappeared. Meaning that from now on, I can stay in the bizarro world as long as I want? He had noticed earlier that as his cultivation level rose, his dwell time was increasing. It's a good thing that there are no restrictions now. The shuttle cooldown is still a day, though, quite good. If you get into trouble in the immortal cultivation world, you can go to the eerie world to hide for a while. It's just that the aura on this side of the eerie world is too thin. If you stay for a long time, I'm afraid that your cultivation will regress instead of advancing. In the weird world he had to consume spirit stone elixirs to replenish his mana. Cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current, and staying for a long time in this near-end world was certainly not beneficial to cultivation. Just then, Li Xiao suddenly heard the sound of many people calling for help. Help! Help! Ah! Creepy! It's creepy out! Run! Where are the officials? Why haven't they come? A jumble of voices reached his ears, letting him know that chaos had broken out over there. Then he saw many people running towards this side in panic. Li Xiao smiled faintly. Wasn't sure where to go to catch creepy, and this is just delivered to my door. End of chapter. Chapter 38. The Heavenly Master comes to the mountain. Li Xiao heard the commotion and curiously walked towards the front. The man who ran past him kindly warned that don't go over there. They're spooky over there, rushing out of the ghosts. So many people are dead. Run away. Li Xiao acted as if he didn't hear and continued to walk forward. The man cursed a good word for the damned and turned to run. Li Xiao smiled slightly and didn't care. After all, people were also well-intentioned. Just after he walked forward a little bit, sure enough, he saw dozens of hideous, spiteful spirits flying in midair, swooping towards the fleeing crowd. Those who were pounced upon by the resentful souls immediately fell to the ground and were eroded of their vitality. Li Xiao is also not ready to watch the fun. Shouted, bold bazaar. In broad daylight actually dare to hurt people indiscriminately. See this heavenly master to collect you. With that said, he raised his hand, and there were all kinds of fury silk threads flying out, and rolled up all those resentful souls and threw them into the soul refining furnace. Silk threads, invisible to ordinary people. So the panicked people saw a handsome young man in a Taoist robe, and with a lift of his hand, he collected all the dozens of resentful souls. The crowd wept with joy after the disaster. Great! Great! Saved! Is it an official Oni ambassador? That's too powerful? But I just heard him call himself this heavenly master. Celestial master? Is it the Taoist kind of celestial master? Someone ran over to us. Grateful. Thank you for saving us. Li Xiao had a righteous look on his face. You're welcome. Subduing demons and exorcising evil spirits is my job. Someone curious asked. Are you official? Li Xiao shook his head. No. This heavenly master is the 28th generation of the heavenly master of Mount Immeasurable. Originally hidden from the world. But why the world is in chaos? The weirdness is rampant, and can only go out to do the work of heaven. The crowd listened in disbelief. Did I hear you right? It's really the celestial master? Weirdness has descended for so many years. Weren't those old what's-his-name heavenly masters long ago counterfeited? Could there really be powerful heavenly masters? It's true that when the weirdness first descended, many celestial masters and goddesses and godfathers jumped out of the woodwork. Unfortunately, all of them were slapped in the face. This world's aura was thin, and transcendental means were of little use even if they had a little, so no one has believed this for a long time. Officially, it's precisely because they find these master celestials useless that they train players in Ghostbusters. Now a young man who claimed to be a celestial master popped up and easily collected the resentful souls. Li Xiao wanted this effect. Dressed in Taoist robes, he is known as the Heavenly Master. portrayed himself as a celestial master who was hidden from the world and had no choice but to come down from the mountain. This will enable them to avoid some trouble whether they are in contact with the officials or acting in the future. That's when another person ran over and yelled, "There's still spooky over there. Run!" Officials arrived at that point and began evacuating the crowd and cordoning off the scene. Players either pull out props or cast abilities to deal with wandering spirits. Seeing this, Li Xiao did not rush to get involved, but it didn't take long to hear a loud boom from inside. Then the screams continued. The official few players stumbled out of the depths of the street. A player shouted in horror, "The boss is out of the ghost. It's a horrible female ghost. She can't stay away from the entrance of the ghost right now. Hurry up and go call the captain and them to come over. We can't deal with it." Everyone was shocked. Boss out of ghosts. This is something they didn't expect at all. You know that in the past, bosses couldn't get out of ghosts at all. Li Xiao was also a bit surprised, but it was an unexpected pleasure. The boss is out? Is it that good? Knowing I can't get in, he comes out himself to die? This is too sweet. He stepped forward in faith. Then an official stopped them. "Hurry up. It's very dangerous ahead," Li Xiao said. "Subduing demons and removing devils is the duty of my generation. Since there are weirdnesses that harm people, how can I ignore them?" With that, he crossed the blockade in a flash and continued toward the front. The official who had set up the barricade was alarmed and wondered what kind of person this was. At this time, someone said, "That is a true celestial master with great ability. You don't stop him. Just now it is this celestial master who saved us. He can definitely deal with those weird things." Instead, it was a few fanboys and fangirls who had just been rescued who were explaining in a chorus of words. A couple of players who just ran out snickered and, "What kind of bull asterisk 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 heavenly master? The big deal is just a ghost envoy. So many of us can't deal with it. What's the use of him going?" That's right, that's a boss. Even if the captain and the others come, it is estimated that only if everyone joins in the siege can they drive it back to the ghostly world. None of them thought about being able to kill the boss. They only thought about just driving it back to the ghosts. It is really too difficult to kill the boss, and you need to prepare a variety of probabilities that can restrain it. And in the face of such a boss that came out of nowhere, there was no time to prepare accordingly. So to be able to drive it back to the ghost was good enough. Some kind-hearted players were afraid that something might happen to Li Xiao and chased after him, shouting that, "Don't go. The boss is very powerful. It's simply not something ordinary players can deal with." Li Xiao looked back and realized that it was a somewhat cute round-faced girl. The girl's face was pale at this point, obviously having suffered some injuries in shock earlier. Li Xiao smiled faintly. Seeing the weirdness harming people, how can I be indifferent? Who will go to hell if I don't go to hell? The girl froze for a moment and suddenly made up her mind. Her eyes resolute. "I'll go with you," Li Xiao said. "No, I'll just go alone." The girl gritted her teeth and said, "In the beginning, my parents were killed by the sudden appearance of the weird. At that time I was so scared that I ran away. At that time, if I could meet a player like you who sacrificed himself to save others, maybe they wouldn't have died. This time I won't run away again." This time, Li Xiao froze. "I can't imagine that I fooled around and really fooled this stupid white sweet." He frowned slightly. "I won't have time to take care of you later." The girl said, "You don't need to take care of it, we're going to save it together." Li Xiao said helplessly, "Do I have to make it so clear? You're too weak and will drag me down if you go, so can you please not follow me?" Girl choked and snapped. So, while she was in the middle of that something, Li Xiao had already flashed and disappeared in place. The girl looked at the empty street. "Well, good luck and make sure you come back alive." She's walking back to the blockade. A tall, thin youth snorted, and really went in. "Really think they are the heavenly master bodhisattva who saves suffering?" The girl glared. "At the very least, people dare to go in and save people. Do you? You ran away the first time you saw the weirdness. How do you have the nerve to talk about others?" The tall, thin youth turned red. I. The leader of the group leading the team came over and said, "Okay, stop arguing. All go look around. Don't let the weirdness spread out in all directions." Said Eyes complexly glanced at the direction where Li Xiao disappeared. "Let's just hope he can hold out until the captain and the others come over for backup. Most people have goodwill towards good people who give up their lives to save others. Only someone who is despicable themselves and has had their pride stung would be shady at a time like this." The girl snorted coldly and glared at the tall, thin youth again. "He'll make it back alive. Good people, they definitely don't deserve to die early." Newbie, new book, dismal results. Begging for catch-up reading and variety. Author's thanks. End of chapter. Chapter 39, The Miracle of Life. A certain demonic practitioner known as the Good Guy, entering the depths of the street at this point. As we went deeper, sure enough there was a voice that kept echoing. There's no point in living at all. Why are you still alive? What makes you still alive? Come together into the arms of death. The voice was miserable and creepy, like it was ringing in the depths of the soul. If it was an ordinary person who heard this voice, those with a weak will would directly commit suicide. It's really a boss. This kind of voice, it's a bit of a magical sound. It's more than just frightening. It seems to carry some flavor of a curse. A curse, a very special kind of spell. Through some special medium, it can directly inflict all sorts of rare damage on the target. Some of these vicious curses are even able to be passed on genetically to the next generation. The most famous in the world of cultivation is the Book of the Seven Arrows of the Nail's Head. Legend has it that even the great Luo Golden Immortals can be cursed to death. Terrifying to the extreme. And this woman, the ghost, is putting a spell on people by crying. Upon hearing her cries, she would unknowingly fall under the spell and her life force would begin to slowly decrease until she died. Li Xiao then saw many lifeless corpses. These bodies were cursed to death. The best way to deal with this kind of creepiness is to not hear her in the first place. Of course, Li Xiao didn't have to go through so much trouble. His spell resistance after Foundation establishment was extremely strong, and a curse of this level could not yet do him any harm. Just a little distracted. What's the crybaby this is? There's probably no one alive in the vicinity. A curse with this kind of ranged attack wouldn't survive an ordinary person. He sniffed and walked away, collecting dozens more wandering disgruntled souls along the way. Walking deeper into the street, he finally saw the creepy boss. It was a 2-meter-tall female ghost, translucent and light green in color. The tattered dress and long hair fluttered in the wind. She was currently wandering in mid-air, wailing as she floated. Instead of flying, Li Xiao walked towards the female ghost. Flying consumed too much mana, and it was too difficult to replenish mana in this world, so it was always good to conserve it. The female ghost who was wailing and wandering froze when she saw someone coming towards her. She didn't think anyone would dare confront her directly. Those players earlier, howled away by a few of her voices, but I can't imagine that another bold one has come. Li Xiao looked up and asked, "Hey, are there any quests posted?" He asked because the Joker had already tried, and could post quests even when out of the ghostly world. But there's no way for the player to automatically trigger it. It needs to be posted by Creepy actively in order to be accepted. The female ghost snapped, "You actually want a mission now? I have come out and am no longer bound. I can just tear you apart." Li Xiao said, "I know, but I'm asking if you have a mission?" The female ghost laughed in exasperation. "Want the quest, right? Okay, here you go." Then Li Xiao received the mission. Hidden quest, there is no point in living. Death is the true relief. Li Xiao smashed his mouth. It's this kind of crappy mission that can't be accomplished again. Forget it. What's the point of nagging with you? The female ghost shrilled and lunged at him. "Let me help you with your mission. Die, be relieved, and the mission will be complete." But she had only just pounced down when she saw a terrifyingly large hand of black chi violently grabbing at her. She was so alarmed that she turned around and ran towards the entrance of the ghosts. Although these weird bosses were maniacal, they were highly sensitive to danger. In an instant she sensed the horror of her opponent and wanted to run back to the ghostly spirit to hide. Li Xiao sneered, "Can you run away?" The Black Fury's large hand scooped up the female ghost in one swift motion and held her firmly. The female ghost kept screaming, "Let go of me! You're damned! Damned! Damned!" She unleashed the strongest death spell. The sound waves spread out, wanting to curse this person in front of him to death. Li Xiao was unmoved and instead was interested. The curse method is interesting. As long as the conditions are fulfilled, it can be directly applied to the target, so we can study it in the future. The female ghost's curse had actually worked on him, but they were all forcefully scrubbed away with his mana. Some powerful curses are very troublesome unless they are strong out of the person who cast the curse a lot, or if they are undone with a specific spiritual object. Powerful curses, of course, require harsh conditions to be met. Li Xiao had heard enough of the female ghost's curses and mocked. "Didn't you say that living is meaningless and that death is the true relief? In your current state, can you be considered truly dead?" The female ghost froze, stopped wailing and cursing, and said nastily, "Yes, and what is true death?" Li Xiao said, "Just follow me and naturally, I will let you experience what true death is." The female ghost really stopped struggling, and instead showed a look of infatuation. "Okay, I'll give you unforeseen rewards if you let me experience what real death is." Li Xiao smiled faintly. "Of course, I've always been true to my word, honest and reliable. He threw the female ghost into the soul refining furnace. Death? Of course he would give it to her. But it would have to wait until he returned to the world of immortal cultivation. Because the female ghost was captured, the gloomy surroundings began to clear up. But almost all the living people around them are also dead. At least a few hundred people died in this spooky out-of-cage incident, which is not a bad thing. There were a few more sporadic creeps roaming around. Li Xiao all grabbed it by the hand. He wasn't busy returning to the cultivation world either. One deliberately creates an image of a hermit and high-minded person. Is not that one wants to get in touch with the official to see. Mostly, his own means are too superb. If we don't get a positive identity, I'm afraid it will cause unnecessary suspicion. A good person is always easier to trust than a demonic cultivator. Disguise is a necessary skill for a magic cultivator. A high-level demonic cultivator is usually immortal with a righteous face, and it is only after cheating you out of your flesh and blood that you will realize his terror. Many old devils like to do this, pretending to be righteous to take in some well-qualified disciples. These disciples had worked hard to cultivate, but in the end, they became the old devil's sustenance. The kind of people who spend all day jia and write on their faces that I'm a demon cultivator are basically brain-dead. Just then, Li Xia vaguely heard the sound of a baby crying coming from her. He released a sweep of his divine sense, then came to a house on the street. Inside, a several-month-old child was lying in a stroller babbling. At the side lay a woman who had long since lost her breath. Hardly. How on earth did you survive? Li Xiao's divine sense swept towards the child, and there was a rare fluctuation in his eyes, because he knows how the boy survived. He sensed the bizarre power and the aura of a resentful soul in the child. This is the sign of becoming an Oni, and the companion spirit in the boy was an almost broken, resentful spirit. This resentful spirit is none other than the woman on the ground. At this moment, she was staring viciously at the approaching Li Xiao. Too bad she's so weak. Not to mention Li Xiao, even a random person could break her. Li Xiao said, "Is this your child? He's safe now. You don't need to suffer anymore. Go in peace." The woman's fierce, muddled eyes suddenly cleared a bit. She gave the child a reluctant look and dissipated into the air. She had long since run out of gas in order to protect her child earlier, and was relying on a little bit of obsession to hold her up. When the obsession dissipates, it naturally dissipates. As if sensing something, the child began to cry loudly. The cry, the beginning of life and the passing of life. Li Xiao gently picked the child up. It is indeed a miracle of life that you survived. It's not like the ghosts out there. It's not that easy for a living person to turn into a resentful soul after being eroded. The woman turned herself into a disgruntled spirit in order to protect her child. Alive. And the child accepted her contract with equal vigor, becoming the smallest possible Oni ambassador in the world. Li Xiao wrapped his mana soothingly around the child. The child stopped crying at the warm feeling and blinked a few times to sleep. He slept peacefully. Perhaps the warmth reminded him of the most expensive little room he had ever lived in. Li Xiao hugged the child and headed out. End of chapter. Chapter 40, First Contact. On the blockade line, the crowd waited anxiously for support from the captain. But because more and more spooky ones have been running out lately, Liang Mingyan and the others are busy putting out fires all over the place. It took about 10 minutes for backup to arrive. Liang Mingyan was cold. "What's going on? The boss ran out?" The leader of Team 8 nodded and said, "Yes, Captain. Although it is not yet possible to stay away from the entrance of the ghostly spirit, the boss did run out and inflicted a lot of casualties on us." Liang Mingyan said in a deep voice, "Gather the men. We must drive them back to the ghost spirit. If we really let them leave, the loss will be incalculable." Just as they were discussing their strategy, they suddenly realized that the gloom that had hung over the streets had disappeared. The sunlight spread out. Like rain, this haze is known as eerie magnetism. Not only is it capable of disrupting vision, but it can also affect electronic device communications. The wilderness is precisely covered with such magnetic fields, which is what makes communication and transportation between the cities difficult. The crowd didn't know why the gloom had suddenly dissipated, and they all looked at the knowledgeable Captain Liang Mingyan. Liang Mingyan actually didn't know what was going on, but in her experience, it was a sign that the spooky was gone. Having deduced the reason, she was not amused. Instead, he became more worried, because a weird disappearance means two possibilities. One is that the boss himself has returned to the ghost. The other is that it has broken free completely and gone into hiding somewhere else. She didn't think these creeps that had been screaming about wanting to break free and kill all the living would go back to the ghosts on their own. The greater likelihood is that it's broken free completely and gone into hiding. Those ghostly bosses, unlike the low-level spooky ones, didn't have godly intelligence. Not only are they sane, but they are also tricky and deceitful. This kind of creepy hiding in the shadows is creepy to think about. That's why Liang Mingyan's face didn't look good. She voiced her concern and was about to order someone to go in and check it out. At this time, however, a voice was heard saying, "Could it be that the player who went in just now drove the boss back to the ghosts?" The one who spoke was the girl who wanted to follow Li Xiao in. The tall thin youth with whom he was lifting the bar began to yin and yang again. How is it possible? Even the captain doesn't feel sure that he can drive the boss back. Do you think it's possible with him alone? It's already good that he's still alive right now. The female got angry and said, "How is it impossible? Didn't those people who were rescued say that he was some kind of celestial master and was very powerful?" The tall and thin youth snorted. "You believe this? At most it's just an unregistered wild imperial demon envoy." Liang Mingyan waved her hand. "Alright, tell me what's going on." Someone else went in after the blockade. "Why didn't you guys report to me just now?" The leader of Group 8 hurriedly said, "Earlier, I was busy reporting other things and forgot about this for a while. It's like this." He told the story. Liang Mingyan frowned. That person called himself a celestial master and said he specialized in exorcising evil spirits? After the bizarre descent, as an official, she could have seen too many various celestial masters who pretended to be gods and goddesses. Most of these people are just trying to use the name of religion to enrich themselves in troubled times. Later, under the official crackdown, few people dared to do so anymore. Is it just another one of those crazy people who become players and want to play God with their abilities? Just as the crowd was speculating, an officer in charge of observation said, "Look, someone is coming out from inside the street." Liang Mingyan and the others rushed over to check. Just inside the blockade line, a figure was slowly walking out. The crowd looked closely and realized that it was a young man in a Taoist robe. The girl was excited. "It's him, it's him, it's him." The leader of the group glared at her and said, "Are you going to go on to sing our hero Little Nizza?" The girl spat out her tongue in some embarrassment. "That's the guy I was talking about going in, and he made it out alive." "Great." As the man approached, the crowd got a good look at his face. It was indeed the same youth who had gone in earlier. And at that moment, Liang Mingyan revealed a look of surprise, because she had recognized who it was. Wasn't this the same youth that the chief had posted a missing person notice for some time ago? No one else has seen the profile portraits provided by He Qian and Zhang Xian. She had seen it and was impressed, so recognized each other at once. At the time, she had wondered if the man could be from the Church of the End. Then as the copies kept disappearing, that suspicion deepened rather than lifted, because both she and Domain thought it was personally impossible to do. There must be a mysterious force that has found a way to brush up quickly. Subsequently, officials began a massive manhunt for the mysterious forces suspected of being the Church of Doom. The Church of Doom people have searched out a few, but there's no information at all for a quick brush-up, including the young man in ancient clothes that they had searched for at the beginning. It was as if he had disappeared and could not be found at all, and now the youth had appeared before her eyes on his own. Liang Mingyan's mind was spinning, but she didn't move. It was only then that the crowd saw that the youth was holding a small baby in his arms. The round-faced girl ran over to herself. "You're back. Great. What's going on?" Li Xiao blandly said. "Sorry. There's only this one living person left." The crowd was shocked and looked different. Some people looked sad, others looked numb. After more than 5 years of bizarre descents, they've seen this kind of thing too often. Liang Mingyan stepped forward and said, "I'm the brigade leader of the Qin City Special Administrative Bureau's Operations Brigade. Are you sure that there's only this one living person inside?" The gloom lifted, and she had been ready to organize men to go in and search for survivors. Li Xiao said, "Sure, come on, help me hold." He couldn't help but shove the baby to Liang Mingyan. Liang Mingyan didn't expect him to do this. Her hands were busy catching the child. She was 28 years old, but she wasn't married and couldn't hold a baby at all. Li Xiao said, "Hold it well. This child is a treasure." The people didn't say anything, thinking whose children aren't babies, but it all hurt again to think that the boy might have been orphaned. But Li Xiao's next words stunned everyone. "He is the Imperial Demon Envoy. The companion spirit is gone. A little weak. Remember to breastfeed him when he wakes up from his sleep." "What? He's an Imperial Demon Envoy? How is that possible?" Everyone questioned. Liang Mingyan also said, "How is it possible? He is so small." But the next thing she knew, she had a shocked look on her face, because the companion spirit in her body told her that it did sense a faint eerie power in the child. She secretly asked, "Xiao Jing, can you be sure? Also, can you sense if there is any weird power in that youth? Is he an Imperial Ghost Envoy?" The companion spirit named Shizuku said in a voice only she could hear, I can determine that this little guy has a bizarre power on him, but that youth, I can't sense it. He's shrouded in black mist. Simply, ah. The companion spirit screamed in horror and shrank into Liang Mingyan's body, shivering. Liang Mingyan was shocked. What happened to you, Jing? Xiao Jing muttered. It's horrible. On that man. There is something very horrible. No, don't look at him. The two were communicating in spirit. The others couldn't hear it, but they only saw Liang Mingyan's face change one after another. Not knowing what had happened, Li Xiao gave Liang Mingyan a playful glance and secretly said, "Dare to spy on me? If not, still do not want to make a stalemate with the official. That little ghost on your body. I will now draw it out, refining the soul to seize the soul." Newcomer, new book. I hope you all more support. With your support, the author can persist. End of chapter. Chapter 41. Liang Mingyan felt the emotion of fear coming from the companion spirit. It shows that it's really scared by something. She looked at Li Xiao in disbelief and thought to herself, the ones that can scare Xiao Jing are at least as weird as a one-star ghostly boss of that level. She had already decided that Li Xiao was an imperial ghost envoy with a powerful companion spirit. But where did he know that the thing that the companion spirit said was terrifying was actually Li Xiao himself? That's when the baby in her arms woke up and started wailing. Liang Mingyan was a bit at a loss. What should we do? Li Xiao said breathlessly. He's hungry. Feed him. What else can he do? Liang Mingyan said anxiously. But I don't have it. Li Xiao rolled his eyes and thought to himself that you were so big for nothing. Liang Mingyan also realized her slip of the tongue, blushed, and hurriedly said, "Quickly go and find formula to feed him. This little guy is really a Mikado. We can't starve him." The crowd was surprised by her confirmation and murmured, "Becoming an Oni ambassador at such a young age? It's also too powerful, isn't it? I've done so many quests in 9 deaths and failed to become an imperial ghost envoy. It's really a human comparison." Instead, the little guy cried out and put his hand towards Li Xiao. Liang Mingyan said, "He wants you to hold." Li Xiao disliked. "Why should I hold him? It's not my child." The crowd was a little surprised. Originally, everyone thought he was a caring person. Seeing the crowd's odd eyes, Li Xiao straightened up and said, "I'm only responsible for saving people, not for coaxing and raising children." The round-faced girl named Feng Xia hurriedly rounded off the scene. "How did this little guy become a royal demon envoy? It's also too rare." Li Xiao said, "It is indeed rare." He told what he saw. There was a moment of silence as the crowd listened, shaken by that mother's obsession. At this time, someone found milk powder and took over the child in Liang Mingyan's arms. Liang Mingyan breathed a sigh of relief, and only then did she think to ask Li Xiao about the situation inside. "May I ask this, Daoist? What's the situation inside now? Where's that weird boss that ran out?" Li Xiao thought that if it was a bit of an exaggeration to say that the boss had been captured by himself, he planned to say that he had been killed by himself. At this time, Feng Xia said expectantly, "Was the boss driven back to the ghosts by you?" Li Xiao's eyes rolled and he nodded. "Yes, the boss has been driven back by me." At this time Liang Mingyan also received a communication from his men. Said the street side is really no longer spooky enough to go in and clean up and search and rescue. Drones can't get in when the weird magnetic field's there. Once the haze had dissipated, she had a drone put out to go in and scout the area. At this time, the news was confirmed and she naturally no longer doubted what Li Xiao said. The main reason was that her companion spirit had confirmed that there was something terrifying about the youth in front of her. This is enough to show that it does have the strength to drive the boss back to the ghosts. Liang Mingyan immediately said, "Thank you for your assistance. Otherwise we don't know how many more men we'll have to lose before we can drive the boss back." Feng Xia happily said, "See, I told you that he is very powerful. Those who were saved by him earlier, they all said that he is a heavenly master." Saying that she even glanced triumphantly at the tall, thin youth who had previously raised a bar with her. The tall and thin youth shrunk his head and smiled awkwardly, where he still dared to be gloomy. Liang Mingyan said, "I don't know how to address the elder?" Li Xiao said, "Poor Taoist surname Li. You can call me Taoist Li." He didn't mention anything about the identity of the celestial master now. Sometimes the lower the profile, the more mysterious it would appear. Liang Mingyan said, "This is not the place to talk. I wonder if I can ask Taoist Li to move to the Special Administrative Bureau. Our director has actually long wanted to see Taoist, but unfortunately has not been able to find you." The crowd wondered if the chief had known that such a figure existed. Li Xiao, however, said, "It's getting late today. I still have a lot of things to take care of. Some other day when the time is right, I will come to you." With that he turned his head and walked away. The crowd looked at him in surprise, and then at Liang Mingyan. in their impression. In Qin City, no one had dared to refuse the invitation of the Special Administrative Bureau, especially a personal invitation from Captain Liang, who was known for his fiery temper and figure. The crowd was beginning to anticipate how the Brigadier General would freak out. Feng Xiao was even already thinking about how he was going to round up the situation between the two. But Liang Mingyan smiled slightly. Okay, the director and I will be waiting for the Taoist master. The contact information and address of the Special Administrative Bureau are available on the official website. I think the Taoist master will be able to find it. The crowd had revealed surprised expressions, thinking to themselves how big Captain Liang had suddenly become so good at talking. By this time there were already some clever minds who thought of something. It's really the fact that the official website still has that peculiar missing person letter up. The leader of Team 8 asked, Captain, this wouldn't be the person the chief posted a missing person notice looking for, would it? Liang Mingyan didn't hide it. It's, the crowd murmured with curiosity. So this is the person the director went to so much trouble to find. But he's really powerful. He drove the boss back to the ghostly world all by himself. Yeah, that would be why the chief is looking for him. At this point a henchman asked, Captain, should we send someone or a drone to quietly follow him and see where he lands? Liang Mingyan shook her head and said, no need. This kind of capable person is very sensitive. It's not good to cause unnecessary misunderstanding. If it was a normal day when they encountered wild players who did not register, the Special Administrative Region would definitely make it mandatory to register them. And now it is being allowed to leave. The crowd didn't think anything of it. Who makes people strong enough? Strength, wherever it is fundamental to everything. But then Liang Mingyan still had someone go and retrieve the surveillance in the direction that Li Xiao had left. The result, of course, is that Li Xiao disappeared just as soon as he stepped out of the street, and no surveillance has caught his trail since. The people in the Special Administrative Region didn't find it strange either. After all, the awesome Goblin Envoy does manage to do that. After Li Xiao left, he directly turned on his ghost shadow ability and quickly left the scene. He arrived at a hidden abandoned house on the outskirts of Qin City, and after confirming that no one was around, he returned to the world of immortal cultivation with a thought. The reason he didn't make further contact with the official, but it's because of the desire to maintain some more mystery and further seize the initiative. This time it was the Sarah that invited him to its territory. Next time, he could not only set a time, but a safer meeting place. The main thing was that this time, he finally had a clearer understanding of the strength of official players. I seem to have misunderstood the strength of ordinary players a little bit before, thinking that 2-star players have at least foundation building strength, but now it seems that ordinary 2-star players, I'm afraid, are only around the middle to late stage of refining chi. This conclusion was what he had deduced from Liang Mingyan. That little ghost on Liang Mingyan's body was only around the middle stage of chi refining. Instead, he was already the Grand Captain of the Qin City Special Authority, a renowned and powerful player. Even if there were still players in Qin City who were more powerful than them, I'm afraid they wouldn't be powerful enough. Li Xiao stroked his chin. So it seems, I'm afraid that my strength at this time is unique in Qin City. In that case, and the official contact is again much safer. End of chapter. Chapter 42, No Man for Himself. Chinatown Special Authority. Du Ming was delighted when he received the news from Liang Mingyan about the Taoist priest surnamed Li. This at least showed that there was indeed such a talented ghost envoy in existence. Moreover, according to Liang Mingyan's inference, this person didn't look like a madman from the Church of Doom. Of course, it didn't occur to them that that series of ghostly disappearances would be the work of one person. Or do you think some force is swiping the book? It's just that the guy happened to have a perfect pass or two through the Ghostbusters, passing 10 ghostly spirits in a row perfectly. In their perception, this was simply not a task that could be accomplished by a single person, not even the most talented Imperial Ghost Envoy. Du Ming also brought in some of the people who were saved by that Taoist priest at that time for questioning, then got some bits and pieces of information. The Heavenly Master of the Infinite Mountain? Where is this limitless mountain? I haven't heard of such a Taoist holy place before. Is it really some hidden sect that doesn't come out of the world, with the legendary means of driving away evil spirits and destroying ghosts? Liang Mingyan didn't think so. It's possible that this Taoist Li is indeed someone from a hidden sect, but I think he's dealing with weirdness, or the means of the royal ghost envoy, because her companion spirit responded to something very scary in its body. That's why she was adamant that the man was the Goki envoy. Du Ming said, regardless of whether he really has other means or is just a ghost envoy, as long as he's strong enough and can cooperate with us, the safety of Qin City will have an extra layer of security. By the way, what level of strength do you think he's reached? Liang Mingyan mused, looking at Xiao Jing's attitude. The companion spirits in his body are at least about the same as a one-star ghostly boss, which is precisely why he was able to drive that runaway boss back. As for the player level, it must have been 2-star. The first time the man appeared, it was in the 1-star ghost, but with the way that guy is acting right now, he's definitely moved up 2 stars. She herself was a senior 2-star player, but her strength was much worse than someone's newly promoted 2-star player. This caused Liang Mingyan, who had always been proud, to receive some small blows. It seems that this person is really a genius person like Zhang Shiqiu and Hawk. I also wonder how many 2-star ghosts he has cleared. She had only cleared 3 of the 2-star ghosts so far, and she didn't dare to go any further, because without adequate preparation ghost quests are just too dangerous, and if you blindly pass 10 ghosts, you'll go up in stars. This is not a big increase in strength, but the star level goes up, then the only thing that follows is death. The limit of 10 passes at the same star level. The only way for players who want to improve their strength is to complete as many hidden quests and series of quests as they can in their 10 chances to clear the level. But the average player would be lucky to pass it normally. It's not easy to maximize the benefits. Liang Mingyan sighed. So this world, it still has to rely on these geniuses to save it. Du Ming said, didn't you carry back a child? That child said that it is not necessarily the future savior. Didn't you say that you will never get married for the rest of your life? That child already has no relatives. Why don't you just adopt this child? Liang Mingyan crossed her legs and lit a cigarette. Forget it. I'm careless and not suitable for raising children. Not to mention that I'm already preparing to go into the ghostly spirit again, so I can't say I won't be able to come out. Du Ming said seriously, have you thought about it? After you become a player, it's actually fine if you go into the ghosts or not, even if it means being a 1-star player for the rest of your life. But the world is becoming more and more chaotic. If you don't get stronger, how can you protect those around you? This is what Liang Mingyan once said to Du Ming. Then she became the brigade leader of the Qin City Special Administrative Bureau's Operations Brigade. So, after seeing the 1-star boss run out of the ghost, she decided to enter the ghost again. Decided. Just waiting for someone else to protect this kind of thing is not my style. Du Ming said. In fact, you can wait a little bit. That Tianchurli said that there is not necessarily any good way to pass the barrier. Even if there is not, the next time he comes, it's also good to communicate with each other. Liang Mingyan hesitated and nodded. Du Ming thought of something. Right. That child is only 4 months old. It seems that he hasn't taken a big name yet. He was saved by that one. Let that one give a name at that time. Liang Mingyan looked at Du Ming playfully. It's as simple as just taking a name? Du Ming laughed. These hidden masters, is not the most important what karma chance, let him give the child a name, is also considered to be the fate of the two people. If you can accept a godson or something, that would be better. Liang Mingyan sighed. You leaders are really thoughtful. I didn't think that much. It seems that I'm really not suitable to be a leader. Du Ming laughed bitterly. Is this a compliment or sarcasm? Liang Mingyan said. Actually, I would say that it might be better to be sincere with this kind of person. Well, maybe you're right. At that moment, someone came to report that the ghostly spirit that the boss ran out of earlier had disappeared. The two men were startled. What? Disappeared? Liang Mingyan immediately rushed to the scene. Sure enough, the ghostly entrance disappeared. She frowned and asked, neither of you saw anyone go in? The henchmen in charge of sealing off the perimeter are shaking their heads, saying that the surveillance didn't pick up anything unusual either. The entrance just disappeared into thin air. Everyone couldn't figure out what was going on. How could they know that this was because Li Xiao had brought the boss back to the world of immortal cultivation, the world of immortality? In the secret room of the City of Two Worlds, Li Xiao started preparing to refine the female ghost that was begging for death after he came back. Don't you want real death? Real relief? I'll help you now. The female ghost said. Good. I believe you. I feel a different feeling. It seems that I am gradually breaking away from certain bonds, not the bondage of the ghostly spirits, but a deeper bondage. This feeling, it is good. Li Xiao knew that this was because of leaving the bizarre world. Somewhat curiously, he asked casually, why would you want to actually die? The female ghost was silent for a moment. I don't know, but I'm tired and miserable and don't want to go on like this. I want to seek true relief. Li Xiao was also silent for a while. Then he sacrificed his soul refining furnace and started refining the female ghost. The female ghost was quickly refined, and at the last moment, let out a sigh. I feel it, true relief. No bondage, no pain. Is this freedom? That's great. Thank you. Then everything falls silent. Li Xiao actually had the slightest feeling of alienation. I'm not exactly lying to her. Even if she dies in the bizarro world, odds are she'll still be bound. Here, death is truly dissipation and liberation. And the mission was actually accomplished. Mission accomplished, there is no point in living. Death is the true relief. Awarded, 1,000 guile coins. Awarded, Eye of the Death Spell, ability. Rewarded, Deadland boat ticket, props. Li Xiao froze. She promised to give me unanticipated rewards, and I can't imagine that she really gave. It's, looking at them, but for the first time, he didn't feel happy. Am I indeed a bit scummy? But the Taoist rhythms that then descended cheered him up. People don't do it for themselves, and we're not exactly close friends and family, so don't you blame me. End of chapter. Chapter 43, Auction. Li Xiao was in a happy mood as he sensed the long-lost Tao rhythm. With the Tao rhyme, you can enter the state of enlightenment, and then you will be able to quickly refine the blood fiend technique and the body refining secret technique. But there is no hurry. Tomorrow is the auction, so you can't miss it. He was carefully going over the newly acquired abilities and props. Death Curse I, 1-star ability to use Life Force to send a death curse on a single target within line of sight. Deadlands ticket, a ticket to be able to enter the Deadlands. Li Xiao frowned slightly. Using Life Force to send out a death curse? There are two conditions for the activation of this curse. One is to consume one's Life Force, and the other is to be within sight. Then you can put a death curse on the target. He studied it carefully. Consuming one's own Life Force to cut down the target's Life Force. Absolutely, really. Isn't this just a direct fight for your life? Vitality is more than just longevity. A person is on the verge of death when they are injured or sick and can't recover, or when their life expectancy is near. A death curse is a curse that aims to bring the target's life to an end. It doesn't matter if it consumes longevity or aggravates the condition of the injury, as long as it kills the target. And the cost for Li Xiao to unleash this ability was his own equivalent Life Force. He pondered. It's true that this ability can't be used indiscriminately under normal circumstances, but if I face an opponent who is stronger than me but has a weaker Life Force, it can be used as a base card. It was an ability to kill you while you're sick, as far as he was concerned anyway. However, Life Force was the number one key for cultivators to break through realms. When he was able to successfully build a foundation in the Heaven's Path, a key point was that he was only 30 years old and his vitality was very vigorous. So he definitely wouldn't use this ability until he had to, or until he found a way to be able to replenish his Life Force. Studying and understanding the ability, he then looked at the prop, the Deadly Realm ticket. It should be a ticket to enter some hidden haunted world. The key is that this prop actually doesn't have a star rating? This is rare. In the past, those prop tickets he obtained would be labeled with a star rating. Campus badges and amusement park tickets, for example, are labeled as 1-star expendable props. It means that by using this prop, you are able to enter a 1-star ghostly world, and the Deadlands boat ticket has no star rating. It seems that this place called the Deadly Domain is not simple, so pay more attention to it in the future. Just as he put away the two props, it was discovered that there was actually one more thing in the soul refining furnace. I can't believe I dropped something? Bosses do drop items when they are refined, but the chances are small. He had refined so many bosses, and only the ghost headmaster had dropped a whip. Now finally another thing has dropped. He took the object out, but it was a crystal clear crystal. Tears of the Female Ghost, a 1-star item that increases the upper limit of mental power after taking it. Increasing the upper limit of mental power? That's good stuff. Too bad it's only 1 star. He took the Female Ghost's tear and carefully sensed it, realizing that it was basically useless to him anymore. He had already raised his divine thoughts to the limit when he built the foundation of the Heavenly Tao, and there was no way to increase them. And this Female Ghost's tear is only a 1-star prop again. If it was a 2-star, it could be saved for when the foundation establishment was complete. But this is no less good than the foundation establishment Dan for an ordinary chi refining perfection cultivator. Increasing the upper limit of mental power not only enhanced strength, but also increased the chances of building a foundation. But there's only one of these tiers, and it only increases the mental power of a single item. There is no boost to life force or mana cultivation caps, so it probably only increases the success rate by 1 or 2%. The foundation building pills, on the other hand, could all increase the success rate by more than 40% at least. But the foundation building pill is only for humane foundation building, and taking it during foundation building is only a temporary boost to essence, whereas with this item, it should be able to be used as one of the heaven and earth spirits for earthly foundation building. Li Xiao could not help but sigh when he thought that the female ghost had actually left such a good thing behind after her death. She said she'd give me unforeseen rewards. She really? I'm crying my eyes out." With that he wiped the non-existent tears from his eyes, put away the props and the pretentious posturing. Li Xiao cultivated on his knees for a while. After refining the female ghost, his cultivation increased a bit, but to break through to the middle stage of foundation establishment, one would need at least many more of this level of shenanigans. As for the resentful souls, they are just the lowest level of Yin ghosts. You can also raise your cultivation level when you are in the refining stage. By the time one reaches foundation establishment, the enhancement after refining is already minimal. But the grudge is not useless. The first thing is the ability to trade for merit. Then if there were enough of them, the compulsion raising method could be used to make them devour each other for evolution. It would naturally be useful after cultivating a strong enough Yin ghost. For the foundation establishment stage to quickly raise their cultivation, they still have to enter the 2-star ghostly spirit. So when I prepare again and purchase some suitable spirit weapons, I should be able to try it out. Early the following morning, Li Xiao then retreated out of the cave. Today is the monthly auction of Two Worlds City. At this time, a flying boat outside the city and a reclining light came from afar. It was very lively. It was obvious that these cultivators were all here for the auction. Look, that's the Yu family's flying boat. The Lu family's people are here too. That's the cave master of the 5 Poison Cave. One by one, the cultivators of the renowned forces appeared in the Two Realms city. It was also the first time that Li Xiao had seen so many foundation establishment stage cultivators gathered together. The Jindan cultivator hadn't been seen yet. This was because the monthly small auction in Two Worlds City basically didn't have anything above the 3rd rank. Only once a year at the grand auction would items above the 3rd rank appear. By then, it will be a real event. Around the auction house in the commercial district, a large number of Two Realms City patrols were maintaining order. Although there is a rule that there should be no fighting in the city of the Two Worlds, but some cultivators are so used to being bold that the slightest thing will cause friction. Patrols then go around to calm things down. Fortunately, everyone knew that there were 2 behemoths behind the Two Realms city, so they all kept their tempers in check. Even if 2 cultivators with blood feuds came across each other, most of them would just quarrel a few times and put a few harsh words or something like that. Arriving at the auction house, Li Xiao took out the invitation and name tag. The waiter respectfully said, "Senior, your compartment is at Tian Z20. Please follow me." Li Xiao had items to auction and naturally got an invitation to a VIP box. He was dressed differently again at this time. It was a big man with a beard wearing a strong suit, carrying a big axe, with a fierce face, and a look that was not to be messed with. Changing one's appearance to hide one's identity was too common amongst cultivators. Who cares what you look like as long as you have an ID name tag and an invitation? As for whether someone will grab the name tags and invitations and come over to claim the auction money fraudulently, the auction house is even less likely to care. Most of the stuff they auction off is stolen property, and they don't care if you're the original seller. If you are robbed of your name tag and invitation, then you can only say that you are not strong enough and you deserve to be robbed. Newbie, new book. If you think it's okay, please catch up on the latest chapter. With the catch up, the author can get on the recommendation. Can stick to it, the author thanks. End of chapter. Chapter 44, The Auction. After entering the VIP box prepared by the auction house, Li Xiao then felt that the aura was rich, the decoration was luxurious, and there was also a spirit gathering formation and an isolation formation. It was just like a small cave of the second order. The front has a commanding view of the auction table, but those outside could not see or sense what was going on inside. If you want to call for a price, you only need to write it on one of the summoning jade talismans. That way you can tell what box number is bidding. In this way, the privacy of the VIP buyers is really ensured. Not bad, the auction house is really well prepared. Of course, such treatment could only be enjoyed by cultivators in the VIP box, Morchi refining stage cultivators, or foundation establishment cultivators who didn't get VIP invitations. You can only sit in the lower bulkhead seats. The only way to keep this situation secret is to rely on your own camouflage skills. Li Xiao sat in the box. After about a quarter of an hour, Wang Wanqiang, who had received him earlier, came to visit. Elder, your item will be auctioned in the 10th piece. He didn't care if the person in front of him was the same cultivator who had once come to auction off the foundation establishment Dan. Anyway, being able to enter this box means that the identity has been confirmed. Li Xiao said, "Got it. I have a few questions I want to ask." Wang Wanqiang said, "Senior, feel free to ask." Li Xiao asked, "If I want to auction off an item but don't have enough spirit stones in my hand, can I offset it with a valuable item?" Wang Wanqiang said, "Can, senior, but the price of the offset items, to be determined by our appraiser. General items we can directly acquire. if it is a valuable item, can be arranged to increase the temporary auction. Li Xiao nodded. Not bad. You guys are quite thoughtful. Wang Wanqiang smiled. Senior has overpraised. Many of the items in the two boundary city auction were not allowed to see the light of day. So the auction house doesn't give a list of lots. If the list is disclosed beforehand, I am afraid it will cause unnecessary trouble. People come to auctions purely by luck. So it often happens that you come across something good and don't have enough spirit stones prepared. This is when you can use a variety of items to offset. Sometimes when the original items are auctioned off, there are even additional lots added on the fly. All in all, this auction in Two Worlds City had taken into account all kinds of situations for the cultivators who pinned the stolen goods, who made this city of two worlds a big black market. Wang Wanqiang excused himself. Li Xiao sat in the box and enjoyed the free spirit wine and snacks provided inside. About another quarter of an hour passed. A tall, middle-aged cultivator walked up on the auction stage. The middle-aged cultivator was at the late stage of foundation establishment, wearing a dharma robe, and his eyes were deep and majestic. Seeing this middle-aged cultivator, many people murmured. Surprisingly, it's Deacon Xian himself presiding over this. Looks like there's something good today. Deacon Xian said, "Welcome everyone to come and participate in the monthly auction of Two Worlds City. Today's auction is hosted by my humble self. Please bear with me more." Well, without further ado, the auction will now begin. Through the special spells, his voice was carried throughout the room, including the box that was enveloped by the isolation array. The first lot, Green Spirit Pill, a set of 20 pills, capable of raising the cultivation level of cultivators at the late stage of chi refining. Starting price 400 spirit stones, 50 spirit stones a plus. Deacon Xian introduced the advantages and disadvantages of the lot and spoke eloquently before finally stating the starting price and beginning the auction. The crowd of chi refining stage cultivators began to bid. Pills to enhance cultivation have traditionally been expensive, just like the various sustenance of demonic cultivators. The elixir spirits are the sustenance of righteous cultivators. When pills were combined with spirit veins, one could rapidly raise one's cultivation level. As long as you have money and power, no matter what world you're in, you're going to be separated from everyone else from the start, and then get bigger and bigger. That's the reality. In the end, this bottle of Green Spirit Pill 750 Spirit Stones was auctioned off by a chi refining cultivator from a large family. The second lot, the Thunder Fire Sword, a first-order extreme magic weapon with thunder and fire attributes. Starting price 600 Spirit Stones, 50 Spirit Stones a plus. At first, the auctions were all for pills and magic weapons used by chi refining stage cultivators. Those that can be brought to the auction house for sale are sure to be fine. Numerous chi refining cultivators competed fiercely. Li Xiao leaned back on the soft couch and watched in boredom. It wasn't until the 10th lot that he lifted his spirits, because it was finally his turn for the foundation building pill. Deacon Xian said in a neutral tone. The next lot, the foundation building Dan. I don't think I need to introduce the efficacy of the foundation building Dan. The auction hall burst into life. Surprisingly, it's the foundation building pill? Great. I've been saving up for so long, and finally I've come across the foundation building pill. I should have known that I wouldn't have bought that spell up front. The foundation building pill is, indeed, very popular. Not only were the chi refining cultivators interested, some foundation establishment cultivators were equally interested. Who doesn't have a youngster in the family? Some casual cultivators had no access to build their foundations, so if they wanted to prepare foundation building pills for their juniors, they could only buy them at the auction house. Deacon Xian saw that the atmosphere was almost right and said, well, the starting price of the foundation building Dan is 500 spirit stones, 100 spirit stones a plus, and the auction will now begin. 1,600, 1,700, 1,800, 2,600. Soon the price exceeded Li Xiao's expectations. There were still people raising their prices at this point, but there were far fewer of them. This price, after all, is much more than the normal market price in the past. In the auction hall, a young cultivator in the late chi refining stage gritted his teeth and quoted, 2,700 spirit stones. An old man on his side with a sad face said, Xian nephew, this is already the limit of what the family can support you. If there is still someone to offer, just give up. The youth eagerly said, Uncle, as long as I take this foundation building Dan, I am certain that I will be able to refine my chi to perfection and then build my foundation within 2 years. If I miss it, I don't know when I will be able to encounter it again. Before he could finish his sentence, someone else quoted 2,800 spirit stones. The youth sat down in his chair at once. I'm not willing to. His eyes reddened as he jumped up. 2,900 spirit stones. Then he turned his head to the old man and said, Uncle, these extra spirit stones. I'll make up for them to the clan later as an ox. Unfortunately, still before he could finish, the opposite side quoted 3,000. The youth's face was ashen, and this time he was literally paralyzed in his chair and couldn't get up. The one who quoted the price was a pale-faced early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. This foundation establishment cultivator's face was gloomy, obviously also dissatisfied because the foundation establishment pill was speculated at such a high price. But he didn't have much longevity left, and he wanted to cultivate another foundation establishment cultivator for his family, so he could only put down blood money. In a VIP box, a handsome young man dressed in white disdainfully said, What a bunch of dirtbags. The foundation establishment pill is speculated to 3,000 spirit stones. An old crone at the side of the foundation establishment stage said, You can't blame these loose cultivators. Without a doorway, they can only grasp this rare opportunity, especially in this general environment of fear and panic now. She took the opportunity to mention her own juniors. So Xiangra, you have to cherish the resources given to you by the clan. Take a look at these casual cultivators, fighting over a foundation building dan, while you have a foundation building dan that the clan has prepared for you, just waiting for you to be perfected in refining chi. The youth confidently said, Xiangra no, must be successful in building the foundation before 30 years old. Early preparation for the Jindan. In the future, must make my Lin family become a famous Jindan family in Yuzhou. On the other hand, seeing those cultivators fighting so fiercely for the foundation establishment pill, Li Xiao was already laughing his ass off. Surprisingly auctioned to 3,000 spirit stones. Unexpectedly, if Shimen Yu that old thing knows, it will not be angry crooked mouth. Newbie new book. If you think it's okay, please catch up on the latest chapter. With the catch up, the author can get on the recommendation. Can stick to it, the author thanks. End of chapter. Chapter 45, Too Many Ways. Li Xiao was beaming in the box. Indeed, like he said, someone had gotten angry and crooked. In a small box downstairs, the master of the Dark Cloud Cave, Shimen Yu, had an ugly face. This foundation establishment Dan is definitely the one that guy from the underworld snatched from Night Ying's hands. At first, this foundation establishment pill was indeed bought by him by helping Night Ying pull strings. Night Ying offered 1,600 spirit stones, but he also offered 1,200 spirit stones. In fact, this foundation building pill was bought with 2,800 spirit stones, but he didn't tell Night Ying the real situation. Who let him be served by Night Ying most comfortably in the first place? He boasted that he had a doorway to get the foundation building Dan at market price for others. He didn't brag about having access, because he did know an inner disciple of the Yuan Dan sect. The Yuan Dan sect was good at refining foundation establishment pills, but their annual production was limited. Apart from using it for their own sects, there is not much of an exodus. As the situation became tense, the outflow of base building pills became less and less, and naturally became more and more expensive. Shimen Yu boasted that he could only buy it at a high price when he found someone else. So the foundation establishment pill in Night Ying's hand, he had actually paid almost half of it. 1,000 or so spirit stones was not a small amount for a foundation establishment cultivator. It's XX a moment of pleasure, and half of your wallet is deflated. Of course, he also gave Night Ying a condition after he got the foundation building Dan. That is, if it succeeds in building its foundation, it will merge the Night Harmony Cave into the Dark Cloud Cave. Night Ying naturally agreed readily. In fact, Shimen Yu would so readily agree to help Night Ying. There was another reason just because Night Ying said she knew about a relic. This relic Shimen Yu also knew something about it. It was a Jindan sect that was destroyed a few hundred years ago. Night Ying claimed to know the key information to enter the relics, and as long as he helped her build her foundation successfully, he could go exploring with Shimen Yu. Under various reasons, Shimen Yu, the old fox, had advanced money to help Night Ying buy the foundation establishment pill. Unfortunately, everything came to naught after the destruction of the Night Hopper Cave. When he first went to the Yin Feng Cave, he did go there with the attitude of raising an offense, but after not being able to see through the other party's cultivation, it changed to a sidebar. Let's see if Night Ying has told that specter about the relics. Night Ying, this character, he understood, willing to do anything to stay alive. Taking a body and news of a relic in exchange for a life is definitely the way to do it. But Night Ying died, and he hadn't been able to find out if that specter had gotten the information about the relics. One could only say that an old devil like Shimen Yu really did have a lot on his mind. He was indeed right in his guess. Night Ying was really trying to trade her body and the news of the relics for her life at that time. Unfortunately, Li Xiao did not eat this and directly searched his soul, and the news of the relics was naturally obtained under the soul search, but he didn't care. The remains of a Jindan clan that had been destroyed hundreds of years ago could have existed a Jindan-forming spirit. They were unattractive to him and were not valued at all. At this time, Shimen Yu, seeing that the foundation building Dan in the auction was actually sold for 3,000 spirit stones, the heart became even more unpleasant. Gloomy Wind Cave Spectre, when I get to the bottom of you, let's see how I'm going to clean you up. On the other side, Li Xiao happily got the spirit stones from the auction. The foundation establishment pill was sold for 3,000 spirit stones, minus the hefty 15% commission. He got his hands on 2,550 spirit stones. Everything at the auction is settled on the spot. Money in one hand and money out the other. Some sellers take the money and then immediately disappear to prevent a long night. The city doesn't allow hands, though, but there are really some interests involved, or blood feuds. It's not impossible for people to take you out before the patrol can react. Afterwards, the big deal is to launch a murderer who will take the blame for the City of Two Worlds. This is the big black market of the cultivation world, not some civilized city in a legal society. Even if it was claimed to be the safest cave area in the city, as long as the benefits were enough, believe it or not, there were people who dared to attack it directly. That's why Li Xiao said that even though a rented cave was good, it was still necessary to have one's own territory. Otherwise, with so many secrets on your body, you won't even know if you're killed by a pig one day. However, right now he didn't think he had any enemies that were too tricky, and 2,000 or so spirit stones weren't enough to draw too much attention. So naturally, there's no need to rush back. The next auction was pretty much all items used by Foundation establishment cultivators. That's what makes the monthly auctions so great. Deacon Xian stood on the stage. The next lot, Bailu Umbrella, lower grade spiritual weapon, offense and defense, can also trap people. 1,200 spirit stones to start the auction. 100 spirit stones a plus. 1,300. 1,400. These spiritual weapons are all fine and sell well. However, when some people saw the spiritual weapon, they directly went red-eyed and grim-faced. And, that's my cousin's spirit weapon. Why is it here? A big man in the early stage of Foundation establishment roared angrily and tried to rush forward. However, he was suppressed by Deacon Xian's late-stage Foundation establishment pressure. Deacon Xian calmly said, "This guest please calm down. No noise is prohibited at the auction site." The big man sat back with hatred. "Who killed my cousin? I will find out. Wait for me." At this time, someone yin and yang, Yuping family females and males double death weekdays kill people and do all the bad things. This is not retribution? The big man was furious. Who have the guts to stand out? Deacon Xian coldly said, "This guest, if you keep yelling, don't blame me for being impolite." The big man dared not offend the auction house and sat down indignantly. This kind of thing happens all the time during auctions. Most of the crowd just watched the fun, and some of the regulars were used to it. The next auction was for a few more spiritual weapons, and a few second-order pills that could help Foundation establishment cultivators cultivate. Li Xiao didn't even have a favorite, but it did give him a lot of insight. The main thing is that there is a wide variety of lots of everything. Then he saw a second-order, mid-grade bronze corpse that was auctioned off for 2,000 spirit stones. He secretly said, "I still have an abomination equivalent to a first-order top-grade iron corpse in my hand. After sacrificing it with the second-order corpse refining secret method, I should be able to refine it into a second-order copper corpse, which could be another good way to make money." Then he found several more ways. The next lot, 10 second-order essence blood beads, a fine tonic for cultivators practicing blood-type techniques, starting at 1,000 spirit stones. The next lot, a second-order stern ghost, with a certain degree of sanity, can be used as the main soul of various soul-type spirit weapons, starting at 1,000 spirit stones. Li Xiao's eyes were literally starting to glow. All these things can actually be used for auction. I thought it was not allowed to see the light of day. It seems that I am still too narrow-minded. Things like essence blood pearls and night ghosts are things that require a lot of killing to obtain. He had originally thought that even demonic cultivators would only trade with each other privately. How did I know that Two World City actually took it out for auction in a dignified manner? All he could say was awesome. Most of all, it was those righteous monks who had seen it all. Li Xiao said in his heart, "Condensing and cultivating these things requires a large amount of essence and blood souls, which I am afraid that there are your friends and relatives." Oh, it is still really calm, but since I can sell it, there are so many ways for me to make money, so many that I don't know which one to take. End of chapter. Chapter 46. Li Xiao sighed that it was worthy of being two-world city, where everything could be auctioned. It also made him once again marvel at the fact that the bizarre world was a great treasure trove. However, he definitely wouldn't just use it to sell the een and ghost type of shenanigans. After all, the first thing you need to ensure is the strength of your cultivation. On the contrary, the refined corpse and essence blood can be used to sell them after getting them. He's pondering how he's going to upsell things. Something came out over there that interested him. The next lot. Soul-devouring streamer. An ancient artifact, just discovered from an ancient relic, capable of taking a person's divine soul into it, as well as storing and enslaving a large number of een ghosts. Suspected of being a mutilated magic treasure, although the power is only equivalent to a second-order middle-grade spirit weapon. The stored master soul can cultivate a certain spiritual intelligence. Starting price 1,800 spirit stones. Deacon Shan introduced this ancient artifact in detail, giving a blow-by-blow account. Someone spat out. Wasn't the second-order stern ghost with only a certain amount of spiritual intelligence that was auctioned earlier taken out of this ancient artifact? Your auction house is also dark enough. The original one-piece thing, split into two to sell. Deacon Xian smiled and didn't say anything, obviously acquiescing. Li Xiao sat up straight. Finally something I'm interested in. His soul refining furnace could only hold and refine een ghosts. And if you want to store ghost slaves, you have to buy another spirit weapon. He had originally wanted to buy a soul-type spirit weapon, but now this ancient spirit artifact was clearly much better than a normal soul streamer, so he began to raise the bidding, but it was so popular that the price spiked all the way up to 3,000 without getting it. He called 3,100. The other box called for 3,200 straight away. Li Xiao frowned slightly and called 3,300. This had actually been a bit more than he had expected. After all, he only had over 4,000 spirit stones in his hand. However, a ghost-nurturing spiritual artifact was indeed something he was in great need of at the moment. There was a pause there and 3,400 was called. At the same time, a sinister voice came from this soul-devouring streamer. And my black soul door secret method of a lineage is obviously my door thousands of years ago left behind. At this time found that it is a must to retrieve. But also please friends of the road to sell a face. Li Xiao froze, thinking that this was an open threat to the other bidders. At this time, Deacon Xian snorted coldly. The auction adheres to fairness and impartiality. No one is allowed to use their status and power to force others in the venue, or else they will be disqualified from the auction. The black soul sex man laughed. That's natural. We will definitely abide by the rules within the venue. He purposely emphasized inside the venue, meaning that those who dare to continue to rob with me, outside the venue you should pay attention. The Black Soul sect was a renowned Jindan Devil Dao sect in the southeastern part of the Yu prefecture. This one really scared some people. A few foundation establishment cultivators who had wanted to raise the price stopped their bidding. Li Xiao originally didn't want to be a standout either. After all, he didn't want to offend a foundation establishment demon cultivator for no reason. But this thing, again, was indeed a spiritual artifact that he desperately needed. If you miss it, you'll have to wait until next month, or back out from going for a regular soul streamer. Grab it. It's not like he knows my true colors anyway. This box had a second-order isolation array. Coupled with the chi convergence technique, he didn't believe that the black soul sex people would be able to see through his true colors, so he began to raise the price. Deacon Xian revealed a smile. Tianzi no. 20 bid 3,500. Is there any more to continue bidding? The black soul sex man snorted coldly as his divine sense at the mid-foundation establishment stage swept in, but it was blocked by the formation. Li Xiao thought to himself that it was true. The auction house does a good job of keeping secrets. If this is all in your head, the sign will be smashed. Who will dare to bid boldly in the future? Those who had given up earlier were all sitting at the lower level of the foundation, fearing that they would be vindicated by the Black Soul sect. At that moment a conspiratorial voice came out from another VIP box. If you can't afford it, don't pretend to be a big spender. All day long you will only take the name of the sect to press people. Disgraceful or not, the man from the Black Soul sect was furious and directly rushed out of the VIP box. However, it was a dry and thin old man wearing a black and gold trimmed robe. Who? Come out here if you dare. Before he could make a move, a pressure came over. Deacon Xian coldly said, Ding Cohen, if you dare to make trouble again, don't blame the old man for not being polite. The old man stiffened, laughed sarcastically, said he didn't dare, and retreated back to the box. But it's a great example of bullying. Then he raised the price by 3,600. Li Xiao calmly began to raise the price again. He had only about 4,000 in current money on him, but there were a couple of other things that he might be able to offset, especially with the tears of the female ghost that had just been acquired. It should be able to be offset by 2 or 3,000 spirit stones, so he doesn't panic at all. After a few rounds he raised it to 4,200. That's fine. While I can still mortgage things, that's where I draw the line. Anything more than that doesn't seem worth it. He also knew why the man from the Black Soul sect would value the soul-devouring streamer. Because the soul-devouring streamer was a crippled magic treasure. The main soul that was raised was capable of having a certain level of spiritual intelligence. A main soul with a certain amount of spiritual intelligence was not something that could be raised by an ordinary soul streamer. However, it was not because of these that he fought for the soul devourer. Because which of those bosses he captured back from the weird world didn't have sanity? Not only that, but they're all smart and deceitful. He grabbed the soul-devouring streamer because he valued its ability to collect people's souls, as well as its ability to store and enslave ghosts. Combined with some of the props he has on hand, it could work wonders. But if it's out of budget, it's not worth a hard grab. The old man named Ding Kuan from the Black Soul sect gritted his teeth again and said, "Good. Very good. 4,300. Li Xiao smashed his mouth and didn't continue to raise the price, leaning back and sitting on the soft couch to eat grapes. I'm lucky to learn of it, but I'm lucky to lose it. So forget it if you can't grab it. He's got a smooth mind." Ding Kuan over there was relieved to see that he didn't raise the price. This soul-devouring streamer, indeed, went well with his secret method, and the fact that he was able to raise a spiritually intelligent master soul after getting it was even more so that he couldn't refuse it. So the ambition is there. However, 300 spirit stones was already not a small amount for a foundation establishment cultivator. A foundation establishment cultivator was wealthy, but it didn't mean that he could take out a lot of cash money at once. If the other party continued to raise the price, he was really in a difficult position. Deacon Xian also revealed a smile. This item was what he had gotten when he explored the relics, and he never imagined that it would fetch a high price, giving him a considerable amount of income. He then said, "The next lot, the soul-attracting bell, an ancient artifact, suspected to be a mutilated magic treasure, functions to be able to use the bell sound to attract nearby souls. Starting bid 1,000 spirit stones." The introduction was casual. Sure enough, someone questioned, "Deacon Xian, isn't this ancient artifact badly mutilated? Does it only have one function left to haul in souls?" Deacon Xian coughed lightly. "It's true that it's a bit serious, but it's still able to reach the level of a lower-grade spiritual artifact. But since it's an ancient artifact, there must be something special about it, and that's the reason why we're putting it up for auction. So it's up to all of you to look at it with your eyes and your ability to appreciate it. Some of the things found from the ruins are so badly mutilated and of unknown function that they can't be sold for much money if you take them directly. So it was simply brought to auction for those who wanted to pick up the pieces. This is something that often happens at auctions." Everyone else felt that the soul-attracting bell was of little use. Li Xiao, however, his eyes lit up. Sure enough, what's lost is gained. Not having snatched the soul-devouring streamer, isn't this something better delivered to his door? End of chapter. Chapter 47, Stabilization. Li Xiao's eyes glowed as he looked at the badly mutilated ancient weapon, being able to use the bell sound to pull the ghost. Good stuff. Must take this thing. With this thing, even if you can't enter the copy, you can still go to brush the wild monsters. There is a lot of spookiness in the wilds of the spooky world. It was because of this that people were driven to live in huge cities like Qin City. But the spookiness in the wild is pretty spread out and wandering around. If Li Xiao wanted to catch ghosts in the wild, he would have to look everywhere. And with this spirit-guiding bell, just shake it all the way through. It occurred to him that he had rung the bell all the way. Then all sorts of resentful souls and evil spirits swarmed in and were collected into the soul-refining furnace by themselves, their mouths watering. He stared at the soul-attracting bell on the auction table with a green light in his eyes. "No one can grab it from me. I'll take this thing." But as much as he wanted it, he wasn't in a hurry to show it. He's not stupid. The thing looked to the others like a badly crippled, broken thing with almost only a soul-attracting function left. If he jumped out in a hurry, he would in turn draw attention to the malicious price increase. Sure enough, it took a while before someone tried to add 100 spirit stones. Li Xiao is not in a hurry, and waited for a while before adding another 100. Then after a while, someone else added 100. It just added up all the way to 1,500. Li Xiao, however, felt that something was wrong. This thing clearly looked like rags to the others, so why would someone keep raising the price? At this time Ding Kuan, who held the same idea as him, was also gnashing his teeth. Who keeps raising the price again? No one should know that this soul-drawing bell is a set with the soul-devouring streamer. Or perhaps, it is precisely because someone knows that these two spirit weapons are a set that they are deliberately making things difficult for me? This two-world city auction house is also really dark. Obviously a set of spiritual weapons, but split into 3 to sell. Tread horse. Ding Kuan hated his teeth. The stern ghost was bought by him, and the soul devourer was snatched up. I didn't realize that another soul-attracting bell came out next in the back. After he saw the soul-attracting bell, he knew that it must be a set with the soul-devouring streamer. He wasn't actually wrong when he said that the soul-devouring streamer and the Black Soul Sect's secret arts were in the same vein. That was why he was able to feel the wonderful use of this soul-drawing bell. In the future, if I want to repair the soul-devouring streamer and turn it into a magic treasure, I'm afraid that I really can't do without this soul-drawing bell. So naturally he began to scramble for the soul-attracting bell. He held the same mentality as Li Xiao at first. Neither wanted to draw attention to themselves and tried to take them down quietly. And yet, someone was still fighting him for it. Ding Kuan gritted his teeth and reported 1600. Deacon Xian glanced playfully at the box Ding Kuan was in. Box 16 of the heavenly characters bid 1600. In fact, if he didn't call out which box was bidding, no one else would even know, because the VIP box can be quoted by filling out the Jade Talisman directly. But the auction house is biased. That's what he did just now when Li Xiao and Ding Kuan were competing. The idea is to get both sides on top and keep bidding. These black marketeers, they'll just find a way to drain your wallet. As for the rules, that's what they set. When Li Xiao heard that it was the Black Soul Sect's people who were robbing from him, he became a bit headstrong. Surprisingly, that old thing is robbing me again? However, thinking about the fact that the Black Soul Sect's people practiced soul-type magic skills, it was normal for them to be interested in a spiritual weapon like the soul-attracting bell. He didn't know that Ding Kuan was robbing the soul-attracting bell, but he thought that it was a set with the soul-devouring streamer. Wanting to refine the two ancient artifacts together and restore them into a magic treasure, Li Xiao naturally would not give up this time and continued to raise the price by 1700. Deacon Xian indeed then reported the number of the box he was in. This is a real case of enemies meeting enemies. Ding Kuan was furious. So it's this guy fighting me again. Everyone else was watching the fun, speculating about what kind of person Tianzino 20 was that dared to keep tagging along with the Black Soul Sect elder. There was no way that Li Xiao would back down this time, and began to calmly raise the price. When it added up to 2000, Ding Kuan's side couldn't take it. He bought several things in front of him, especially the Soul Devourer more than 4000 to take down. At this time has an empty wallet. His face was ugly. Well, no matter who you are, wait for me. This soul attraction bell will let you keep it first, when I find you. Not to mention the soul attraction bell. The blood, flesh and soul will become my sustenance. So Li Xiao took the soul attracting bell for 2000 spirit stones. Not cheap, but not expensive either. Looks like that old thing from the Black Soul Sect ran out of money. Compared to the soul devouring streamer, he did want the soul drawing bell more. There could be a substitute for the soul devouring streamer, but this soul attracting bell, one could not really find it for a while. The soul guide bell was quickly delivered to Li Xiao. He paid the money and then tried to use his astringent technique to vanish. Because he had offended the Black Soul Sect's people, he didn't intend to stay much longer. But at that moment, Deacon Xian's voice stayed him again. The next lot, the Heavenly Ghost Formation, an ancient formation. The formation flag and the formation disc are mutilated and damaged. After repairing, the excitation can reach the second order upper grade power. Starting bidding price of 2,000 spirit stones. At this time, someone asked, after this crippled formation is repaired, how does the range and power compare to a normal second rank upper grade, and what are the conditions for the arrangement? And, please ask Deacon Xian to make it clear. Apparently the man was a formation master and asked some specialized questions. Deacon Xian coughed lightly. Originally he didn't want to say too much, but being asked, he also had to say, this formation has been repaired, and its power is comparable to the top grade of the second order, but the range is only about 100 feet, and if it is set up, it requires a ingenious earth vein, which consumes a little too much, but everything else is still normal. The more he spoke, the more vain he became, because this formation was indeed a bit severely dilapidated, and the conditions for setting it up were harsh and consuming. Sure enough, there was a snicker from a cultivator who was well versed in formations. 100 feet? The range of a first-order upper-grade formation is even larger than this, and it still requires a unaffiliated earth vein to set it up, and it consumes a lot. So even if the power reaches second-order upper grade, what's the use? Usually, second-order formations had a shrouded area of at least a few miles. After all, they are all used by foundation cultivators to protect the mountain and guard the cave. The dojo cave of a foundation establishment cultivator covered a wide area. How could it be enough without a cage of a few miles? If the setup conditions are loose, it's not bad to be able to improvise during a fight. However, this formation arrangement required a ingenious earth vein and consumed a lot. This means that not only do you need a large amount of Yin Fury after launching it, you also need a large amount of aura to maintain it. All in all, it was a vaunted second-order upper-grade formation. The crowd murmured, 2,000. Which wrongdoer would want O? Deacon Xian's face was a bit ugly. Gentlemen, if it's a normal second-order top-grade formation, at least 6,000 spirit stones or more will be able to buy it. But now this formation is only 2,000. It's already very cheap. But the crowd didn't buy it. Deacon Xian was helpless and secretly said, I should have known to set the reserve price at 1,500. These 3 ancient artifacts were all obtained from his exploration of a certain relic. Naturally, they were all auctioned off in a hurry. The first 2 were fine and sold for a good price. But this stump formation, I'm afraid it's going to go to auction. He waited for a while, and when he saw that no one had bid, he was about to declare the auction a runoff. Instead, a bid was received on the summoning talisman. Deacon Xian was delighted and announced that a bid of 2,000 had been made. No one continued to raise the price behind him, and he waited a while before hastily announcing 2,000 sold. A formation master laughed playfully. There really is a wrongdoer to buy this price. Buy a better set of second-order lower-grade formations are better than this ragged formation. And in box number 20 in the sky, Injustice Li Xiao was beaming with joy as he held the newly arrived array flag array disc. With this set of heavenly ghost formation, my Yin Foam Cave is not only solid as gold. I'm afraid that the 2-star ghostly spirit will really be able to go through it as well. End of chapter. Chapter 48, Pray. After Li Xiao slapped down the broken heavenly ghost formation, he immediately got up and prepared to retreat. What else was behind him he didn't even bother to look at. There's enough to get out of today's auction. I'm afraid it's going to be a long night if we stay here. He had spent 4,000 spirit stones on this auction and had harvested 2 key items. With these 2 items, it was like adding wings to his ghost-catching endeavors in the spooky world, so there's no point in him staying. Not to mention that he had offended the Black Soul sect. So Li Xiao directly exited the box and headed towards the outside of the auction house. He used the Qi convergence technique to hide his breath at around the late stage of Qi refining. The image also changed from a bearded man to a middle-aged man with a pale and shady face. Although Two World City is good, it's better to go back to my Yin Foam Cave first, and when I've accumulated enough sustenance, I'll come back to rent a spirit vein to break through the middle and late stages of foundation establishment. He had to utilize the soul-attracting Bellin formation to capture Guile, so naturally he couldn't continue to stay in Two World City. The safest place to go is of course back to your own Yin Foam Cave, and with the Heavenly Ghost formation, which is equivalent to the power of a second-order upper grade. He wasn't afraid that old thing Shimanyu would come looking for trouble. If that old thing dares to come, it will definitely make it have no return. Li Xiao went out of the city, not wanting to attract attention. As usual, he took the appearance of the Qi refining stage and flew towards the outside of the city without any speed. He didn't fly in the direction of the gloomy wind cave either. Instead, he cautiously circled back in the other direction. This was done naturally because they did not want to reveal their true identities. However, only after leaving the city for a short while, he sensed that someone was following behind him. Originally, he thought it was an illusion because there were many cultivators around the Two Realms city, and people were coming and going. But it's not right that he changed directions a couple times and the people behind him are still following. It was obviously directed at him. Li Xiao frowned slightly. Why am I being followed? There's nothing wrong with me. He scanned himself with his divine sense at all times, and if there was anything wrong, he would surely be the first to notice. With the extraordinary divine sense brought about by his Heaven's Path Foundation establishment, even the means of a late foundation establishment cultivator could be detected immediately. He pondered, could it be that these people have been guarding the outside of the auction house? Using physical surveillance? Physical surveillance, naturally, means sending out a stakeout. People came and went in the auction house, so as long as they followed from afar and used secret techniques to restrain their breath, it was really difficult to find out for a while. I don't know what kind of people. The Black Soul Sect's people? Someone from Zimenyu? Since he had already been targeted, Li Xiao was in no hurry to leave instead, because in his senses, there were no foundation establishment cultivators among these people. He deliberately circled around and suddenly accelerated to turn on Ghost Shadow and disappeared from those people's view. Those few people were really in a hurry, and similarly accelerated to rush up, but they lost sight of their target. A chi refining great perfection cultivator said angrily, "Where is everyone? How did they suddenly disappear?" Just as a few people were looking around. A voice said, "You're looking for me?" Several people were greatly shocked, and they saw that at some point there was an additional figure above their heads, and it wasn't the one they were looking for. At this moment, this person's aura was so obscure that even that cultivator of the chi refining great perfection could not see through it. The cultivator realized that the situation was wrong and smiled sarcastically. "This fellow Daoist, it's all a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding Nima. A large hand of black gas violently grabbed towards him. The cultivator was shocked. "It's a foundation building cultivator. Senior, spare your life." He wanted to run for his life, but where was the time? The large hand of black gas grabbed it and clutched it in its hand. A protective jade talisman lit up on his body, wanting to resist for a moment. Unfortunately, in just an instant, the protective jade talisman was crushed, and he was also pinched to death. The others were horrified and wanted to scatter. Another cultivator in the late chi refining stage inspired some sort of secret technique and turned into a blood-colored recluse light and flew away at great speed, which only flew out some distance before it crashed into a layer of black light with a thud. It was Li Xiao who had quietly laid down the Yin Fiend black light formation when he circled around just now. The reason for this is to prevent someone from escaping with a secret technique or a recluse talisman or something like that. The cultivator was knocked off his feet, and then he was dragged back by the Yin Fiend chain trap. At this moment, the 5 cultivators who had come to follow him were all bound by Yin Fiend chains and hanging in midair. The few cultivators who were still awake had long since lost their color and kept begging for mercy. Li Xiao laughed coldly. "Before coming to follow me, didn't you guys realize that you would end up like this?" He doesn't bull asterisk with these guys either. He strangles them all. Then, as if dragging a few tails, he cast a recluse and began to withdraw. An unknown hidden valley. A mournful and miserable howl came faintly. Li Xiao searched the souls of several people and then realized why he was being followed. He frowned slightly. "It's actually a gang that specializes in guarding the entrance to the auction house and following and robbing them when they find a suitable target?" He had thought that an enemy had sent a stakeout. "I didn't know that I'd run into a professional gang of killers and treasure hunters. These guys have their eyes on the perimeter of the auction every month during the auction. As soon as they find a suitable target, they will follow them and wait for an opportunity to strike. That's why the monthly auction is more than just an event for ordinary cultivators. It's also a feast for these gangs of robbers." There were both righteous and devilish cultivators among these bandits. Once again, it shows that the difference between the righteous and the devils is not really that big. Or in this part of Yuzhou, where the righteous and the devils are mixed, there has been a gradual fusion. Li Xiao knew where these people came from and at the same time was lamenting his shallow experience. "If I'm really a chi refining loose cultivator who bought something at the auction, I shouldn't have rushed out of the city at that time, but should have gone to the inner city to rent a cave for 2 days to temporarily avoid the city, and then quietly leave the city." These bandits are the ones who specialize in targeting the cultivators coming out of the auction house. At the time he left on fire. At first glance, it looks like I've made a good purchase and want to run fast. Who do people stare at if not you? The Black Soul sex people should not have discovered my traces. Otherwise they would have already taken the opportunity to strike. He made a brazen move to settle these tales in order to lure out any Foundation establishment cultivators that might be present. But there's been no movement until now, so I guess it's safe for now. However, he did not dare to be careless. After coming to this nameless valley, first dug a cave, set up a formation, and only then began to carry out the soul search on those guys. Li Xiao searched the storage bags of those few cultivators. There wasn't much of a haul. The spirit stones, magic weapons, and pills totaled up to be worth almost around 2,000 spirit stones. Rather, the feats are somewhat rewarding. That guy who used the blood light escape at the late stage of chi refining cultivated the blood fury technique and had a complete second stage technique. In the second order bloodshed technique, there was the blood burning transportation technique, a secret method that burned one's own blood to quickly fly away. This saves me a fortune in purchasing feats. Had I known that someone would deliver them to my door, I wouldn't have even had to buy a first order one. These cultivators cultivated common gong methods on the market. This is actually the norm for most monks. After the soul search was over, the divine souls of these guys were basically shattered as well. You can't have both the fish and the bear's palm. To search the soul, you can't refine the soul, and if you refine the soul, you can't search the secrets. Sometimes I do have a hard time, but these remaining materials can be utilized. End of chapter. Chapter 49, people are quite good. Li Xiao was in his temporary cave in the nameless valley. Start preparing to concoct the materials left over from those cultivators. Since it was only the divine soul that was broken, all of these materials were intact. He was going to use the essence blood of these materials to cultivate the blood fury technique first. I also thought to go to the bizarre world to get some essence blood to cultivate. I can't imagine that the material will send itself to the door. They people are still strange good Lu. Directly using the essence blood of late and consummate chi refining cultivators to get started with the blood fury technique. It's quite a luxury to put anywhere. However, precisely because the materials were good, soon his bloodbath technique entered the door and reached the level of the first level of chi refining. That's how it was with a new technique, needing to start cultivating it all over again. This was also the reason why very few cultivators would change to a new gong method halfway through. Some cultivators who didn't have any subsequent feats chose the advanced version of their original feats as well. No more feats with the same attributes. As for the blood fiend technique, it was a completely different system of techniques from the Yin Fiend Yuanshan skill that Li Xiao had originally practiced. So naturally, you have to start from scratch. Because of the high cultivation level and good materials, the introduction was quite fast. But then it slowed down. Li Xiao sighed. Still the qualification is not good to cultivate the bloodbath gong to the second stage. I do not know how long it will take. Although our qualifications are not good, but our Taoist heart is firm and we are striving to get ahead. Let me work harder to improve my bloodshed kung fu. So with a thought, he consumed the Tao rhythm and entered the state of enlightenment. This portion of Tao rhyme was obtained after refining the female ghost. That female ghost was also a good person. Not only did she leave behind a few probabilities, but she also gave him access to Taoist rhythm. Li Xiao was a grateful person and would definitely not forget the female ghost who didn't even know her name. After entering the state of esoteric enlightenment, Li Xiao's understanding of the gongfu began to increase by leaps and bounds. A single Tao rhyme was able to keep his sense of thought in the Tao palace for a full year. And in reality, silk essence blood was drawn from several materials, forming a blood mist that wrapped his entire body. The blood mist gradually thickened and formed a blood cocoon. After a day passed, the blood cocoon clicked and cracked, revealing the figure inside. Li Xiao opened his eyes and a blood-colored light flashed in his eyes. And at this time, his blood fury technique had already reached the late stage of chi refining. If it wasn't for the fact that there wasn't enough essence blood left, he could have raised the bloodshed technique to the second stage in one breath. Because his cultivation level has long been at the foundation establishment level. Therefore, raising the bloodshed skill to the second stage of foundation establishment would not be an obstacle anymore at all. The main thing was that he realized that the two different systems of demonic skills actually didn't clash. Often monks are unwilling to practice other systems of gongfu at the same time. One reason is the lack of energetic resources. Then there was the fear of different systems of gongfu conflicting with each other. The secret method is not to be feared. As long as it is learned and the conditions allow, it can be performed. But feats, that's something that will form a whole new system within the body. For example, right now, there was an additional blood-colored mana in Li Xiao's body. Originally, he was all set to refrain from practicing the bloodshed technique for the time being if the techniques clashed. Anyway, he only practiced bloodbath kung fu so that he wouldn't waste the essence blood from certain copies of the creepy world. As long as the essence blood can be condensed into essence blood beads and used to sell them. But after practicing it, it turns out that everything is silky smooth and there is no conflict at all. The two strands of mana did not fuse together, but they got along well. Is this the benefit of heavenly Tao foundation building? All feats are, in the end, an understanding of the Tao. And the heavenly Tao is nameless and grows to nourish all things. And its main focus is one of inclusiveness. So naturally there will be no conflict. Li Xiao didn't know if he understood correctly, but that was what he thought anyway. After the blood fiend technique was practiced, it didn't make his mana much more robust. This was because Yin Fiend mana had already been constructed and liquefied, while blood fiend mana was still in a gaseous state. Only when the blood fiend technique reached the second stage could he truly take his mana to another level. But bloodshed kung fu has another benefit. That's what keeps him energized. And as long as he had essence and blood to replenish it, he could stay in this state. Cultivators who cultivate blood-type magic skills are really a bit of vampires, but are much more advanced than vampires and don't have to be so savage and rude to drink blood directly. Of course, the root of all cultivation was still the aura of heaven and earth. Regardless of whether it was essence blood or Yin Fury Chi, it was only a sustenance to aid in cultivation. So if Li Xiao wanted to raise his bloodshed skill to the second stage, or if he wanted to advance to the middle stage of foundation establishment, it was still necessary to find a blessed place with rich aura. In this kind of wilderness, Unless one consumed a large amount of spirit stones, one could not think of advancing. Almost done. The material was drained of essence and blood. Almost all of them are wasted. The secret art of refining corpses. Practice it afterwards. After he cleaned up the scene and destroyed all the traces, he went out of the temporary cave. Li Xiao flew up and headed in the direction of the gloomy wind cave. The Gale Cave. The two children were bored and farting and chatting in the outer courtyard. The cave master has been in seclusion for a long time, and he doesn't know when he will come out. Yes, the old ancestor is not seen coming back either. What exactly will be done with these stove tripods? Will they just be kept like this? When they first received the gift, they received a few maiden hearths, but the cave master has not been out of the gate, and the two dare not deal with it privately. It would have to be kept in the outer courtyard, but with a few maids. The two of them were much more relaxed. The chores of cleaning the outer courtyard of the cave and whatnot no longer required their hands. A few of the maids were mortal women who had been captured by demonic cultivators. They arrived trembling, and when they could not see the rightful owner, they were left to serve the two boys. The two of them, Jukai Jinbao, were naturally nonchalant, taking themselves as seniors and bossing a few people around. But they didn't dare to hit a few people. They were just used as maidservants and underlings. On this day, the two were directing a few maids to clean the courtyard after farting and chatting. A recluse was seen flying rapidly and landing in the courtyard. The two were startled, fixed their eyes, and hurriedly bowed down. Greetings to the old ancestor. A couple of the women were taken aback and didn't know what to do. Zhao Kai hurriedly chided. Why don't you hurry up and pay your respects to the elder god of the underworld? A few women panicked and knelt on the ground. Greetings to the spectral elder ancestor. I wish the elder ancestor eternal immortal bliss and longevity with the heavens. Li Xiao, who had changed back to his spectral image, curiously said, What are these people? Zhao Kai Jinbao hurriedly said, reporting to the old ancestor. They are the maidservant hearthings sent by the lord of the Red Iris Cave some time ago. The two of them talked about the matter of those nearby cave masters who came to visit to give gifts after Li Xiao left. Since Li Xiao had instructed them to accept the obeisances before he left, the two of them took all the congratulatory gifts, including a few stovepipes. Li Xiao nodded and looked at the four maids kneeling on the ground. The four maids knelt on the floor, not daring to raise their heads, waiting apprehensively for their fate. Li Xiao said, Raise your head. The four maids raised their heads in pity. The best thing that could happen to a mortal woman like them who fell into the hands of a demonic cultivator was to meet a less cruel master, and then being able to live a few more years after serving the master well. Is it sad? Very sad. But this was the life of the mortals at the bottom of the immortal cultivation world, even the bottom cultivators. End of chapter. Chapter 50, Too busy to demand. Li Xiao sized up the four maids and said, Not bad. Pretty face, full of yuan-in. Then stay. The four maids were overjoyed and hurriedly thanked them. If this old man doesn't keep them, what awaits them then will be a life of becoming material. Though becoming a hearth isn't necessarily any better, but it's certainly better than being bloodied and boned. Li Xiao headed toward the cave and commanded, But old ancestor, I'm not close to women. The four women's faces turned white with despair. Not being close to women, but leaving them behind. Is it really necessary to use them as magic material? But heard Li Xiao said, Let them bathe and smoke incense, and go to serve your cave master at night. My disciple must be almost out of the gate, closed for many days. My disciple is also hard. Just let him relax and relax. The four women cried tears of joy, never imagining the peaks and valleys. Although Recruiter responded, his face was odd, because in their impression, it was their own cave master who was not close to women. They came to the Yinfeng cave for so many years, they have not seen the cave master looking for a woman. Only blindfolded cultivation. That's why they weren't worried about threatening their position when the first few stovepipes were delivered. And now old ancestor was talking about sending four maids to serve the cave master. Of course, they didn't dare to say anything, they just answered and went to get ready. Li Xiao entered the cave and went directly to the underground cave chamber. The cavern was at that moment enveloped by an open array of black light. This was naturally done to create the illusion that someone was in seclusion all the time. With a wave of his hand, he turned off the formation. Then he took out the heavenly ghost formation and began to study how to set it up. When purchasing the formation, the seller had already recorded the information on how to set it up in the jade slip. Li Xiao had already read the information in the jade slip at the time he got the formation. This is done naturally to prevent buying fakes. The reputation of the Two Realms City auction house was still good, and this formation was basically the same as what Deacon Xian had described. But even if there was a jade slip to teach how to set it up, if there was no foundation for the formation, It certainly couldn't be set up either. Fortunately, what Li Xiao used to study on the side was formations. It was only that he had only set up first-order formations before. This was the first time he had come into contact with a second-order formation. He studied it carefully and tried to start setting it up. This research was fascinating. It was only after 3 days that he set up the formation. Li Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Second-order formations are really complicated. And this is only a mutilated one. If it were a complete second-order upper-grade formation, I'm afraid I wouldn't really be able to set it up. He attempted to recite the spell to activate the formation. Only a buzzing sound was heard, and the entire cave was enveloped by the formation. For a while the black fog was filled with a gloomy wind. The Yin fiendish chi in the Yin fiendish earth vein was crazily extracted out and replenished into the formation. The surrounding aura was also wildly inhaled. But it's simply not enough. The spirit vein of the gloomy wind cave was nothing more than a first-order one, and it couldn't even maintain an ordinary second-order formation, not to mention the heavenly ghost formation, which had the disadvantage of high consumption. Li Xiao didn't panic because this was something he had long anticipated, only to see him take out a spirit stone and throw it into the formation eye. He also sacrificed the soul refining furnace to refine the resentful souls inside and replenish the Yin fury chi to the formation. Sure enough, the formation stabilized. Then, a hideous celestial ghost loomed in the formation. These celestial ghosts are all created by the formation using the Yin fiendish chi. As long as the mind of the one who set up the formation moved, it would unleash a terrifying attack on the target in the formation. Li Xiao also sensed that the attack of the heavenly ghost formed by the formation had indeed reached the power of the upper second rank. He smiled with satisfaction. The range is a bit smaller, but as long as the power is up to par, that's all that matters. After the test, he stopped the array from running, but then he got a little toothache when he saw the consumption. 10 spirit stones have been consumed in such a short time, and the resentful souls have consumed 10 or so. It seems that we still have to find a second-order spirit vein cave with a Yin fury vein as soon as possible. However, spirit veins with various specific attributes were much harder to find than normal spirit veins. When the predecessor was able to find the Yin wind cave, a first-order spirit vein with Yin fury, it was considered rare. It was still a bit difficult to find a second-order spirit vein cave with the same conditions. Forget it. Anyway, I can go to the bizarre world to catch ghosts. There is no lack of Yin fury chi, and ordinary second-order spirit vein caves can also be cultivated. Li Xiao stopped the formation from running. This formation was ready to come and take and set up here when he bought it. As for how to utilize the formation to deal with the shenanigans in the two-star ghosts, that would naturally be to pull it straight here to exterminate it when it encounters awesome weirdness. Wasn't that abomination captured only after he pulled it over and used the formation to beat it up? He'll place enough spirit stones in the eye of the formation beforehand. Immediately after pulling the creepy boss over, the formation can be activated. Once the formation was ready, Li Xiao took out the soul-attracting bell. He had already roughly sacrificed this spirit weapon the first time he got his hands on it. Now that he had taken it out, he naturally wanted to carefully offer it again. This kind of spirit weapon without the owner's brand. It's very simple to sacrifice. Just brand your divine soul imprint on it. In about a day's time, the sacrifice was completed. Jingle bells. Li Xiao shook the bell. The sound waves began to spread, and a strange energy spread with them. Even when he hears that voice, he gets a little distracted. This soul-inducing bell is definitely not simple. It must have been a magic treasure in the past, but unfortunately it is now badly mutilated. He estimated that the bell could probably affect targets within 100 meters. Smaller range, but not bad. The formation is there. The soul-attracting bell is there. Everything is ready. Just missing a soul-type spirit artifact capable of storing enslaved Yin ghosts. That's not urgent. Wait for me to catch a wave of shenanigans first, then go to Two World City to purchase one is. Li Xiao stretched his back and began to prepare to go to the bizarre world. He was busy working on formations on his side, and then proceeded to shuttle to the bizarre world. But he had forgotten all about the several maids who had been washing and perfuming the incense and waiting for him to pamper them. A few maids were ready and waited apprehensively for a few days, but they never saw his lordship summoning them. This one scared them again. The heart wondered if the cave lord couldn't see them and that's why they hadn't been summoned. A few people asked for advice on what to do with the fortune teller. Recruitment is not a strange thing to see. Wait, the old master is like this. Do not like women. If you are lucky the old master will summon you when he comes out of the gate. You do not be anxious. Since the old ancestor has said that you let you stay, you feel at ease to stay is it? Several people looked at each other with mixed feelings. If the master didn't like women, then they would be of little value except for doing odd jobs. and it was not certain that they would be taken as practice material one day. If Li Xiao was there, he would have given recruitment a few big bibs. The old man was just busy and forgot. Where does it mean he doesn't like women? Newbie, new book. If you think it's okay, please catch up on the latest chapter. With the catch up, the author can get on the recommendation. Can stick to it, the author thanks. End of chapter. Chapter 51, Brother has become a legend. Creepy world. After Li Xiao shuttled over, he was still in the abandoned house that was originally in the outer city. With a sweep of his divine sense, he realized that there wasn't anyone around, so he stepped out in faith. At the moment, he was in casual sportswear and full of grim doves. Even if someone saw him, they wouldn't associate him with the young Taoist priest who was so popular some time ago. He went to a bar on the outskirts of Qin City, ordered a beer, and began checking the recent news on his cell phone. Sure enough, there are one-star ghostly bosses running out in many places. He had seen many similar stories on the news, although at this time information was tightly controlled. But for such major changes, the officials are the first to report them so that everyone is prepared. It's actually not just the bosses running out, but even the ghosts have directly become part of the real world? Awesome! According to reports, as soon as the boss completely breaks free of his bonds, the ghosts will follow him into the world. It's like loading a new map with extra places that weren't there. Many cities have become much larger as a result. The official speculation is that it's not just the neighborhoods of the cities that wild because no one cleans it up. I'm afraid it's the real terrain that's changed drastically, with many more areas that don't exist. And when the ghosts are integrated into the world, both spooky and human, will no longer be bound to the players can avoid having to do some quests in order to kill the bosses that. And of course bosses can move around destroying and killing people. This change had caused many cities to suffer heavy losses. Some of the bosses start killing off the ghosts when they break away from the ghosts. Even some weak cities were directly exterminated. Only cities with powerful players sitting on the ground avoided the tragedy. There was talk in the bar about it at this point. Have you heard? A city over in the southeast called Manhwa has been out of contact for a long time. Yeah, I heard that originally Manhwa was sending out intermittent signals to neighboring cities for help, but they lost the news completely a few days ago. I've also heard about it. It said that a boss ran out and they couldn't handle it, so they asked for help from other cities. We, Qin City, have also received a rescue signal, but it's thousands of kilometers away. Who would dare to go and save them? Hey, it's really miserable. Say no more now, they are all wiped out of the city. Manhwa used to be a small country, and it's really quite tragic if it was destroyed. Sort of, if it was destroyed. Li Xiao listened to the people talking and curiously googled about Manhwa. I guess the information is controlled and there is not much news about it, but you can also see bits and pieces on some forums. There are communication cables linking the cities to each other, but the ones that are not destroyed can still contact each other, only because of the dangers of the wilderness. It was difficult to transport supplies and support between cities, if there are no cities linked by fiber optic cables. Under the influence of the weird magnetic field, it would have to be a matter of intermittently getting in touch with other cities and pools when the magnetic field became weaker. Such is the case with Manhwa, originally a city in a small, backward country, now completely disconnected. It is assumed that the city was indeed exterminated. Though Creepy Descender has heard a lot over the years about some small towns that were not evacuated in time being devoured by Creepy. But this was the first time people had seen such a large city destroyed. The murmuring crowd felt a sense of powerlessness. A depressing atmosphere began to spread through the bar. At this time, I heard someone say loudly, "What are you so frustrated about? No matter what happens, our Qin City will be fine." Our Qin City, but there is that one sitting in the town. Many people agreed. Yes. Fortunately our Qin City has that person sitting in the town. The crowd seemed to have renewed confidence when the man was mentioned. Li Xiao was curious as to what kind of person was able to get the crowd to regain their confidence so quickly. He secretly said, "I heard that the director of the Qin City Special Administration Bureau is a character. The people of Qin City are quite convinced that he is in charge. Could it be a more powerful expert than that Action Brigade leader Liang Mingyan?" Driven by curiosity, he ordered a beer and took it over to sit at the table of the young man who had been cheering on the crowd earlier. He handed over his beer. "Ask you about something? It's on me." The young man eyed the stranger in front of him warily. "What do you want to ask about?" Li Xiao leaned back in his chair and said, "The one you mentioned earlier. Which one is it? In our Qin City, is there a more powerful ghost envoy than Senior Captain Liang Mingyan?" The young man looked at him oddly. "You don't even know this? Are you or are you not from Qin City?" Oh, Li Xiao laughed. "I did flee from other cities, and I don't like to surf the internet and go out. I only like to read books, so I really don't know about these. The young man took the beer. So, let me tell you about it. Someone shook their head and laughed. Erdnase is going to start talking about that experience of his again. Two-Egg cleared his throat and began to tell. The one I'm talking about is a great virtuous celestial master who truly saves suffering. That said, I was wandering the streets that day. Li Xiao's face grew odd as he listened to him. Because this guy was talking about the very thing he had shuttled over a while back and pretended to catch a female ghost. And the one in this guy's mouth was naturally the 28th generation of Li Tianxia of Mount Immeasurable that he had fabricated. In Erdnase's exaggerated account, it's more than just one of the many survivors who were rescued. Rather, he was the first one to see the extraordinary nature of that heavenly master and came out wanting to follow him. Then it witnessed the whole time the celestial master exorcising the evil spirits and destroying the ghosts in a glorious moment. Li Xiao somewhat remembered when he heard this. This Erdnase, isn't that the one who went inside by himself? He called out to himself, saying it was dangerous inside. And when he didn't listen, he was scolded by this guy for his good words should he die. Li Xiao gave this guy an odd look in his eyes and thought to himself, your kid is really bragging open mouth, but also the first to see my extraordinary. At that time you but scolded me. That is, I do not want to get into trouble with you, otherwise a slap to death you. Erdnase continued to speak, frothing at the mouth. It is precisely because of that celestial master sitting in the town that our Qin city suffered such a small loss. I could see that day that the celestial master had an extraordinary temperament and was not at all comparable to those masters who pretended to be gods and goddesses. Which is why someone couldn't listen to it anymore. You've told it 100 times. Aren't you tired? Erden said. What do you guys know? This is the fate of my encounter with that celestial master. We have already formed karma. It is not certain that someday I will be able to worship under that celestial master and learn the true method of exterminating the bizarre. Someone spat. Officials have not even admitted that that celestial master has other special methods of exterminating the bizarre, saying that it is not certain that the person is a very powerful ghost envoy, and the ghost envoy's skills cannot be taught to people, and you're not just being saved by others, but also the fate of the encounter. That day was saved by more people to go. I heard that that celestial master later held a baby out and was the only survivor inside the street. That's the real fate of the encounter. You count for nothing. Erdnase was furious and started arguing with someone, getting into a huge fight. Li Xiao didn't bother to listen to them argue and got up to sit to the side. It seems that I was overthinking it. I thought that Qin City had some powerful experts to watch out for, but the way they're passing it around, it's making me look like a savior, and that's not what I want. He just wanted to have fun catching ghosts. He didn't want to get too involved with someone or a city in the spooky world. The involvement was too deep, and when it came to making certain decisions, he was afraid he would be ruthless. And a devil cultivator who can't be ruthless, is that still a devil cultivator? End of chapter. Chapter 52, Human Inferiority. Li Xiao walked out of the bar after prying out the news he wanted. He just asked the bartender again about the director of the Secret Service. The bartender told him that Director Du of the Special Authority was not a player, but it was loved by the people of the city of Qin. Because of his thunderous tactics he saved the lives of many people in the city of Qin many times. Originally, the people of Qin City wanted to elect him as the Speaker of the House, but Domain didn't want to be the Speaker. He just wanted to manage the Special Authority. While praising Du Ming, the bartender inevitably began to rage against those bureaucrats of the corrupt Qin City Council. Li Xiao didn't bother to listen to his complaints and walked out of the bar. So that guy is just a capable leader, not an awesome player. Okay, so he came to Center City without going to the SDB. The Center City was the most prosperous place in Qin City, inhabited by non-rich and powerful people. The Qin City Council and other official institutions are also located here. It's the true center of power in Qin City. Only the Special Authority, at Du Ming's request, had located its office building at the junction of the inner and outer cities. In his parlance, it's handy for dealing with all sorts of special events. Entry into Center City is subject to strict scrutiny. You can't even get in without a Center City residency permit. If someone from another region is going on business, they have to have a special official pass. Li Xiao has nothing, but with his strength, not to mention the district level, even if it was a bizarre copy, he would still enter and exit at will. When Li Xiao entered the central city, he saw a high-rise building rising up in it, clean and spacious roads, and beautifully green streets. It's safe here because there are patrols everywhere. Some powerful and rich people even bring player bodyguards with them when they travel. It's like another world compared to the outside. It made even Li Xiao let out an exclamation. That's pretty cyberpunk. But when the stronger shenanigans come down and the player's strengths increase dramatically, the complete reshuffling of the cards will begin. And at that time, how many of those rich and powerful people in here will be able to stay? The weirdness that descends, the appearance of copies of. Let the world gradually move towards a situation where transcendent greatness is attributed to itself as in the world of immortal cultivation. Right now, because the players and the Oni envoys aren't strong enough, so the rich and powerful are still able to use their wealth and power to get players to work for them. By the time a player's individual strength has completely surpassed that of a traditional armed force, the plutocrats, politicians, schemers, as long as they don't have the strength, they can only be subordinate. Just like those secular countries and merchant fleets controlled by cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation, Li Xiao casually strolled around and arrived at one of the most luxurious hotels in the center city. These lavish and luxurious places have equally tight security, but for Li Xiao it was a nullity. He went up to the topmost floor of the hotel. The place is lavishly decorated and has an open view of a large terrace that resembles a revolving restaurant. Some people in various dresses are hosting a party. Li Xiao looked conspicuous in his casual clothes, but no one came to care about him. No one would dare to question the identity of those who could come up here. Even if they were dressed in rags, it would just be assumed that someone rich and powerful had special tastes. The banquet is buffet style and Li Xiao was not polite and took a plate and started to pick something to eat. These look exquisite, but they don't taste like much, mainly because he was used to eating food containing aura. Coming back to these is a bit bland and tasteless. It's not as good as those snacks from street stalls in the outer city, Li Xiao commented as he ate on one side. A little girl heard this and asked curiously, "Are the snacks in the outer city good?" The little girl was 5 or 6 years old and very cute. Li Xiao said, "It's delicious. Haven't you ever been to the outer city?" The little girl shook her head. "Haven't been there? Is there anything interesting in the outer city?" At this time a woman came over. "Xiao Min, why did you run here?" Seeing that Li Xiao was a bit suspicious, she hurriedly pulled the girl away. "Didn't I tell you not to talk to strangers?" Li Xiao shrugged and started to wander around. "The one organizing the party here seems to be a young, pretty-looking girl in her 20s with a front-loaded body, and I don't know if it's a star or what." At this time many young men were gathering around her to pay their respects. Li Xiao leaned on the railing and watched with interest. He had expected some ungrateful rich kid to pick a fight. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to him at all. He rubbed his chin. "Shouldn't I take the initiative to find something to do? Or the time waiting for them to arrive is a bit too boring." He used his cell phone to notify Liang Mingyan when he arrived. "Tell her and Domain to meet him here to talk about working together." That's when 2 security officers came toward him. It was the little girl's mom who just saw him as suspicious and went to tell security. When the security officer came over, he said, "Sir, please show me your invitation." Li Xiao sat with an old spirit. "I don't have an invitation." The security officer's face paled and his hand involuntarily touched his waist pistol. Chin City has strict gun control, and that's only for the outer cities. Almost all security in Center City is armed with handguns. It's a real messy time. How do you protect the powerful without guns? Li Xiao, however, said, "With your guns, can you deal with weirdness?" The 2 froze, frowning, and, "Sir, you better have your hands up and show your ID." Before they could finish their sentence, just heard a scream from over there. "Ah, there's Spooky." Everyone was startled. "Creepy, that's synonymous with deadly for people in this day and age." The crowd looked, and sure enough, they saw a pitch-black weirdness that was at least 3 meters tall, appear in the middle of the venue. After that weirdness appeared, a few claws tore a few people around them into pieces. The scene was chaotic for a while. Li Xiao said to the 2 security guards who began to tremble, "Isn't your mission to protect them? Instead, go on." Security trembled. We are not players, cannot deal with bizarre. Those big people have player bodyguards." "Do not worry, that's what I said." And sure enough, a player showed up. The 2 players take out their props and start dealing with the shenanigans. They use a red rope capable of binding shenanigans, and a burning bottle. The red rope tied Creepy securely first. Then the bottle burst open, igniting green flames capable of searing the bazaar. Just as the crowd was breathing a sigh of relief, the Creepy suddenly let out a harsh cry and spewed out a mouthful of black flame, directly burning a player to death. Once that player died, the red rope naturally loosened. The other player was so alarmed that he tried to run away and, instead, it was sliced in half by a claw. After that Creepy resolved the 2 players, he lunged straight towards the pretty girl who was organizing the party. And by now those who had once surrounded her with their attentions had long since scattered in all directions. The girl was about to die. Just listen to the tinkling of a pleasant bell. Everyone's in a trance for a second. The creepy, moreover, became directly stagnant, then flew in the direction of the ringing of the bell. However, it was Li Xiao who rang the soul-inducing bell at the critical moment. Oh, I can't imagine that a random place to eat can still encounter such a dog-blood thing. Humans, no matter what time, will never forget to kill each other. This is the end of the world. Also don't know to love each other. He reached out and grabbed it, and he collected the weirdness into the soul-refining furnace. At the same time, a man with a pale face spat out a mouthful of black blood, kneeling on the ground in pain. The creepy was obviously not wild, but the man's companion spirit, and all of this is clearly an assassination attempt against the girl. New to the book, begging for a catch-up read. Author's thanks. End of chapter. Chapter 53, Stop pretending and show your cards. Li Xiao grabbed that weirdness into the soul-refining furnace and, after cutting off contact with its owner, sure enough there was a man spitting up blood and seriously injured. He had actually known that the creepy was put out by men. I didn't want to mind my own business, but those two players are just too wasted. He'd asked someone from the SARB to come here to talk about things and didn't want to be put in a bad mood, so he tried the power of the soul-attracting bell. When the bell rang, the companion spirit was pulled directly under control. Naturally, Li Xiao would not be polite, so he took it into the soul-refining furnace. When the companion spirit was captured, the connection was cut off so hard that the man was immediately seriously injured. He stumbled and tried to run. Li Xiao casually grabbed it and took it over, dropping it heavily on the ground. The man spat out another mouthful of blood and fainted. Both security guards looked stunned. That's when everyone else reacted and went to check on the girl. The girl was shocked, calmed down a bit, separated from the crowd and walked towards Li Xiao. She came to Li Xiao and said, "Thank you for saving me. You can feel free to mention any request you have." Li Xiao sized up the girl, and at this point he was able to determine that the girl must be the child of some powerful person, not some star, because it's still looking high and mighty to this day. At this moment a youth was not far away with a gloomy face. It should have been him who was able to make demands on the girl, because he actually planned all of this. He should be the one to heroically save the day at the critical moment. The reason why that Imperial Demon Envoy, who has long been officially wanted, was able to show up here, it's all his doing, too. It cost him a lot to be able to pull off this play. The original plan was that he would pull out the props at the critical moment to force back the creepy and save the girl. How could I have known that I would now be upstaged? The youth secretly hated. That guy also bragged about how powerful he is. By people with a bell prop to the companion spirit are collected. The loss I spent so much money, risked so much to find him to. The most hateful thing is that this guy was actually caught. No, must be killed to extinguish the mouth. At this time, Li Xiao played with the flavor. Any conditions can be raised? The girl raised her chin. Of course, as long as it's in Qin City, any conditions can be mentioned. Li Xiao thought for a moment. I want to become the most powerful person in the entire Qin City. How about it? Can I do it? The girl shook her head. That's not realistic. Make some realistic offers. Li Xiao thought again. Then I want to be the richest person in Qin City. Give me a few tens of billions. The girl frowned and said, "You are an Imperial Ghost Envoy, right? I can hire you to be my personal bodyguard, with a guaranteed annual salary of $10 million. What do you think?" Li Xiao laughed. "Let me become the boiling goat by your side? Forget it. Why don't you wash up and come over to accompany me tonight? Serve me happily, and then the two won't owe each other." The girl froze and turned red. "You." Before she could say anything else, a couple of boiling goats jumped out, furious. "How dare you talk to Ms. Su like that? Do you know who Miss Su is? Even those powerful players from the Special Administrative Bureau have to be respectful when they see Miss Su know that. It's not that these guys are stupid. It's that being in a high position for so long has gotten them used to doing it." The youth also jumped out at the right time. "That's so rude. Ms. Su, just now I was already preparing to use a very powerful prop. Even without this guy, you'll be fine." So, before he could finish his sentence, with a few slaps, several boiling sheep, including the youth, were sent flying out with a few slaps in the air. Li Xiao said, "Is there a place for you to talk here?" Click, click, click. The bodyguards behind those people pulled out their guns and aimed them at Li Xiao. These bodyguards couldn't handle shenanigans, but against people, they were confident again, because in their cognizance, even if a powerful Imperial Demon Envoy, as long as his main body was found, he couldn't stop a gun. That's why that assassinated Oni ambassador was hiding in the shadows. It's also the reason the powers that be think they can hold the players. Li Xiao's gaze was chilling. I was worried that I didn't have a reason to get mad. You guys are really understanding. This time he came over and there was another shift in his attitude. It used to be that I was careful because I thought there were powerful people in the officialdom. Later on, I found out that I was just a one-of-a-kind. So what's the concern? Don't even bother pretending. In a good mood to help you guys clean up the shenanigans. Bad mood. Then you guys should be careful. I can be more dangerous than creepy. It's just the right time for a standout to jump out and... How can you afford to cooperate with these people if you don't take them for a little bit of authority? All of a sudden, several invisible threads of netherworld flew out and, in an instant, he sliced several of the bodyguards who were pointing their guns at him into pieces. With his current cultivation level, dealing with these mortals was truly like chopping up melons and cutting vegetables. There was a crash, and broken flesh and entrails fell all over the place. Ah! The others didn't expect him to be so ferocious and screamed in fear, scattering in all directions. The girl fell straight to the ground in shock. This situation more than frightened the crowd that was originally present at the. Even more so, the people from the special administrative region who had just arrived were dumbfounded. A special authority player responsible for protecting Du Ming snapped. Something spooky, everyone be careful and protect the chief. Liang Mingyan also raised her vigilance, the companion spirit in her body stirring stupidly. They didn't see what happened earlier. They were notified of the weirdness on the top floor before they came up. So it was assumed that the inexplicable appearance of the creepy was doing the deed. Some rich kid saw them and ran over crying. No, it's not spooky. It's the guy in the hoodie who's killing people. You guys hurry up and get him. It's someone from the special administration. Great. Hurry up and catch that murderer. It was only then that the people from the special administrative bureau saw Li Xiao, who was sitting in the middle of the field in his old age. And Du Ming and Liang Mingyan also saw clearly that this was not the same Tianchi Li they were looking for. Du Ming said in a deep voice, "What the hell is going on here?" That's when a few more bodyguards rushed over, raising their assault rifles and aiming them at the only person in the room who was sitting down. Du Ming was alarmed and shouted, "Stop! Put the gun down!" But a few rich officials yelled, "Shoot! Shoot him!" Bodyguards naturally only listened to their masters. Guns. Li Xiao was unperturbed, and a little ripple rose in front of his body. The bullet was blocked by his protective mana and was not allowed to advance an inch, turning into a flattened slug that fell to the ground. He had actually used his divine sense to sense the surrounding situation clearly. These bodyguards were kept by him on purpose. It's all about showing these guys who don't know what they're doing with the toys they have in their hands, whether they're useful or not. What surprised him a bit, though, was that two of the bodyguards were aiming at someone other than him. Instead, it was the Oni ambassador on the side who had long since fainted. But because of his proximity, the bullets were all deflected by him in their entirety. Li Xiao smiled playfully. Interesting, it seems that what's going on here isn't simple. But whatever tricks you guys are playing, if you dare to mess with me, then all of you will go to hell. Brushing and brushing, all those bodyguards also turned into a field of broken meat. At this time, Liang Mingyan also saw those infine silk threads shooting out from Li Xiao's body through the companion spirit. She said to Domain, "He did do it." Du Ming's face changed uncertainly, and at this moment, several of the second generation who were clamoring for their bodyguards to shoot Li Xiao were all lifted up by the netherworld silk threads and hung high in the air. End of chapter. Chapter 54, What a Big Pot. Li Xiao hung a few second generation with silk threads. It didn't get dead the first time. Du Ming and the others also reacted and rushed out yelling stop. The rest of the Sarah was standing by. Liang Mingyan was unusually serious. It was also the first time she had ever seen such a strong goblin envoy, facing so many guns gathering fire. He actually didn't even move. She wouldn't be surprised if it was with some weird ability to vanish or run away. But just resisting all the bullets hard like that was what gave her a new understanding of this Taoist Li's strength. Du Ming said, "Taoist Li, calm down. Let them go. Let's talk about it." Li Xiao said playfully, "But they just let someone beat me to death. I want to really be an ordinary person. I'm afraid that they really were beaten to death." Du Ming pacified, "I know you've been wronged. Look, you also killed those bodyguards. I will let these guys compensate you. As long as you release them, this matter we can all pretend it never happened." Li Xiao sneered, "What compensation can they give me? Money? That's just a pile of waste paper to me. Power? I will get it myself if I want it. What I'm curious about is how these nothing things are able to tower over you players and even the Imperial Ghostbusters." The crowd froze at his question. One of the players in the ETA muttered, Because they all have a good dad or a good family. Du Ming glared at the player. Li Xiao laughed out loud. So that's how it is. Du Ming's eyes narrowed. From the look in Li Xiao's eyes, he knew it's impossible to release the. He quietly said to Liang Mingyan beside him, "Can you save the person by surprise?" Liang Mingyan said, "He's too powerful. I'm not sure. Besides, are you sure you want to save them by force?" Du Ming choked, knowing what she meant. To forcefully step in to save someone was tantamount to making a complete break with this powerful Imperial Demon Envoy. Is it worth it for a couple of dudes? So he hesitated. Du Ming is indeed considered a member of the Qin City bureaucracy. But he was better than other bureaucrats in that the first consideration was never the interests of the entire Qin City, not the interests of someone or some family. Li Xiao blandly said, "Times have changed. I'm doing this because I also hope that you guys can catch up with the times as soon as possible. This era belongs to shenanigans and players. Certain people who used to be high and mighty should have vacated their positions a long time ago. Still, he's too lazy to pretend anymore. When strength reaches a certain level, it is natural to do whatever you want. And he does look down on these old-time nobles and bureaucrats, though new nobles are sure to emerge as well after the nobles of the olden days are taken over. But what business was it of his? It's not like he's a change agent. He was nothing more than a devil cultivator who was watching the fun, clattering and spilling broken flesh from the sky. Du Ming closed his eyes, not that he couldn't bear it, but he felt that this matter was troublesome. Within these few dead second generation, there were sons of counselors and grandsons of plutocrats, all of whom were nobles in the center city. Li Xiao clapped his hands. Originally I wanted to find you guys to talk about something, but today I'm not in a good mood and I don't want to talk about it. If you guys still want to talk to me, leave me a message. Anyway, my cell phone number you guys know. He gave a meaningful look at the girl, who had already pissed herself in fear, and disappeared. The crowd was relieved to see this god of killing gone. Domain asked, "Is he gone?" Liang Mingyan said, "Should be gone. Xiao Jing can't sense his breath." Du Ming took a deep breath. "Dispatch the manpower here. Blockade the scene. No one is allowed to leave." The scene was cordoned off. Everyone was not allowed to leave and was gathered in another hall. Even the speaker's granddaughter, Su Shi, could only wait in place in her urine-soaked gown. The people from the Sarah also confiscated everyone's cell phones and were not allowed to contact the outside world. Then someone seemed to forget what had just happened and started making a lot of noise and threats. "Do you know who I am? My father is the chief of military control. Hurry up and let me go or I'll make you all suffer. Isn't your special administrative bureau only in charge of bizarre incidents? What authority do you have to detain us? My aunt is in the finance department. Believe it or not, I'll have her stop your funding. What are you detaining us for instead of arresting that murderer? I'm going to the parliament to complain about you." Some of the special authority players who were responsible for maintaining order revealed looks of disgust. They thought about what the one had said earlier. They used to think they were treated pretty well. Becoming a player gives you the right to live in Qin City. If you become an Oni, you will also have the honor of staying in Center City. There is a monthly allowance available. But now, it's all gone sour. Why should these guys be able to live in Center City without doing anything, and be extravagant in times of scarcity? Why should these guys, who don't even have the courage to enter a copy, be able to press down on their heads and act as a bully? Why should they become players after 9 deaths and still have to work as underlings and bodyguards for these guys? Nameless anger began to brew. Once this fire burns, I'm afraid the entire Qin City will be turned upside down. Du Ming and Liang Mingyan, however, hadn't noticed this yet. They are fretting at this point about how to quell this. They called in everyone who was there and questioned them one by one. Then they pulled the surveillance. That's what cleared up the whole thing. However, there were still many doubts in this, such as how that Imperial Demon Envoy who had assassinated Su Shi had come up under such tight security. Then there was the question of why this Imperial Demon Envoy, who had long been officially wanted, would risk coming to assassinate Su Shi. Luckily the man didn't die. He just passed out. They woke the man up and started the interrogation. The Imperial Demon Envoys who had lost their companion spirits were like tigers without teeth, and all of them recanted in a short while. He was hired by the son of a congressman to perform a hero's play. Who knew that halfway through the day, he'd mess everything up? And the congressman's son who hired him was one of several second-generation men who had just been killed. That kid was still a player, but unfortunately he was killed without a fight just now as well. Du Ming and Liang Mingyan looked at each other. I can't imagine that something so doggone bad could actually happen. Liang Mingyan said, "What now?" Du Ming pondered for a moment. In this case, everything was done by this royal ghost envoy named Wang Xiong. He is indignant because he is wanted by the officials, and he inquired about the fact that Su Shi, the granddaughter of the Speaker of the House, is holding a banquet here today, and the attendees are all respectable people. So it tried to feel its way up with the aim of killing these people and creating a terrorist attack, Liang Mingyan said. But there are so many witnesses and surveillance. Du Ming decisively said. The surveillance happened to be broken. Nothing was captured. Those witnesses, I will go and talk to them one by one. Thus, a huge pot was just snapped on the head of the royal ghost envoy named Wang Xiong. End of chapter. Chapter 55, The Murder House Hotel. Li Xiao went out of the center city. He had actually come over this time mainly because he wanted to try out a 2-star ghostly spirit. As for contact with Qin city officials, as you get stronger, there is less urgency. Let's hang them out for a while. There's no rush. He did this, naturally, in order to keep the initiative completely in his hands. He wanted to let the Qin city officials know that it was you who needed me, not me who needed you. Li Xiao arrived at a deserted and abandoned factory in the outer city, took the Joker out of the soul refining furnace. Many of the clowns, who had not been seen, looked about, and burst into tears of excitement. Boss, you finally remembered me. It was dark in the soul smelter, and the creepy ones locked inside were like bugs frozen in amber. Sanity was awake, but couldn't move at all. The Joker witnessed a great deal of shenanigans being sent in. Then it was refined again and turned into Inin. This torment had terrified him to the core, and the more fearful he is, the weaker he becomes, and the more he will submit to those who make him afraid. At this moment, he was like a puppy prostrate at Li Xiao's feet. Boss, please let me be your companion spirit. As long as you don't lock me in there again, I'm willing to be a cow or a horse. If this were to be seen by the other Imperial Demon envoys, they would be afraid that their jaws would drop in shock. Which of their companion spirits hadn't been obtained by doing quests with great difficulty? And this guy is now snotty and begging to be a companion spirit. Li Xiao said. Said it, you don't deserve it. Well, calling you out is for you to take me into that hidden 2-star ghostly spirit. Hurry up and stop nagging. Infinite Nightmare. This is the hidden ghostly copy the Joker was talking about. The first thing you need to do to access this hidden copy is to complete the hidden quest of Joker's friendship. The task had been completed by Li Xiao a long time ago, or the clown had taken the initiative to beg him to complete it. And then there's a prop to get. Li Xiao frowned. One more prop? You didn't say that earlier. Are you lying to me? Sensing the killing intent, the clown was startled. Old Big Ming Jian. I don't mean to hide it, but this prop itself is part of the series of hidden quests. According to him, Infinite Nightmare is the final step in the series of missions. In order to enter Infinite Nightmare, you have to go to a copy called Murder Room Hotel to get props. And the condition for entering the Murder Room Hotel is to be led by the creepy boss. Li Xiao said. So, you're not the only one who can take me into the hidden copy. As long as you're a boss, you're qualified to stay in the Fierce Room Hotel? Joker snapped. Old boss, I am also to live. You see that you have no other boss in your hand now. Let my little brother take you to the murderous hotel. He had seen many bosses in the soul refining furnace. I was on tenterhooks wondering if I would be replaced. It's a good thing those bosses are all deadheads. Either you'd rather die than give in, or you're a pervert like the female ghost who was hellbent on death. He felt the most normal of all. Anyway, isn't it good to be alive? No matter what form it takes, Li Xiao didn't care, as long as he could open the hidden copy. Cut the crap and show the way. Li Xiao arrived in front of a dark building on the outskirts of Qin City. This is the Murder Room Hotel. Because it is a hidden copy, the entrance is not fixed. You can only enter under the guidance of a creepy boss if you are recognized by it. So there's no official guards either. The clown led the way. Fawning, here it is. Here is the entrance. Li Xiao said. Don't play tricks. You can feel the soul ban on your body, right? As long as I move my mind, no matter where you are, your soul will immediately be scattered. You need a clown to lead the way into the hotel. So Li Xiao also had to let him go free for the time being. Of course, placing some prohibitions on its body was a certainty. This kind of soul ban wasn't difficult. Almost every demonic cultivator knew how to do it. It was on the 2 boys in his house. That's why the 2 children didn't dare to escape when the Infeng cave was robbed. This kind of prohibition works directly on the divine soul, and everyone sets it differently, like a password. To disarm it, you either had to know the code or have a higher cultivation level than the person who set it up. Of course, the might was not as mysterious as Li Xiao said. It's just that every so often the person who set it up needs to freshen it up, or else it'll be like a poisonous attack that shatters the divine soul. The clown, a turd, naturally didn't know this. He had seen Li Xiao's unpredictable means and had long been scared out of his wits. so he naturally believed whatever he said. Li Xiao was actually testing to see if this kind of prohibition would be useful against shenanigans. I didn't think it would work. However, this means of controlling the target by torturing the soul was probably only useful for a death-hungry creep like the Joker. Most of the shenanigans are pretty sick, and torturing the gods and souls to say the least is not always enjoyable. And a lot of the shenanigans are obsessed with some kind of obsession. So this tactic really doesn't always work. Joker's face collapsed when he heard the threat. Don't worry, boss. How dare I play tricks? He secretly spat. I want to become a companion spirit and you don't want it. And you're afraid that I won't be loyal. And you're using this kind of tactic to torment me. Whether you're an evil spirit or I'm an evil spirit. The two walked into the black building and then Li Xiao received the mission. Hidden mission, check into the murderous hotel and check out alive to leave. The task is simple, but often the simpler such tasks are, the more perilous they are. But come to this hotel. Hidden quests and all that are secondary. The main thing is to be able to get all sorts of weird and wonderful props in there. When he entered the hotel, Li Xiao felt a strong and bizarre power. The whole hotel looked as if it had suffered a fire, with charred remnants everywhere. Every now and then there were fires leaping out of the corners. A few oddly shaped creeps were making their way down the hall. Seeing these shenanigans, Li Xiao's eyes lit up. Because of these shenanigans, every single one of them is a boss like the Joker. Joker saw this boss with two eyes. So naturally he knew what he was thinking. He hurriedly said, "Boss, calm down. This hotel is a branch, but it is connected to all the hotels in the entire ghostly world. And there is no star level. As long as it is a boss, it can be checked in. So there may be more than just a one-star boss living here." Joker's words did calm Li Xiao down. With his current strength, he had to rely on formations when dealing with two-star bosses. If a three-star boss jumped out, I'm afraid he'd have to just shuttle and run. As for grabbing a few bosses and running back to the world of cultivation, if this was done, it would be like fixing the shuttle coordinates for the bizarro world. Next time you come over, I'm afraid you'll be attacked straight away. In that case it would be better to honestly raid the other two-star ghosts. Li Xiao said. Alright, go check in. The two arrived at the front desk, where they were greeted by a creepy, charred, burned-out figure. What services are needed? Joker said. Get a room. The front desk slyly said. Regular room 300, deluxe room 600, presidential suite 1200. Naturally, he was talking about trick coins. End of chapter. Chapter 56, The Party. Li Xiao asked. Different rooms? What's the difference? The receptionist glanced at Li Xiao. Is this your pet? Bring a pet to stay. Need to pay another 100. The room. If the party suggests a deluxe room, big enough, if you want to show off your identity, naturally the presidential suite. Li Xiao's eyes turned. Yes, we'll have a party and open a room big enough for a deluxe room. But the receptionist ignored him and looked to the Joker. Joker smiled awkwardly. Boss, don't mind. This guy has no eyes. The receptionist giggled strangely. You call this guy boss? You wouldn't have been taken in as a companion spirit by it, would you? Ga ga ga. Everyone, come and see. There is a guy here who has become a living companion spirit. He startled a lot of weirdness with that voice. They looked over curiously, like they were mobbing a rare animal. The living are pets and food. And you've actually become a slave to pets and food? The clown was annoyed. Shut up. What do you know? He turned his head to Li Xiao and said, Don't you mind. All these guys have brain problems. He paid the money and then hurriedly led Li Xiao towards the upstairs room. Li Xiao curiously asked, Will becoming a companion spirit of a living person be despised by other bizarre? The Joker laughed bitterly. Not only will he be despised, he will be hostile. This was why it would be so difficult for the Imperial Demon Envoy to take in a companion spirit. Only by accomplishing certain bizarre obsessions can you have a chance to take them as companion spirits. Of course, there are clowns like this one who take the fight right to the top. What those other creeps don't know, though, is that he'd actually like to be this one's companion spirit. Instead, it's a shame that people don't want him because they think he's too weak. Li Xiao asked curiously again, You actually have trick coins? The clown was the one who gave the money when he paid earlier, so he was curious. Joker said sheepishly, Yes, there is a little, saved from before. There's such a thing as a trickster coin. It's like a virtual currency. It's invisible. Payment can be made by simply touching the other person. He had just opened a room and spent 700 Gue coins. It's still a bit of a meatball for the Joker to say the least. This hotel is so shady. Li Xiao shrugged. It wasn't his money that was used anyway. Carrying this guy around does come in handy sometimes. The two entered room 303, which had been given to them by the front desk. The room was huge, but it was also all burnt out and windy. Li Xiao said, "Alright, how are you going to get that prop? You better stop wasting my time." The clown said with some embarrassment, "The female owner of this hotel has some special fetishes. As long as you fulfill her fetishes and make her happy, you can make a request to her. And in her hand, she has a ticket to the infinite nightmare." Li Xiao frowned slightly. "Special fetish? How special?" The Joker said, "I don't know about that, because it's her secret, and only those who go to her room can know. At 4 o'clock in the middle of the night, she appears in the biggest room on the top floor." Just as he finished speaking, he was collected into the soul refining furnace, leaving only his voice to echo. "Boss, I'm still useful in infinite nightmare. You can't cross the bridge." Li Xiao ignored him and sat on his knees, waiting for the time to reach 4 o'clock in the middle of the night. But after only a moment, there was a knock on the door. With a heartbeat, he motioned his hand to open the door. But it was a creepy, black-covered, rattling laugh that, "I heard there was a live party here. Let's see what you guys are playing at." Before he could finish his sentence, he was dragged into the room and thrown into the soul refining furnace. After a quarter of an hour, the knock came again. The door opens to a greenish female ghost. "Is there a living person lying here?" "Yeah." Without finishing the same words, he was bound and thrown into the soul refining furnace. These guys are pretty much one-star boss level shenanigans. That is, it is equivalent to a Een ghost in the middle to late stage of chi refining. In the past, Li Xiao had to deal with it with a lot of effort, but now it was really just one at a time. He had just said at the front desk that he was going to have a party, but he was actually trying to bring these guys in on purpose. He's afraid that a mass capture might attract some hard-to-deal-with bosses. So on purpose, he said at the front desk that he was having a party. Sure enough, the loudmouth receptionist started spreading the word around. So one after another, the creepy came to the rescue. Then, naturally, they all went to party in the soul refining furnace, after throwing in 5 or 6 shenanigans one after the other. Finally some creepy sensed something was wrong, because they realized that 303 was like a weird black hole, and once they went in, there was no movement. Many spooks began to gather in the doorway, but they didn't dare to step into the room so easily. Li Xiao didn't care about them, wanting to wait for the time to reach 4 o'clock and then go to the top floor to meet the owner of this hotel for a while. Just then, a strong and eerie aura came in through the door. A shadow appeared on the wall. It's like a burnt silhouette, twisting and turning. Sparks of stars wafted through the air, raising the temperature ever higher. The spooks that had gathered outside the door all began to shiver and scatter in all directions. Li Xiao's eyes flinched. I didn't expect to attract the big guy so quickly. In his senses, this creepy was at least a 2-star boss equivalent to a late-stage foundation establishment. The door to the room opened noiselessly. It was pitch black outside the door, either black fog or pure black. Even Li Xiao's divine sense was actually unable to penetrate the darkness and see inside. I heard that there was a really fun party going on here, so I came over to check it out. Uninvited, so no one would be unwelcoming me. A pleasant, ethereal voice rang out. Li Xiao smiled faintly. Welcome, how could I not be welcome? If you don't come over for a party, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? A delicate laugh rang out. I'm Cui Ying, the owner of this hotel. It's been a while since I've seen someone so interesting. A big, miserable white leg stuck out of the black fog. Even Li Xiao was in a trance for a moment when he saw the long legs. It's not that he hasn't seen beautiful legs before. Rather, the moment he saw the big long legs, it was as if he saw countless vicious curses spreading. These curses are destroying the will and life of the living in every way possible. But in an instant he came to his senses, and those spreading curses were blocked by his thick mana. But still, some unnatural patterns appeared on his face. Li Xiao was aghast in his heart. Got under a spell. Careless. He had originally thought that a 2-star boss, even if it was equivalent to the late stage of foundation establishment. But if you prepare yourself well, you can handle it easily. After all, his feats, which had a great restraint on shenanigans, should not be a problem to fight monsters over the levels. But after seeing this boss, he realized that he had been careless. It's been so smooth that I've let my guard down. I really need to pay attention in the future. He began to reflect, and then prepared to shuttle back to the world of immortal cultivation. This boss was too weird. Even if he could really deal with it, I'm afraid that he would lose both of them when the time came. That's not what he wants. As for the shuttle coordinates being fixed, let's get out of the crisis first. In the world of immortal cultivation, there are many things that specialize in lifting and defending against curses. The next time he comes over, he's sure to have been better prepared. Just as he was about to shuttle back to the but then I heard that boss let out a soft eep. You're actually still alive after seeing my original body? You sure are interesting. He. The ghastly long legs shrank back into the darkness. I'm happy today. There are not many people who can make me happy anymore. Tell me, what do you want? Li Xiao froze. Secretly said, this is even to meet her fetish? This fetish is not too special. I even whip and red candles are ready. It seems that I think too much. End of chapter. Chapter 57 Issuance of Invitations. The hotel owner said he could make one request. Li Xiao was a bit surprised. He didn't think it would be so easy to make it feel fulfilled. Female boss Cui Ying's pleasant voice rang out. How about it? Have you thought about what demands you want to make? As long as it's in this hotel, I can agree to all your demands. Li Xiao seriously considered it. Originally, his purpose of coming here was to ask this hotel lady boss for tickets to the infinite nightmare. But now he hesitated, because after seeing the strength of this female boss, he felt that he should still be more stable before challenging those two star bosses. The abilities of these weird bosses have become a bit of a rule force, acting directly on the target without reason. It's dangerous. It's better not to challenge them without absolute certainty. This kind of secret magic aptitude in the immortal cultivation world that ignored defenses and acted directly on the target was rare, but it's not uncommon in the bizarro world. In fact, Li Xiao himself had already obtained such abilities and props. Isn't that a whip that can hit the soul directly, and the eye of the death spell? It's just that he's been going so well lately. He's gotten a little carried away. That's what ignores the danger of those creepy bosses. If you run into a boss with an ability like Deathspell Eye, even if you win, your life force will be greatly reduced, and that's a big loss. He hadn't found a way to be able to replenish his life force yet. Once there's damage, it's hard to make it back. It can even affect realm breakthroughs. Many cultivators barely succeeded in building the foundation, but were stuck at the early stage of foundation building for the rest of their lives, and a big reason for this was the depletion of their potential and the weakness of their life force. So he said, I really like these guests in your hotel and want to invite them back to party with me, as long as you don't stop it. Cui Ying curiously said, is this what you want? Li Xiao said, he felt it was clearly more cost-effective to take advantage of the opportunity than a ticket into the unknown infinite nightmare. Cui Ying laughed. Interesting, you are really interesting. Your party must be interesting too. I actually want to participate, but let's forget about it. If I show up, it will ruin the atmosphere. I hope that one day you can really face my real body, and at that time, we'll have a good in-depth exchange. Li Xiao's face darkened, secretly saying, is this being missed? At this point, he was already certain that this Cui Ying, I'm afraid, was more than just a two-star boss. What level had that essence shrouded in darkness reached that even he couldn't see through it? He had only seen one of its white thighs earlier, and he had been noiselessly struck by the spell. This kind of spell was not the kind of death spell of the female ghost he had encountered earlier. Instead, it's a more complex and horrific curse. This curse twists the soul of the target. I'm afraid that's where those twisted, screaming black shadows that accompanied Cui Ying's appearance came from. Turning into one of those black shadows. Life is worse than death, worse than being under a death spell. This also made Li Xiao put away his contempt and decided that he must study the curse-related Tao when he returned. Li Xiao said, so you promise? Cui Ying yawned. If you can invite them, you go ahead and do it. I'm sure I won't interfere with other people's freedom to attend a party. Well, I'm going back to catch up on my sleep. Lack of sleep will make your skin worse. The darkness began to recede like a tidal wave. That oppressive feeling that had gripped everyone's heart disappeared. It's not just Li Xiao. Those shenanigans in the other rooms were similarly relieved in talking about the Mrs. Cui actually came out in person. It's so rare. Was it 303 that living man that attracted her? What was so attractive about that living person? Should we go over there again? As it turns out, curiosity not only kills the cat, it also kills the trick. Some spooks, driven by curiosity, gathered at the door of 303 to poke their heads in. Li Xiao received Cui Ying's permission and stopped waiting for rabbits and walked out of the room to start hunting. The hotel had a total of 7 floors, and the top floor was where Cui Ying was, so he definitely wouldn't go there. The first 2 floors were, according to the attendant he caught, entertainment venues, with baths and massages and whatnot. The other floors are naturally hotel rooms. Li Xiao released the waiter he had grabbed. Since Cui Ying was so trustworthy, he himself couldn't be less, so could he. Just arrest the guests. The hotel staff. He won't move. But the release of the waiters came with a condition. That means having a waiter take himself to a room where a guest is staying to invite them to a party. The attendants were too trembling to agree. The The guests who were able to stay at the Murder Room Hotel were difficult to deal with, and they couldn't afford to mess with them. Li Xiao coldly said, I am also a guest. Can you guys just mess with me? Also, this is what your boss Chui promised me. Do you dare to disobey your boss's orders? The waiter shuddered. We didn't receive orders from the boss, Li Xiao said. Although she didn't give you guys a direct order, she promised to let me invite other guests to the party. Is that a fact? The waiter nodded. Li Xiao added, in that case, you guys are obligated to assist me in inviting other guests. Otherwise, if I go and invite them myself and mess up the hotel door, it's still your hotel that loses out, isn't it? At that time, if your boss blames it, you guys can't afford to go. A couple of creepy waitresses who weren't quite right in the head agreed once they heard that it made sense. So, with a couple of waiters in tow, he began to sweep the floors. Open the door. Room service. I didn't call customer service. This kind of thing started to play out over and over again. Those guests who were fooled into opening the door were pulled into the soul refining furnace one by one. After the third, fourth and fifth floors were swept away, Li Xiao's soul refining furnace already had over 30 more creepy equivalent to 1-star bosses in it. It's just a bumper crop. In the past, when he swiped 10 copies, it was only 10 bosses. Now it's a catch-all. Li Xiao did not continue to the 6th floor, because the waiter said the 6th floor was the presidential suite, housing a couple of very powerful bigwigs. While not knowing the specifics, but Li Xiao wasn't prepared to mess with these guys. It's almost time to check out and leave after sunrise. He hadn't forgotten that there was a hidden mission to stay at the hotel for one night and then check out alive and leave. There's trick coins for completing quests, and probabilities, if you're lucky. So it's definitely going to be a good idea to go along for the ride and get it done. He didn't go back to his room either. He simply sat in the first floor lobby and just checked out when the time came. The hotel lobby was empty at this point, with only the charred corpse at the front desk sitting numbly. That's when the elevator dinged open. A creepy walked out. This creepy front and back, with a hot body. Unfortunately it was just red and bloody with no skin covering it. A flayed-skinned ghost. As she walked, a line of bloody footprints appeared on the ground. The footprints emanated a faint blood glow, and some sort of strange color. Li Xiao's eyes flashed, because this guy was strong. At least all of them were at the 2-star boss level. End of chapter. Chapter 58, Hooking Up. After the flayed ghost appeared, it made Li Xiao, who was originally reclining on the sofa, sit up straight, because he realized this guy was strong. There's just something about seeing this guy that makes your blood boil, and the trail of bloody footprints it left behind. It has even more of a disorienting effect. If it had been an ordinary person, I'm afraid I would have followed in her footsteps and then the consequences are predictable. This guy, at least it's a 2-star boss equivalent to the late stage of Foundation establishment. These guys, sure enough, will all have some special abilities on them. But fortunately, he didn't feel the same sense of crisis in it as Cui Ying did. This showed that Cui Ying was indeed no ordinary 2-star boss, that shrouded in darkness, the being said to have not necessarily reached 3 stars. As for the 3-star boss, it was an existence equivalent to a Jin Dan cultivator. It was no wonder that it gave Li Xiao an inexplicable sense of crisis. Cui Ying's cursed pattern is all still looming over his face. This was also the reason why Cui Ying would agree to his conditions and let him have his way. Because no target she marks, living or bizarre, is going to escape her. Li Xiao did pique her interest as well. She wanted to see how far this living person could grow and if she was qualified to get a glimpse of her in full. There are 1,001 weird ones, so it's no surprise what kind you come across. At this time that skinning woman also saw Li Xiao and looked over with interest. You have great skin, she said in a slightly husky voice. Li Xiao said, your skin is also good, red and moist. The flayed woman giggled. You have good taste. Would you like to take a dip with me? Li Xiao just wanted to refuse. I heard a waiter fawningly say, honorable guest, the blood pool is on the 2nd floor. Li Xiao's eyes twinkled when he heard the blood pool. Yeah, I just happened to want to take a dip. The skinning woman cackled. You have a lot of guts. If it weren't for the fact that I saw Lady Chui's mark, I would have really wanted to peel off your skin and drape it over my body, coating your essence blood all over my body, so that we could have a blood and flesh exchange. Li Xiao touched his cheeks and thought to himself, well, it looks like I'm really being watched by someone. He laughed. Mrs. Chui is generous. It's just a bath together. She won't mind. The flayed woman laughed even harder. Then Li Xiao literally followed the skinned woman to the 2nd floor. The hotel attendants looked at each other, thinking that this living man's guts were really not ordinary. How dare you hook up when you've been tagged by the missus? One of the waiters said. Should we go tell the lady? Another bazaar scolded. You stupid go to tell the lady. The lady angry first bad luck is you. By that honored guests know you snitching. Bad luck is still you. Want to die again you go to. The waiter's head shrunk. I don't want to die again. So let's just forget it. On the second floor, the huge pool of blood bubbled with gurgling bubbles, like hot lava. The rich, pungent odor of blood filled the spacious bathhouse. The flayed woman took a deep breath in enjoyment. It's really nice. The blood pool at the Fierce Room Hotel gives me a different feeling every time I come. With that she eased into the blood pool and leaned lazily against it. Li Xiao's eyes also brightened. Secretly said, so much essence blood. How many essence blood beads can be condensed? Used to practice the blood fury skill. Can definitely be upgraded to the second stage level. That's why he followed up here. The flayed woman winks. Why don't you come down? It's very comfortable. Come down. Soak in the bath for a while. I'll make you more comfortable later. A bloody skinless guy saying it'll make you more comfortable. Even Li Xiao could not help but shiver. He laughed. I'll take a look first. This blood pool is really good. The flayed woman fiddled with the thick sperm blood in her hands and smeared it on her face. Of course it's good. It's better than my family's blood pool. The murderous hotel this black store is rich. The blood pool is able to change the fresh blood often. Which is like us. A pool of blood. A long time to change once. Li Xiao's eyes turned. Why don't we get rid of this pool of blood? Get it to your house. Then we won't be able to soak it every day. The flayed woman froze. This is something from the Fierce Room Hotel. Aren't you afraid that Mrs. Choi will get mad? Li Xiao pointed to the hidden pattern on his face. It's okay. I'll do it. Mrs. Choi won't be angry. Just watch from the sidelines. The flayed woman giggled. You're not normally bold. No wonder Mrs. Choi likes you. Now I'm starting to like you too. He. Li Xiao did not speak nonsense and began to recite the spell. As the blood-clotting secret method in the bloodshed technique was unleashed, the essence blood in the blood pool was ingested into Li Xiao's hands and then began to condense continuously. Not too long after, a second-order essence blood bead was condensed. Instead, the essence blood in the blood pool had only decreased a little. Li Xiao looked at the essence blood bead in his hand that was translucent with bloodlight and his eyes were glowing. I remember the auction. 10 second-order essence blood beads were sold for more than 1,000 spirit stones. That is to say a second-order essence blood bead, at least are worth 100 spirit stones. This pool, at least can condense a few hundred. The flayed woman, however, was interested in his secret technique. What is this ability of yours? Being able to turn essence blood into this kind of small bead. That's quite convenient. Li Xiao perfunctorily said. It is indeed quite convenient. I will first turn this pool of essence blood into small beads. And we will then talk. In detail. Good. The flayed woman really did obediently watch him condense the essence blood bead from the side. Li Xiao had his horsepower on full blast and kept condensing. The essence blood in the blood pool continued to decrease, turning into a pearl of essence blood, and his mana was rapidly depleting. He took out the chi recovery pill and took it to restore his mana. Compared to spirit stones, elixirs were able to directly restore mana without having to go through the process of absorption and transformation all over again. The value of pills, however, was higher than spirit stones. It is usually used when fighting, when every second counts. Li Xiao felt like it was splitting hairs right now. After all, it's stealing. If the master finds out, I'm afraid I'll be in deep. Even so, it took him more than 2 hours to condense a large pool of essence blood all the way through, and he had obtained a full 300 second-order essence blood beads. Other than that, just these 300 essence blood beads were enough to deserve the term Great Harvest. Li Xiao let out a long breath. Finally finished. The flayed woman also had a bit of heart at this time. Hurry up and go. If Mrs. Choi finds out, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave. Li Xiao's eyes turned. I am preparing to hold a party. Now that I have so much essence blood, let's have a bloodbath party. How about it? First go to my house for the party, and then let's get all this essence blood to your house, and give it to you for your daily bath. The skinned woman thought for a moment. That's fine. How to get to your house? Hurry up. Don't delay. Li Xiao silently took out the soul refining furnace. I'm going to take you there, so don't you dare struggle. Newcomer new book. Begging for followers. With followers the author can be on the recommendation. To have the confidence to stick to it. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 59. We're all adults. Li Xiao took out the soul refining furnace and calmly said, I'm going to take you there, so don't you dare struggle. Before the flayed woman could react, the soul refining furnace then became as big as a millstone, dripping and spinning as it emitted a huge suction force. At the same time, strands of shadowy aura wrapped around the skinned woman like tentacles. Li Xiao wants to take the target through the shuttle. One would have to have complete control of the target to do so. This was why whenever he caught Creepy, he had to take him in first. Fortunately, the flayed woman belonged to the Bloodshed Knights and could be included in the soul refining furnace. Otherwise, there was really no way for him to bring it back to the world of immortal cultivation. The flayed woman exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Even if she was stupid, she knew something was wrong. She let out a stern whistle and shot out blades of blood around her body, cutting off the Yin Fury Chi. But the soul refining furnace has been fully activated. In one fell swoop, she was sucked into it. However, because Li Xiao was not as strong as the other party, the soul refining furnace was definitely unable to trap the skinned woman. But it was this moment of control that he wanted. As long as he could completely control it for a second, he would be able to bring it back to the world of immortal cultivation. And what awaits her on the other side of the cultivation world? Naturally, it was the heavenly ghost formation that had been set up long ago. After the flayed woman was collected into the soul refining furnace, only when Li Xiao's mind moved, the scene began to change. A second later, he was back in the cultivation world's Infong Cave secret chamber cave. And at this time, the skinned woman in the soul refining furnace was already furious. "You seek death." A bloody light rushed out of the soul refining furnace and with it came a body so red with blood that it looked like it was made up of blood-flaying women. The red blood light began to spread, like waves of a sea of blood. As long as one was enveloped by the sea of blood, it would cause one's blood to boil all over, and one could not help but feel the urge to peel off one's own skin. That's the special ability of the skinned women. This strong sense of suffocation made even Li Xiao feel uncomfortable. However, he was prepared for this and let out a low gulp. Formation up! The heavenly ghost formation that had long been prepared was instantly unleashed. With a buzzing sound, the Yin Fiend Earth Vein was mobilized, and the spirit stones in the eye of the formation were quickly absorbed. In a flash, a roiling black mist appeared, covering the rushing bloodlight. The flayed woman who turned into bloodlight and pounced at Li Xiao was also blocked and revealed her form. And at that moment, a heavenly ghost transformed by Yin Fiendish Chi appeared and Night whistled and lunged at the flayed woman. The flayed woman was shocked and angry, but she was also aroused to ferocity. "How dare you lie to me? How dare you lie to me? Die for me, all of you!" She screamed hysterically, slashing out a blade of blood and cutting one of the celestial ghosts to pieces. It's equivalent to a late-stage Foundation establishment ghost. It's ferocious to the extreme. If it wasn't for the large formation shroud, I'm afraid that the entire Infong Cave would have been demolished long ago. Li Xiao's face also changed slightly. Did this guy suffer some kind of injury in the past? How could he be stimulated into such a seizure? He cheated on people's feelings. He is not saying a word about it. This flayed woman obviously hated him as a scumbag, and that's why she wanted to rush over and tear him apart regardless. Li Xiao sighed. Why bother? People and ghosts have different paths. We're not suitable, so you'd better obediently go into the soul refining furnace and become a sustenance. He took out the soul attracting bell and began to shake it. Jingle bells. A pleasant bell rang. The flayed woman did appear to be in a momentary trance. Although this ancient artifact was severely damaged and was only at the level of a lower-grade spirit artifact, however, it was extremely restraining of ghosts, which was why Li Xiao had bought it. Now that I used it, it worked wonders. The flayed woman was put into a trance by the ringing of the bell, and was then pounced upon by the array of celestial spirits and pressed back. Li Xiao shook the soul-attracting bell on one side and continuously replenished the heavenly ghost grand formation with Yin Fiend Chi and spirit stones on the other. Under the tremendous consumption, the might of the heavenly ghost formation was raised to the extreme. A single netherworldly heavenly ghost appeared and kept tearing at the skinned woman. Although the flayed woman was vicious, she could only be continuously weakened without her essence blood to replenish her. With this and that, she was finally completely suppressed. Li Xiao took the opportunity to sacrifice the soul refining furnace and sent out a huge suction force. A mournful scream rang out. "No, how could you do this to me?" Li Xiao said. "Why can't I do this to you? I didn't really get together with you. It's not just a bath together. Everyone is an adult. Why be so serious?" With that, he took the flayed woman into the soul refining furnace with a flourish. Then he didn't dilly-dally and prepared to start refining with all his might. The flayed woman isn't like those other creeps. Not as strong as him. If we don't hurry to refine it while we're at it, I'm afraid it will run out again afterwards. However, he still shut down the heavenly ghost formation first, which consumed too much. Just now, in this moment, dozens of spirit stones and dozens of resentful souls were consumed. I'm afraid it won't be long before he's broke if he keeps turning it on. After turning off the formation, Li Xiao sat down on his knees and began to refine the skinned woman with all his might. and at this moment, the two children and a few maids in the outer courtyard were already trembling with fear. It was really the movement and aura coming from the cave just now that was too terrifying. First, the blood light rushed to the sky, and several people only felt that their blood was boiling, as if they were going to be cooked the next moment. Then the black mist filled the sky and the ghosts cried out. A single netherworldly heavenly ghost emitted a harsh whistle that made people's hearts and minds shake, coupled with the jingling bells that faintly emanated from it. It was simply bizarre. A few people didn't know what was going on, so they could only cower in the corner and shiver. Luckily, the movement faded afterward until it disappeared. Several people then gradually recovered, their hearts palpitating. A few maids asked, "Senior, what's going on?" Jukai Jinbao actually didn't know, but pretended to know it well and said, "The old ancestor and master are practicing the divine power mysteries. Don't pry into anything, and don't go around talking about it. Got it?" Several maids nodded their heads in response. In fact, it was fortunate that the array had shrouded and concealed most of its power. Otherwise, if the Foundation establishment cultivators were to fight with all their might, the few of them said that they wouldn't necessarily have been caught in the waves and died. That said, Li Xiao went all out to refine the skinned woman. One felt a stream of pure blood fury chi coming from the soul refining furnace. This was new to him. This soul refining furnace is truly magical. Not only can it refine in ghosts into in fury, it can also refine blood ghosts into blood fury. He had long guessed that this soul refining furnace was feared to be a spiritual treasure in the past. It was later badly damaged before it fell into the hands of its predecessor. Now it's even more of a confirmation of that idea. This soul refining furnace will be studied properly in the future. I'm afraid there are many more wonderful uses. After the pure blood chi was absorbed, Li Xiao's blood fiend technique began to improve at a rapid pace. His cultivation had long since reached the Foundation establishment level, and as long as he had enough sustenance, the bloodshed technique naturally broke through to the second stage Foundation establishment level without any problems. That's not all. Bloodshed Kung Fu was still surging all the way. 3 days later, Li Xiao's cultivation reached the peak of the early stage of Foundation establishment. The Foundation establishment stage can also be strictly speaking divided into 9 layers. His current cultivation level was actually almost reaching the peak of the 3rd level of Foundation establishment. Then, there was the breakthrough to the middle stage of Foundation establishment. Li Xiao also did not expect that the first thing to break through would actually be the bloodshed technique, whereas the Yin Fiend Yuanshan skill that he had originally majored in was still only at the level of the 1st level of Foundation establishment. End of chapter. Chapter 60 Rest and Recuperation. Li Xiao used the blood fury technique to raise his cultivation all the way to the peak of the early stage of Foundation establishment. Originally, he had wanted to break through to the middle stage of Foundation establishment in one go, but then a certain palpitation was felt. Ever since he had built his foundation in the Heaven's Path, he had gained more of a sense for these arcane and mysterious things. It seems that we can't be in a hurry. It's better to hold off for a while before making a breakthrough. Every time a demonic cultivator broke through a realm, a calamity would descend. It's been more than a matter of sin. There's also the matter of the magic skill itself. The initiation of magical arts basically doesn't depend on qualifications. As long as one has the gungfu and the sustenance, one can get started. But if you want to cultivate to a high level, you have to go through all kinds of calamities more than the righteous cultivators. It's also true that when there are no levels, the magic skill advances into the jin quickly. Take Li Xiao, for example. Right now, with sufficient sustenance, it only took 3 days to reach the peak of the 3rd layer from the 1st layer of Foundation establishment. But the next breakthrough is the problem. Still, if demonic cultivation is really that good, this world has long been full of devil cultivators, where there are still righteous cultivators anything. And as for his own feelings, Li Xiao had always believed in them, so he stopped practicing. The flayed woman hadn't been completely refined at this point, but she was already very weak, so he was not afraid of its running out. After so many days of labor, let's recuperate and recuperate first. He suddenly remembered having a couple of maids wash up and wait for him the other day, but being so busy catching shenanigans, I was forgetting about it. He stepped outside with faith. I hope they won't be anxious to wait. I'll come and cherish you. Master, he's not the unintelligent one from his predecessor. He's just a bit of a clean freak and doesn't like crappy stuff. There is naturally little resistance to a virgin with a full metamorphosis. Since he had decided to take a few days off to recuperate, it was definitely time to pamper a few of his maids. He didn't know that a few maids were indeed spending their days waiting for his favor this time. He hadn't been heard from since that day after he asked people to go and wash Shannon. It kept a few maids on their toes. Guess it could be that the cave master doesn't see them. And if they were really disliked, then I'm afraid their end would be reduced to practicing materials. On this day, several people cleaned up in the middle of the outer courtyard as usual. Just listen to Li Xiao's voice come out. Come meet me in the cave. Hearing the call, Zhao Kai Jinbao hurriedly led the 4 attendants forward to pay their respects. A few people entered the cave. He saw a handsome, gentle-looking youth wearing a light blue robe sitting on top of the cave lord's throne. Zhao Kai Jinbao worshiped hastily to a few people. This is our Infeng cave master Li Laozi. Still not fast to greet. Several people hastened to pay their respects. Greetings to his lordship, and may his lordship enjoy eternal immortal bliss and longevity with the heavens. Li Xiao thought to himself, is that all you guys can do? Get up. Several people got up and stood by, apprehensively, but still can't help sneaking glances at the young lord. The heart said, if one can serve this lord, but it is much better than going to serve those other oddly shaped demonic cultivators. Li Xiao first pretended to ask about the things that had happened during this period of time in recruitment. The fortune tellers said it one by one. This was because Li Xiao had previously gone out under the identity of a specter. So in the view of recruiter it's been in seclusion, and is not yet aware of those small caves around the people who came to visit. So they took all the invitations and gifts sent by the people who came to visit and let Li Xiao go through them. Li Xiao casually looked at it and it was just some low-grade pills or something. It's probably worth a couple hundred spirit stones. Compared to that, it was really these 4 maids that were more to their liking. Although this kind of mortal woman wasn't actually worth a few spirit stones, Li Xiao threw 10 spirit stones to each of the recruiting treasures. Good job. Keep up the good work in the future. The 2 were overjoyed, and quickly thanked him, saying that they would surely live up to his master's expectations, and that they would do their utmost to die for his master and the Infeng cave. 10 spirit stones were already considered a huge amount of money for the 2 handyman children. Li Xiao looked at a few maids and said, you few will be called Mei Lan Juju from now on. When you come to a new owner's house, it's natural to take a new name. Plum, orchids, bamboo and chrysanthemums are as cheesy as fortune-telling, but they just beat being memorable. Several women hurriedly bowed their thanks. Many thanks to your lordship for the name. By now they were relieved. Being given a name meant that one had already sort of become a person of the gloomy wind cave. Li Xiao smiled faintly. Very good. The master I shut down hard. Today you serve well. As long as the master is happy, the reward is not less than you. Several women naturally responded with delicate voices and winks. Li Xiao laughed out loud and hugged left and right into the inner room. Zhao Kai Jinbao looked at each other in dismay. Is his lordship turning the tables? None of them thought that their own master would really favor these maids. Then the 2 felt a crisis. If these maids are favored, then their position in the gloomy wind cave would be in danger. Zhao Kai said, I'm afraid that these little wavy hooves will be able to obtain the bestowal of the gong method. Then our position will be really dangerous. Jinbo said, then we can only work hard to cultivate. Only in the cultivation to suppress them, we can keep our position. That said, Li Xiao was in a state of flirtation with a few maids. Instead, someone over there is looking around for him. On the day of the auction, he quickly disappeared after grabbing the soul-drawing bell. It did elude the black soul sect Ding Kuan, but it was also on its mind. In fact, that day after the soul-inducing bell was bought by someone, Ding Kuan also went out of the venue, guarding the surrounding area, wanting to pull out that person. Unfortunately, no suspicious targets were guarded until the end of the auction. This made him annoyed, thinking that Li Xiao had disappeared through some secret passage. In fact, it was Li Xiao's advanced version of the astringent qi technique that had concealed his ears. However, also because the qi convergence technique was too outstanding, it made those bandit gangs really treat him as a qi refining stage cultivator. That's what led to the delivery of a couple of unknowing guys in the back. After losing sight of his target, Ding Kuan was furious but did not give up. For the key component that can restore the soul eater into a magic treasure. He's definitely not giving up. It was mainly because the soul-devouring streamer and the soul-drawing bell were one and the same, and the soul-devouring streamer was the main body. As long as the soul-devouring streamer was sacrificed thoroughly, one would be able to sense the general location of the soul-drawing bell. Thus, all this time he was fully sacrificing and repairing the soul-devouring streamer. A period of sacrificing and repairing also finally allowed him to completely control the soul-devouring streamer. Moreover, after the repair, the grade of the soul-devouring streamer had been upgraded again, almost reaching the top grade of the second order. Then he held the soul-devouring streamer and began to look around for the whereabouts of the soul-drawing bell. After the soul-devouring streamer was activated, it really did vaguely sense the approximate location of the soul-drawing bell, though the sense was weak and even interrupted at one point. But with his tireless efforts, he still made it all the way to the vicinity of Mount Wuliang. On this day, Ding Koen was holding a soul-devouring streamer and trying to sense the soul-drawing bell's orientation. Suddenly the soul-devourer in his hand shook. This was the first time he had sensed the soul-drawing bell so clearly, though the sensation fades after a short while. However, this allowed Ding Koen to find a clear bearing. Southeast? Good. Very good. This time I'll see where you run. End of chapter. Chapter 61, The Angler. Spooky World, Murder Room Hotel. Chueying looked at the empty pool of blood, and the darkness around her grew thicker and thicker. What the hell is going on? A morose voice came out. A couple of creepy waiters winced and told the story of what happened that day. Chueying laughed ho 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 at that. Something like this happens, and it took you guys days to tell me? The waiter said. Madam, you said that when you are sleeping, you cannot be disturbed. Disturbing you to sleep. You get up and get angry will be very big. So we did not dare. Before he could finish his sentence, he was dragged into the darkness at once. With a mournful scream, then the waiter becomes part of the pitch blackness. The other waiters cringed. Chueying said, you guys said that the living person was following Luo blood that came up, and then the two disappeared together? Yes ma'am. Both the living man and the room opened by Roblood have never been retired. Chueying said in a cold voice. Luo blood, how dare you? It was a crucial time for her to advance, so it was hard for her to wake up after falling asleep. Who knew that after waking up from a nap, this would happen in the hotel? Not only could she not sense the marked living man now, she could not even sense the location of the skinned woman. Luo blood, do not be found by me, or I will show you what the deepest darkness and despair is. As she whistled harshly, the entire hotel trembled in her fury. Both the waiters and the guests all shivered, but then she calmed down again. To be able to shield my mark and make me unable to find my location. Could it be that Luo blood that has also been promoted? She had been promoted to a 3-star boss at this point, while being able to completely shield her marking senses. It showed that the opponent also possessed the strength of a 3-star boss. That was something she had to pay attention to. Good. Very good. No wonder you dared to take away my blood pool, and also the living person I marked. It seems that you have indeed grown in skill. Just wait for me. When I completely ascend to metamorphosis, I'll see where you guys can still hide. Thus, the flayed woman, whose name Li Xiao didn't even know, knuckled down and took the blame. Actually, I can't blame Chueying for thinking so. It was really because she didn't expect Li Xiao to be able to bring the flayed woman back to the world of immortal cultivation along with her. It was more than just making her unable to sense the curse that marked Li Xiao's body. Even more so, there was no trace of the flayed woman at all, and she didn't suspect that it would be because of Li Xiao. Because in her senses, although Li Xiao, a living person, had some strength, but it's still far enough away from the 3-star boss that it's impossible to shield her mark. Then of course she assumed it was the flayed woman's promotion to a 3-star boss that had done the trick. On the other hand, the world of immortal cultivation. Ding Koen was in a good mood after sensing the general location of the soul-drawing bell. His cultivation was already at the peak of the middle stage of foundation establishment. Just one step away from breaking through to the late stage of foundation establishment, but it was this step that had stuck him for over a decade, and he sensed that if he could repair the Soul Eater, it would be able to break through to the late stage of foundation establishment in one fell swoop with the special features of this ancient artifact, and as long as one breaks through the late stage of foundation establishment, one would be able to increase their lifespan by almost 20 years. This was something that couldn't be delayed for Ding Koen, who didn't have much longevity. Because only then would he have the slightest possibility of forming a Dan. Yet he was in no hurry to go straight there. Although he had already used his means to find out from one of the fellows at the auction house that this guy who bought the soul-attracting bell was a casual cultivator in the early stages of foundation establishment. And that auction fellow was naturally Wang Wenxian who had received Li Xiao. These guys, for all their cries of customer first and certainty of secrecy. But where would one keep any secrets as long as there is enough profit? The city of two worlds is always a big black market. To think those guys would stick to the rules is a pipe dream. It was precisely because Li Xiao didn't trust those guys that he kept changing his identity and quietly disappearing. Who knew that because of the Soul Devourer, he was still being approached? Although he knew that that person was only in the early stage of foundation establishment. However, to be on the safe side, Ding Koen still called out a fellow helper. Half a day later, an early stage foundation establishment youth arrived. Elder brother. What is the reason for summoning me here? Ding Koen said. Go with me to deal with an early stage foundation establishment casual cultivator, and you won't be able to do any less good after it's done. The youth laughed. Isn't a loose cultivator at the early stage of foundation establishment a handful for senior brother? Why would you need my little brother's help? Ding Koen said in a deep voice. This matter is very important to the old man, so it cannot be lost. Called you to come, in order to prevent it from having any secret techniques to escape. You guard the surrounding, do not let it escape on the line, do not have to do your hands, after the completion of the matter to give you a bottle of soul dan as a reward. A bottle of soul pill would cost at least 300 spirit stones. The middle-aged cultivator thought to himself, why not take a bottle of elixir just for running an errand? He laughed, hypocritically said, self-master brother, say what pay, senior brother despite the dispensation is, so the two of them made their way to the southwestern region of Mount Wuliang. At this time, the soul-devouring streamer's sensation became iffy again, which made Ding Kuan a little anxious. He took out his soul devourer and began to activate it with all his might. Just seeing the ghastly wind whistling, it did set off something that made him hear a faint ringing, and at this time, Li Xiao, who was on top of the soft couch flipping off a few women, also noticed the abnormality, because he sensed that the soul guide bell was not right. What's the situation? He took out the soul-attracting bell, and sure enough, he saw that it was trembling slightly. Then he sensed something summoning the soul-attracting bell. This sensation is very weak. If it wasn't for his sensitive divine sense, and his ability to perceive something in the underworld after Tendo Suji, it may not even be noticeable. Li Zhao's face was ugly. What is this? Someone is setting me up with this spirit weapon? His first thought was that the auction house had left some kind of secret door in this ancient artifact. And at this moment was using some kind of secret method to try to recall this spirit weapon, but on second thought, it doesn't seem right. Nope, I'm afraid I'm not trying to recall my spirit weapon, but I'm utilizing some kind of locating function to try to find my location and angler, the word came to him. This was not uncommon amongst demonic cultivators, deliberately leaving some treasures behind and then leaving loopholes on them with secret techniques. Wait for the fish to take the bait and then start fishing. The most common method of fishing is to use a loophole to find the other person and then kill them for their treasure. Some old devils would even wait for their targets to grow up before carrying out operations such as taking over their bodies. When he first learned that his predecessor had acquired the Yin Fiend Yuanshan technique and the soul refining furnace in a cave, there was also the concern that there might be some old devil fishing behind the scenes. It wasn't until he carefully examined the soul refining furnace and the gong method after the heaven's path had built the foundation that he let go of his heart. I can't imagine that I've actually sensed an abnormality in the soul guide bell now. End of chapter. Chapter 62, all very cautious. After Li Xiao sensed the anomaly of the soul drawing bell, he decided to see who was really fishing, specifically not knowing who was fishing, and wanting to see who was fishing. Then, naturally, you have to be well set up and careful. Without solving this problem, I don't dare to use the soul attracting bell. Since some people use the soul attracting bell as bait, why can't I reverse the process and use the soul attracting bell to fish? After thinking about it, he immediately began to set it up. He first told a few maids and children to all leave, and commanded that you and others first go to a faraway place to hide. No matter what the commotion is, do not come back unless you hear my call. If after 3 days I have not summoned you and others, then each of you look for a way out to go. Originally, actually wanting to fish better, he should have left the maid and the boy behind and pretended that nothing was happening. This will keep the fish from noticing the abnormality. Unfortunately, in the end he was not ruthless. Just in people in the soft couch on top of the lingering sentimental, turn around the people as bait to send to death. He really cannot do a little out. And Recruiter has been doing his best for a while now. It was also true that Li Xiao was a bit intolerant of using them as fish bait. In the end he was no longer the unscrupulous devil cultivator of his predecessor. Even if he was a devil cultivator, he still considered himself a devil cultivator with a bottom line. The few people were greatly alarmed, knowing that something was definitely going to happen in the Yinfeng cave. Several maids cried, and the two children looked at each other in disbelief. Li Xiao said, "What's the point of crying? I'm just asking you guys to go outside for a while. With old ancestor around, what can't be solved? When old ancestor solves the problem, he will naturally summon you all back." He was not believing that these maids had much affection for the Yinfeng cave in him. After all, it had only been a few days, and now it was just crying to him. He didn't realize that a few of the maids were genuinely afraid of being left alone. Mortal women like them, who had already lost their genjutsu, were basically worthless. If the Yinfeng cave was finished and they were captured by other demonic cultivators, their fate would only be worse. As for escaping, Mount Wuliang was a vast and vicious place for mortals. I'm afraid they won't be able to run for more than a few miles before they are buried in the mouths of the demonic beasts. So a few people were really worried. As for fortune telling, their concerns are more immediate. Both of them had been placed under a ban that would kick in every so often if they were not groomed. So even if they're hiding out right now, if the Infong cave is finished, they won't live long. Unless it was to remove the restraints from them now. The problem was that the cave lord elder had no intention of lifting the restraints for them, he just told them to go out and hide. So a few people were all as if they had died. Li Xiao thought that a few people were sympathetic and deliberately did it to him to show their loyalty. So he said, "Alright, I know that you are loyal to the Infong cave. Hurry up and go. When the old ancestor solves the problem, he will summon you back." Several people could naturally only respond and wish old ancestor a prosperous martial arts career. When a few people have gone, Li Xiao then placed the soul-attracting bell at the bottom of the secret cave. The heavenly ghost formation was also set up, and enough spirit stones were placed in the formation's eye. His idea was to use the soul-attracting bell to introduce the fishing guy into the cave. By then, when the formation opens, it's not certain who's the fish. Of course, the prerequisite was that the incoming person couldn't be too strong. If it was an enemy above the late stage of foundation establishment, he would definitely turn around and run. As for the soul-attracting bell, although it was a pity, with the loophole in place, he definitely didn't dare to ask for it again. So after arranging everything, Li Xiao used the chi convergence technique to hide on top of an unnamed hill a mile away from the gloomy wind cave. From here, he could see well enough to see people coming from all around. If it's not possible to do so, you can also indulge in a recluse. The main thing was that this was the limit location where he could remotely open the heavenly ghost formation through the array disk. His side was able to set up from the ground, but it was because Ding Kuan was cautious and spent half a day waiting for his fellow helpers to arrive. If Ding Kuan killed him directly, he said that he wouldn't necessarily be able to kill him. It's not really Ding Kuan's fault. Who would have thought that after Li Xiao's Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment, his perception would be so sharp that he would be able to sense the anomaly of the soul-drawing bell in advance. After Li Xiao had ambushed him for a few hours on the nameless hill, sure enough, he saw two recluse lights flying in the distance. Those two reclining lights were cautious and didn't go directly to the Infong cave, but instead began to look around. Li Xiao collected his breath and quietly ambled to the side. Two recluse lights flew over his head. Fortunately, his chi convergence technique was excellent enough, which prevented him from being discovered. And that's when he got a good look at the two men. Surprisingly, it's this guy, Black Soul Sect Ding Kuan. By this time he realized what had come to his door. Originally, he thought that someone from the auction house had left a secret door in the soul-inducing bell. I didn't know that it was this guy who was competing with myself for the soul-devouring streamer. How the hell did this guy get to me? Who betrayed me? He didn't know that the soul-devouring streamer was capable of sensing the soul-drawing bell, so he naturally assumed that someone had betrayed him. One peak mid-foundation establishment, one early foundation establishment, and a cultivator out of a Jindan sect. It's a bit hard to get. Cultivators coming out of such relatively large sects usually have many undercurrents. To put it bluntly, the battle power under the same realm was definitely higher than that of a normal loose cultivator. Although Li Xiao was not an ordinary loose cultivator, he really did not have much certainty of winning against these two. If the two of them go into the jar smoothly, it would be possible to try using the second-order upper-grade Heavenly Ghost Formation. But is it really worth the risk? He began to get tangled up. But if he gave up, he was somewhat reluctant to let go of the Soul Guide Bell. The soul-attracting bell was important for him to catch ghosts in the spooky world. He had just bought it for a few days and hadn't even used it properly yet, so it was indeed a bit unwilling to throw it out just like that. So he decided to see what happened first. And by this time the two guys had already surveyed the surrounding area and found nothing out of the ordinary. The two guys hovered over the gloomy wind cave as if they were conferring about something. The guy at the early stage of foundation establishment retreated behind the Infong cave, apparently on guard, or to prevent someone from escaping. This makes Li Xiao a little disappointed. This guy is even not ready to go in. But it's fine. Separate to deal with one by one. First trap Ding Kuan inside. Clean up the early stage of foundation building this guy. Then, but before he could finish his sentence, seeing Ding Kuan suspended in midair, he threw out more than a dozen black things right towards the Infong cave. Then there was a loud rumbling noise. But it was that guy who threw out a dozen or so in thunderbolts in one breath, directly collapsing the wind cave. After the cave was blown up, Ding Kuan was seen swinging repeatedly, rolling up gusts of black wind to move the shattered earth and rocks away. Then it revealed the chambered cavern deep underground inside. And at this moment, Li Xiao directly froze. Asterisk to directly bomb my cave? He thought he'd been careful enough. Well laid out, too, but I didn't know that others were equally cautious. and they simply didn't take the risk of entering a strange cave. Instead, the crudest method was used, and the cave was directly blown up. Many thanks to Greedy Bookworm and Asike for their rewards. The author thanks them, and by the way, I'm begging for a catch-up read. End of chapter. Chapter 63, Why Are You Forcing Me? Li Xiao couldn't help but curse as he watched the cave being blown apart. Asterisk 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 asterisk. My cave. He also didn't expect that Ding Kuan would take such a rough approach. Actually think about this as the best measure. Ding Kuan has accumulative years of devil cultivator, able to mix to this point now, such as not cautious enough. I'm afraid that the body has long been dead, facing an unfamiliar cave, even if you don't sense any dangerous aura. But still, the most conservative approach was taken. This is the basic cultivation of a cumulative demon cultivator. Li Xiao secretly hated in his heart. Good. Very good. Blowing up my cave. Fortunately I set the formation in the cave. As long as you enter the cave, I will still be able to launch the formation to trap you. Then there were a few more loud booms, but that Ding Kuan actually threw in a few more Een thunderbolts towards the cave. The Een thunder in his hand was like he didn't want money. Li Xiao directly looked dumbfounded. Grass mud horses. How could he have known that the Black Soul sect was already good at condensing Een thunder and was a relatively large Een thunder supplier in Yuzhou? As an elder of the Black Soul sect, there were naturally many Een thunder in his hands. Ding Kuan threw Een Lei directly into the cave. This was a move that really disrupted Li Xiao's plans. This was because the Heavenly Ghost Formation flag had become almost impossible to activate after being blown up and disorganized. That's the thing about formations. If they don't activate, they have no offensive or defensive capabilities. And naturally, Li Xiao did not open the formation in advance in order to lure the king into the jar. As for keeping it on all the time like those mountain protection formations of other people's sects, with such a large consumption of the Heavenly Ghost Formation, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be long before Li Xiao would have to go bankrupt. So the idea of hiding inside the formation to resist the incoming enemy didn't even cross his mind. He's hiding in the formation. People don't even have to do anything. They just have to guard the outside. It wouldn't be long before he had to deactivate the formation himself. I'm afraid the only way to get there then is to shuttle to the bizarre world. And the coordinates on the creepy world side are at the Murder Room Hotel. The looming floral markings on his face can't be gotten rid of yet. Shuttling past people's blood pools while he's stealing them away. I'm afraid it's much more dangerous than facing Ding Kuan and the others. So at this time, Li Xiao's heart had begun to drip blood when he saw that the cave had been blown up and his plans had been destroyed. His cave was not worth a few dollars, but the Heavenly Ghost Formation and the Soul Drawing Bell were worth money. These two items, not to mention that they were bought back with over 3,000 spirit stones, were mainly vital for him to go to the weird world to catch ghosts. But now, the formation has been blown up, and we can't get the soul-attracting bell back. It's a wonder his heart doesn't drip blood, but he can only secretly be ruthless. Lousy crossed over for such a long time, and has not eaten such a big loss. Give me weight. When I conjugate Dan, I will go to destroy your Black Soul sect. Now, in this situation, it's impossible to fight hard. It would just have to be a case of avoiding its front for the time being and then taking revenge later. Anyway, he still has a lot of sustenance in his hand. There's no need to rush for a while. And by finding a way to be able to undo the cursed markings on the face pattern, you can travel to the weird world again. All in all, time is definitely on his side. As long as you get to Jiadan or even Yuaning, the district Black Soul sect, however, can be destroyed with the palm of one's hand. With the cave gone, where to go behind it? Li Xiao hadn't thought about it yet. The city of two worlds is definitely off limits. This was because he suspected that it was the people from the Two Realms City auction house who had betrayed him. As for the plum, orchid, bamboo, chrysanthemum and fortune teller, I'll just have to say I'm sorry. He could no longer afford to carry around a few more tired people. Take a look later. If Ding Kuan and the others are gone, send a few people out of Mount Woliang and let them find their own way out. Li Xiao quietly crouched on the ground, waiting for the two Ding Kuns to leave. This was also done for fear that a hasty disappearance would lead to a pursuit. Although he got the blood-burning transportation technique from some unlucky guy last time. But what if Ding Kuan and the others had a faster recluse? So it was best to rely on the aura convergence technique and wait for the two to leave to be the most secure. After Ding Kuan blew up the cave over there, realizing that it didn't inspire any traps, he finally let go. With the Soul Devourer in hand, he sensed where the Soul Drawing Bell was buried. Although curious as to why this spirit weapon was buried in this unoccupied cave. But now was not the time to delve into this. Getting the Soul Dyed Bell was the first priority. Only Ding Kuan came to the top of the cave, and did not go down there himself. but it was a shake of the Soul Devourer in his hand. A second-order stern ghost emerged from the Soul Devourer. This stern ghost was the same one he had gotten at the auction for a high enough price. Originally it's the main soul on the Soul Devourer, but it was taken apart and sold by the auction house. At that time, it was precisely because Ding Kuan could not afford to continue the fight for the soul-attracting bell after he had overpaid for the stern ghost and the soul-devouring streamer. After that stern ghost was called out, it flew into the cave under the command of Ding Kuan. Not long after, the night ghost flew back with an ancient copper bell. Ding Kuan was overjoyed to see the bronze bell and caught it in a hurry. Li Xiao, who was watching this from afar, couldn't help but sigh. Worthy of being a veteran devil cultivator, learned. At the last moment, even after verifying that there were no traps or dangers, Ding Kuan didn't even go down himself, but instead caused the ghost slave to take out the soul-drawing bell. It really taught him a lot. And just then, Li Xiao only felt palpitations coming from his heart. What's going on? Is something bad going to happen again? While he was wondering, he saw the two Ding Kuns over there, actually flying towards his side. Li Xiao was startled. This is discovering me? How did you find out? Originally, he had doubts, thinking that it could be that the two happened to be evacuating this way. However, Ding Kuan's divine sense was firmly locked onto him directly after he flew close. Li Xiao naturally knew that he had indeed been exposed. He immediately flew up and ran towards the back. Ding Kuan laughed. Sure enough, hiding here. This time to see where you run. Li Xiao said angrily. You also took the things. Actually want to drive out all the people. Don't push people too far. Ding Kuan smiled smugly. If I had known this would happen, why did I bother? Weren't you arrogant at the auction that day? I said that I would draw your soul, so I must do it. Otherwise, if I let you go, won't there be endless troubles? Li Xiao also stopped talking nonsense, took out a second-order essence blood bead, performed the blood-burning transportation technique, and turned into a blood light that flew rapidly towards the distance. However, he saw Ding Kuan similarly turn into a black light and hurriedly chase after him. The youth named Qian Rong from the Black Soul sect saw this but did not go after him. Elder brother is really willing to give up. Even the soul light recluse has made it out. Against that guy, elder brother alone is more than enough. There is no need for me to waste my soul power to chase after him. He was here to join in the fun. Naturally, he would not put out his full strength, only following up unhurriedly. After the two there flew away. It wasn't long before Ding Kuan caught up with Li Xiao. Obviously his soul light transportation technique was a bit more authentic. The blood-burning transportation technique that Li Xiao had obtained was always just a broadside scavenged from a late-stage chi-refining cultivator. Ding Kuan laughed. I'll see where you can run. Li Xiao was unusually calm at this time. How on earth did you find me? I think I've hidden myself very well. Ding Kuan felt that he had already secured the victory, but he was not in a hurry, and said complacently, my Black Soul sect's secret magic aptitude is not your kind of loose cultivator can understand. That soul-inducing bell was sacrificed by you. Will naturally leave behind the breath of the divine soul. To find you, it is simply as easy as a poem. Li Xiao coldly said. So, well, this is what you forced me to. Ding Kuan laughed out loud. What means do you have despite making it out? Before he could finish his sentence, he saw two extremely weird rays of light coming from the opposite side. The ray of light directly penetrated all the defenses on his body and it shot right through him. Then, Ding Kuan only felt his life force draining away at a rapid pace. He exclaimed, what is this? Li Xiao was like an evil ghost at this time, with eerie light shooting out from his eyes. Why do you have to force me? End of chapter. Chapter 64. Li Xiao is being chased by Ding Kuan, and his evil is growing out of him. Turning his head is a death curse eye. This ability was not something he would use until he had to, but Ding Kuan pushed him too far and tried to kill him. Then what is there to hesitate about? This old thing looks like it doesn't have much life left. He didn't believe that his 270 years of life force couldn't exhaust this old man. Sure enough, after Ding Kuan was hit with the Eye of Death Curse, he immediately began to age at a rate visible to the naked eye, mouth wide open, like a fish short of water. He's trying to escape this extreme feeling of suffocation but it couldn't even move a little. Just a few seconds later, Ding Kuan lost all of his vitality and fell from midair like deadwood. Li Xiao was suspended in midair, breathing heavily. He wasn't doing well at this point either. The same signs of years flying by were seen on his face. Originally in his 20s, he looked to be in his 40s at this point. Just for a little while, he was already middle-aged. Instead of feeling happy, Li Xiao, who had slowed down, broke down and cursed. This Ding Kuan's 30 years of life force actually consumes 60 years of my old man's life force? What the hell? Didn't it say equal consumption? This was the result of him forgetting that death spell I was only a 1-star ability. 1-star abilities used against 1-star targets are naturally equally expendable. If used against a 2-star target, the consumption doubles. Ding Kuan was a foundation establishment cultivator, which meant that he was a 2-star target according to his bizarre abilities, and it was precisely Ding Kuan who wanted to rush the 30-year mark, break through to the late stage of foundation establishment, and increase his lifespan by another 20 years. Because of this there could be a glimmer of hope for conjugation. That's why it's also so obsessed with the soul-drawing bell. Li Xiao spat. These bizarre abilities, without using them personally, just by looking at the descriptions, they really aren't reliable at all. After consuming more than 60 years of life force, he was now almost equivalent to being in his 90s. I can't believe I'm becoming a centenarian. It's so. He reached out and grabbed Ding Kuan, taking him into his hands. At this point, Ding Kuan had completely lost his vitality, his mouth wide open like a dried-up dead fish. Li Xiao took his storage bag and then looked at his corpse. The corpse has been completely useless. The divine soul is directly spiritually dispersed, and the essence and blood are dried up, so it can't even be used for refining corpses. Vitality was the support for everything, and a body without it was not even qualified to be material. Creepy has a life force too. It's just a different form compared to normal humans. So death spell I works just as well for Creepy. Li Xiao searched a bit and then secretly said, "Sheep this old guy." It is also considered to let him end of life. Even the opportunity to search the soul did not leave me. At this time, a recluse flew in. Obviously the early foundation establishment Black Soul sect cultivator had caught up. Naturally, Li Xiao would not use the Eye of Death spell against this guy again. This guy looks young and strong, and all have at least 100 years of life left in them. If he used the Eye of Death spell, with the consumption doubled, he was afraid that Li Xiao himself would hang first. Li Xiao's eyes rolled and he hid Ding Kuan's body behind him. Qianrong had just flown over when he saw Li Xiao waiting for him. He hurriedly fixed his stance, startled. "Where is my senior brother?" He clearly watched Ding Kuan chasing after him. How did he disappear at this time? Li Xiao laughed and took out Ding Kuan's corpse from behind him. "Isn't it right here?" Qianrong was shocked. How is it possible? It seemed to him that he was just a few minutes late. So why was his senior brother turned into a dry body and died? Li Xiao laughed fiercely. "Don't be anxious. The next one is you." With that he lunged. Qianrong didn't dare to resist at all and turned around to run. Are you kidding? Even Ding Kuan, who was at the peak of the middle stage of foundation establishment, was killed by someone else. Where would he have the guts to resist as a small Karami in the early stage of foundation establishment? He was also dry and directly opened the soul light escape and ran towards the distance. Li Xiao directly afire while Ding Kuan's useless body burned away. Laughed. "Run run run. I see where you run. Jia jia jia." This one is really a role reversal. When Qianrong saw a blood lake behind him in hot pursuit, his soul was in a panic and he fled forward in a desperate manner. The bloody light behind him, however, was getting closer and closer. How could he have known that from the moment he saw Ding Kuan's corpse, he had already been trapped? Li Xiao is deliberately using Ding Kuan's corpse to scare him. And doing so, naturally, was to turn on the ability Eclipse of Fear. Eclipse of Fear, a 1-star ability that unleashes fear and absorbs the target's fear breath to enhance its strength. Under the influence of this ability, the more fearful the target was, the more bonuses Li Xiao would receive. At this moment, he felt strands of fear from Qianrong being absorbed into himself, allowing his strength to increase for a short period of time. Originally, if Qianrong had dealt with it calmly, although he was certainly no match for the Manadeep Li Xiao, but it wasn't such a mess. Together with the Black Soul sect's secret technique, it was said that there might not necessarily be a little hope of escaping, but now, there is no hope at all. Under the influence of the Eclipse of Fear, Li Xiao's burning blood escape immediately surpassed Qianrong's soul light escape. He chased after Qianrong and shouted, "Die for me!" This time, it even scared Qianrong to the core. Only the roiling black mist instantly wrapped him. Qianrong activated the protective jade talisman on his body in shock. However, under the strangulation of the Yin fiendish chi that was like a streak of black dragons, his defense quickly shattered. Then a crackling sound came from the black mist. When the black mist dispersed, Qianrong was already dying and was caught in Li Xiao's hands. Li Xiao laughed. "Just now failed to search the soul of that Ding Kuan. Now take you to compensate for the same. I hope you do not let me down." He pressed a hand on top of Qianrong's head and began to perform the art of soul searching, but after a while Li Xiao frowned. This guy's divine soul has a prohibition on it that prevents soul searching? Forcing a search will immediately cause his soul to fly away. And sure enough, These sects with long-lasting legacies do have something. It's a pity that you've met me. He lifted Qianrong and flew back to the gloomy wind cave first. The place is a mess at this point. Having been completely blown up, he came back in order to recover the heavenly ghost formation. Li Xiao searched the cave ruins for the formation flag and some formation parts. He looked at it and breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily it wasn't blown up. It's just that the arrangement was shifted by the blast and that's why it couldn't be activated. The formation was still useful to him, and it would be a shame if it was destroyed. He looked at the Yinfeng cave, which had been reduced to ruins, and lamented. It's impossible to stay in the Yinfeng cave, even if the earth vein is still there. But having offended the Black Soul sect, continuing to stay here, isn't it waiting for death? Other than the formation components, all the other important things were in Li Xiao's storage bag, so it's not like you have to pack anything. So he lifted Qianrong and headed towards the depths of Mount Wuliang. Thanks to Eat Sweet Potato Spit Potato Skin for the reward. Newbie new book. By the way, I'm begging for a catch-up read. End of chapter. Chapter 65, Taking Time to Breakthrough. Li Xiao lifted Qianrong towards the depths of Mount Wuliang. The Wuliang mountain range stretched for 10,000 miles and was vast. A random place to hide would be impossible to find without an exact location. Only in that case, he would have to be hiding in the middle of nowhere with no spirit veins. This was because even though Mount Wuliang was vast, the places with spirit veins were almost all occupied by scattered cultivators and the Demon Alliance. It wasn't that Li Xiao was looking for a new cave. Instead, he's ready to find a place to shell this Qianrong guy. He came to a deep valley. There just happened to be a cave in the valley, hidden by thick trees. With a wave of his hand, Li Xiao cleared away the vegetation, and a dark hole was revealed. That's when a hissing sound came out of the cavern and, apparently the commotion had startled some kind of demonic beast. Li Xiao casually pointed at the cave, and the Yinfeng chains flew out. It then pulled a large snake the thickness of a water tank out of the cave. After that big snake was grabbed out, it kept struggling and hissing. Li Xiao lifted his hand and slashed it, directly opening it up. He took out the snake's bile and put it away, and mana flames emerged from his hands, instantly burning the snake's corpse to ashes. This kind of basic 5-element spells, a cultivator would be able to, but there was no need to specialize in cultivating the corresponding attribute techniques. However, the power is limited, and can only be used to do things like destroying corpses. That big snake was only a first-order demonic beast, and to the current him, only the snake's bile was still somewhat valuable. Many of the loose cultivators in Mount Wuliang made a living by hunting demonic beasts. Most of the cultivation materials of the demon cultivators actually came from these demonic beasts as well. Demonic beast essence, blood and bones are all good cultivation materials. Li Xiao's predecessor used to hunt demonic beasts from time to time to take them in exchange for spirit stones and elixirs. However, because of his low strength, he only dared to hunt some first-order lower-grade demonic beasts in the periphery. Now he had casually killed an upper first-rank demonic beast, but he only took the snake's bile and burned the corpse. After burning the body, he commandeered the large snake's cave. The cave was littered with skeletons and stank. Li Xiao swept all the filth out of the cave with a wave of his big sleeve. The cave was cleaned again with a water spell. Then the isolation array was set up, which made the cave look decent. Let's just get it over with. Deal with this guy, and see where we go next. Subsequently, he must have gone to find a place where he could cultivate in peace. There are auras in this wilderness, though, but certainly not as good as a cave with a spiritual vein. With his current cultivation level, even a first-order spirit vein was already too slow, let alone cultivating in a place with no spirit veins. It's times like these that show the advantages of the big families and the big sects. The disciples of those family sects didn't have to worry about spirit veins at all. Just like the Two-Realm City, with its third-order extreme spirit veins, it was enough to allow cultivators to cultivate all the way to the Yuaning realm. This was also the reason why the Xianyu sect and the Demon Alliance fought to the death in the first place. After Li Xiao had organized his temporary cave, he began to concoct Qianrong. Above Qianrong's divine soul was a prohibition set by the Black Soul sect to prevent soul searching. This kind of prohibition was considered standard for some of the larger sect families. As long as they were initiated disciples, they would all be set up with this kind of prohibition by the clan to prevent the leakage of the clan's secrets and inheritance. Li Xiao began to study it. He first used the Yinfeng secret method to draw out Qianrong's divine soul. Only a cloud of mysterious runes surrounded his divine soul. And that's the ban that prevents soul searching. Just as Li Xiao wanted to scrutinize it, those runes gradually lit up, and Qianrong's divine soul revealed an extremely painful look, clearly on the verge of bursting and scattering. Li Xiao's face changed and he hurriedly recited a spell to unleash the Yinfeng ghost-raising secret art. The fiend essence that can nourish the divine soul erupted above the divine soul. Only then did Qianrong's divine soul gradually stabilize. Li Xiao frowned. Qianrong's divine soul is stabilized, but it is still difficult to undo the prohibition. The forbidden runes were so complex that trying to unravel them was like deciphering a secret. Li Xiao rubbed the corner of his forehead. If you want to decrypt it, you need more than just comprehending the mysteries. You also need tremendous computing power. Forget it, brains are not enough. Plugins come to the rescue. He knows his own family's business, and if he wants to solve it by himself in a hard way, he is afraid that he may not be able to solve it for several years. And Qianrong's divine soul wouldn't last more than a few years. This kind of forbidden divine soul can't even be collected in the soul-devouring streamer or soul-refining furnace. As soon as an attempt was made to search the soul or enslave it, the prohibition would immediately erupt, causing its soul to be scattered. So he decided to turn to Papa Tendo. So, he sacrificed his soul-refining furnace and began to refine the weirdness that he had grabbed from the murderous room hotel. However, after refining a creepy, Li Xiao frowned. Aren't these bizarre one-star ghostly bosses? Why is there so little Dao rhyme after refining? Yet, he found that after refining the weirdness, he gained very little Dao rhythm, less than a tenth of the original amount. What the hell? Aren't these guys considered ghostly bosses? He recalled that when he first refined the bazaar, the heavenly Dao Elder had indeed not looked at the strength of the bazaar, but only the uniqueness and diversity of the bazaar. Ghostly bosses, created by bazaar rules, each unique. It's like the Joker, who is not very strong, but has an ability like Fear Eater. The ghost principle is the same, with a whip that can directly harm the divine soul. So after refining, the heavenly Dao grants more Dao rhythm. Li Xiao stroked his chin. So, these guys I captured from the murderous room hotel, whose strength looks comparable to a one-star ghostly boss, aren't actually, maybe they're just little caramels in some 2 or 3-star ghostly boss. And really, he guessed right. Ghostly bosses, which usually don't get out of ghostly, unless a specific quest is accomplished like the Joker. This is the only way to go to the high-star ghosts. The Murder Room Hotel is a 2-star hidden haunt. The only thing that can come here is the spookiness in a 2-star or higher-starred haunt. These spooky ones that were only equivalent to the refined Shi stage obviously couldn't be the bosses of the 2-star or high-star ghosts. It would just have to be some of the minor characters in them. Li Xiao can only recognize the situation. Well, after all, these guys are kind of accidentally obtained. It would be nice to have the benefit of refining them. Flayed Woman should be the boss, right? The Flayed Woman is clearly different, with the ability to make one's blood boil. So Li Xiao guessed that this guy must be the boss. But I'm now at the peak of the early stage of foundation establishment. If I don't break through, refining this guy will not enhance my cultivation except for obtaining Dao rhyme. It's a bit of a waste. After thinking about it, he decided to try to break through the middle stage of foundation establishment while refining the skinned woman. Then he realized that he was really busy and always had an endless list of things to do. Laborious life originally thought to recuperate, which know only in plum orchids and bamboo chrysanthemums nonsense a night. We'll have to start running around again busy. He put Qianrong's divine soul aside for the time being. As long as it didn't pose a threat to it, the prohibition wouldn't be triggered for the time being. And of course you can't leave it like that for a long time. The divine soul will gradually weaken, and in time it will dissipate on its own. Hurry up, break through a realm first. So Li Xiao began to refine the already very weak Flayed Woman. The Flayed Woman had long since lost her ability to resist, and was completely refined after about a day. Sure enough, that's when the Dao rhythm descended. Moreover, the amount of Dao rhyme was still 10 times as much as it was before when refining a 1-star ghostly boss. Li Xiao was delighted. Then his cultivation level, 2, smoothly broke through to the middle stage of foundation establishment. There were no heart demons, no calamities, and it was just so easy to break through. Li Xiao pondered. I felt palpitations when I made the breakthrough earlier. It was obvious that there would be a calamity coming. Could it be that calamity? That is Ding Kuan and the others coming to the door? End of chapter. Chapter 66, Too Many Benefits. After Li Xiao refined the skinned woman, not only did he receive a large number of Dao rhyme blessings, the cultivation level also smoothly broke through to the middle stage of foundation establishment. And this time, the breakthrough was actually completely free of any calamity. Li Xiao pondered. But why did I feel something in my heart when I tried to break through earlier? Could it be because a human calamity would have descended for the earlier breakthrough? And now that the human calamity has been crossed, naturally the breakthrough went smoothly. Now that he thought about it, it was true that if he had forced a breakthrough earlier, he wouldn't have been able to sense the anomaly of the soul drawing bell at all. It may be at the crux of a breakthrough when Ding Kuan and Qian Rong hit the door. Then, the best outcome was that he failed to break through and escaped with serious injuries. The worst outcome is naturally death. Li Xiao sighed. It is true that cultivation is difficult. In addition to the heavenly tribulation, there are all kinds of human tribulations, especially for demonic cultivators. It is even more tribulation. In the end, this involves the metaphysical sin and chi set. Rapid advancement through looting naturally leads to more looting. It was also fortunate that what Li Xiao plundered was not the cultivators of this world, but the weirdness of the weird world. Not only are there no sins, but they are also blessed with Taoist rhythms. This should also be the reason why he was able to vaguely sense that a calamity was coming and tended to avoid it. After the realm breakthrough, Li Xiao took the soul refining furnace and looked at it. And sure enough, I saw something right in there. But it was the flayed woman who dropped the props that lived up to expectations. He brought out the props. Egg of Blood, a 2-star prop that hatches a blood trickster capable of becoming a companion spirit. Li Xiao held the fist-sized egg of blood, which was like a ruby, with a strange expression. No, this is laying an egg for me? He was tempted to say. I had nothing to do with the skinning woman. And don't ever say it was because I laid the egg. Hey, this looks like I'm getting more and more scummy. That being said, will this thing turn into a flayed woman after it spawns? If she still has memories, will she still be looking for me to fight for her life after spawning? Forget it, just keep it for now. Spawning this thing is probably not simple. After all, it's a 2-star prop. This prop must be ecstatic if other players get it. This is a prop that can spawn a 2-star companion spirit. As long as the oviposition is successful, it can become a powerful goblin envoy. But Li Xiao was not a fan of the Imperial Ghost Envoy in the first place, so he naturally did not care. After putting the props away, he grabbed Qian Rong's divine soul. The next step is to study this prohibition. The flayed woman's refining provided enough Tao rhythm to be able to enter the state of enlightenment for 10 days. He certainly wouldn't use it all at once, but instead divided the Tao rhyme into a minimum of 10 portions. Li Xiao's mind moved and a copy of the Tao rhyme disappeared from his sea of consciousness. Then he entered a state of metaphysical enlightenment. In this state, his understanding and perception of divine soul prohibitions was increasing by leaps and bounds. However, this black soul sect's secret prohibition, which was passed down from the ancient times, was very complicated. According to the level, they were all at least 4th order Yuan Eng level prohibitions. Of course, the one cast on Qian Rong was only of the 2nd order, so Li Xiao didn't need to completely comprehend this forbidden secret art thoroughly, as long as he cracked the one on Qian Rong. A day later, Li Xiao opened his eyes and exited from the state of enlightenment, and his thoughts and senses running at high speed had already been computing sensations in the Void Dao Palace for a year. He looked at Qian Rong's divine soul, which had gradually become somewhat unstable. Gathering mana in his hands, he tapped on top of the prohibition. The ban lit up like it was about to explode. Li Xiao struck out like the wind, clicking in succession. Finally there was a soft snap, as if unlocking a door, and the prohibition on Qian Rong's body shattered and was completely lifted. Li Xiao sighed in relief. Finally, it's lifted. This kind of prohibition was like a combination lock. It was not that by lifting Qian Rong's, the other prohibitions could be lifted afterwards. One could only say that Li Xiao had gained a deeper understanding of this type of prohibition through the state of enlightenment. It's like a thief who's learned to pick a lock. When faced with the same type of lock, it's natural to be able to unlock it quickly. However, because of his cultivation, he was currently only able to unlock 2nd-order prohibitions. In fact, this kind of prohibition could be violently lifted if one's cultivation level was high enough, but it needs to be at least one major realm above the target to do so. Li Xiao lifted the restriction on Qian Rong's soul, and without further ado, directly began to search his soul. Qian Rong's divine soul had become much weaker after being drawn out. If it wasn't for Li Xiao nourishing it with the Yin Fiend ghost nurturing secret technique, I'm afraid it would have long since dissipated on its own. The divine soul was just so fragile, and cultivators who were not at the Yuaning realm simply couldn't do it for long periods of time out of the body. Only when the divine soul condenses the baby, can it leave the body to fly away from the sky and even take over the body to be reborn? Of course, the meta-infant takeover can't increase longevity life either. It's just one more means of preserving life when the body is destroyed. Therefore, Qian Rong's divine soul in the weakened state was directly broken and dissipated after being searched. Li Xiao closed his eyes and contemplated, digesting the proceeds of this soul search. The proceeds of this soul search were somewhat beyond his expectations. The Black Soul Sect actually really is a branch left behind by some great sect in the ancient past? When Ding Kuan first said at the auction that the soul-devouring streamer was lost by the Black Soul Sect thousands of years ago, It's not really a lie to say that it's not always true. The Black Soul sect had a long heritage and had produced Yuaning cultivators in the past, but it had later declined and turned into a Jindan sect. The Supreme Elder is in the middle stage of Jindan, and the sect master is in the early stage of Jindan. In a remote place like Yuzhou, it's already considered a powerful sect. This made Li Xiao wary. After all, he was considered to be already immortal with the Black Soul sect at this point. If there might be a glimmer of hope for reconciliation after killing 2 Foundation establishment cultivators, then to conduct a soul search on Qianrong, this is a complete no-die. Inheritance and secret methods were always the foundation and bottom line of a sect. He had now dug out all the roots of others. So naturally, he was immortal. The Black Soul sect, as a former Yuaning sect, surely has a Yuaning level Gongfu inheritance. But this Qianrong fellow has only obtained a Jindan stage Gongfu inheritance, which is not of much use to me. The Black Soul sect's technique and the Yin Fiend Yuanshan skill he cultivated both belonged to a system of devilish techniques. So naturally, he wouldn't bother replacing his basic feats. However, some of the secret techniques in the Black Soul technique were useful and could be interchanged with the Yin Fiend Yuanshan technique. The secret techniques of the Yin Fiendish Elemental Spirit technique were presumably mostly recorded in the second half, so Li Xiao would not know many of them. With the Black Soul sect's secret arts supplementing it, it did make up for some of his shortcomings. For example, the method of condensing the soul elixir. This method was similar to the Blood Fiend technique of condensing essence blood beads. It is to condense all kinds of Yin souls into Dan to assist in cultivation. Li Xiao had a soul refining furnace and could not actually use this secret method himself. The soul refining furnace, as a mysterious exotic treasure, had a much higher utilization rate after refining Yin souls than this type of condensed soul pills. But there's a downside, you can't take it to trade. It was too easy for problems to arise from directly trading Guile, so Li Xiao had never considered taking Guile and selling it. And with the method of condensing the soul elixir, those low-grade resentful souls could be condensed and then taken to be sold. This is clearly another way to make a living. There is also the soul light transportation, but it is a transportation method that is even swifter than the blood-burning transportation. Then there was the Black Soul sect's weapon refining method, which surprised him a bit. The Black Soul sect was actually good at refining weapons, which was indeed something he hadn't expected. It's really a sleepy pillow. I was thinking of going to buy a refining inheritance to learn from, and here's someone delivering it to my doorstep. Ever since he obtained a magic treasure blank like a teaching whip, he had been thinking about learning to refine weapons, because this kind of magic treasure blank, take it out for others to refine. One is uneasy, the other is afraid of revealing secrets. Now it's good to save another cost of buying a legacy, and he had to marvel. Once again, it's really a gold belt for killing and setting fire. After every kill, it's really beneficial and full of rewards. Thank you very much for the reward from bookfriend 2023062503065737. The author pays thanks. And by the way, I'm begging for a catch-up read. End of chapter. Chapter 67, One Stroke Out of Poverty. Li Xiao's soul search technique had been improved and became unique. Usually a soul search is like flipping through a book in the target's head. If the target resists, or is too vulnerable, the book was soul-crushing before the target even finished reading it. What can be searched in this way is naturally limited. However, Li Xiao's soul-searching technique was to directly copy the memories in the target's soul first, then go back and take your time to check it out. This way though, you miss some of the memories tucked away in the corners and deeper. But it's so much better than regular soul-searching. Perhaps it was because of the Heavenly Tao Foundation. Li Xiao could not only store Tao rhythms in his sea of consciousness, but also memories that came from soul-searching. These memories exist independently, like little balls of constantly playing movies. Li Xiao could view the recorded memories by simply clicking on the small ball. That way he could rummage for what he wanted, absorb it, and then delete the useless memory orbs. At this moment, Li Xiao was scrutinizing Qianrong's memory ball. If it was said that discovering that Qianrong was good at qi refining and finding the Black Soul sect's weapon refining inheritance in his memories belonged to an unexpected blessing, then it was a real surprise when he discovered a secret art called soul-splitting art. This split soul technique, the split souls refined have many uses. However, Qianrong's cultivation was shallow, and he only practiced a trace of a split soul, which he used on top of the sect's soul lamp. Foundation cultivators are already the backbone of the sect. That's why all of them leave a soul lamp in the sect. After the death of the body, the soul lamp will be extinguished, and the sect will naturally receive the news. After Ding Kuan and Qianrong were killed by him, the Black Soul sect must have known by now, but it wasn't the knowledge of the secret that made Li Xiao happy. It was because something like a soul lamp was something that the bigger powers basically had. He was pleasantly surprised because the Black Soul sect had practiced this secret soul splitting technique to such a high level that they could actually practice a split soul that was almost as good as the main soul. After the split soul was practiced, the cultivator would be able to switch consciousness between the split soul and the main soul at will. Although the loss of a split soul would cause the main soul to be traumatized to a certain extent, it was not fatal, and it could subsequently be cultivated back through a secret method. Legend has it that at the time of the ancient times, the old ancestor of the Black Soul sect's upper clan had countless split souls, claiming that the split souls were indestructible and the true souls were immortal. Li Xiao is in need of various identities to hide his identity. If one was able to refine this soul-splitting technique and switch back and forth, one would be able to bypass the detection method of detecting the divine soul. The worst of the cultivator's disguise techniques is to change his appearance. This kind was the easiest to detect, and could be easily recognized from the gongfu and divine soul fluctuations. The most profound is naturally the refining of an out-of-body incarnation. However, incarnation is a legendary divine secret technique, and it is unknown whether anyone in the immortal cultivation world at this time is able to do it. The next best thing is to change the divine soul fluctuations. This Black Soul sect splitting soul technique has such an effect when practiced to a high level. Moreover, Li Xiao had thought of a use for the soul splitting technique. That's with the weird fusion of split souls and weird worlds. In that case you can become an Oni ambassador and share the weird abilities of both the. It's not like he's afraid of what it will do to the path of immortal cultivation if he becomes a companion with Creepy. The big deal is to discard the split soul and re-refine it. It's a pity that this Qianrong soul splitting art is only of the second order, and it's only practiced a little bit of skin. In order to really practice soul splitting, at least all of them have to be the third or even the fourth order of the secret art to be able to do it. There must be a subsequent inheritance of this secret art in the Black Soul sect, so let's practice the second order secret art first, and when I have formed a Dan or Yuaning, then I will go and fetch the subsequent secret art is. He and the Black Soul sect were already immortal. Anyway, by the time the strength was strong, when he went to exterminate the Black Soul sect, he naturally could not let go of the subsequent inheritance of these techniques and secret arts. He organizes Qianrong's memories, absorbing the useful information, then deleting the useless ones. This, however, had taken him 3 days. The main reason was that these feats and secret arts were complicated, and it wasn't easy to find them all, which in turn demonstrated the benefits of his improved soul-searching technique. If it was an ordinary soul-search technique, before you could find out the complete information about the technique, the target's divine soul wouldn't necessarily be shattered. After organizing and absorbing those useful memories of Qianrong, he also finally realized why he had been approached by Ding Kuan. It turns out that the soul-devouring streamer and the soul-drawing bell are actually one and the same, and Ding Kuan sensed the location of the soul-drawing bell by virtue of the soul-devouring streamer. At first, Ding Kuan got Qianrong to help him. Qianrong was curious as to why Ding Kuan had been so vocal. Under his questioning, Ding Kuan also told him the original story, and guaranteed that as long as he took the soul-inducing bell and cleaned up the loose cultivator, not only would he be given a bottle of soul pills, but he would also seek favors for him and the sect after breaking through to the late stage of foundation establishment. Qianrong naturally responded with joy and promised to do his best, but he lost his life for a bottle of soul pill and a big cake drawn by Ding Kuan. There is also the reason why Ding Kuan was able to discover the lurking me at that time, but it was the use of the soul-attracting bell on the divine soul breath left behind by my sacrifices, locating my position. This secret method is also quite good, but it's just that the effective range is a little smaller. This secret method was likewise only of the second rank, with an effective range of only about 10 miles. At that time, if it wasn't for the fact that Li Xiao had lurked closer in order to remotely open the formation, Ding Kuan would not have been able to discover his trail at all. It was only at this point that Li Xiao was able to sort out all the useful information after the soul search. The next step was to count the 2 men's storage bags. It was his favorite part of the day after every kill and capture. The spirit stones in the 2 men's storage bags weren't much. Ding Kuan no longer had much in the way of cash money because of his big purchase at the auction. On the contrary, Qianrong's storage bag neatly held more than 3,000 spirit stones. The two of them had almost 4,000 spirit stones combined. Together with the spirit stones he had snatched from a few ungrateful robber cultivators earlier, he now had over 6,000 spirit stones in his hands alone. Then there are other things besides spirit stones, which can be plentiful. What Ding Kuan contributed the most was of course the soul-devouring streamer. And Qianrong actually had a mid-grade spirit weapon in his hand as well. It was a small sword as black as ink. Above the small sword, one could vaguely see a shadowy soul swimming around. Li Zhao's eyes lit up. Worthy of being a new generation disciple that the Black Soul sect values more. Even the Black Soul sword has it. Well, I finally have a flying sword too. However, this Black Soul sword is a spirit weapon unique to the Black Soul sect. It is too conspicuous and needs to be modified before it can be used. Qian Rong was actually more valued in the gate than Ding Kuan. Although Ding Kuan's cultivation was much higher, his lifespan was short, and in the end, his potential had almost been exhausted. As for Qian Rong, he built his foundation in his 40s and reached the third level of foundation building at almost 80 years old. His potential could be much greater than that of Ding Kuan, so he was given many precious weapon refining materials, and then he refined a medium-grade spirit weapon Black Soul sword by himself. If Ding Kuan hadn't accidentally discovered the soul-devouring streamer at the auction, he would have only had a lower-grade spiritual artifact 100 ghost streamer in his hands, and at this moment, Li Xiao, who originally didn't even have a few magic weapons, had 3 more spirit weapons all of a sudden. Together with the soul-attracting bell, he had 4 spiritual weapons in his hands. Li Xiao also took inventory of other pills, magic weapon materials and other messy things, almost worth 5 or 6,000 spirit stones, and his fortune at this point, not counting those props from the bizarre world, was a full 20,000 to 30,000 spirit stones. This time, he is considered to be completely out of poverty. End of chapter. Chapter 68. In the mountains of Wuliang, Recruitment and Melancholia were on a small hill with their hearts in their mouths. They'd been here for 5 or 6 days. There had been no waiting for the Lord and the old man to summon them back. When they were dismissed that day, they heard the rumbling from a distance. They didn't realize it was the sound of the shady wind cave being blown away. A few people ran to the small hill that was more than 20 miles away from the gloomy wind cave and stayed there temporarily. This place is actually still considered to be within the Infeng Cave's sphere of influence, so there weren't any powerful demonic beasts. The demonic beasts were all very sharp and definitely didn't dare to come and move or live around the cultivator's cave. So the conditions here are a little tougher, but there's no danger. Several people built huts on the mountain and stayed there, and that stay was 5 or 6 days. Melancholia is not good enough, but recruitment is getting more and more anxious. Who made them have a ban on them? If something really went wrong with the old master and the old ancestor, they'd have to go along for the ride if their prohibitions kicked in a month later. On this day, Zhaokai Jinba shot wild game on the mountain and took it back to a few mates to cook and eat. They didn't come out with much, just the important stuff with them. The main reason was that none of them had storage bags and couldn't bring much if they wanted to. Although storage bags were popular amongst cultivators, the worst of them cost 50 spirit stones apiece. For them 50 spirit stones was a huge amount of money, and there was no way they could afford it. The 2 men were sitting around, sighing, and Zhao Kai said, "Do you think the master won't come to pick us up?" Jin Bao said, "Who knows? Why don't we quietly go back and take a look?" Zhao Kai said, "Or forget it. The master did not say that no matter what the situation, if not summoned, do not go back it. If the Infeng Cave really out of something, we rashly go back, is not to send death it." Jin Bo said, "But if we wait here, and the prohibition kicks in, aren't we just waiting to die?" Zhao Kai thought for a moment and said, "Wait for 2 more days. If there is still no news of the old ancestor and the old master, we will go outside the mountain. No matter how to say can't wait to die, we are on the body of the prohibition. Is not a high-level prohibition. Good luck to say that is not necessarily able to find a way to lift the workshop outside the mountain." Jin Bao sighed. "It will have to do. But what about those women? How can they both say that they have the cultivation of the first level of chi refining, and myelin, bamboo and chrysanthemum were purely mortal, having learned a few punching and kicking feats at most?" Zhao Kai said, "Take them first. If there's a problem on the road, the 2 of us will just run away first. This is also considered to be benevolent." Jin Bao, who has never had much of an opinion, said, "Okay, 2 people as a devil cultivator sitting down children, can have this heart, indeed has been counted as benevolent. If you meet a vicious person, I'm afraid to take advantage of the opportunity to torture and insult a few people, and then kill and destroy the body, and then escape." At that moment, a voice was heard saying, "You're the recruiters, aren't you?" The 2 of them were greatly shocked to find that there was a middle-aged man in green robes in front of them at some point. "Who are you?" the 2 asked warily. The middle-aged man's cheeks were sunken in, and he looked like a shady turtle dove. "You don't care who I am. It's Cave Master Li who asked me to come to you." The 2 men were relieved to hear that it was the Cave Master's elder who had called them, and relaxed their guard. In fact, at this point, it's useless not to let your guard down. This middle-aged man's cultivation was unfathomable in their eyes. At least they were all cultivators in the middle to late stages of chi refining. And since the two of them were only at the first level of chi refining, if people wanted to plot against them, there was no way for them to resist at all. Mylan, Bamboo and Chrysanthemum also ran over when they heard the commotion. A few people rejoiced. Are we going to be able to go back? Although the gloomy wind cave is a cave for demonic cultivators, but because of the presence of the spirit vein, the outside environment was actually quite good except for the gloomy underground cave. Many houses have been constructed in the outer courtyard, which is quite bird-friendly and well-equipped with amenities after years of restoration. It's kind of a paradise compared to this middle of nowhere, so several people wanted to go back as soon as possible. Instead, the middle-aged cultivator shook his head and said, "The Enfone cave is gone. You can't go back. I was entrusted by Cave Masterly to send you out of the mountain." Several people were shocked. "The Enfone cave is gone?" The middle-aged man said. "Yes, the incoming enemy is very powerful this time, and I'm afraid that both the old man of the underworld and Cave Masterly are already in a dire situation." "How come?" Melancholia began to wail and cry. Although they only spent one night with the cave master, however, he was already mesmerized by the handsome, powerful, yet gentle cave master. A few of the men were just congratulating themselves on meeting such a good lord when who knew that his lordship had GA. The middle-aged man looked in his eyes and secretly said, "It's not in vain that I love you guys so much." This middle-aged man, naturally, was Li Xiao disguised as him. After this incident with the Black Soul sect, no matter if it was the identity of the old man of the underworld or the master of the Wind cave, he wouldn't be able to use it anymore, unless the Black Soul sect could be resolved. I was afraid that these two identities would never see the light of day again. He came over quietly this time, first of all to see if the Black Soul sect's people had come to his door. If he came to the door, he naturally wouldn't care if a few people died or lived. Running as far away as he could, came over and realized that there was no movement around the gloomy wind cave. Obviously, even with the soul lantern, it would still take a while for the Black Soul sect to find out about this place. The main thing is that after killing the two, he didn't realize he was under a spell or anything like that, because he'd heard that when some disciples of the great sects were killed, they'd automatically put a spell on the murderer. The sect can then seek revenge on the murderer based on the spell. However, after he carefully scanned and probed himself, he didn't find any other spells other than the one placed by that Chueying was still there. In fact, what he didn't know was that this kind of blood vengeance spell, which was capable of tracking down the murderer, would at least require a Yuaning or even a God Realization cultivator to cast. And because it's complicated to cast, it's not for all disciples. Only the core disciples of the sect could have this treatment. The Black Soul sect was only a Jindan sect. Where would they have that ability to cast a blood vengeance curse on their disciples? So even if he learned of the death of a disciple under his door, it would definitely take some time if he wanted to investigate all the way to the gloomy wind cave. And the other cave masters around them didn't find out about the overthrow of the Enfone cave. The main reason is that after the Enfone cave has produced a foundation establishment cultivator, Old Man Underworld, those small cultivators around them wouldn't dare to move around anymore for fear of touching the mold of the foundation establishment cultivator. That's why 5 or 6 days had passed and no one had discovered anything unusual about the Enfone cave. Seeing that the Black Soul sect's people hadn't come to the door yet, Li Xiao thought of sending a few people out of the mountain in passing. In the end, it was the presence of a few people that posed little threat to him. Even if the Black Soul sect's people were able to find a few people in the future, they wouldn't be able to ask about his whereabouts. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have cared if a few people died or lived, leaving them to fend for themselves in the mountains. Recruitment was also as pale as dirt and disoriented at this time, because they thought about the ban on their bodies. Li Xiao deliberately consoled, "You don't need to be sad. The way of cultivation is full of calamities, and we don't know when we will be due for a calamity. This is the fate of our demonic cultivators." Well, to the point, I used to owe Lord Li Cave a favor. That's why I was entrusted by him to let me send you guys out of the mountain after the accident in the Enfone cave. Mylan, Bamboo and Chrysanthemum listened to the more sad, thinking that the master in such a dangerous situation even gave them to find a way back. Really crying death. Recruitment, however, wanted to say something. Li Xiao said, "Don't worry, Cave Masterly has already explained that I will lift the restrictions on you too." With that, he reached out and nudged the two men twice. Recruitment only felt a sense of relief in his body, and it was obvious that the prohibition had been lifted. The two of them were overjoyed and hurriedly bowed their thanks. "Many thanks to Senior," Li Xiao said. "Alright, I'll send you guys out of the mountain. Thanks to all of you who have rewarded me for catching up on your reading. And by the way, I'm begging for a catch-up. End of chapter. Chapter 69, Imposter. The Kingdom of Yu. A mortal realm outside of Mount Wuliang. Controlling the country of Yu is a sect called the Lingyun sect. Yuzhou was a mixture of good and evil. In fact, the division between good and evil between the sects was already very light. Unlike some states, where the good and the evil are clearly separated and they fight to the death when they see them, the Lingyun sect was also a Jindan sect, one of the 8 Jindan forces in Yuzhou. Of course, the biggest forces in Yuzhou were the Xianyu sect and the Demon Alliance, 2 giants with Yuan-ing ancestors in attendance. All these other sects and powers have to look up to them. The headquarters of the Demon Alliance is deep in the Wuliang Mountains, west of Yuzhou. The dojo of the Xianyu sect, on the other hand, was at the Xianyu mountain in the eastern part of Yuzhou. The 2 major forces, one from the east and one from the west, pressurized the entire Yuzhou. Li Xiao sandwiched Milan, bamboo, chrysanthemum, and Zhukai Jinbao all the way to a small town outside of the Yu country before setting the few people down. Recruitment was fine. Melancholia had already blanched. After being wrapped in mana and flying for 3 days and nearly 10,000 miles, it would be strange to have a good time. This was still Li Xiao purposely flying slower in order to take care of them, and stopping to rest from time to time. Otherwise, a few people were afraid that they would just hang up. Li Xiao said, "Well, it should be safe here." A few people also didn't expect the senior to send them so far away. Originally they thought it was just a matter of sending them out of the mountain, but they didn't know that it was directly to the Yu country, which was 10,000 miles away. That's why several people had different looks and mixed emotions. Suddenly running to such a far away and unfamiliar place, normal people would be a bit panicked. Recruitment was lifted from the ban, originally with joy in his heart, but thinking that from now on, the path of immortality is cut off, probably can only be obliterated in the crowd, cannot help but look dark again. Originally, they thought that the Infong cave had produced a foundation establishment ancestor, and that they themselves would be able to get the light to enter the door, get to pass on the subsequent techniques, and soar to the heavens. I didn't know that the change was so fast, and it wasn't long before the gloomy wind cave was gone. Milan, bamboo and chrysanthemum were equally complex. They were originally taken from the mortal world by demonic practitioners. Many of those captured with them have long since been turned into material corpses. Originally, they did have their hearts set on getting out of the devil's den, but now really back to the mortal world, but feel empty in the heart. Let's just say that someone does have some talent in certain areas, and it only took a short time to charm a few people. Such a talent, if discovered by the Acacia sect, I'm afraid that they would have to get him to be a true disciple even if they were dragged and pulled. Li Xiao, however, was already too lazy to care about what a few people were thinking, so he said, "Alright, I'll send you all here. By the way, this is what Cave Master Li instructed me to give you." He took out 2 storage bags respectively, one handed to Zhukai Jinbao, and one handed to Milan Bamboo and Chrysanthemum. Several people rushed to catch it. These storage bags were the ones Li Xiao got from a few cultivators who wanted to rob him. They were the worst kind, and they didn't have any special markings. He lifted all the prohibitions on it. Even mortals can use it if they sense it with their spirit. The storage pouch he had given to recruitment was a first-ranked demonic feat. The one given to Melancholia was a first-order righteousness technique. Anyway, they were all big roadkill that he had robbed, and they weren't worth much, so it was useless to keep them, so he might as well give them away. Milan, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum also left 10 spirit stones in their storage bags for them to distribute amongst themselves. He didn't keep any more than that. Sometimes giving too much was hurting them. Other than that, if they are given too many spirit stones, as soon as Li Xiao leaves, I am afraid that Zhukai Jinbao will have to see the money first. 1 gongfu, 10 spirit stones. If they really had the heart for the immortal path, it was already enough to get started. As for recruitment of wealth, giving them follow-up magical feats was a way of doing justice to their dedication during this period of time. Several people, all of whom had mixed feelings, paid their respects and choked back their sobs. "Your lordship's great favor. There is no way to repay it. I can only be an ox or a horse in my next life to repay it." They all thought that Li Xiao had already hung up, and naturally they could only talk about it in their next life if they wanted to repay the favor. Li Xiao said, "Well, my mission has been completed. Also can be regarded as payback the favor of Li Cave Master. From now on, 2 do not owe. As for where you go and what you do in the future, naturally, it is also not my business. Go." Several people hurriedly bowed their thanks. Many thanks to Senior for escorting them all the way. Li Xiao didn't care about them anymore and drove away in a recluse. At this point, he has indeed done his best. That said, Li Xiao flew all the way. It took a day to get to Wu. Wu is the territory of the Thousand Mountains sect. The Thousand Mountains sect was also a Jindan sect. Li Xiao followed the memories of a certain unlucky person whose soul he had searched, and came all the way to an immortal cultivator city. This city was built by many cultivation forces of the Wu Kingdom, led by the Thousand Mountain sect. Together, the name is Thousand Hills City. The scale was still relatively large, but it was certainly no match for the Two Worlds City. Two Realms City had the Xianyu sect and the Demon Alliance at its back, and it was the largest cultivation city in Yuzhou. Although mixed with fish and dragons, it was also the most tolerant immortal city for loose cultivators. But Li Xiao had offended the Black Soul sect, one of the 8 Jindan forces, and had shown his face in Two Worlds City, though he was using the identity of the Spectre. But if someone captured the soul fluctuations or left any traces, it would not be good. So to be on the safe side, he still wasn't going to go back to Two Worlds City. Li Xiao at this time transformed into a youth who had perfected qi refining and arrived at Thousand Mountain City. There were people at the entrance of the city who were responsible for registering the information of the cultivators. The same entry fee of 1 spirit stone. However, the management of Thousand Mountain City was much stricter than that of Two Worlds City. After entering the city, if you don't have a residence in Thousand Hills City, you have to come out in the evening, and you are not allowed to stay in the city. Because the Thousand Mountain sect's main camp was within the Thousand Mountain City, it would definitely be strictly managed. Li Xiao came to the city entrance and said, "Name, Lu Ming. Identity, casual cultivator." He directly took out a nameplate and handed it over to the city. The person in charge of the registration took it and looked at it. Puzzled, "Fellow Daoist, it's clearly registered with the Mixed Yuan sect. Why do you say you're a casual cultivator?" Li Xiao looked forlorn. "I am now the identity of a casual cultivator. Can you help me change my information?" The registrar wanted to ask something else. Another cultivator guarding the city took the nameplate. "Okay, this will help you change." Li Xiao changed his information, paid the money and went into the city. The registrar was puzzled. "Senior, that person clearly has incorrect information. Why don't you verify it clearly?" The cultivator who helped Li Xiao change his information said, "You are new. I guess I don't know what happened back then. I also only vaguely remember. This Mixed Yuan Gate has long been extinguished. This person is estimated to be the Mixed Yuan Gate remnant of the monks. The Mixed Yuan Gate are gone. He is now naturally scattered cultivator identity." It dawned on that newcomer. "So that's how it is," the old cultivator said. "This kind of thing is a lot. Cultivation is difficult. Many small sects, small forces, at any time in the life and death. I vaguely remember that the mixing of the door seems to be a foundation sect, so also said that on the extinction, only our Thousand Mountain faction such as a Jindan ancestor sitting in the town of the large faction, can be inherited for a long time, so you don't complain all day to be sent to guard the door, to be able to enter the Thousand Mountain faction outer door, already considered lucky." The newcomer hurriedly said yes, and at this time, Li Xiao, who was wearing the identity of Lu Ming of the Mixed Yuan sect, had already entered the city. After passing through the city guard formation, he realized that the aura was all thicker. Although Thousand Mountain City was not as good as Two Realms City, it still had a third-order medium-grade spirit vein. When Li Xiao looked around, he saw a mountain peak towering over the city. Above the mountain peaks were cloudy and misty, and some flying boats could be seen coming in and out. Thousand Mountain City, which was built around this very peak, and that mountain peak above was also where the Thousand Mountain sect was located. End of chapter. Chapter 70 Stockpiling. Li Xiao impersonated Lu Ming, who had his soul searched, entered the city of 1,000 hills. He did this, naturally, because he wanted to get an identity that could walk in the open. In fact, if you don't consider the spirit vein, you can just go incognito. However, if one wanted to cultivate in a spirit vein cave of the second order or higher, it's really just a matter of finding an identity that speaks for itself, because spirit veins above the second order are basically controlled by the major powers. If you want to buy, rent or even go for it, you can't fool around with a randomly disguised identity. Even in Two Worlds City, renting a cave as a nameless casual cultivator. When the Black Soul sect came to investigate, surely the first thing they would do was to investigate these inexplicably appearing loose cultivators first. The 8 great Jindan forces of Yuzhou were not in harmony, even though they each had friction. However, if one of them put out a bounty for the most wanted, the other sects would still give some face to help find it. So even if you go incognito in the territory of another power, as long as one still wants to use the spirit vein, one is sure to be investigated. Unless one really just nestles in the middle of nowhere and becomes a true wild cultivator. As for defecting to other great powers to check and balance the Black Soul sect, Li Xiao didn't think about it directly. If you want to join a large sect, you will be scrutinized for your identity past, and even your Kung Fu divine soul. With all the secrets he has, it's not like he's throwing himself into the net. So naturally, the safest way is to get an identity that can be used in the open, and as he thought about it, he felt that it was still Lu Ming, the remaining member of the mixed sect who had been searched by him in the beginning, who was the most suitable. First of all, the mixed sect has been exterminated. The only two remaining cultivators, Lu Ming and Qi Sanyang, were also killed by him. He wouldn't have anyone come out and expose him by impersonating Lu Ming. Even if he ran into someone who knew Lu Ming from the past, with the memories he got from soul searching, he would be able to roughly muddle through. For this reason, he had also deliberately practiced the mixed Yuan Gong that he had seized from Lu Ming and Qi Sanyang in the past few days. With his cultivation in the middle stage of foundation establishment, the mixed elemental technique was quickly initiated. He didn't have to practice his mixed kung fu to a high level, as long as he could make a show of it. If someone is more serious, just say that they have turned to magic for revenge. As a matter of fact, Lu Ming did. He suspected that mixed Yuan Gong was too slow in advancing, and had already begun to switch to Devil's Gong. Then there was the mixed Yuan sect's enemy, which was only a sect that only had a middle stage foundation establishment grand elder in attendance. With his strength at this point, even if he was approached, he was not afraid at all. If it is really found, on the contrary, it is able to take this opportunity to sit on the identity of Lu Ming. So he was still waiting for Lu Ming's enemies to come to his door, so that he could use the opportunity to play and sit on his identity. Li Xiao entered the city and encountered certain familiar groups of people again. Guides. This kind of low-level cultivator who gave guides was found in almost every city. When he first went to Two World City, he had hired a female guide, which was indeed quite good and saved him a lot of trouble. When he searched Lu Ming's soul, he only absorbed important memories. The memories of Thousand Hill City must have been erased by him, so hiring a guide is actually necessary. At this point a couple of guides came around and he looked around and ordered a female practitioner with a wow body. That female cultivator looked to be in her 20s. Her looks were only medium, but her figure was really good, with long legs in the front and back. Li Xiao thought that since he wanted to hire someone, he naturally wanted to hire a smooth one. The price was the same as the Two World City, 1 spirit stone hired for 3 days. The price of goods is similar in all the countries in Yuzhou, and the price of the guide is naturally similar. The female cultivator said happily after being pointed out. Many thanks, Senior. My name is Xian. Is this the first time Senior has come to Thousand Mountain City? Li Xiao said. It's not exactly the first time. I came here years ago, but it's been too long and I don't know what some of the changes in the city are. So I hired you. Cynthia said. It's still quite a change in town. She began to describe the changes in Thousand Mountain City over the years. Which sect had opened a new store? Which sect had withdrawn from the market due to a change of heart? And so on. The two were introduced on one side as they made their way to town. Li Xiao was ready to clean up the mess on his body first. Xian led him to a store called Curious Goods Pavilion. This store is owned by the Yi family. The Yi family is an old Wu family with a good reputation for accepting and selling everything. After Li Xiao entered the store, the original clerk did not pay much attention to him when he saw that he was only at the qi refining stage cultivation. But as he took out a whole bunch of stuff, even the shopkeeper was alarmed. There was a messy pile of magic weapons, pills, spirit herbs, and materials, and after estimating the value, it was worth almost 4,000 spirit stones. 4,000 spirit stones was already a huge amount of money for qi refining stage cultivators. Some poorer early stage foundation establishment loose cultivators wouldn't necessarily be able to have this many spirit stones. Li Xiao collected the spirit stone and laughed. Thanks to the shopkeeper. I can't imagine that this relic adventure is so richly harvested. The shopkeeper also smiled and said Tomo is really good luck. In fact, in his heart, he spat out how these things didn't look like they came from the relics, but rather like he had robbed many cultivators. But he didn't bother with that. This kind of stolen goods, the cultivator will usually take to the black market to sell, rarely directly brought to the store blatantly selling stolen goods. This was done for fear that the victims would find out and seek revenge. Li Xiao sells these things for the masses, those with the characteristics of the Black Soul sect, such as the Soul Pill Black Soul Sword and the like. He definitely wouldn't take them out and sell them. So naturally, I'm not afraid of exposing my whereabouts and identity. As for being targeted for leaking money, he's not really afraid. In Thousand Mountain City, other than the Thousand Mountains sect, which had a Jindan sitting in the town. The others were at most late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. With his current cultivation and the spirit weapon in his hand, he was already not weak even against late-stage Foundation establishment or even consummate cultivators. Even if he really couldn't fight, he could definitely escape. And for a mere few thousand spirit stones, it wasn't enough to make the Foundation establishment clan's eyes redden and strike out. After the items were sold, Li Xiao asked, "Do you have any second-order spell-lifting talismans here that can lift the curse?" The shopkeeper said, "There are second-order spell-solving talismans, but there are many types of curses, so I don't know what type of spell-solving talisman you want." Li Xiao said, "It's probably a tracking class." Seeing that he couldn't speak, the shopkeeper said, "Fellow Daoist, my Chi-Chi Pavilion's great offering just happens to be a Foundation establishment senior who is proficient in the art of curses. Why don't you ask him to come out and help you take a look? But to invite the senior, need to spend a certain amount of money. You think about it." Li Xiao pondered for a while and thought that he could give it a try. After all, this curse was left by the bizarre world. Cui Ying, I'm afraid that if I'm not well versed in curses, I may not be able to solve them if I buy some curse-solving talismans and use them haphazardly. And if the curse couldn't be lifted, he wouldn't dare go to the bizarro world. It's gotten in the way of his big business of catching shenanigans. So even at a certain cost, the curse was definitely going to be lifted. He then said, "I wonder how much it would cost to invite that senior." The shopkeeper said, "As you know, to invite a Foundation establishment senior to make a move, the value can be much more expensive than an ordinary second-order spell-solving talisman." Li Xiao waved his hand and said boldly, "Cut the crap. How much?" The shopkeeper said, "It takes 1,000 spirit stones to move a senior once, and if the curse is complicated and requires the use of other materials, then it will have to be calculated separately." Li Xiao said, "Okay." The shopkeeper laughed. "Fellow Daoist is refreshing. Please follow me." So Li Xiao walked into the mansion behind the store under his leadership. End of chapter. Chapter 71 The Twisted Seed. Li Xiao followed the shopkeeper to a meeting room in the backyard. The shopkeeper let his subordinates serve tea and fruits and then went out to invite people. It was only after roughly half an hour that the shopkeeper walked in with a large, fat cultivator who resembled a member of the staff. Li Xiao scanned his eyes and knew that the fat cultivator was only at the early stage of Foundation establishment. That made him drop his heart some more. If you let someone help you with the spell, you will definitely be scanned with your divine sense. If the other party's cultivation was too high, they might be able to see through his disguise. But it was only the early stage of Foundation establishment, so it would be absolutely impossible to see through his reality. With his current cultivation level and the advanced version of his Qi convergence technique, not to mention the early stage of Foundation establishment, even the late stage of Foundation establishment wouldn't be able to see through it. The fat cultivator came in and arrogantly said, "Are you the one who wants to undo the spell?" Li Xiao pretended to get up and salute. "Yes, senior." The fat cultivator sat down with a big horse. "Let me make it clear to you first. There are many kinds of curses. No one can guarantee to lift all the curses 100%. I'll make a move to successfully lift the curse for 1,000 spirit stones. If it fails, I also have to pay 500 spirit stones. And then there's the fact that if the curse is complicated and needs to be used with other materials, then it will have to be calculated separately." Li Xiao thought for a moment. "Yes, please also try to help me break the spell, senior." The fat cultivator revealed a smile. "Don't worry. What kind of complicated and powerful curses can a Qi refining stage cultivator like you be hit by? The old man will surely get his hands on them." The terms were negotiated and both sides stopped talking nonsense. The fat cultivator brought Li Xiao to a secret room and began to prepare to undo the spell. Li Xiao manifested the pattern that appeared on his face after being struck by the spell for him to view. The fat cultivator scanned with his divine sense and let out a light eep. "This type of curse, I haven't really seen it before. Interesting." He was indeed well versed in curses, but he had indeed never seen one before. The fat cultivator who came to be interested began to carefully recognize and study it. He was seen chanting and pointing at the pattern. Just then, only the pattern suddenly lit up with black light. An invisible fluctuation appeared. The fat cultivator was shocked and hastily activated the defense talisman on his body, which blocked the fluctuation. His face was ugly. "Your curse is simply more than a mere tracking spell. What kind of people have you offended? To add money, you must add money." Li Xiao did not feel anything, shrugged his shoulders. "As long as the spell can be lifted, the money is good." The fat cultivator gritted his teeth and said, "What kind of person put the spell on you? This spell is very complicated and vicious. Fortunately, the person who placed the spell seems to be dead. otherwise you definitely won't be able to live. Now, one of the most frightening things about the curse method is that after being put under the spell, the person who casts the curse can then continuously maintain and strengthen the effects of the curse through a nebulous connection. So some curses want to be lifted by finding the person who put the curse on them and taking them out. After Li Xiao was cursed and shuttled back to the world of immortal cultivation, he completely severed the curse's connection with Cui Ying. That's why the fat cultivator mistakenly thought that the person who cast the spell was dead. Li Xiao frowned. Then can it be lifted or not? The fat monk said. Although this curse is very powerful, but without support, it is like a rootless duckweed. Lifting is definitely lifted. But, Li Xiao said, gotta add money, right? The fat monk laughed. You don't mind the price. That is, you meet me. Otherwise you this curse, even if you buy 10 decanting talismans, are not necessarily solved. Li Xiao said, okay, how much is it straight? He was a bit impatient, and his tone no longer had the respect that a chi refining cultivator would have for a foundation establishment cultivator. The fat cultivator is obviously a fortune hunter and didn't notice this. His eyes gurgled and said, 1 byte price, 2,000 spirit stones. I'll help you get the curse fixed. Li Xiao took a deep breath. Okay, but if the price is raised again, if this guy raises the price again, he decides not to hold back and expose his cultivation to beat this guy up as well. The fat cultivator said in a serious manner, the old man is the most trustworthy, and since he has promised, he will definitely do it. He began to prepare some materials and even set up a puja hall to begin the practice. Li Xiao had odd eyes. It was the first time in the world of immortal cultivation that he had seen this kind of spell casting, like jumping to the gods. He wasn't sure if the guy was just being metaphysical or if that was really what was needed to break the spell. The fat cultivator fiddled with it for a while and pointed at Li Xiao. The pattern on Li Xiao's face was fully activated and madness began to spread across his face. A black flame emerged and burned the Dharma hall set up by Fatty directly. The fat cultivator was alarmed. What is this thing? He hastily pulled out a small figure carved from an unknown wood. The little man also suddenly lit up with black flames. The fat cultivator hurriedly threw the villain away with a face of flesh pain. A great loss. How can this curse still mutate? It was only then that he realized that the Li Xiao in front of him was at that moment full of black patterns, like an evil ghost. The fat cultivator was startled and just wanted to make a move. He just felt that Li Xiao was emitting an aura that made him fearful. Li Xiao couldn't be bothered to conceal his cultivation at this point, and after noticing that something was wrong, he immediately used his full strength to start suppressing the curse. And because of the curse breaking out, it made the aura on his body even more terrifying than normal. The fat cultivator was shocked and turned around, wanting to run out of the chamber. But then he saw a large hand burning with pitch-black flames grabbing over. The fat cultivator was horrified, and the defensive runes on his body instantly activated. Unfortunately, it also only resisted for an instant before being crushed by the black fire hand. He wanted to perform other means, but he could not launch them at all, and could only exclaim that the seniors spare your life. I do not know, seniors did not fall. Presumptuous touch, seniors curse. Please, seniors, spare your life. He thought it was the powerful person who had cast the spell, who had suddenly struck through the curse. It's not uncommon for this to happen, but usually only curses of the 3rd or 4th order or higher can do it, and he had clearly sensed earlier that this spell was at most 2nd order, which was why he had charged money for it. I didn't know I'd stirred up a hornet's nest. Seeing his misunderstanding, Li Xiao did not say much and pinched him with a forceful pinch and knocked him out. Cui Ying was indeed on the verge of breaking through the 3 stars when she left the curse mark. Coupled with the fact that Li Jiao's mana was deep and far beyond that of a normal mid-foundation establishment stage, he just unleashed the Eclipse of Fear ability. Again. So the fat cultivator was immediately shocked, thinking that it was a high-ranking cultivator lashing out through a curse. And then, unresisting, he was pinched unconscious. Li Xiao pinched him unconscious in order not to alarm the others. Then it began to try with all its might to uproot the curse that had been activated in its body. Only he let out a low cry. Come out to me. The large hand transformed by the black soul flame and in fiendish chi made a false grab, tugging at the pattern that was like a living thing and pulling it violently outward. With a snort, the curse was actually really pulled out by him. The curses that were pulled out were like black worms that kept twisting and writhing, and even hissed and screamed. And at that moment, a line appeared before Li Xiao's eyes. Twisted seed, a 2-star prop. After planting, the target will be under your control. End of chapter. Chapter 72, Intimidation. Li Xiao looked at the twisted seed that was grabbed by the large black hand. I can't believe I'm actually getting props. At this moment, he only felt that his whole body was relaxed, and that discomfort of the curse on his body had completely disappeared. He then looked at the fat cultivator who had fainted to death. It's also thanks to this guy that the curse was galvanized and the strongest blow was blocked with that wooden villain. Otherwise it would have been really difficult to pull out the curse. The next step is what to do with this guy. He came to Thousand Mountain City hiding his identity so as not to expose his whereabouts. Now it was revealing its true strength in front of this fat man. Then there are only two ways to do it, either kill them to silence them, or keep them under control. Killing is obviously not an optimal solution. After all, this fellow was a Yi family provider. And if he was killed, Thousand Hills City would not be able to stay. Li Xiao looked towards the twisted seed that was constantly writhing in his hand. This is a bargain. With that, he threw the twisted seed towards the fat cultivator. The twisted seed immediately drilled into the fat cultivator's body upon contacting him. The unconscious fat cultivator's body shook. Then a hidden pattern appeared on its face. Li Xiao, on the other hand, sensed the fat cultivator's presence. This feeling was wonderful. Even if you closed your eyes and didn't use your divine sense, you could clearly sense each other's presence. And as long as the distance wasn't too far away, he could make the curse explode with a thought. When the curse breaks out and cannot be resisted, it can twist the target into a monster with no self-awareness. No wonder that Cui Ying was so relieved to let me fool around in the hotel in the first place. Having been hit by her curse, even if I get out of the ghostly world, I simply can't escape her. Under normal circumstances wanting to lift the curse, unless he made Dan, or found a Jindan stage cultivator proficient in lifting curses. Luckily, he had run back to the cultivation world and cut off the connection, or else he wouldn't have been able to escape Cui Ying's control. This was something that Cui Ying hadn't expected. That's why she thought it was the flayed woman who went against her after being promoted to 3 stars and not only stole the blood pool, but also abducted this interesting living person she had her eye on. After lifting the curse, Li Xiao not only had his body become lighter, but even his mood had improved. Mainly because with this curse in place, he wouldn't dare to shuttle to the creepy world. It didn't just cut him off from catching shenanigans, it also left him with one less thing to save his life. Li Xiao looked at the fat cultivator who had been struck by the curse and moved his mind. The pattern on the fat friar's face began to spread. A scream comparable to that of a killing pig came. The fat cultivator woke up directly from the pain. When he raised his eyes, he saw that the person in front of him was covered in black aura. Li Xiao's eyes were pitch black at this time, and he said in a deliberately lowered voice, "You really have a lot of guts. You even dare to move the curse placed by this seat." The fat cultivator was scared and trembled, kneeling and crouching. "Senior, I was wrong. I didn't know it was Senior who cast the spell. Please Senior, spare my life." He couldn't see through Li Xiao's reality, and he saw that he was covered in a demonic aura, and his eyes were pitch black. One would really think that it was some old demon with a high level of cultivation that had descended through the curse consciousness. Usually those who can achieve consciousness descending through the air are at least Yuaning cultivators. This was because only when one reached the Yuaning stage could they use this kind of divine secret method that involved the power of rules. So he couldn't afford to put up any resistance at all, and could only cry out in his heart for bad luck. Originally, I thought that this chi refining cultivator had at most a second-order curse on him. How could I know that now? It seemed that the people who had cast the spell were all at least Yuaning big shots. That is to say, this curse is at least of the 4th order. The fat cultivator wanted to cry. If he had known, he would not have dared to move this kind of curse even if he had given himself 10 guts. Li Xiao pretended to say, "Count your luck. This seed is laying certain innings. Kill you, I am afraid to hit the grass to scare the snake." The fat cultivator's heart rejoiced, but then his face fell again, because Li Xiao added, "So this seat gave you a spell. As long as you dare to disclose the whereabouts of this seat, immediately let you spell hair turned into a ghost of devils. Life is worse than death." Only then did the fat cultivator sense that there was indeed an additional inexplicable curse on his body. He also remembered that he had just woken up in pain from the curse attack. The fat cultivator's face turned white and his heart was bitter, but he had to kowtow and say, "Many thanks to Senior for circling around. I definitely don't dare to reveal Senior's whereabouts." Li Xiao said, "Don't think you can undo the spell either. As long as you try to undo the spell, this seat guarantees to let you die before the spell is lifted." The fat cultivator hurriedly assured that he wouldn't dare, and that he would definitely only look up to his seniors. He had already brainstormed the person who had placed the spell as a Yuaning big brother, and indeed he did not dare to try to undo the spell recklessly. Just kidding, he was just an offering from the Yi family, and the Yi family's oldest ancestor was only at the Foundation Establishment Great Circle. Even the Thousand Mountain sect's oldest ancestor was only at Jindan cultivation level. Yuaning old ancestors, there were only 2 of them in the entire Yu state, the old ancestor of the Xianyu sect and the Demon Alliance leader. Where could he have the face to ask two big men to help him break the spell? So at this point, the fat cultivator had already resigned himself to his fate. Li Xiao said, "This is a pawn I laid. He doesn't know my existence. You don't tell him about my existence either. I will hide the curse. When he wakes up later, you tell him that the curse is lifted. Just find an excuse for the spirit stone and don't collect it. This pawn is very important. Let him keep the spirit stone to enhance some strength. Got it?" The fat cultivator hurriedly nodded his head in response. Li Xiao intimidated it a few more times, then put away the demonic energy, and his eyes closed and opened. Looking like he had just woken up from a nap, he feigned surprise and said, "What's wrong with me? By the way, senior, has the curse on me been lifted?" The fat cultivator was full of bitterness, but he didn't dare to tell the truth, and could only say, "Sort of lifted." Li Xiao pretended to sense it and said in surprise, "Sure enough, there is no more. Thanks to senior. By the way, this is the promised spirit stone." He pretended to pull out spirit stones from his storage bag. The fat cultivator also pretended to say, "No need. I see that you have a destiny." And just casually, "You refining cultivators to earn a little spirit stone is not easy. You keep it yourself." Li Xiao surprised, "Really? That's really thankful. I don't know the senior's high name and name. I'll remember it so that I can repay the senior's kindness in the future." The fat cultivator said, "My name is Yang Tianjin, and you don't need to remember any favors from me. The curse on you is very interesting, and I've gained a lot of new understanding of the spell after studying it, so we're too clear." Li Xiao pretended to salute and said, "It's still thanks to senior." Yang Tianjin waved his hand. "All right, you go." Li Xiao also stopped talking nonsense and got up to take his leave. As he walked out the door, he turned back, and the pitch-black demonic aura in his eyes flickered away. Yang Tianjin was startled and knew that this was that senior warning him, telling him that he would keep an eye on him at all times. He hurriedly sent Li Xiao out like the plague. When Li Xiao left, Yang Tianjin touched his cheeks and was filled with bitterness. What kind of conspiracy vortex am I involved in? It seemed to him that the scheming of a Yuaning cultivator must be an earth-shattering event. I'm afraid it will be hard for me to end well if I'm caught up in this. And Li Xiao, who plotted all this, is now walking out of the Curious Goods Pavilion in a relaxed manner, greeting the female guide with a very wow body, and saying, "Go, take me to try the food of Thousand Hills City." End of chapter. Chapter 73, The Long Road to Immortal Cultivation. Li Xiao went out of the Curious Goods Pavilion and recruited the female guide Xin Chin over and said, "It's almost mealtime. Take me to try the Thousand Hills City specialty food." All the things that had happened in the meantime, and the curse on his body, had left him a little breathless. Now that the curse was lifted and he had a new identity, he instantly felt a sense of relief throughout his body. And then naturally, you think about relaxing and enjoying yourself. Xin Chin said, "Seniors want to taste Thousand Mountain City specialty food. I do know a place, only it is not a big restaurant." Li Xiao smiled. "Local food, indeed. You have to go to some nooks and crannies to eat it. Let's go." The two men turned left and right in the outer city and came to an alley. A modest store was opened here. Business was quite good, and all that came and went were low-ranking cultivators. Xin Chin familiarly led Li Xiao into the store. The owner was a fat man at the second level of chi refining, and was also the main chef here. And I heard that the main training was in the art of spirit chef. Cynthia was obviously a familiar face here, often bringing in people to take care of business. The owner enthusiastically led the two into a small, fairly quiet private room. Li Xiao curiously said, "This cooking skill is also one of the immortal cultivation skills?" The fat boss laughed and said, "We small cultivators, in order to make a living, will try to do everything possible. Will be some of the spirit of the flowers into dishes. In the long run, there is a spirit chef this line of work. However, compared to the orthodox Dan Array weapon talisman, but it is not to be on the stage." Li Xiao boldly said, "I see, then the whole a few handful of give me a taste. Ingredients with better spirit stone is not a problem." Xin Chin laughed delicately. "Fatty Zhang, you hear that? But I was in front of the senior boasted that you hear delicious authentic and special. You do not give me off the chain." She was also only at the second level of chi refining cultivation, so she naturally addressed Li Xiao, who appeared to be already at the perfect level of chi refining, as senior. Fatty Zhang's eyes lit up. Looking at Xin Chin's attitude, he knew that he had come to a big customer, and hurriedly said, "Senior, please rest assured, the spiritual dishes here in my humble abode will definitely satisfy senior. And there is also an exclusive brewed mountain spring spiritual wine here in my humble abode. Would senior like to try it?" Li Xiao said. Let's have a taste first. Okay. Fatty Zhang went off cheerfully. Li Xiao wasn't worried about them ripping off customers. Cultivation world strength is honored. This kind of small store, if you dare to rip off customers, believe it or not, turn around people will kill you. It wasn't long before a few dishes of food and a jar of spirit wine were served first. Xin stood by and waited for the wine to be poured. Li Xiao tasted a mouthful. The mouth was cool and refreshing with a hint of aura. It was really good. Not bad. You also sit down. Do not need to be so formal. Accompany me to drink 2 cups. Cynthia sat down at her command and accompanied her with a few drinks. A few glasses of wine, and she was a delicate shade of red. This wine was like a drink to Li Xiao. However, for Xin, who had a low cultivation level, a few cups were already too much for her. After a while the food was served. It was very rich. What with the dragon scale fish fillet, roasted spirit lamb leg, all of which were dishes made from some low-level demonic beast spirit plants. For this meal, 1 spirit stone for the spirit wine and 3 spirit stones for the vegetables and rice, totaling 4 spirit stones. It was already a relatively lavish meal for a low-ranking cultivator. Li Xiao had tasted the food and wine and was ready to taste something else. He blandly said, "Later take me to the inn to open an upper room. At night I have some Thousand Mountain City things I want to inquire from you again, but if you are not willing to forget it, I will not force you." Xin blushed even more and lowered her head, her eyes slightly flustered. She stole a glance at the senior. Not exactly handsome, but gentle and cloudy. That was her impression of the senior. At this time, Li Xiao had used his disguise to become Lu Ming's appearance, but the thing called temperament could not be concealed. At that moment, we only heard Xin say in an almost inaudible voice, "Okay, seniors." Li Xiao smiled faintly. Don't worry, I won't treat you badly." Although Xin wasn't a chaste woman, she was certainly much better compared to those female cultivators in the smokehouse who specialized in the skin and flesh business. Li Xiao doesn't really have any virginity issues. He just doesn't like women who are too surly for him. For example, the kind of female cultivator who specializes in finding people to double cultivate and raise more than a dozen male pets. Niding, he will be very resistant. Immortal Pavilion, the most luxurious inn in Thousand Hills City. The upper room costs 5 spirit stones a night. Because the room was not only luxuriously furnished, the concentration of spiritual chi after turning on the spirit gathering array was also equivalent to a second-order spiritual vein. Of course, this kind of place is just an occasional luxury for outsiders. If you want a second-stage cave, you can go directly to the inner city to rent or buy one. Renting a second-order lower-grade cave was only 20 spirit stones a month. Li Xiao was extravagant last night. Early in the morning, he couldn't help but smile as he looked at the still sleeping woman in his bed. This female practitioner was not a virgin, but she had very little experience. He had originally thought that a guy like Xin would usually do some part-time work. I didn't realize it's like a fledgling. After a while, Xin slowly woke up, and when she saw Li Xiao in front of her, she couldn't help but reveal a petulant look. "Thank you for your mercy, senior." She did have some concerns yesterday that she would be picked on by the senior. Luckily, though, the senior was very gentle. Li Xiao took out a jade bottle and said, "This is a wood spirit pill that can help chi refining stage cultivators break through their realms." Xin hurriedly bowed his thanks. "Many thanks to senior. This kind of elixir that could help people break through the realm was precious, and it was worth it for one night's hard work. With this elixir, she would have more certainty of breaking through to the middle stage of chi refining, and as long as one breaks through the middle stage of chi refining, one's status in the Two Realms city can naturally be raised quite a bit." She originally wanted to become the senior's concubine. This senior has already perfected his chi refining and said that it wouldn't necessarily take long before he succeeded in building his foundation. And if one can become the concubine of a foundation establishment cultivator, it was tantamount to hugging the thigh, and the whole family would benefit with it. Li Xiao also thought about whether or not to take this woman as a concubine. He did want to settle in Thousand Mountain City for the time being. It's also definitely easier to run errands when you have a maid who knows the area well. And after a night of getting to know the woman better, he was still quite pleased with her. Obedient, cooperative, and mostly in really good shape. After warming up with Xin some more, the two of them went out of the Immortal Residence Pavilion. Next, Li Xiao was going to rent a second-stage cave in the city. Led by Cynthia, they arrived at the residential rental office. After Li Xiao indicated that he wanted to rent a second-order cave, the steward was very enthusiastic. When the steward saw that he was at a perfect chi refining cultivation level, he said, "Fellow Taoists, leasing a second-stage cave is for the purpose of breaking through to foundation establishment?" Li Xiao squarely said. Exactly. The steward said. Then I suggest that you, Daoist, rent a short-term second-order upper-grade chamber with a rich spiritual qi that is suitable for breakthroughs. When you break through the foundation establishment, you can then rent a set of courtyard-style second-order caves for a long period of time. He was indeed thinking about Li Xiao. Although the second-order upper-grade chamber was expensive, it was indeed able to better help cultivators break through. Li Xiao naturally did this in order to pretend to have a breakthrough and then be able to appear as a foundation establishment cultivator in a legitimate manner. He didn't hesitate either, and rented a second-order upper-grade secret room for 3 months at a price of 60 spirit stones a month. The normal situation of breaking through the foundation establishment is almost that it takes 2 or 3 months. So 3 months later, when he appeared as a foundation establishment cultivator, he shouldn't arouse any more suspicion. After handing over the money, Li Xiao instructed Xianqin, I am now going to close my death to break through the foundation stage. 3 months later, if I succeed, I will go to you. If I fail, naturally everything is off. Xianqin said with deep affection. Master will definitely be able to make a smooth breakthrough. My concubine wishes in advance for the success of seniors in building the foundation, and the immortal road will be everlasting. And my concubine will also wait for Master. She directly changed her name to Master, which was already referring to herself as a concubine. Li Xiao laughed loudly. Good. When the old master I break through the foundation, I will take you into the door. With that he walked into the chamber. End of chapter. Chapter 74, The Fish Takes the Hook. That being said, Li Xiao pretended to make a breakthrough and entered the secret room. On the other hand, when Xianqin returned home, she saw that an old man in the late qi refining stage was actually in her house. Xianqin was startled and asked, Dare I ask who senior is looking for? The old man had a face of gloomy turtles and said, Tell me everything you did with the cultivator named Lu Ming in the past 2 days. Cynthia shuddered. I don't know anything. It occurred to her in an instant that the old man might be the master's enemy. The old man said grimly, You better tell me honestly, or... Xianqin slowly stepped back. This is Thousand Mountain City. You dare not make a move against me in the city. It's not that she'd rather die than give in. Rather, she thought of the fact that if she betrayed Li Xiao, she was afraid that her own fate would be even worse after his foundation building success. And now, as long as she ran out into the street and called the city patrol, this old man wouldn't dare to do anything to her. Nevertheless, just as she tried to run, a black rope appeared under her feet, trapping her firmly. Even his mouth, which was locked with a black rope, could not cry out. The old man laughed fiercely. Can't do anything in the city. That means can't be seen by the patrol. Can't be seen. So naturally you can do whatever you want. You'd better answer whatever I ask, or else I'll let you know what it means to be worse than death. Cynthia stared in horror. If Li Xiao was there, he would definitely be able to guess where this old man came from. This old man. He must be someone sent by the family that exterminated the mixed sect. Back then, the mixed sect was exterminated by the Wu Wang family. The Wang family and the Lu family of the mixed sect had always been at odds. After its old ancestor was promoted to the middle stage of foundation establishment, it suddenly struck out and wiped out the mixed Yuan sect. Who let the old ancestor of the mixed sect only be in the early stage of foundation establishment and was slow to break through? Lu Ming, as the young master of the sect, escaped from Wu with his sister Qi Sanyan under the desperate cover of the crowd. Originally, its intention was to cultivate demonic skills in Mount Wuliang and then come back to take revenge. How do you know that you have been searched by Li Xiao, and now you are being impersonated? He left his name on purpose when he entered the city, and beckoned again. And, it's actually to draw out Lu Ming's enemies. Not only does this sit well with him, but it also takes care of some of his worries. And it seems to be working well now that the haters are at the door in a few days. The old man's face was filled with murderous anger when he saw that Xianqin had actually kept his mouth shut until now. What a toast! Xianqin felt the killing aura and despaired. Kill someone in the city. You'll be wanted. The old man laughed fiercely. The old man carries a wanted notice on his back. One more is not much. One less is not less. The big deal is to change his identity is. Just as he was about to make his move, a chortle came. What are you doing? Instead, a young girl in the middle stage of qi refining rushed in. She released a green-colored flying sword and it shot towards the old man. The old man snorted coldly and released the black rope to block the flying sword. This delay, however, allowed Xianqin to slow down and yell, Someone come! Help! Someone is committing murder here. The place where they lived wasn't too remote, and they were surrounded by many cultivator neighbors. This shouting and fighting attracted some attention. The old man's face changed, fearing that he had alerted the city patrol. Let you go first today. Don't be caught by the old man some other day, said the old man wrapped in black mist and quickly left. The young girl rushed over to help Xin Shin up and said anxiously, "Sister, are you alright?" Xin Shin's heart palpitated. I'm fine. Thank goodness you came back. The young girl asked. What the hell is going on, sis? Cynthia said. I don't know exactly what's going on. She told the story of being hired by Li Xiao and her own speculations. The young girl was shocked. I'm afraid this is a grudge between the foundation building families. What can we do about this? Xin Shin said. Go out and hide first. The old master is now in seclusion. When the old master breaks through the foundation building and comes out of seclusion, let the old master make the decision for us the young girl said. But in case that senior fails to break through, Xin Shin said firmly, his lordship is sure to succeed. Hey. In fact, she had no choice but to bet on Li Xiao when it came to this point. If its breakthrough failed, then the two sisters, presumably, would also be finished. Even if you escape, it's not certain if you can get out of Wu. She thought of something and took out a bottle of elixir, handing it to the young girl. This is the wood spirit pill that can help people break through. Little sister, take it. The young girl was surprised. Sister, where did you get the elixir? This elixir is very expensive. She suddenly thought of something and blushed a little. Sis, you're not giving yourself to any seniors, are you? Cynthia nodded calmly. The young girl wanted to speak, and finally sighed. Tough on you, sis. When you called that senior lord, I actually should have thought of it. This elixir, you keep it. Xin Shin said. Your qualifications are better than mine. Only if you break through the late stage of qi refining, or even build the foundation, can our Xin family rise again. The young girl hesitated for a moment. Well, I'll receive it first. If Sisuda first reach the third layer of qi refining, this wood spirit Dan will give you a breakthrough to the middle stage of qi refining. The two of them discussed it and decided to take out their deposits and go to the inner city first to rent a room to hide for a while, waiting for Li Xiao to come out. The inner city is much better policed than the outer city, but it's just high consumption and too much pressure for bottom-level cultivators like them. But you can't care that much now for safety. That said, Li Xiao's side pretended to be in seclusion, not knowing that Lu Ming's enemies had already come to his door. He did fish on purpose, but I didn't realize that it would involve the two Shinshin sisters. In the middle of the chamber, he felt the rich aura of the worthy of being a secret room dedicated to the breakthrough of the top grade of the second rank. It is true that the aura is rich. The curse was now lifted from his body, so he was already able to travel to the tricky world without fear. However, before shuttling, he was prepared to properly cultivate the soul-devouring streamer and the soul-drawing bell, attempting to merge the two spiritual weapons into one. It just so happens that there is a refining technique searched from Qianrong. It's a good idea to try it. He first rummaged through some of the materials left behind by Qianrong and tried to start refining. After refining and scrapping some materials, it was surprising that he hadn't even gotten started yet. Li Xiao frowned. No matter what the skill is, it's true that it requires talent. It seems that I don't have a talent for refining weapons. His predecessor had taken at least a year to get started in order to practice formations, and it had taken another 10 years before he was able to reach the level of a first-rank upper-grade formation master. He was actually overthinking it a bit when he tried to introduce the art of smithing in a day or two. Forget it, you have to admit when you don't have enough talent. It's better to ask for help from the heavenly masters. So with a thought, he entered the state of enlightenment. Under the state of enlightenment, his understanding of the art of smithing skyrocketed. He had obtained 10 copies of Tao Rhythm when he refined the Skinned Woman, and used one to break through the middle stage of foundation establishment, and now there were 9 copies left. That means he can enter the state of enlightenment for 9 days, and his sense of thought can be in the Tao Palace for 9 years. During this period, although you can't really practice smithing with the materials, but it can be constantly simulated with the sense of thought. 9 days later, Li Xiao exited from the state of enlightenment. When he opened his eyes, his essence flashed. During these 9 days, he had not only raised his smithing skill to the second rank, he also refined all of those captured bazaar and raised the Yin Fiend Yuanshan skill to the mid-foundation establishment level. He used the bloodshed technique to break through earlier, and now the Yin Fiend Yuanshan technique had broken through to the middle stage of foundation establishment. This made his mana much deeper again. End of chapter. Chapter 75, Fermentation. In the middle of the chamber, Li Xiao took out the soul-devouring streamer and soul-attracting bell and began to prepare for refining. He wasn't afraid to fail, and he just started operating. Although it looked like he had only been exposed to the art of refining for a few days, but in reality, he had already been studying the simulation in the Tao Palace for several years, and had long since become too skilled to do so. only to see him spew out a mouthful of pitch-black soul fire and start calcining the two spirit weapons. He took out some more auxiliary materials that he had snatched from Chen Rong. He even dismantled the 100 ghost streamer that Ding Kuan was originally using and melted the material into it. That 100 ghost streamer was a lower-grade spiritual artifact anyways, and it was worth at least 1,000 or 2,000 spirit stones. One could only say that Li Xiao had made a bloody effort to repair the soul-devouring streamer this time. If you fail, you will directly lose 3 spiritual weapons. But having simulated it countless times, he had long ago eliminated the possibility of failure. As materials continued to be added, the 2 spirit weapons began to combine. After 3 days, the brand new Soul Eater came out. At this moment, the soul-devouring streamer was emitting a black spiritual light, with the soul drawing bell hanging from it. Refining isn't as simple as hanging 2 spirit weapons together. Rather, it was to fuse the might and characteristics of the 2 spirit weapons into one. At this time, the soul-devouring streamer, as long as it was shaken, was not only able to lure the Yin ghosts, but also confuse the cultivator's soul. This spirit weapon had also reached the second-order extreme grade. In other words, the soul-devouring streamer was not only able to be used to attack the enemy, but it was also capable of storing up a severe ghost equivalent to a perfect foundation establishment. At this time, the soul-devouring streamer's style had also changed, and it was completely impossible to see what it looked like back then. It was also intentional on his part. Otherwise, I'm afraid that when I take it out and use it, I'll be discovered by the Black Soul sex people. When Ding Kuan bought the soul-devouring streamer, it was something that many people knew about. If people knew that the Soul Eater was in his hands, they would definitely be able to deduce that he had killed Ding Kuan. Li Xiao held the brand new Soul Devourer with satisfaction. The Soul Devourer is already a second-order extreme. Even against a 2-star ghostly boss, you should be able to clean it up without the hassle of bringing it back to deal with it with a formation. He thought for a moment and took the whip out. If we can refine this teaching whip into it, the Soul Devourer should be able to be upgraded to the level of a magic treasure. A magic treasure. That was a good thing that even some Jindan cultivators didn't necessarily have. The key to refining a magic treasure was to use a heavenly material with a hint of rule power as the main material. This whip is only a 1-star prop, though. However, it has the special ability to be able to directly injure the divine soul. So as long as it could be refined into the soul-devouring streamer, it would allow the soul-devouring streamer to be upgraded to a magic treasure. But he can't do that right now. To refine a magic treasure, one must at least know the third-order refining technique, and the one he had searched from Qian Rong was only a second-order refining technique. Then there was the fact that refining a magic treasure with a foundation establishment cultivation was still a bit difficult. In order to ensure the success rate, it was best to refine it after advancing to Jindan. If the forced refining nullified both the soul-devouring streamer and the teaching whip, it would be a huge loss. Li Xiao took out the black soul sword again. There's also this flying sword that needs to be remodeled. But there's no suitable material for it right now, so it's okay to take it and use it in the bizarre world. Once he was packed, he was ready to shuttle to the bizarre world. With the movement of Li Xiao's mind, his figure was lost in the secret room. Bizarro World. Chinatown Special Authority. Du Ming rubbed the corner of his forehead. The events of this time have left him burnt out. And not just because of the creepy gradual emergence from the haunted world. Even more so because the killing of a few second generation by that god of killers some time ago has never died down. He was going to try to keep this under wraps, but the impact of this is too great. The few second generation people who were killed were from big families with power and influence. One of them was also the firstborn son who was being groomed by the family as a successor. That's the guy who hired the Gakujin to try to play hero. So this is a big deal. Even if Du Ming put all the blame on that imperial demon envoy who was hired by him, it still didn't calm down. Mainly because there were so many witnesses that day. Even the speaker's granddaughter was there, and was pissed on the spot. So although this matter hadn't spread widely in Qin City, but in the upper circles, it had been a big deal for a long time. It's only natural that a few clans with dead people won't take it lying down. Force the Sarah to make sure that murderer is found and give them an account. Du Ming, on the other hand, used to ask for a confession from the mouth of that imperial ghost envoy, saying that it was all some kind of heroic shenanigans by those dead second generation first, which triggered a series of consequences and those families pulling the strings. The speaker's Sue's side didn't say anything. After all, it was indeed the congressman's son who started the whole thing. After some tug-of-war maneuvering and coordination, on the surface those families did choose to put things to rest for the time being, but who knows what machinations are brewing behind their backs. The pissiness of those big families. Du Ming couldn't know better. Because when he first came to power, he hadn't been targeted by these guys. If it wasn't for his hard life and the help of Liang Mingyan, I'm afraid he would have evaporated long ago. Du Ming remembered that Taoist Li originally thought it was a compassionate heavenly teacher who saves suffering. How do I know that it is a killing god who kills without blinking an eye? But on the contrary, it is outrageously powerful. He hadn't actually tried to take control of this awesome person from the start. Just want to get into a partnership with it, and have even thought about the highest treatment they will give it. Instead, the council side has always felt that whoever it is needs to be in control. People who can't be controlled are more dangerous than creepy. Parliament's views aren't really wrong. They just come from a different starting point. They were thinking of the interests of their nobles. Du Ming, on the other hand, was considering the interests of the entire Qin city. The conflict between the two sides has actually been buried for a long time. That's why those big families not only control a large amount of armed forces, but they have also been training their own private players and ghost envoys. Du Ming's side, that Taoist Li, even if he is really a worldly master who doesn't come out of the world, I'm afraid that he is also the kind of master who has already treated the worldly rules as if they were nothing, and who is not afraid of life and cold, and who is both righteous and evil. This kind of person is actually the hardest to get along with because you can't figure out his temperament at all. One moment there is great mercy, the next moment say not necessarily kill the blood. Du Ming had originally thought of using the child that he had rescued to create some sort of bond with him so that he could stay in Qin City and become its guardian deity, but it doesn't seem to be working at all now. Such temperamental people are not bound by anything at all. The only person he cares about is probably himself. One could only say that Du Ming read people very accurately, which was also the reason why he was able to sit in the position of director of the Special Administrative Bureau. It was true that Li Xiao only cared about himself, or only cared about his own way of cultivating immortality. Whoever gets in his way, then don't blame him for being ruthless. There was another reason for Du Ming's headache at this time. That was the comment that Li Xiao made when he was leaving. And I don't know who put it online. Although the officials did their best to control it, the word spread. This made many players feel like they had a point. It's a new era. Why should the noble lords of the old days keep riding over us? These times are inherently depressing. Once the crowd's emotions have been ignited, then I'm afraid that Qin City will first have to die under civil unrest without dying at the hands of shenanigans. End of chapter. Chapter 76, The Master Soul. Li Xiao traveled to the bizarre world. The place where he appeared was still at the blood pool at the Murder Room Hotel. The blood pool was empty at this point. Nothing, because the essence blood had all been taken away by him condensing it into essence blood beads. Apparently it's not easy to replenish the blood pool, even if it's a murder house hotel, so the pool is still empty. This made Li Xiao a bit disappointed. Originally he was thinking of coming over to get another handful. The blood pool is gone, but the guests should still be there, right? But let's forget about it. That Cui Ying is not to be messed with. I'm afraid she's a 3-star boss, so it's better to quietly sneak out and wreak havoc on the other 2-star ghosts. He was just about to walk down the stairs when he saw a huge 3-meter-tall creepy walk by. This creepy was covered in bubbling green liquid. The liquid dripped to the ground, emitting a snorting sound, obviously having a strong corrosive nature. A suffocating aura also emanated from creepy. I'm afraid that ordinary people would be directly poisoned to death if they smelled this kind of scent. It was clearly a 2-star boss like the Flayed Lady. Li Xiao used the Qi convergence technique to hide aside. When the creepy walked past, he didn't move to follow. That creepy came to another bathhouse. This bath is full of bubbling green liquid. The liquid kept churning and gurgling like a boiling green gumbo. The big fat creepy came over to the bathhouse and actually pulled another constantly struggling creepy out of his body. Then he pressed it into the green liquid and swished it around like a hot pot. Fished it out and tossed it into his mouth for a big chew. Fat big creepy ate his mouth full of juice and giggled strangely. This was what made Li Xiao, who was hiding on the sidelines, frown because it was really a bit disgusting. It's actually kind of the norm for these creeps to kill and devour each other. He's seen this before, in other ghostly places. This shows that the bizarre is not actually united either, and is even more cruel than human society. Pure and simple. The weak are the strongest. The big fat poisonous trickster sat contentedly in the green pool after eating the trickster. Apparently just like flayed women like blood pools, he also really liked the poisonous pool. Just as he had just closed his eyes and tried to enjoy himself, only the jingle bell rang. The ringing was very pleasant, and made the fat big creepy, who was already immersed in the pool of poison, even more engrossed. He only felt indescribably comfortable and surprisingly drowsy. Immediately though, he sensed something was wrong and woke up with a start, but it's too late for that. Only a large streamer as black as ink appeared in front of his eyes. A huge suction force violently sucked him into the streamer. This boss equivalent to the late stage of foundation establishment was actually not even able to resist before it was incorporated into the soul devourer. Li Xiao held the streamer pole in his hand and said joyfully, "This soul-devouring streamer has reached the second-order extreme grade, and it really does work wonders under a sneak attack." When he was trying to capture the skinning woman, he had to use all his strength to do it. It took a lot of effort to catch it, and now it was effortlessly taking this fat big creepy into the streamer. Naturally, this was because his cultivation level had grown higher, reaching the middle stage of foundation establishment. But more importantly, this second-order extreme-grade soul-devouring streamer was indeed restraining these shenanigans. The fat big creepy covered in poison was taken into the soul-devouring streamer and roared madly, a fat face looming on the streamer. At this moment, he was like a mosquito shut in a mosquito net, trying to break through the streamers to escape. Li Xiao naturally wouldn't do what he wanted and smiled coldly. "After entering my streamer, you still want to run? This is not a soul-refining furnace." The target who was put into the soul-refining furnace could force his way out as long as his cultivation was stronger than his, or if he took advantage of his defenses. This was because the soul-refining furnace only had a refining function, not a holding function. When he had captured the skinned woman, he had beaten her half to death before he managed to lock her up. The soul-devouring streamer was different, and was itself a spiritual weapon that existed for the purpose of holding and storing ghost slaves. Only Li Xiao gently shook the soul-devouring streamer and, trying to escape, Fat Creepy was immediately pulled back. Then the main soul-stirring ghosts inside and the numerous ghosts that had moved over from the 100-ghost streamer immediately went into a frenzy of tearing. Originally, Fat Big Creepy's strength was going to be higher than that of the main soul, Night Ghost. However, after being suppressed by Li Xiao with the soul-devouring streamer, he could only be passively beaten. The soul-devouring streamer originally had the function of raising ghosts similar to raising parasites. If the main soul Night Ghost was able to eat the Fat Big Creepy, then it would also be able to advance to the upper second rank. However, Li Xiao had other plans. "I'll give you one chance. Let go of your mind. Don't resist, and become the new master soul of the soul-devouring streamer. Or else, die for me." The sanity of these weird bosses were all very high, and apart from some special perverted hobbies, there was really no difference between them and normal people. Unlike the ghosts of the immortal cultivation world, most of them had no sanity and were just monsters spawned by the Fury Chi. Ghosts want to possess divine intelligence, unless by chance, they become true ghost cultivators. Otherwise, even if you're strong, you're still muddled. One of the selling points of the soul-devouring streamer when it was initially auctioned by the Two Worlds City auction house was that this ancient artifact was capable of breeding ghost slaves with a certain level of spiritual intelligence. With this, it was inferred that this ancient artifact might have been a magic treasure before. A ghost slave without sanity would only be able to accept some of the simplest commands. And with sanity, let it become the main soul, presiding over the soul eater. Not only was it able to enhance the power of the soul-devouring streamer, but it was also able to give complex commands for it to carry out as if it were an arm. But the big fat creep was hardened, and roared, "Don't even think about it. I'm going to eat you. Eat you." Li Xiao had a bit of a headache. Many of these creeps were paranoid. All these other shenanigans he's caught are pretty hardcore. Except for that Joker guy. Unless certain conditions can be met or certain tasks accomplished by them, it's these paranoid guys who will submit. This is actually similar to the conditions for taking them in as companion spirits. It's a pity. If it doesn't work, we can only throw this guy into the soul refining furnace and refine him, or erase his sanity and feed him to the main soul Night Ghost. By forcibly enslaving it with a soul devourer, one would have to erase its sanity. Otherwise it would keep resisting. But if the sanity is erased, the value of this guy will be greatly reduced. It would be better to become the sustenance of Li Xiao or the main soul Night Ghost. Suddenly Li Xiao had a flash of light. Wait, this guy has been screaming eat, and just now he ate a creepy. So is it? With a twinkle in his eye, he said, "Hey, fatty, do you like to eat a lot? And also like to drink that green poisonous soup?" Fat Creepy froze. "Yeah, right. What do you want?" Li Xiao laughed. "If I feed you all sorts of shenanigans on a regular basis, and help you pack away all this pool of green soup, would you be willing to submit to me?" Fat Creepy hesitated. "Are you telling the truth?" Li Xiao said. "What's the point of lying to you? Think about it quickly. You also know that Cui Ying is very powerful. If she alarms her, you won't want to eat or drink. Now you are given two choices. Submit to me and have food and drink. Refuse and become someone else's food." Thank you for all the book friends rewarded the chase reading. Received a notice tomorrow will be on the shelves. I hope you continue to chase reading. Support the author. The author thanks. End of chapter. Chapter 77, Testimonials on the Shelf. Suddenly I was notified that it would be on the shelves on July 1st. The author was caught a bit off guard. I was expecting 2 more rounds of recommendations, but unfortunately it looks like that's it for this book now. But it's good to be on the shelves, so you can test the results of This book honestly didn't do so well, and it only lasted because of all of you readers who followed it and encouraged it. The author isn't really a newcomer. He's written a few books, but they all flopped, so he keeps changing his vest. Having written the book so far, the author has actually known for a long time that he has little talent. Other people are so inspired, but I can't get a word in edgewise, where others write thousands of words an hour. I sit and write maybe 4 or 5,000 words a day. It's a bummer, but that's the reality. So I haven't actually been saving any manuscripts, and I can't get any big outbreaks on the shelves. Desperately trying to update 10,000 words on the day it hits the shelves, and subsequently try to get 6,000 words a day. Because there are so many updates, it's just not possible to guarantee quality. That's all the brain-dead hand-wringing author has the guts to say to you, the great readers. But the author promises that as long as the book is still doing well enough to guarantee the author a basic sustenance of, the author will just make sure not to ejaculate and stick with the book until it's finished. So, I'd like to ask for your support, and catch up on your subscriptions. The author pays tribute to. End of chapter. Chapter 78, There's Never a Savior, Request for Subscription. Li Xiao shook the soul devourer. Hurry up and choose. I'll count to 3. If you still don't choose, I won't bother to nag you. I'll just wipe out your sanity and turn you into a sustenance. He just counted to 1. That fat bazaar then immediately said, Good. I agree to submit to you, but you can keep your word and provide me with food and drink. Li Xiao said, I've always been true to my word. Don't worry, I can't treat you badly. Fat Creepy finally chooses to submit to the temptation of food and drink and the threat of death. Li Xiao recited a spell and gently shook the soul-devouring streamer. Letting go of the fat creepiness of the mind is complete enslavement. In fact, at this time, if Li Xiao wanted to, he could also turn it into a companion spirit and share its abilities. Of course he doesn't do that. If he wanted to test the ability of the Imperial Ghost Envoy, he would have to wait until he had practiced the soul-splitting technique. After conquering Fat Creepy, Li Xiao turned him into a soul-devourer master soul. With this guy presiding over it, the soul-devouring streamer's power increased and became even more spiritual. This ancient spiritual artifact, after refining it into a magic treasure, and then cultivating the spiritually sound main soul, will it be able to be promoted to a spiritual treasure? Forget it, that's for later. It's too early to consider this. Spiritual treasures, already the highest level of treasures in the immortal cultivation world. Even the ones used by spirit transformation and void returning cultivators were spirit treasures, and above the spiritual treasure was the legendary immortal weapon. With his current cultivation level, it was indeed too early to consider this. After Fat Creepy submitted, Li Xiao also knew his name. Green Poison Guile, very graphic name. Li Xiao was as good as his word and fed a few of the ghosts that were originally kept in the soul-devouring streamer to him. The guy clicked off a few bites and couldn't get enough. With a shake of the soul devourer, Li Xiao released it and said to Poison Pond, Don't you want these venoms badly? Absorb as much as you can if you can absorb it all. Come on, hurry up and grab it. Green Poison Guile was a bit hesitant. Is it really okay? But this is Mrs. Chui's stuff. Li Xiao impatiently said, Where did you get so much nonsense? Give me a suck. He had stolen the blood pool. What was it to steal a poison pool? The Green Poison Guile, at his command, even if it was still a bit wary of Cui Ying, opened its large mouth and began to suck violently at the poison pool. The venom in the poison pool dropped rapidly. Green Poison Guile's stomach, on the other hand, was getting bigger and bigger, as if it was about to burst open. Li Xiao was a little worried that this guy would be propped up, so he said, Hey, don't eat if you can't eat. But the guy was greedy. Eat up, eat up. After a burst of frantic absorption like a dragon sucking up water, the poison pool bottomed out. Green Poison Guile, on the other hand, turned into a round ball and fell to the ground motionless. Li Xiao scolded, You are really gluttonous and not afraid of death. With a shake of the soul eater, he took it in. After entering the soul devourer, the guy fell into a deep sleep, apparently digesting the venom. And that's when the commotion at the Poison Pond bathhouse finally alerted the attendant at the Fierce Room Hotel. As Li Xiao rushed in with a group of waiters, he hurriedly used his astringent technique and ghostly shadow ability to go through the wall from one side to the first floor. In the lobby of the first floor, he revealed himself, straightened his clothes, and schlepped to the front desk. The receptionist has changed at this point. That charred corpse bizarre last time when Cui was angry. He was affected and hung up. The front desk at this point is a creepy one with a sad face. Li Xiao came to the front desk and directly said, "Check out." He took out his room key and threw it. At this time the second floor has been chaotic. Came screaming, "Quickly go to inform the lady. The poison pool is gone." The receptionist was drawn to the sound and craned her neck to see. Li Xiao knocked on the table. "What are you looking at? I told you to check out. Can't you hear me? I'm in a hurry. If I'm delayed, I'll go to Mrs. Cui to complain about you." With a jolt, the front desk didn't dare delay and helped him check out. And when the formalities were completed, Li Xiao received a prompt. "Mission accomplished. Check into the murder room hotel and check out alive to leave. Rewarded, 10,000 guile coins. Get rewarded, movie tickets, props." A 2-star hidden quest has a trick coin reward that is 10 times that of a 1-star movie ticket, a 2-star prop, a ticket to enter the Desperate Cinema. It also dropped a prop. This Desperate Cinema is apparently a 2-star hidden copy as well. Not bad. Hidden copies are much more lucrative than normal copies, both in terms of quests and shenanigans. Truly high-level players would complete the hidden quests and pass the hidden copies as much as possible in the limited 10 opportunities to pass. There's actually a lot more hidden quests in the murder room hotel. However, Li Xiao was not prepared to continue messing with this Cui. At least he wasn't going to come back until he had formed a Dan. Once the mission was complete, he received an alert that he could leave the hotel. Li Xiao did not hesitate and immediately chose to leave. Not even a minute after he left the hotel. Then I heard a harsh whistle come from. "Who is it? Who stole my poison pool again?" Instead, it was Cui who was awakened from her slumber by the waiter and saw the empty poison pool. She had been in the middle of a promotion for a while, so once she fell asleep, it was hard to wake up. "I didn't realize that the hotel had a series of accidents. Someone had the audacity to empty the blood in poison pools that she had managed to collect." After questioning the waitress, she was told that only green poison sneak had been in here, and then did not see it leave. Instead, a young man with a strange face had come to check out. Li Xiao used the chi convergence technique to collect his breath and wrapped his entire body in Infuri chi. The strength is not as strong as he is weird, can't even see through his reality. Thought he was a creepy boss too. In the midst of the black as ink fog, Cui Ying's white arm stretched out and, amidst other eerily horrified stares, that new receptionist, pulled into the darkness by it. Then there was the horrible sound of chewing. After devouring the waitress, she saw the youth's appearance, even through the lens of a waiter's memory. Li Xiao's disguise didn't hide from Cui Ying's gaze either. "It's you. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. You'd better not die too fast. I'll find you when I can get out. Names and stuff don't matter anymore. It's just a symbol that can be changed at any time." She has memorized the scent of this living. As soon as she was out of her bonds, the first thing she could do was unleash the curse through her scent and find her. Li Xiao, who had already quickly left the hotel at this time, inexplicably sneezed. "What the hell? Is someone chanting about me?" He sensed carefully and found nothing out of the ordinary. Shrugging his shoulders and not caring anymore, that's when his cell phone dinged and dinged. But he didn't have a signal when he shuttled back to the world of cultivation and when he was in the ghostly world. "I got some messages when I got out and got a signal." These messages have everything. Some official announcements sent out. Advertisements. Naturally, there was a text message sent to him by Domain. The text message simply said that he wanted to meet with him face to face, clear up some unpleasant misunderstandings and then talk about future cooperation between the two sides. Whatever the conditions, it's negotiable. Li Xiao smiled slightly. The attitude is very sincere. But unfortunately, this Qin city, I'm afraid you can't be the master, but I can help you to be the master. He wobbled towards the outermost part of Qin city. He was going to meet Domain at the bar called the Gathering Point. This bar is where he bought the black market intel in the first place. This place was a mix of fish and dragons, and was considered the most chaotic zone in Qin city. This place is at the very edge of Qin city. Some places didn't even used to belong to Qin city. The city of Qin is actually expanding as foreigners continue to gather. Officials also turned a blind eye. We can't just drive those refugees into the wilderness to fend for themselves, but there is less energy and resources to manage it like a full-fledged resident. So naturally, these places became mixed black markets and hangouts for vagabonds. Li Xiao had seen several robberies along the way. He was in a good mood, and when he saw it, he snapped his fingers a few times in passing, and bounced the robbers off the ground, saving a couple of women and children who were clutching their food. After walking a bit more, I heard someone screaming about something spooky. Sure enough, a few disgruntled souls were floating around killing people. There's no such thing as a spooky that can't come out during the day. As long as they were out of the ghostly world, they were free of any restraints and vented their hatred and resentment towards the living with impunity. Many screamed and scattered. Unfortunately, there are no official players patrolling the area. There were players patrolling at all times, and that was something only the inner city could enjoy. They don't even count as out-of-towners. It can only be considered as some black households in privately built satellite villages and towns, so no one is going to come to their rescue anytime soon except to save themselves. But they were lucky to meet Li Xiao, who was in a good mood. He held the shrunken soul devourer and gave it a gentle shake. Jingle in the bell. The crowd was in a trance. By the time they came to their senses, the resentful spirits around them were gone. While Li Xiao's soul devourer had more than a dozen new occupants, he followed the place where the disgruntled spirit had sprung up, because from experience, with so many grudging souls popping up all at once, a one-star ghostly creature that is losing its bonds has definitely appeared in the neighborhood. He shook the soul devourer all the way to take in all the resentful souls around him. Following the route of the grievous spirit's appearance, he indeed came to a ghostly doorway. It's an apartment that appeared at the risk of being inexplicable. Apparently this is a ghostly entrance. He tries to walk into the ghostly world, and then he receives a prompt. The player's star level exceeds the ghostly star level and cannot enter. Li Xiao stood in the doorway. Can't get in. Then wait for a while to see if the boss will run out without looking. At that moment some of the people around him who had been saved looked at him in awe as he stood at the entrance to the ghostly world. He waited for a while, and the boss didn't come out. He wasn't going to wait any longer, so he turned around and left. At that moment someone plucked up the courage to come up and said, "Thank you. Thank you. Are you an official ghost envoy?" Li Xiao smiled. "Not." The people, seeing him gentle and kind, gathered around, commanding thanks and rejoicing in his presence. Li Xiao looked at this group of groveling, pleasing, yet numb eyes. There has never been a savior. I'm not, and no one ever will be, and it's still up to you if you want to live, or even if you want to live a decent life. He pointed to the entrance of the ghostly spirit. There is the entrance where you can control your own destiny. Although it's dangerous, it won't leave you with nothing but despair and waiting for death like when you encountered the shenanigans outside. The spookiness in Ghostbusters is bound by rules, and if you find a way to do it, you can complete the mission and become a player. And becoming a player is the standard answer in this day and age. After saying that, he turned around and walked away without looking back, and the crowd looks at the entrance to the ghost. Some of the faces were fearful, cowering and retreating. Some, as in thought, jumped at the chance. Some, on the other hand, just walk right into the ghost's gathering point bar. Li Xiao sat in a corner seat and savored the slightly bitter beer, though in his opinion it was the worst kind of beer, but it sells for a lot of money at the bar. Who made this age of limited resources? Being able to take out grain to make wine is a luxury. Of course, that's just in the outer city. The noble lords of the center city are as well dressed as ever. He had been sitting at the bar for a while when a noise came from outside. Apparently it was Domain who had arrived. When he got to the bar, he sent a text message to Domain. I can't imagine that it came quickly. Arriving here in less than 10 minutes. With a sweep of his divine sense, he knew that there were some players from the Special Authority and the Imperial Ghost Envoys coming outside. His divine sense at this point could already cover a few hundred meters in a radius. When there was no means of shielding his divine sense, he could scan and reflect everything into his mind as if he were seeing it for himself whenever he wanted to. Duming obviously did not want to cause Li Xiao to misunderstand or be wary. Stopped the convoy a few hundred meters from the bar. He stepped down from the car and instructed, "I'll just go in alone. You all wait outside." One of his men worriedly said, "But Chief, Captain Liang instructed us before he left that we must follow you at all times to ensure your safety." Liang Mingyan, after being stimulated by Li Xiao, had gone into the ghostly copy regardless, so at this point in time, there were only a few Sentinel ambassadors left in the Special Administration Operations Brigade that she had favored. That teenager, Zhang Xian, who had once had a meeting with Li Xiao, was at that moment entrusted to become Du Ming's personal bodyguard, and it was Zhang Xian who had just spoken. There was also that girl named He Qian, who also dipped her toe in the water and became Du Ming's assistant. He Qian also said, "Yes, Director, let us go in with you. We are also considered to be Taoist Li's old acquaintance. Go in together. We should also be able to talk a little." After Du Ming thought about it, he said, "Then Zhang Xian and He Qian will go in with me, and the others are not allowed to make any private moves before they get my orders." The crowd responded. Many players could have seen Li Xiao's ferocity back then. They were relieved to be able to not make a move to cross swords with it. Du Ming took Zhang Xian and He Qian and walked into the Gathering Point bar. There weren't many people in the bar at this point because it was still early, and there was no music playing, so it wasn't too noisy. Du Ming looked around and did not find Li Xiao's figure. He was just about to ask the bartender at the front desk that. Only the bartender stammered. Da, Commissioner. They're a black market intelligence nest here. He naturally recognized the bigwigs of the Special Administrative Region at a glance. Du Ming gave him a don't make a sound gesture. Don't be nervous, I'm here to look for someone. Have you seen a young man in his 20s? With a handsome look and wearing a Taoist robe? The bartender pointed to a cubicle in the corner of the bartender. Du Ming nodded. Thanks. Then led the two men toward the cubicle. The bartender's eyes gurgled as he quietly headed for the back door and, apparently, he was there to inform his own boss that the big man from the special authority had arrived in a big way. This is not good news for people like them who are in the illegal business. It wasn't long before the chickens started to come home to roost back there. End of chapter. Chapter 79 Killing, Request for Subscription. The Gathering Point Bar. Du Ming walked around the corner and saw Li Xiao sitting in a cubicle, drinking to himself. He smiled slightly and greeted. Daoist Li. Li Xiao nodded. Here sit. Du Ming was not polite and sat down. Zhang Xian and He Qian stood aside in a formal manner. Li Xiao said, since you followed me here, you two sit down as well. The two men looked at Du Ming and Du Ming said, sit down if Taoist Li tells you to. The two men then sat down. Li Xiao picks up a beer. He Qian hastily grabbed a few people or poured full. Brother Li, do you still remember us? I am Xiao Hia. When in the ghostly world, you saved my life and Xiao Zhang. We have always remembered your great kindness. She raised her cup. Big brother Li, I toast you for saving your life. I'll drink a toast. Feel free to do as you please. After she gulped a cup and drank it down, she touched Zhang Xian. Xiao Zhang, a toast to Big Brother Li. Many thanks for saving his life. Zhang Xian froze, and hastily picked up his wine glass, stuttering, and, much thanks to Brother Li for saving my life. I salute you. This honest child has been pitched by He Qian not once or twice. Du Ming cried and laughed. I did not expect this chick He Qian. Once she came to engage in this set, facing Li Xiao, the god of murder. He actually wasn't nervous at all and even took the initiative to toast. You have to know that back in the Center City Hotel, when Li Xiao killed someone, this chick was present as Du Ming's assistant. That is to say that she was actually able to face this murderous god with a straight face after witnessing its ferocity with her own eyes. That mental strength alone kills most people. Zhang Xian wasn't there. He went on a mission. But then after hearing about it, it was clear that there was some fear of this one. Especially since Liang Mingyan gave him the task of protecting Du Ming's safety. That was why he had actually been very nervous, fearing that after provoking this one would rise up and injure Director Du. Li Xiao looked at the two people in front of him with interest. Interesting, of course I remember you too. That's the mindset of the OP. When meeting someone who is not a threat to you, this person's independent idiosyncrasies are only interesting to you. Like when he met Cui Ying. Cui Ying also found him interesting as a living person, because in its eyes, Li Xiao could not yet become a threat. At this time, Li Xiao naturally would not find He Qian offensive. I just thought this chick was funny, with a jungle flavor, and when she came, she toasted, and did it first. Li Xiao drank a cup with the two men. Come on, drink a few cups first, we'll talk about other things later. Du Ming wanted to say something, but he still picked up his wine glass and drank with Li Xiao, and so the drinking began. After a few beers, the atmosphere became cordial, and Li Xiao was very kind and, for a moment, the three even forgot that they were facing a murderous god of killing. At this time but heard Li Xiao said, finally came. I thought they really swallowed this breath. Have the self-knowledge to give up it. It seems that they still do not recognize the reality. The three of them, Du Ming, were unsure. Li Xiao did not explain and took out a small black sword, only to see the small sword swoosh through the roof of the bar and fly into the air. Du Ming and the three of them were all startled, not knowing what had happened. As a bodyguard, Zhang Xian immediately summoned his newly acquired companion spirit in response. He's really a gifted Gakujin. Ordinary Imperial Ghost envoys, after losing their companion spirits, their divine souls would be greatly damaged, and would not be able to withstand a new companion spirit at all. And not only did he recover, but he also gained another companion spirit in his copy. When Li Xiao saw him release his companion spirit, he smiled slightly and casually grabbed it. The companion spirit was caught in his hands without any resistance. Zhang Xian immediately blanched when he felt its terrifying power. Du Ming also changed his face. Taoist priest, please be merciful. Li Xiao rubbed that companion spirit into a ball and blandly said, this is just this time. Next time if you dare to show your teeth to me, then don't blame me for not being polite. He casually threw the companion spirit back into Zhang Xian. At that moment, only a rumbling explosion could be heard from outside. Then came a shockwave that shook the entire bar. Everyone in the bar turned pale and panicked. What's wrong? What's wrong? An earthquake? Something exploded. Didn't it? Get out there and check it out. Many people ran out of the bar to see what was going on. Smoke was seen rolling over the bar. Apparently something had exploded in mid-air. At that moment, I only saw a black light swoosh out of the thick smoke and, a few hundred meters away, a helicopter gunship was surrounded by black light and became fragmented before exploding. Du Ming couldn't sit still either and got up and headed out to check what had happened. Li Xiao smiled faintly and did not stop. Seeing this, Zhang Xian and He Qian also got up and ran towards the outside. At the entrance of the bar, Du Ming looked at the black smoke rising not far away and his face was grave. He took out his communicator and contacted the men of the special authority outside, asking what had happened. Listening to the panicked report of his men on the communicator, Du Ming's face changed repeatedly, because he knows what just happened. An unmarked helicopter gunship flew in just now and suddenly fired several air-to-surface missiles at the bar. If it hadn't been for an inexplicable black light that intercepted all the missiles, the bar would have been leveled by now. Chief, that helicopter gunship has been shot down by blacklight. Do you need us to come over? The henchman asked eagerly over the calm. Du Ming calmed down a bit. No need. No rash actions without my orders. At that moment noisy footsteps were heard, and it was evident that a large number of people were approaching. Du Ming's face changed again as he looked at the large number of armed men who had surrounded him and, he guessed who it was that planned all this. How dare they? How dare they? It's lawless. He originally thought that the families had already subsided, but he didn't know that they even ignored his presence and attacked with direct fire, wanting to take him and Li Xiao out together. Zhang Xian blocked Du Ming behind him, summoned his companion spirit, and nervously looked at the armed men who gradually surrounded him. The Ghostbusters are very good at dealing with shenanigans, and their attacks are quite powerful, but their own defenses are lacking. This is the biggest drawback of the Goblin Envoy. Unless they have special abilities or props, the Gokujin, even with 2 or 3 stars, will still be afraid of modern firearms. This is where the Ghostbusters are not as good as the monks. Cultivators have many and varied means. Even Qi refining stage cultivators had many ways to defend against firearm attacks. He Qian panicked. She was just an ordinary player, so she had even less means to be able to deal with so many armed men with heavy firearms on their end. Du Ming pushed away Zhang Xian, who was blocking his way, and loudly scolded. I'm Du Ming, director of the Special Administrative Bureau. Do you know what you're doing? Back off, all of you. He was answered by the sound of clicking and pulling the bolt. Apparently these people knew he was here and didn't take him seriously. They raised their guns and were about to shoot. Just then, a black light came flying through the sky and circled the armed men a couple times. Then, with a clattering sound, dozens of armed men were all reduced to pieces, and with a swoosh, the black light flew into the tavern. The 3 of them, Du Ming, stared dumbfounded at the bloody scene in front of them. Dozens of armed men, heavily armed and wearing protective suits. It's just like that. It's just like that. It's just like that. Not even a scream was uttered. The 3 men blanched and, even Du Ming, who was used to seeing big scenes, had his pupils clenched. He Qian threw up with a wow. It was really too bloody a scene to be tolerated by a normal person. She wondered if she had gone into a ghostly place. Only in the ghostly world can you see such a bloody and bizarre scene. Luckily those other guys in the bar ran off a while ago when they saw what was going on. Otherwise, when you see this kind of scene, you are afraid that you will faint a few times in fear. An anxious voice came over the communicator. Chief, what's going on over there? We just saw a large convoy of armed vehicles drive past. Do you need us to go over there? Although they saw that the situation was not right, the people of the Special Administrative Region did not dare to act rashly until they received orders. Du Ming came back to his senses and said, no, the problem has been solved. That being said, but he knows, I'm afraid, that this is just the beginning. The next step is when the problem really needs to be solved. The 3 of them calmed down and walked into the bar. At the sight of Li Xiao, all 3 had awe in their eyes. It's a reverence for a power beyond their perception. It's an instinctive human reaction to the unknown. It's like when you first face the creepiness of being unable to resist. At this moment, Li Xiao was an incomprehensible and mysterious existence in their eyes. They all had a few questions in their minds that is, this Taoist Li, is he really just a ghost envoy? And the Ghostbusters, can they really be that powerful? Could it be that in this world, there really existed some out-of-the-world masters that they didn't know about? Du Ming even began to wonder if he had made the right choice in choosing to work with this one. He wondered if it was the right thing to do to avoid contact with this one in the first place, but he forgot that even if he didn't take the initiative to reach out, as long as this one was still in Qin City, it would simply be impossible not to make contact. And because of the arrogance of those old-time aristocrats, conflict was simply unavoidable, as well as saying that this is a collision between this Taoist Li and a couple of big families. Rather, it's a violent clash of old and new eras. It's just that this Taoist Li has brought that collision forward. Li Xiao played with the black soul sword and blandly said, "Sit down." The three sat down and they all saw the short sword that glowed with a black shimmer. It was also finally clear what the black light that had intercepted the missiles and turned so many armed men into mincemeat just now was. The heartless Yi Qian's eyes were glowing. "Brother Li, is this a legendary flying sword? Are you a sword immortal?" Legends of flying swords and sword fairies are also circulating in this world. Of course, that's usually just in various web novels. Yi Qian, as a geek girl, hadn't read many web novels, and most of what she reads is the type where Kenshin and I live without shame. So when he saw the flying sword, he did a double take. Li Xiao smiled faintly. "This is a flying sword, but I'm not a sword immortal, just a mediocre Taoist priest." Yi Qian almost screamed out when she saw him say that it was a flying sword. At this time, when she looked at Li Xiao, her eyes were already full of admiration. Where was there any fear? Du Ming explained, "Taoist Li, it wasn't us who leaked your whereabouts. Those people." Li Xiao interrupted. "I know. Cell phone tracking well. Although I used to live in the mountains, but still no. In fact, I did not turn off the phone. Just want to see if anyone will jump out. Just did not think that they do not even let you go." "Ha!" Du Ming wanted to say something else. Li Xiao added, "Give me a list of names and addresses, so fewer people can die." Du Ming said in a deep voice, "Taoist Li, I will have someone investigate who did this." Li Xiao interrupted. "No, I don't need evidence, just a list. If there is no list, then I will go to the inner city and ask." One by one, Du Ming's face was full of bitterness, and after hesitating for a moment, he took out a paper and pen and began to write. He knew Li Xiao was right. If he doesn't tell Li Xiao who did it, that it's rush into the inner city to retaliate indiscriminately will only hurt more innocents. Let the inner city bleed. Li Xiao took the list and said, "Very well, clean up these guys, then we can talk. By the way, does Qin City have any nukes?" Du Ming froze for a moment. "No, most of our country's nukes have been transported to the capital and Liancheng, because nukes are not useful to ghosts." "So," Li Xiao said, "that's good. I'm still afraid that those people will jump over the wall and detonate the nuclear bomb." "I'm not afraid, but if the nuclear bomb explodes, I'm afraid that the city of Qin is also gone. This person is actually very reasonable, and do not want to create unnecessary killings. He really isn't afraid, and at this point it would be impossible to deal with him unless a nuclear bomb was detonated directly under his ass. If fired remotely, there's no way to hit him, and he had a divine sense that it was impossible to plant a nuclear detonation at close range." In the next moment, Li Xiao disappeared before the eyes of the three. Du Ming let out a bitter smile. "Let's go. Have someone come and clean up the scene. Next, I'm afraid it's going to be a bloodbath." Zhang Xian frowned, not knowing what to say. Yi Qian coldly laughed. "Director, you do not need to blame yourself. Those people are deserved. They just wanted to kill you together. Let Brother Li go to clean up all of them or not." Just like what Brother Li said. Qin City should have had a change a long time ago. Why should we, who rushed to the forefront, be oppressed and exploited by those noble lords, who do nothing and rely on their ancestors to be able to keep on living in fine clothes and jade, while we fight with our lives but can only eat some scraps of food? Du Ming frowned slightly. "You agree with him on these points?" Yi Qian's eyes averted for a moment, then became firm again. "Yes, Chief. It's not just me. Many people in the Bureau agree with Brother Li that times have changed and some things should have changed a long time ago. I'm from the outer city. When I fled to Qin City, my parents starved to death because there was no food. They left me the only food they had, and I waited for the rescue that came belatedly from the inner city. At that time, if those noble lords in the inner city had been able to open the barn and release the grain earlier, my parents would not have starved to death, and they had not been able to walk into the real Qin City until their deaths. And it was only because I became a player after meeting Big Brother Li that I was able to obtain a residence permit." Her eyes reddened as she spoke. Du Ming didn't say anything either. He had also come from the bottom step by step to the present, so he knows the suffering at the bottom. This was the reason why he had always put the interests of the entire Qin city first, and those of the great families, no matter what time of day. Family interests always come first. Du Ming looked at Zhang Xian. Although it didn't say anything, it looked like it agreed with what He Qian said. He sighed. Let's go. I'm afraid there's really going to be a big earthquake next. Change, and it's not like he doesn't want to, but those big families were all deeply rooted, controlling the lifeblood of Qin City in every aspect. Without an absolute advantage of power, there is no way to overthrow it, and now the force seems to have appeared. Du Ming, who was originally worried, actually became somewhat expectant. The emergence of absolute power, and I don't know if it's good or bad. I can only hope that he, well, isn't a tyrant. End of chapter. Chapter 80 Ancestor Man, Request for Subscription. The Inner City of Qin. Situ Mingyuan was reading a book in his study. He read a page and put the book down in annoyance, rubbing the corner of his forehead. The recent events had made it impossible for him to be still. His favorite son, who was blatantly murdered. And how can he be stilled when the murderer has been at large? What's most annoying is that DM of the Special Administrative Region not only wants his family to put things to rest, and blaming it on his poor dead kid. He knows his son. That's a good boy, and smart and dutiful and lucky to be a player. It's the successor that the Situ family is focusing on. How could you possibly do anything bad? So, he will never let go of the person who dared to kill his son. Even if that person is a very powerful Oni ambassador. So what? Even the most powerful Oni ambassador? In front of the powerful fire coverage. As usual, it's dirt. At that moment there was a knock on the door. Situ Mingyuan said, "Come in." A woman in her 20s walked in. "Father, did you send someone to seek revenge on the man who killed Big Brother?" Situ Mingyuan said. "How do you know? Didn't you never care about family matters?" The woman said with some anxiety. "Father, didn't I tell you not to be anxious? I have already let people go to investigate. That person is very powerful, and the special administration is still on his side. We should think long term." A cold light appeared in Situ Mingyuan's eyes. Think long and hard? That guy disappeared without a trace not long ago. If we let him get away this time, where are we going to find him? These Imperial Demon envoys, if they go into hiding in the wild, our means of detection will fail. And this time it was so hard to track down their traces. So how could we let them run away again? As for the special authority, I've already hit up the council, domain, and it's long overdue for it to be replaced. Situ Turnip's face changed. "Father, do you mean you want to deal with Du Ming together?" Situ Mingyuan sneered. "We have given him many chances, but he chose to go against us, so don't blame us for being ruthless." Situ Turnip said, "But Du Ming is very prestigious in the special authority. If something happens to him, those players in the special authority and the royal ghost envoys, I am afraid that they will not be convinced, especially that Liang Mingyan, but the first daughter of the Liang family." Situ Mingyuan said. "Liang Mingyan, that woman entered a hidden 2-star ghostly spirit. There has been no news for several days. It is not certain if she can come out alive. As for the Liang family, it has long been thinning out and is not enough to worry about. Don't worry, everything has been arranged, and by taking this opportunity, the council will be able to reclaim the power of the special administrative region, and the mudslingers can no longer be allowed to run amok. Be sure to let everyone know that the interests of Center City and the council are supreme, and this time, the action is tacitly approved by the council, so you don't have to worry about it." At that moment, a sharp knock came at the door. A henchman hurried in. "Master, the first operation team has lost contact." Situ Mingyuan was shocked. "What? Lost?" The handler said. "Yes, it's completely unreachable." "Wait." The message that came from his headset caused a look of disbelief to appear in its eyes. Situ Mingyuan frowned. "What's wrong?" The henchman shuddered. "The second team is also lost, and someone has broken through the front door." That's when the faint sounds of gunfire and explosions rang out, and apparently someone did break through into the Situ family's manor. Situ Mingyuan hurriedly asked, "How many people came? Why was it so easy to break through the main gate? Is the security all dead?" At this time, the security supervisor came in and said, "Master, go into the safe house and take shelter for the time being. No matter what kind of people are coming or how many are coming, I will organize manpower to repel them." Situ Mingyuan coldly snorted. "Really raised a bunch of waste. Hurry to deal with me." He talked tough, but he quickly ducked into an underground safe house with his family. No one else knows what's going on. Only Situ Turnip was worried. vaguely guessing that it might have something to do with his father sending someone to avenge his elder brother. Father, could it be that the people from the special administration know about our plan? So, Situ Mingyuan said, there are only a few people in the special administration. Even if they come out in full force, what can they do to us? They are openly opening a dispute in the center city, which is the council's bottom line. So even if there are any problems, as soon as the council's reinforcements arrive, what else is there to worry about? A youth dangled and crossed his legs. Dad, do you think it's a good idea to make whoever the head of the Special Control Bureau is after cleaning up Du Ming this time? Should I have some fun? Sita Mingyuan snorted coldly. You uneducated thing. You also want to be the director of the Special Control Bureau? If your big brother was around, say there wouldn't necessarily be a chance. Hey, the thought of his oldest son made him sad again. On the side, his wife also cried and wailed, reciting that he had failed to protect his son. Situ Mingyuan walked away in annoyance and ordered, turn on the surveillance and see what's going on. The safe house has a connection to outside surveillance. A couple of security guards operated it and a dozen surveillance screens on the wall lit up. Then, everyone was nonplussed, because they saw a scene on surveillance that they will never forget. Only a figure strolled in through the gate and, the figure was a youth wearing a blue Dao robe. Just see where he walks. Whether it's people, armored vehicles, even helicopter gunships, all of them fell apart into pieces without a sound. With a crash, a heavy armored vehicle and its occupants were scattered all over the ground. The helicopter that was firing the missiles disintegrated and exploded in the air. The armed men who raised their guns to fire were even more vulnerable. One by one, they were reduced to mincemeat as they screamed. The same was true for some of the players and Imperial Demon envoys that the Situ family had hired and trained at great expense. They have props and abilities that just don't work. The black mist that surrounded that youth, splashing with ripples, was not only able to withstand bullets, but even all sorts of strange and bizarre props and abilities were likewise able to withstand them. A high-priced ghost envoy hired by the Sito family. Even the companion spirit has just been released. It was then that the youth casually grabbed the companion spirit, and that Imperial Demon envoy, unsurprisingly, also turned into minced meat. Once all obstacles were cleared around him, the youth looked up and smiled slightly at the monitor. It was only then that the people in front of the monitor could see that the youth was handsome and had a dusty temperament, just like a master of the way, but what he did was as evil. This strong sense of contrast sent chills down the backs of the crowd and gave them the creeps. Just through the surveillance, there were people who already could not withstand the aura it emitted and fainted and vomited. It's not human. It's not human. It's definitely not human. What the hell have we gotten ourselves into? Father, what should we do now? The safe house had been a mess. Sita Mingyuan had also frozen. How could this happen? He came back to his senses and said, call for help. Call for help from the council. Yes, 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 yes. This guy is not a human being. He's bizarre. Our Situ family has been attacked by bizarre. Let the council come to the rescue quickly. He took out his phone and started dialing, but no one answered the phone at all. Situ Mingyuan slumped into his chair for a moment. He vaguely guessed something that they, the Sito family, had been abandoned by the council, and Li Xiao, who caused all this at this time, was walking idly through the Situ family manor. After Li Xiao flew into the inner city, he followed the list given by Du Ming and directly found the Situ family. On the way he also picked up a group of armed men on the way. Those armed men are the second action team prepared by the Sito family who planned this. It's to pick up the first ops team. In Sito Mingyuan's plan, the second action team was to prevent accidents and intercept any reinforcements that might come from the special administrative region. And now, all of them were cleaned up by Li Xiao in passing. Li Xiao walked into the Situ family's large and gorgeous house, and behind him were ruins and mutilated corpses. He didn't kill directly into the very core of. It's a deliberate attempt to dismantle all the defenses here. Step by step, the enemy hiding in the shadows is struck with fear and despair, and for that reason, he didn't even destroy the cameras everywhere, and those monitoring drones. Thinking that the gruesome images here must have passed through these drones and cameras, it was passed on to all the big families in the inner city. This was precisely the reason why Sita Mingyuan's calls to the various big families were not working. After seeing the ferocity of this god of murder, naturally no one would dare to come and die again. And this was the first time they had seen that humans were actually capable of being this powerful. In the safe house, the Sito family was in chaos. A flash of black light was seen, and the thick alloy gate was sliced into pieces. The youth who was like a demon walked in with faith. He swept a glance at the shivering, huddled crowd in the corner. A dutiful security guard frantically pulls the trigger of his pistol. Unfortunately, The bullet could only splash a little ripple in front of the youth. Li Xiao blandly said, "Are all the Situ family members here?" Situ Mingyuan gathered his courage and stood out. "This Taoist priest. I am the Situ family head. There are some misunderstandings between us. As long as you raise your hand and let us go, the Situ family can agree to any conditions." What answered him was the black light that flew over, and then, everyone turned into broken pieces. At this point, the Sito family is all but extinguished. And at this time, all the big family forces witnessed this tragic case of extermination. Everyone was silent, surprisingly quiet. No one is clamoring for the supremacy of the interests of the family and the council anymore. In the face of absolutely oppressive force, once again, something from the old days is being held down and rubbed in the dirt. The last time they were rubbed the wrong way. It was the first time they'd been confronted with an inexplicable appearance of shenanigans. But then they realized that even if it's a weird doomsday, they'll still be able to stand tall. But now, everything is starting to look different. The face of the nobility doesn't seem to matter so much at times like this. The He family and the Yuan family, even more so, were trembling. 2 of their family disciples were killed in the hotel incident. Originally they were also indignant and wanted to take revenge. Where would one dare to have such thoughts at this moment? Fortunately for this attack, since the 2 families are commercial plutocratic families with a relatively small amount of private security stored up, so it was just an expression of support, without actually sending anyone to participate. And because of that, it escaped. In order not to arouse that one's suspicion, they even had the head of the family go forward to pay a visit to that one in the first place to clear up the misunderstanding. People from other clans were also preparing to go and pay homage to the one in fear. Du Ming held the video passed by his men, but he was unusually calm, because this scene he had anticipated. Center City, above the tallest building, the center tower. Li Xiao overlooked the huge Qin city. Why commit yourself to pretending to be a homelander when you can be an ancestor? End of chapter. Chapter 81. The Spectator, request for subscription. Weird World, the capital of the Dragon Kingdom of the Eastern Lands. Zhang Shichao watched a video and was excited. Too powerful. This has completely exceeded the level of an ordinary 2-star. Those bosses in the 2-star ghosts. I'm afraid they're at this level. I can't imagine in this world, there would really be someone who has evolved so much. I'm now really looking forward to meeting this Taoist master. This video, which came from Qin City not too long ago, it was the video from when Li Xiao destroyed the Situ family. Although transportation between major cities is inconvenient due to the appearance of ghosts, sudden changes in terrain, and weird magnetic fields, but network communications were not completely disrupted. The power of these great families had long been entrenched across the country before the weirdness had descended. Like the Su family, more than just the biggest family in Qin City, still a famous family in the capital. After this incident, the Su family immediately contacted the capital and transmitted the video. Then, naturally, the capital side that received the video was also shocked. They immediately sought out Zhang Shichao, who was known as the first genius imperial ghost envoy of the eastern continent, and showed him the video, asking him to analyze that person's strength. So, Zhang Shiyu became more and more excited as he watched, and began to dance around. Geniuses are usually crazy, and this one is no exception. The evolution he was talking about was naturally the power he gained after becoming a Goki envoy. In his opinion, this is the evolutionary path of the new mankind in the new age. He thinks he's already pretty good, and he casually passes through ordinary 2-star ghosts. It's only against a 2-star boss that you feel unsure. When the 3-star ghosts had not yet descended, he had indeed been considered the top player in Ghost Envoy. Looking around the world, there are only a handful of people who can match him, and those guys, without exception, are also the top guys in other countries. What he didn't expect was that such a powerful figure had actually appeared in the remote Qin city. An old man asked, "Shichao, is this Taoist Li using the ability of a ghost envoy? Or is he really some kind of unearthly master?" Qin Sheng's side had already transmitted all the information they had about this Taoist Li. They naturally knew about this one who had once claimed to have come out of a secluded place called Immeasurable Mountain. Zhang Shichao bit his finger. "I can't see it. From the slow motion, he is using a small blackened sword. This kind of prop or ability similar to the Imperial sword is not unheard of. That guy in the west, doesn't he have a 2-star prop arrow that is capable of tracking the target after being shot out? But it's not this flying sword ability of his that interests me. It's the ability or prop that can withstand that much heavy fire bombardment, which is too rare to be somewhat of a 2-star thing. But now that the 3-star ghosts haven't even descended yet, where did he go to get this kind of high-level stuff? As a genius Goki envoy, he also had the disadvantage of high offense and low defense. In the face of large numbers of armed men in helicopters and armored vehicles, there's still a chance of a sneak attack, a guerrilla attack, walking idly through the gunfire like in the video and killing everyone. He couldn't do it. Ghostbusters. More like assassins. First-rate use of bizarre abilities to make things happen. But a frontal strong attack is not good. Or maybe the currently starred Oni ambassador isn't good enough at it. Zhang Xichao became more and more excited after learning about that Taoist Li. Xin Chang'e. I really want to go and meet that Taoist Li for a while now to see what props and abilities he is using. Despite the dangers of the wilderness, the capital is a long way from Qin. But surely he could go to Qin City if he wanted to. There will only be a definite delay on the way to arrive. The old man seriously said, Xichao, you cannot be capricious. The capital needs you to sit in the town. And now Bazaar began to come out of the ghosts. And then after a while to say that not necessarily the 3-star ghosts will come down. And then I am afraid that there will be some unforeseen changes that you need to cope with. So you have to be in the big picture. Zhang Xichao impatiently pulled out his ears. The old man said with a pleasant face, it is not that I don't give you to go to Qin City. But the timing is not right now. When the 3-star ghostly spirits descend, after you have been promoted to the 3 stars, the situation is stabilized, and then it is not too late to go. Zhang Xichao nodded. Also, I want to spar with that one. Now I guess it's not his opponent. Wait for 3 stars before saying it. Now I won't go and make a fool of myself. He headed out the door, and as he did so, he said, let those old guys in Qin City properly offer that one up. Some people are so used to being high and mighty that they lose their sense of reverence, and they deserve to be destroyed. Anyway, if I go over there, I'm only looking for people to spar with, and it's unlikely that I'll stand up for those guys of theirs. He wasn't stupid enough to feud with a powerful man over some inexplicable person. The old man said, they just want you to assess the strength of that person, and have no intention of letting you go and stand up for them, even if you promise. I won't let you fool around. You're the treasure of our capital. A long or short can do. What? Zhang Xichao winced. It's too meaty. Send me a copy of the video and information. I'll study it again. That's all. So, a reply was received from Qin Chang's side, and then they were completely out of their little minds. A ghost envoy more powerful than Zhang Xichao has appeared in Qin City. They didn't know whether to be happy or sad. The happy thing is that the next 3-star ghosts are coming down, and with such a powerful person in the town, Qin City should be stable. Naturally, I'm worried about this temperamental man, who is both good and evil. A bad one, I'm afraid, is scarier than creepy. Chinatown Center Building. Li Xiao stood on top of the platform with his arms crossed. The wind made his Taoist robes hunt and his long hair flutter. The dusty aura made him look as if he was going to soar the next moment. The group of people behind him looked at the person in front of them who was like an exiled immortal in awe. They were all family heads and representatives of the major clans in Qin City. The old man at the head was none other than the head of the Su family, the largest family in Qin City, and the Lord Speaker of the Qin City Council. It could be said that these people represented the highest center of power in Qin City, and at that moment, these people didn't dare to gasp for breath as they waited for this person, who only left them with a back shadow, to speak. Du Ming was naturally among them, but was the most relaxed one. Looking at these lords with sad faces, he even gloated a bit. Li Xiao turned around, scanned the people present, and blandly said, I'm actually a very nice person, but if someone pushes me, I might overreact, so I apologize for being a bit heavy-handed. Immediately, someone said, the Taoist master is a compassionate person. The Situ family is indeed to blame. The Taoist master does not need to blame himself. Others chimed in. Some people even swore that someone in their family had even been saved by Taoist Master Li and wanted to thank him for saving their lives. Seeing the wind and making the sails is just a basic skill of these old foxes. No one will be embarrassed that nonsense is coming out of their mouths. Li Xiao smiled. Sit down. The crowd sat down in the expansive conference room. Center building. Originally an office building, it was now unceremoniously occupied by Li Xiao, because it has the best view overlooking the city. The He family, the plutocrat who owned the office building, was naturally happy to the extreme to give the entire building to Taoist Li. Li Xiao didn't really have anything to say to these guys. He didn't want to unify Qin City when he destroyed the Situ family. Chinatown is too small for him. Even this world is too small for him. His center of gravity has always been the world of immortal cultivation. Cultivating immortality is where his path lies. Calling these guys here is just a way to get these guys to make less trouble for themselves. As far as change and all that, he wasn't interested at all. He has said that he is not a change agent, much less a savior. Hardly, he was nothing more than a bystander. He was more interested in the spookiness of the haunted world than the society of the living. So his offer is simple. Give him all the information about ghosts and spooks that the officials and the clans have kept private. Includes all information from other cities and countries. And be the first to tell him any new information in the future. The crowd didn't expect the conditions to be that simple. Li Xiao said, "It's as simple as that. I won't be stationed here for a long time. I might go out for a long time. And you don't need to look for me. If there's something wrong, just message me here. And when I come back, I'll help you guys deal with some of Qin City's weird problems." The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Li Xiao added, "By the way, let Du Ming be the speaker of Qin City. He has good abilities." The crowd froze and looked different. Du Ming laughed bitterly. "Daoist Li, it's better to forget about it. My ability is limited. It's good to be able to manage the special administration well." Instead, the original speaker, Old Man Su Jiang'an, advised, "Xiao, you don't put off. The old man originally wanted to retire a long time ago, but why you guys have not been allowed? I used to be very optimistic about you." Du Ming shrugged it off. "I'm too junior. How can I convince the public? It's better to forget about it." Su Jiang'an said, "The Su family and I will fully support you. I want to see who won't be convinced. And with the prestige you've saved up in the Special Administrative Bureau, how could anyone not be convinced? Yes, 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 my Yuan family will definitely support you too." Others chimed in. Su Jiang'an smiled and said, "You see, even if it is a formal election, you are absolutely high vote. There is what can be excused. The position of the director of the Special Administrative Bureau you also as usual concurrently. If you are afraid of being too busy, the old monks can be as a consultant to help you deal with some of the miscellaneous matters." Du Ming laughed bitterly, secretly saying, "This one really threw a hot potato to me." Li Xiao playfully watched them act and found it interesting. He wasn't interested in listening to the crowd discussing the handover or anything else next. After dismissing the crowd, he wasn't busy checking out the information he'd gotten. Instead, he flew up and headed towards somewhere in Qin City. The crowd here is scattering in all directions. "Creepy, there's creepy, notify the Sarah. Ring, ring, ring." The crowd was in a trance and the weirdness was all gone. The same thing happened in several places in Chinatown. There are shenanigans running out followed by the pleasant ringing of a bell, and then the weirdness goes away and disappears. Li Xiao circled around Qin City and grabbed all the weirdness that ran out into the Soul Devourer. After such a sweeping round, there shouldn't be any more shenanigans running out anytime soon. It was a condition he had promised. Whenever you're in Chinatown, you'll be able to solve the shenanigans along the way. Li Xiao returned to the center building, overlooking the city. Mission accomplished. And I'm kind of true to my word. Low-level ghosts and other shenanigans are pretty much useless to me anymore. So it's time to take a good look around the 2-star haunted world. The first subscription results came out. Unexpectedly poor. Hey, the author also did not expect to pounce so badly. The author really some confused. Then it is to thank the readers who subscribe. The author will stick to it. End of chapter. Chapter 82. Being a professional actor. The outskirts of the city of Qin. The entrance to a rundown movie theater. Li Xiao came here and took out a yellowed movie ticket. Is this the entrance to the hidden ghosts? Desperate cinema? It's hard to find the entrances to these hidden haunts. If it weren't for the information provided by the officials, he wouldn't have been able to find it. That's the biggest benefit of taking those guys under your wing. The manpower of Qin City could be utilized to get the information needed for himself. Like that Deadland ticket with no stars. Originally he didn't have a clue. Later on, having utilized the official connections of Qin City, and using the internet to inquire about other national cities and towns. It's only been a little while. It was said that the entrance to the dead domain had appeared near a city for a short time a year ago. Many people got into it by mistake. Most of them died. Only a few were lucky enough to make it out alive. According to survivor accounts, it's a real hell inside. According to speculation, the reason why there are no stars in the Deadlands, it's because of all the star-level shenanigans in that land. Then the entrance disappeared and no one ever entered it again. Li Xiao speculated that a giant copy like the dead domain might be as vast as the cave heaven of the immortal cultivation world. I'm afraid that's where the real creepy world is. Or rather, the world where the living are is the surface world, while places like the Deadlands are the inner world. As the ghostly star level gets higher and higher, a cavernous in-world like the Deadlands will fully descend. And why the entrance to the Deadlands and the tickets came early? I'm afraid there's a bug or something. Of course, these were all Li Xiao's guesses after reading the information. And he didn't know if they were right or not. The secrets of this world are many and dangerous. Luckily, he had plenty of time to take his time and explore. It also has the ability to run at any time without much worry. So even if the whole world turns into a bizarre apocalypse, some undefeatable shenanigans truly descended, and he was in no hurry. The big deal is to run back to the world of fairy cultivation to discuss it in the long run. As for the living in this world, well, you're on your own. He never thought of himself as any kind of savior, so he simply doesn't have the same sense of urgency that humans in this world face. What with the 4 or 5-star shenanigans coming down in 5 or 10 years? What a real end of the world. It doesn't exist for him. Cultivation of immortality. Cultivation is not longevity and free. Why give yourself so much pressure? Although he lost some of his life force when he killed Ding Koan, but he still has over 200 years of life left in him now. Even if we can't find a way to make up for the life force, 200 years with so many sustenance, he believed that he would definitely be able to succeed in conjugating the Dan. The Gene Dan cultivators, on the other hand, all have at least 600 years of life, so why should he be in such a hurry? Li Xiao is holding a movie ticket. Walking up to the entrance, the tickets suddenly burned up and then a pitch-black entrance appeared before them. He stepped in faithfully, and then the scene began to change. He found himself standing on a straight stretch of road. The road was lined with endless fields of golden wheat. The wheat fields were swaying in the wind, like waves. Golden wheat waves. Li Xiao thought of this word. Between the wheat fields stood scarecrows in tattered clothes. The chirping birds were not afraid of the somewhat comical scarecrow and rested on its head. The scenery was beautiful and peaceful. Li Xiao was surprisingly all a bit infected by the scene at this time and was in a soothing mood. Awesome. Even I get infected. If it were an ordinary player, I'm afraid I'd already be so immersed in it that I'd even forget I'm in a ghostly place. That's when a few big words appeared in the sky. Desperate movie fright farm. Only then did Li Xiao determine that he had indeed arrived in the middle of a horror movie. He hadn't heard of the movie. According to the official information given, the quests and movies in the cinema of extinction are all randomized. That said, even if you read all the horror movies in the world, there's no such thing as knowing the plot in advance. These are horror movies that are truly spooky horror movies. Or rather, a new production made by a creepy director who found players and made them actors. The hidden ghost of the desperate cinema is one that not many people, even in the world, have cleared. Yes, all over the world. Many hidden copy entrances are located all over the world and don't just appear in one place. It's like the Murder House Hotel and the Cinema of the Dead. In the words of the Joker, there are many locations with operations all over the world. When a ghostly spirit like the Deadly Domain appeared, I'm afraid that its scope alone could envelop the entire world. Li Xiao casually walked forward, waiting for a plot of its own. A movie always has to have a plot. Since the players are brought in as actors, naturally they will have their own parts and storylines. That's when the prompt popped up in front of his eyes. Quest, live until the end of your own character's storyline. This is a normal quest in a movie copy, and you should be able to get out once you've completed it. But then a prompt popped up immediately afterward. Hidden mission, to perform a horror movie that will satisfy the audience. The hidden mission is actually to interpret a horror movie that satisfies the audience? This task may seem simple, but it's actually the hardest to do with this kind of ambiguity and no standard answer. Li Xiao said breathlessly, "What a strange mission." That's when he realized that a screen had appeared in front of him that, through the screen, he could see a rundown movie filled with many dark figures sitting around. And those dark shadows were just a creepy audience waiting to see the show. It's a marvelous vision. It really is as if the movie characters are seeing the real audience through the otherwise non-existent big screen. And you can hear the audience whispering. That's when the beep sounded. You are now playing the role of Dragon Suit A. Dragon Suit A, as the opening character of a classic horror movie, usually becomes a sacrifice to be sacrificed off on the first night. What kind of reaction will you make when you are about to be sacrificed? Will you scream and run away? Or will you fight to the death? The audience is looking forward to it. Please start your performance. Li Xiao cursed. ****** even became a dragon armor. This is not looking down on me. Usually in a horror movie, the opening sequence has one or more unlucky people who become victims. This is to illuminate the theme and create a scary atmosphere. And Li Xiao is now this drag queen who creates a horrible atmosphere. Players assigned to such roles are basically bound to die. Arguably one of the most dangerous characters in a horror movie. This was because other players who entered such hidden ghosts were basically grouped together and then randomly assigned various roles. Li Xiao came in alone, and was naturally assigned the role of the first to appear as a sacrifice like dragon armor. But this role is not without its benefits. Like, for example, Dragon at A. If he plays it brilliantly and is lucky enough to make it through until one of the other characters enters the scene, it's then possible to take the rewards and clear the level quickly without having to continue to face the increasingly dangerous storyline that follows. In Ghostbusters, no matter how dangerous a mission is, there is actually a silver lining. Well, a dragon set is a dragon set. Brothers' acting is actually still quite good, even if the dragon set is not impossible to get an Oscar. By this time it was getting dark. The rustling sound of the wind blowing the wheat did not stop, and the twittering of those sparrows. It's gotten a lot louder. The scarecrows that had been standing still in the wheat field began to shake in unison. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The sound got louder and louder. Li Xiao knew the main event had begun. He pretended to be alarmed and quickened his pace. At that moment several dark shadows brushed and flashed from both sides of the wheat field. Li Xiao was alarmed. Who's there? He's happy with his acting. After all, as a professional magic cultivator, acting was also one of the basic skills. No one answered. He looked around curiously, even peeling back the grass on the side of the road to check it out. A horror movie drag queen for whom curiosity is a necessary quality, because only curiosity can kill the cat. The dragonet often begins his sad fate because of curiosity as well. Sure enough, as he peeled back the grass, a dark shadow lurched toward him. There was a flash of cold light and the grass was cut off in unison. And at the critical moment, Li Xiao bent over and dodged the fatal blow. He screamed, "What the hell?" Then he started running forward in panic. As he ran, he secretly said, "Not a bad act, is it? This seems to be what a drag queen in a horror movie looks like. The audience should be satisfied." Instead, I saw those viewers in front of the big screen start talking. What the hell is this show? This lobotomy is also stupid. That's right. Is this some kind of fresh meat bringing money into the group? Screaming is so fake too. It's like being raped. Asterisk 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 mud horses. This was cursed by Li Xiao because he really couldn't help it. Those guys have such poisonous mouths. What do they mean by fresh meat bringing money into the group, and what do they mean by it being like being raped? He didn't expect the acting skills he was so proud of to be disliked since they were, but he endured it for the sake of completing the hidden mission, mainly because he has now learned that players want to gain various spooky abilities. In addition to becoming a Goki envoy, it would have to be earned by completing hidden quests. In fact, he had vaguely all the guesses before he got the official information given to him. This is because the few abilities that you have gained yourself were acquired by luck after completing hidden quests. Instead, none of the kills of the bosses ever dropped abilities, and at best they would only drop props. And his original biggest concern about ability upgrades was answered. To upgrade a 1-star ability to a 2-star, you need something called an ability fragment. Such things are not props, they are the equivalent of blank abilities. At that time, Li Xiao almost cursed when he saw this information and secretly said, "The guy who made these really learned the essence of MMOs. Did he work as a planner for some game company before he became creepy? Even when you die, you get pulled into planning. You deserve it." Luckily the shards required for upgrades aren't as perverted as they are in some MMOs. 1 star to 2 stars requires 2 ability shards. 2 stars to 3 stars requires 3 ability shards, and so on. The ability shards, on the other hand, are said to be the only ones that randomly drop from hidden quests. So in knowing this, Li Xiao decided that in the future, he would complete the hidden quests as much as possible before capturing Creepy. He gritted his teeth and secretly said, "For the sake of the hidden mission, I'll tolerate you guys, but when the mission is completed, there'll be a good time for you." End of chapter. Chapter 83, I won't serve you anymore. Li Xiao gritted his teeth after receiving bad comments from the audience. Can't help but curse, but chose to put up with it in order to get the job done. That's when the audience who heard him swearing reacted differently instead. That's not a bad swear word to express a different emotion. Well, it's true that you can't help but curse when you're feeling scared. Li Xiao looked odd and began to doubt himself. Is my acting really crap? Or is the audience in this session too weird? Forget it, just keep acting for now. At that moment, a swishing sound came from behind him. Obviously something's catching up, and there's more than one. After noticing something behind him, he turned his head to look and a hideous scarecrow was seen, full of sharp teeth, and what had been wood turned into long sharp claws, pursuing them frantically. Li Xiao screamed in shock and, for turning back to look, he stumbled and fell to the ground. For this fall, he was pleased, because he thinks it's one of the classic horror movie sequences. Those sacrificed drag queens in horror movies tend to hang up because they fall at a critical moment. And now, he's perfectly restored the scene. But then the audience in the window started talking again. It's so fake. What's this acting? There's no rocks in the road. Why would you take a fall? Obviously you heard the commotion, but you had to turn around to see it. Wouldn't you have run earlier? The acting is so raw. It's true that fresh meat brings money into the group. Li Xiao let out a cry, secretly saying that your little fresh meat brought money into the group to play a dragon set. His heart was on fire. Can't act anyway, can you? I won't serve you anymore. He also stopped running and simply turned his head to stare straight at the dozen or so hideous and terrifying scarecrows that were catching up. These scarecrows are okay. It's always a 2-star ghost, even if it's a small monster. It had almost reached the strength of around the early stage of chi refining as well. This level of weirdness could already exist as a minor leader if it was in a 1-star ghostly world. And now it's coming out in a bunch at once. This is the terror of the 2-star ghosts. If it was an ordinary 2-star player, they would really only be able to keep running away and dodging. Li Xiao wasn't an ordinary player. The reason he put up with being chased by these little caramels was to complete the mission. Now that he's been made to suffer, he naturally doesn't want to put up with it. After he stood still, the audience was really even more vitriolic. What's this? You're just scared less and want to die. It's no fun. So you're giving up? A dragon set is a dragon set, and it's about to be gone. Before the audience's murmurings could fall, just see the black light flashing and the hideous and horrible scarecrows that rushed towards us all froze at once. Then it clattered and crumbled to the ground. The scarecrow, after the shattering, however, was not dead through. The straw on their bodies, like veins, began to grow wildly, linking all the shattered bodies together again. Protected by the rules of the plot, apparently they are not that easy to kill. Li Xiao, however, was unmoved. Can't die from a scarecrow hack? What about burning with fire? Let's see if you die. With that, he recited a spell and blew at the scarecrow. A black soul fire, like a black dragon, leapt out violently. The black fire instantly set a dozen scarecrows ablaze. With a mournful scream, they all turned into ashes. This black soul flame, although it is used for refining weapons, however, even spiritual weapons could be burned away, so the power was naturally not small. How could a mere scarecrow equivalent to the chi refining stage withstand it? This time, the burnt to the ground scarecrow didn't come back to life and disappeared completely. This scarecrow, somewhat similar to a golem, is not a spooky subject. In fact, zombies also belong to a kind of puppet. Without the appropriate means, Li Xiao had no way to capture it back for use. It can only be burned outright. Those spectators blew right up after the scarecrow was burned. What's this? How is it that the first dragon it out of the gate killed the monster? This is too much. Is it the wrong movie? What a mess. What's all this acting? How come the spells are even out? Is this a metaphysical drama? But the special effects are so bad. 50 cents at best. Hey, is this still a horror movie? I came to see a horror movie. What the hell is this showing me? These audiences are creepy, though, but their own thought patterns are ghostly rules manufactured according to the average moviegoer. So they don't think of themselves as creepy, but as audience members invited to a movie theater for the premiere of a film. As an audience member, it's natural to troll like crazy and express dissatisfaction when you see a movie that doesn't live up to expectations. And obviously, Li Xiao, who hadn't controlled his fire, had displeased them. This meant that Li Jiao's hidden quest would not be completed. I'm afraid. Li Xiao cut a sound. Anyway, it's already like this. Finish or not finish it, but it's to find the boss of this movie and capture it. Otherwise it's a big loss. Desperate Cinema is a hidden haunt connected to the world. It's like the Murder Room Hotel. Take a movie ticket with the appropriate star rating and get into a copy of the movie with the appropriate star rating. For every copy of the movie, there will be bosses present. As for the real boss behind the movie theater, I'm afraid it's a big boss that's even more terrifying than Shui Ying. At this point, Li Xiao probably couldn't deal with it either. So one can only think of capturing the boss in this movie. So he began to move on, not caring about the pussyfooting around of the audience. Anyway, the task was no longer complete. So he simply blocked out the audience's comments. Out of sight, out of mind. He had only gone a short distance when he received the alert. Complete the mission, live until the end of your own character's storyline. Awarded, 1,000 guile coins. Reward, mini scarecrow, prop. He burned all those scarecrows, and naturally, the drag queen's play was over. But apparently his table-turning behavior didn't sit well with the audience. So the hidden quest wasn't completed. Li Xiao looked at the newly acquired props in his hand. Misty Scarecrow, 2-star item that can summon a scarecrow to serve you. This prop could be a nice undercard for other players. But it didn't work for him at all. What can a scarecrow that is only equivalent to the early stage of weapon refining be used for? He is too ugly to watch over the house. He had saved up a bunch of these useless or more ribald props. They're not entirely useless. Actually, by the time the trade market was open, he could use it to trade other props with other players. He has a completely different need for props than a normal player. What's useless to him might be a treasure to another player. And what other players don't find much use for might just be what he needs. Like that whip. It's just a 1-star prop. The power is really limited for other players. Against 1-star spooky is okay. Get 2-star 3-star ghostly. It is not enough to look at. Is bound to be eliminated by high-star players' equipment props. But he could use it to refine magic treasures and turn waste into treasure. So he was still looking forward to what he would be able to pan for when the trading market opened. Li Xiao put away the props and continued on his way. Even though he could already get out, he didn't want to just leave empty-handed. How can he afford his movie ticket if he doesn't catch a creepy boss back? He made his way forward and, after a while, he saw headlights coming from a distance. Then an SUV drove up and stopped beside Li Xiao. The window rolled down and a young man stuck his head out and asked, "Hello, is this the way to Blessed Town?" End of chapter. Chapter 84, the plot accelerates, request for subscription. Li Xiao surveyed the few people in the car. The SUV held 2 men and 2 women, all in their 20s. He said darkly, "Is this the new character in the movie? For not teaming up with another player. So the new characters that have appeared. And they certainly aren't players. Instead, they are NPCs derived from ghosts. These guys are actually weird. Strictly by math. Only they don't know it themselves." Just now, Li Xiao had already checked around the area and simply couldn't find the location where the next episode would take place. Even if he flew up, he could only see an endless field of wheat. That is, if the new characters don't show up, the new scenes won't show up either. So he's just gonna have to wait for these guys to get here. 2. Then follow them all the way through the plot to find the movie copy boss. The young man who was driving the car said that originally they wanted to travel to the town called Fortuna. "I didn't know that there's no cell phone signal here. I can't even use the navigation. So I got lost and drove here after dark." Upon seeing Li Xiao, he naturally came up to ask for directions. Li Xiao said, "I'm also traveling to Fu Town. My car broke down on the other road, so I came all the way here. Fu Town should be on this road. Can you guys take me? I want to go to the town to find someone to help fix my car." He rambled on about. The plot always moves forward. Anyway, as long as you follow these guys, the boss will naturally show up by then as well. A few people looked at each other and saw that Li Xiao did not look like a bad person. So they agreed. The youth driving the car asked, "What is the name of this big brother?" Li Xiao said, "My surname is Li. So it's Brother Li. We heard that there's a temple of the maiden in Fu Town that's very spiritual, so we made a date to come and pay our respects." "That temple of the maiden, is it really very spiritual?" Li Xiao perfunctorily said, "I also heard about it. It should be very spiritual." Several people were happy and chattering away. Li Xiao struck up a conversation without a word, then learned that they were 2 couples. The ones driving the car and sitting on the passenger side were called Zhao Xinchen and Lu Xiaoman. The pair sitting in the back row are called Chen Tao and Yang Jing. All 4 were classmates at a university and took advantage of the vacation to come out for a drive. Li Xiao didn't care about this background information. It's a movie setting anyway. He mainly just wanted to follow the 4 to find the creepy boss. The car drove on for a while. Then suddenly boom. Suddenly lost control. Then all at once it went into the ditch on the side of the road. The 4 men screamed in terror and got out of the car to check it out. When they came back to their senses, what was found was a sudden flat tire and skidding out of control. Zhao Xianchen looked worried. "It's finished," rushed into the ditch. "This is my father's car. He'll beat me to death when I go back." Li Xiao comforted. "It's fine. Just go to the town and get someone to pull the car out." Zhao Xianchen sighed. "That's the only way." But they found that there was no village in front of them and not even a cell phone signal. It was also completely dark. And that's when a few people realized that Yang Jing's foot was injured in the car accident just now. And it hurt so badly, as if it was broken, that she couldn't walk at all. Chen Tao anxiously said, "Just how far is this place from Fu Town? There should be a hospital in town, right?" Li Xiao shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he didn't know. After a few people discussed it, they could only let Chen Tao accompany Yang Jing and wait here. Then the others go to town or wherever there are people to call for help. Li Xiao secretly said that the classic horror movie bridge that separates people is here. He doesn't say anything about it. They're all NPCs. Anyway, at this point, if you want to successfully trigger the plot, it's best to let go of the helpfulness complex and respect the fate of others. Here's the most troublesome part of this ghostly replica. You have to have the plot come up before the relevant scenes and shenanigans appear. So even if he wanted to make a big kill, he couldn't do it for the time being. He could only be acting after these guys. When the plot officially unfolds and the new scenes are brushed out, naturally, there will be no need for drama. He was seeing the reactions of those in the audience. At this point, those spectators started gabbing again. Li Xiao naturally didn't bother with them. Then a few people split into two groups and a set of people heading forward to get help. One set stayed by the car and waited for the others. Li Xiao followed Zhao Xianshan and the two of them to get help. After walking for a while, he smiled slightly. The plot is finally official. The worried Zhao Xianshan and Lu Xiaoman were uncertain. What did you say, Brother Li? That's when a faint scream was heard from the rear. Lu Xiaoman's face changed. It's Yang Jing's voice. Zhao Xianshan hurriedly said. Something happened to them. Quickly go back to take a look. The two ran backwards in a hurry. Li Xiao followed without slowing down. When they ran back to their original position, they saw Yang Jing drop to the ground, her face full of panic. Zhao Xinshan and Lu Xiaoman hurriedly helped him up and asked what had happened and where Chen Tao had gone. Yang Jing pointed at the wheat field on the side of the road in horror. Just now, Chen Tao was peeing over there when suddenly something flashed by, and then he was dragged into the wheat field. Zhao Xinshan and Lu Xiaoman were shocked. Something dragged Chen Tao into the wheat field? The two men also got scared and shone their torches that way, but saw nothing. Suddenly something stood up in the middle of the wheat field. A few people were so frightened that they rushed to shine their torches over there, but it was a scarecrow standing over there. And what creeped them out was that the scarecrow was actually wearing Chen Tao's dress pants. Yang Jing exclaimed, that scarecrow was wearing Chen Tao's clothes. At this time Zhao Xianshan thought of something and cursed, grass mud horse Chen Tao. What time is it still prank? But it was Chen Tao, who he thought had always loved to play pranks. Who was playing pranks again? Yang Jing also came back to her senses and cursed Chen Tao for being sick. Are you sick, Chen Tao? Come out to me. If you scare me like this again, you'll break up. Not divided. Hands. Forever. Together. A looming voice came from the. Upon closer inspection, the sound, surprisingly, came from the scarecrow. Several people were startled and trembling. The Chen Tao, don't play. You won. Scared us. Chen Tao, come back quickly. I won. Break up with you. Yang Jing sobbed. But what answered them was the sound of a swish. Then a scarecrow popped up and stood erect in the wheat field. These scarecrows were dressed in all kinds of clothes, like lost travelers. The swish and rattle vaguely formed the sound of together. Run, before it's too late. A voice came. A few people turned their heads to look, only to realize that it was Li Xiao, who had a calm face. It took a few people reacting to being reminded. The scene was too bizarre for them not to run. Yang Jing's foot was injured and she also endured the pain and ran forward. That's when the swish 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 got louder. The dense wheat field looked like a trail of many large fish swimming around. Several people were alarmed. Knowing that something was catching up with them, they ran forward. Desperately. Yang Jing finally falls without living up to her reputation. Zhao Xinshan and Lu Xiaoman tried to turn back to pull her, but then he saw a black shadow leaping out of the traces of the rice paddies swimming by the side of the road, and grabbed Yang Jing at once. That black shadow was clearly the scarecrow wearing Chen Tao's clothes. After that scarecrow grabbed Yang Jing, it held him in a deadly embrace and let out a hissing sound of together together together. Yang Jing screamed in shock and struggled desperately, but where to break free? She was only scratched and skinned by the scarecrow, but instead of blood coming out of the wound, it was a straw. The sharp pain and fear made her begin to frantically tear the straw from her body. But it just gets more and more involved. It wasn't long before she turned into a scarecrow in her clothes with a mournful scream. At this point, Zhao Xianshan and Lu Xiaoman also finally realized that why was that scarecrow earlier wearing Chen Tao's clothes anymore? Because that's what Chen Tao became. And those scarecrows in the rice paddies dressed in all sorts of clothes apparently came from the same place. Horrified, the two began to run for their lives. Li Xiao was still following them unhurriedly. The key scene hadn't even appeared by this point, so naturally he could only follow it so far. At this time, Lu Xiaoman could no longer run. I can't run anymore. Oh. Zhao Xianshan looked back, and behind him, more than a dozen scarecrows had already caught up. Among them were their former good friends Chen Tao and Yang Jing. He gritted his teeth. The scarecrows are out. Let's run toward the rice paddies and figure out how to set them on fire. He saw some places in the wheat field where straw was piled up and could be used to light a fire. Whether it's attracting the attention of a scarecrow or blocking one, it should work. Li Xiao thought to himself that this kid still has some brains. At least he wasn't stunned at the critical moment. and he can still think of a way. As a key plot character, Zhao Xianchen definitely wouldn't die so casually, so he took the lead and ran into the wheat field to a pile of straw and quickly pulled out a lighter and set it on fire. The straw burned quickly, and in a short time it was ablaze, and the scarecrows, sure enough, were hooked. The three took the opportunity to run towards the distance. At this time Lu Xiaoman surprised. There are lights in front, and there are houses, but it was a few wooden houses that appeared in the distance, and a warehouse and in the cabin, a faint light came through. Li Xiao also smiled slightly. Finally appeared. Just now no matter how I look for it, I cannot see this farm. It seems that it is really only when the plot arrives, it can be refreshed. Zhao Xianchan and Lu Xiaoman didn't know what he was talking about and only felt puzzled. The next moment, the two screamed in horror. What's going on? Ah, why are we flying? Ah, put me down. I'm afraid of heights. But it was the two who had somehow levitated into mid-air. Li Xiao stood with his hands in mid-air to look at the farm that appeared out of nowhere. The movie is called Desperate Movie Fright Farm, and this farm, obviously, is the most crucial scene. Zhao Xianchan and Lu Xiaoman, on the other hand, were pulled up by him wrapped in mana. He didn't know if these two NPCs were still useful, but it wasn't too much effort to bring them over, so he simply brought them over together. And so, amidst the screams of the two Li Xiao took the two of them and flew towards the farm. With a distance of several hundred meters, it was only a split second before the three of them arrived in the middle of the farm. After landing on the farm, Zhao Xianchan and Lu Xiaoman were still confused as to what was going on. The moviegoers were equally confused, and then it blew up again. What the hell is this again? Why are the three suddenly flying past? This is too fake, isn't it? If you can fly, what were you running for just now? What the hell? You were a mage. Now you're Superman? Just had a little horror movie tension. What is this? Li Xiao ignored the sobby spectators. You guys curse yourselves. I'll play my game. Who cares about you guys since the hidden quest is already incomplete anyway? At this time Zhao Xianchan came back to his senses and said in a trembling voice that, Li, did you do this? Who the hell are you? What the hell is going on here? As he asked the question, Li Xiao then received an alert that, hidden quest, find out the secrets of the Fright Farm and find the root of it all. There's a hidden mission? He also didn't expect to receive a hidden quest. Not bad. It's not in vain that I brought you here. Secrets of the farm? The root of everything? Well, at that moment the door of the two-story wooden house opened and an old woman stepped out. Are you lost travelers? We have many forks in the road here. People often get lost. It's dangerous in the middle of the night, but it's safe to come here. Don't be afraid. Come on in. The old woman was kind and affable. Makes it hard not to visualize it as a villain in a horror movie who ends up turning into a monster. And so she was answered by a black shadowy tentacle. The tentacles coiled around it at once and pulled it violently. The old woman was horrified and shrieked. The screams startled the people inside, and a burly man ran out and, what are you doing? Let go of my mother. So he became the second victim. At this time inside and ran out the young woman. Let go of my husband. Eventually a dog came running out of it. Woof woof woof. Ow. 3 men and a dog were all hung up by the black fury tentacles. You guys put aside this gourd to save Grandpa? One by one to send. Li Xiao speechless. Zhao Xianchan and Lu Xiaoman were both stunned and froze. Li Xiao didn't care about them and started pressing. Tell me, what's going on with those horrible scarecrows in the wheat field? The tentacles continued to tighten, strangling several people to the point of screaming. Zhao Xianchan couldn't bear it in his heart and said in a trembling voice, Brother Li, these people don't look like bad people. Can you put them down first? Li Xiao blandly said. Then you mean I'm the bad guy? Zhao Xianchan secretly spat. You do look quite like a bad guy. No, I didn't mean it like that. Mainly because you see, once we're inside the farm and within range of the lights, those scarecrow monsters can't get in. Those scarecrows have just come after us, but it did seem like it was blocked from coming in by the golden light. Li Xiao ignored him and coldly said, if you don't say it, then don't blame me for being ruthless. He's been gradually losing patience with. He used to be most annoyed by such complicated ghosts and quests, but now, for the sake of the hidden mission, he had endured it once and for all. The big man suddenly let out a roar. You evil devils. You want to force the real body whereabouts of Empress Fusheng. Don't think about it. As he roared, his body began to expand, and golden light emerged from his body. Not only him, but the other two and the dog began to swell and grow larger. A few people's strength instantly reached the 2-star level. In one fell swoop, he broke free from his bonds and charged towards Li Xiao. Zhao Xianshan and Lu Xiaoman were so scared that they hurriedly dodged. At this point, where would they still think that a few people were good people? On the contrary, Li Xiao frowned slightly and, because he didn't sense evil in the ones that got bigger. That kind of golden light that was like a golden body was actually somewhat like the legendary invitation to God. But regardless of whether it was a god or a ghost, as long as they dared to bare their teeth at him, they would have to be prepared to be cleaned up. With a swoosh, the black soul sword flew out. There was a clacking. Several bubbling golden bodies were instantly chopped to pieces. As the golden body shattered and revealed its true form, the farmer's family all fell to the ground, alive or dead. At that moment, that faint golden light that had enveloped the entire farm also disappeared. The light became dim and blood red. Li Xiao was just about to go forward to see if he could search the souls of a few people when a weird laugh was heard from ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The one who let out a laugh was Lu Xiaoman, who had a horrified look on her face just a moment ago. Zhao Xianshan said in shock, "What's wrong with you, Minnie? Don't scare me." Lu Xiaoman slapped Zhao Xinshan across the face. Off to the side. Finally these pesky guys are cleaned up and my cuties are finally able to come in. At this time, she had a sardonic smile on her face. Her face was green and white. Where was the previous appearance of a little white rabbit, completely a big villain? And thanks to you, or I don't know how much work it would have taken. Li Xiao was speechless. What is this reversal again? In front of me with divine sense scanned many times. This chick is completely fine. Again plot advancement is it? Convinced. It's as if the plot was less than that, and he couldn't find the farm no matter how he looked for it. The abnormality in Lu Xiaoman's body he hadn't been able to notice was probably this case. Lu Xiaoman is still over there laughing wildly in triumph. A large black hand was seen grabbing violently. Laugh at your mom batch. Lousy has had enough of this copy. But it is Li Xiao who has completely lost his patience. With a bang, Lu Xiaoman turned into debris in the sky. The laughter didn't go away. Though, obviously this is just a diversion. That's when the swish 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 sound was loud and countless scarecrows swarmed in like fish in a wheat field. Li Xiao cold face. Really troublesome. In the future, this kind of ghostly, cannot do really do not want to do. It was just that kind of simple, straightforward task that he liked best. And when you come across some ghosts that need to be deciphered, they are simply ignored. Now it's just a matter of holding back the fire and doing the quests in order to swipe the ability shards. Once again, he issued a curse on the guy who came up with such a thing as ability fragments. That's when countless scarecrows began to gather like locusts, turning into a giant scarecrow. The giant scarecrow held a pitch-black scythe and swung it violently towards the farm. Li Xiao's pupils shrunk as he disappeared in place. A terrifying flash of cold light instantly spread with the scarecrow at the center. Everything around it was cut in two, includes buildings on the farm. The face of Li Xiao, who had evaded the blow in mid-air, also became grave. This was because the strength of this giant scarecrow had almost reached the late stage of foundation establishment. With that strike just now, I'm afraid that a small mountain could be cut off by its slash. If this was chopped on his body, even if Li Xiao had a protective jade talisman, he would definitely not be able to block it. It's a bit difficult to deal with, but as long as it doesn't exceed the strength of the foundation establishment, there's no problem. Li Xiao snorted coldly and took out his soul-devouring streamer and shook it gently. A jingle bell rang, while strands of black gas wrapped around it like chains. The giant scarecrow grew his mouth and roared, raising his scythe and cutting off all the black gas chains. Seeing this, Li Xiao secretly said, "This guy is somewhat similar to a puppet. The main body should be hidden in its core, just like a cultivator's divine soul. Having a physical body can resist the pull of the soul-attracting bells, so if you want to capture it, you have to destroy the puppet first." That's when I saw a face appear on the scarecrow. The faces are the faces of the little scarecrows that make it up, or rather the faces of the murdered people who have been turned into scarecrows. They opened their mouths and let out a stern whistling sound in unison. Terrifying sound waves began to spread. This kind of wide-range indiscriminate attack, even Li Xiao couldn't dodge it and could only resist it. Li Xiao, who was affected by the wave. At this moment, I only felt like a boat in a storm, floating up and down. It wasn't how strong the sonic attack was that surprised him. Rather, it comes with an effect that strikes fear into the heart. The effect was so strong that even he couldn't help but feel fear and wanted to flee the place. His face changed, and in the next moment there was a mask on his face. The moment I put on the mask, the fear disappeared. Clown mask, a 1-star item that immunizes you from fear effects. Although the clown mask was only a 1-star prop, It was not completely immune to the two-star scarecrow sending out a fear sound wave, but Li Xiao himself was able to resist most of the fear effects. The Joker mask brings a certain amount of immunity again, and naturally it directly counteracts the scarecrow's fear sonic wave. Li Xiao was a bit emotional. So, these props that I don't see eye to eye are still useful sometimes. A cold aura flashed in his eyes. Next, isn't it time to see my means? Only to see him let out a low gulp and throw the soul-devouring streamer in his hand. The soul devourer has become a blotter in a split second. A burst of ghostly cries rang out. At the same time, hundreds of shadowy ghosts violently pounced out of the streamers, led by the very same stern ghost. The scarecrow, however, wasn't afraid at all, and raised his scythe to slash at the multitude of nether spirits that were like flies. It was bizarre in its own right, and the bizarre power attached to the scythe was damaging to the shadowy ghosts as well. A few slashes cut many of the nether ghosts in half. Seeing this, Li Xiao pinched his hand and chided, "Green poisonous guile, are you still sleeping?" A large, fat figure covered in green emerged reluctantly from the Soul Eater. "Boss, I ate so much venom. I just need to digest it properly. I was sleeping soundly when you woke me up." This was the downside of a ghost slave's main soul being too sane, and although it was very animated, it sometimes talked back. Li Xiao coldly said, "Raising an army for 1,000 days is used for an hour. If you don't go on at this time, what use do I have for you?" Green Poison Guile only felt a throbbing coming from the bottom of his heart, and an extremely fearful feeling struck his heart. He was shocked, knowing that if he dared to push any further, he would absolutely be wiped out of his sanity and turned into sustenance. He yelled, "Don't worry boss, you can beat up whoever you say. That big guy right? Watch me get him killed." He charged, his body beginning to swell, becoming as huge as a scarecrow, only to see his mouth open wide and violently spew out a mouthful of green venom. The venom flew out like rain. All that could be heard was the snorting of the. Instead, the scarecrow was instantly corroded and spotted after being sprayed with the venom. It howled in agony and swung its blade at Green Poison Guile. Green Poison Guile was hit in the arm by a slash, and similarly winced in pain. Both creepies have been aroused to ferocity, and, in a flash, the two behemoths crashed together, killing the hell out of it. Thank you very much for rewarding and subscribing to support the author's readers and relatives. Because of your support, the author can persist in such poor results. End of chapter. Chapter 85, a real horror movie. Green Poison Creep and Scary Scarecrow are two-star boss level creepy. A frantic fight in the middle of a wheat field. The poisonous mist corroded the surrounding area. The terrifyingly large cold light hacked out a huge trail on the ground. For a while the two guys were actually killing each other. Originally, Green Poison Guile was not as strong as Scary Scarecrow. Green Poison Guile is just a normal 2-star ghostly boss. The Terror Scarecrow, however, is a hidden 2-star elite boss in the series of quests but the green poisonous trick absorbed the poisonous pool of the murderous Inter Hotel, and after digesting and slumbering for some time, the strength had also been boosted to the elite boss level. This was what allowed it to kill the Terror Scarecrow for a while, but after a while, Green Poison Guile gradually lost the upper hand, because this is the home of the Scary Scarecrow. With the ghostly spirit boost, its recovery speed was much faster than the Green Poison Guile. These ghostly bosses, in addition to having special abilities, the biggest characteristic is that it recovers very quickly in the ghosts and is extremely difficult to kill. Under this circumstance, the Green Poison Guile was naturally no match. Not too long after he was beaten wailing, "Boss, I can't top it dying. But with the dead order from Li Xiao, he couldn't run, so he had to just carry on." Li Xiao blandly said, "Top it off for a little while longer. It's almost done," only to see him throw out another formation flag and mouth the spell. When he released the Green Poison Guile, he hadn't expected it to be able to beat the Scary Scarecrow. Just let it wrap around the Scarecrow so you can set up your own formation. Against this 2-star elite creepy boss, the Black Soul Sword was already somewhat inadequate. After all, it was only a second-order middle-grade spirit weapon. Moreover, Li Xiao hadn't practiced specialized sword cultivation techniques, so naturally his power was inferior to that of a professional sword cultivator when he made it. It's good to use against targets weaker than yourself. Against a strong one, especially one with this kind of recovery, it's a bit inadequate, so it's still necessary to go find a sword skill to practice, or upgrade the flying sword grade a bit. From Chen Rong's he did search a sword skill, but it wasn't anything advanced. After all, the Black Soul sect wasn't a sword cultivation sect that specialized in sword techniques either. He had so many gung fu techniques to practice right now. If you want to practice sword techniques, you definitely have to find an awesome one as well. rather than wasting your time and energy practicing the big stuff. The weird world is full of sustenance, though, but you can only pass the same star level ghost 10 times, so the number of creepy bosses that can be captured is actually limited. It also means that there is a limited amount of Dao rhyme that can be exchanged for the then you can only cultivate by clinging to the key feats and techniques, but it is not to be wasted haphazardly on some useless feats, and the heavenly Dao guy is getting more and more stingy. After refining the same star level boss, the Dao rhyme given is actually getting less and less. This is simply exploitation. In such a way, worry about the old man strike. Li Xiao set up the formation on one side and secretly spat on the other. It was only when he was not in the world of immortal cultivation that he dared to spit. He wouldn't dare say that in the world of immortals. If the heavenly Dao heard it, I'm afraid it would be 2 heavenly thunderbolts on the head. And then cursing. A mere heavenly destiny striker. Do you really think you're the son of heaven's destiny? It's good enough to reward you with some Dao rhythms, not to mention not knowing how to be thankful. How dare you go on strike? Believe it or not, your rice bowl will be smashed for you, and the roads will be blocked for you. At that time, Li Xiao, who is a heavenly ordained laborer, will definitely kneel down immediately and cry out that the heavenly Dao master spares his life. I know my mistakes, and please reward me with a mouthful of rice. But it was Green Poison Guile who cried out for help at this point. Help me, big brother. Big man. I'm dying. He had an arm cut off at this point by a scythe from the scary scarecrow. If he was in a ghostly place, his arms were able to grow out quickly, but now it was just a matter of waving the broken arm around carelessly as a weapon. Where the scarecrow of terror was corroded by the venom, it was able to recover quickly. This made Green Poison Guile lose more and more of his battle spirit. Li Xiao bristled. Too much spirituality doesn't work either. Not only do you talk back sometimes, but you're also afraid of death. With that, he threw out the array disc and bellowed the array to rise. All of a sudden, black light appeared, gusty winds and ghostly aura. This was the Black Wind Heavenly Ghost formation that Li Xiao had researched over this period of time. It was actually a combination of 3 formations. The Black Light formation, the Yin Wind formation, and the Heavenly Ghost formation. Combining the 3 formations is easier said than done, but it is very difficult. If he hadn't been able to enter a state of enlightenment, I don't know how many more years it will take to research this. That's the biggest reason why he can't stay away from Master Tendo, a cultivator with mediocre talent like him, wanting to cultivate so many techniques and skills at the same time. Without the Dao rhythm rewarded by the heavenly Dao elder, it was feared that he wouldn't be able to practice it even after his lifespan was exhausted. So even if he was really exploited by the heavenly Dao elder, Li Xiao could only hold his nose and admit it. After he unleashed the array, the roiling black mist and ghostly aura then enveloped the terrifying scarecrow. The formation had been improved, and its power had heatedly reached the second-order extreme grade. Only between the ghost's cries and howls, a celestial ghost with a gust of tornado-shrouded wind appeared and swooped down on the scarecrow. The scarecrow was instantly pounced upon. The Yin Wind tornado and the heavenly ghosts began to frantically strangle against it. Seeing the cheapness, Green Poison Guile naturally would not let go of the opportunity to take revenge and began to beat up the dogs. Seeing that the scarecrow was suppressed, Li Xiao smiled slightly. Let's see how long you can hide. With a swoosh, he and the Black Soul Sword merged as one human sword, turning into a sharp black light. It violently shot into the scarecrow's heart position. With a poof, Li Xiao drilled into the scarecrow with his sword. With a mournful and tragic howl that shook the heavens and the earth, another poof, and a large hole appeared in the scarecrow's back. A black light drilled out. Li Xiao put away his sword light, revealed his figure, and laughed. Hide. I let you hide. Only a constantly struggling gray figure was cupped in his hand. This was an odd fellow who looked similar to Lu Xiaoman, but wore a long robe and a tiara. When this guy got caught out, the horrible scarecrow then disintegrated with a loud bang, turning into a flying straw in the sky. Green Poison Guile sat down on his butt, breathing heavily, and, it's too dangerous. It's too dangerous. 2 more cuts and that guy would have cut me to death. Li Xiao smiled faintly. Well done. Quickly go back and rest. I will reward you with some small snacks afterwards. Green Poison Guile's eyes lit up. Really? Thanks a lot, boss. After saying that, he swooshed back into the Soul Devourer. Li Xiao's side also waved his hand and put away all the formations. In this moment of effort, the formation had consumed hundreds of spirit stones and hundreds of his resentful souls. Great power formations were meant to be placed on top of spirit veins. The more specialized ones like the Heavenly Ghost formation also required a Yin Fiend Earth vein. If one wanted to make a temporary arrangement, one would naturally have to consume a large amount of spirit stones and Yin Fiend Qi. It was also fortunate that Li Xiao had stored a few hundred more resentful souls in his soul refining furnace during this period of time, or else he would not have been able to set up the formation. The low-level resentful souls had almost no boost to his cultivation at this point. It's like leveling up so high that the experience provided by the lowest level monsters has become negligible, but it's still good for supplying in fury chi to the formation, or for feeding the severe ghosts or something like that. After putting away the formation, Li Xiao looked towards the weird boss Lu Xiaoman who had been grabbed by his own big black chi hand. When the fellow was seized, he screamed, "Let me go! You heathens! All of you deserve to die! All of you deserve to die! And the queen will not spare you!" Li Xiao bristled. Both are shouting at the mother. One calling someone else an evil demon, and the other saying someone else is a heretic. So what kind of bull **** plot is this? Now it looks like the Scarecrow is a name you've come up with to get into whatever these people on the farmer's side are in to find some kind of nymphian true form. And the root of everything should be that nyang nyang that you all talk about. And I don't know if the nyang nyang that you all talk about is one person or two, but both should be related to that nyang nyang temple in Fujian, right? After Lu Xiaoman heard Li Xiao's words, she closed her mouth and stared at him resentfully, and that's when Li Xiao received a prompt. Complete the mission, find out the secrets of the Fright Farm and find the root cause of everything. Rewarded, 10,000 guile coins. Rewarded, the secret of Fortunetown movie tickets, props. Reward, Terror Scythe, prop. Gained reward, Curse of the Golem, ability. It was obvious that Li Xiao's guesses, even if they weren't completely correct, were about 8 or 9 degrees away from the truth. That's why the hidden quests are done. And after completing the hidden quest, although he didn't get the shard of ability he had his heart set on, yet it is also rewarding. Not only do you get 2 props, but you also get a new ability. He glanced at Lu Xiaoman, who was full of resentment. This guy's ability to control giant, horrible scarecrows, apparently. After the scarecrow disintegrates, it's not much of a threat anymore. Moreover, because of the great battle just now, this guy had consumed a lot, so he was so weak that he could barely even struggle. Li Xiao threw it towards the Soul Devourer and then began to check the newly acquired abilities and props. Curse of the Golem, a 2-star ability that imposes a curse on a target you damage, turning the target into a straw golem. Not a bad ability. The 2-star ability is at least effective against all Foundation establishment cultivators. As long as they can't resist the curse, they will be turned into scarecrow puppets. He thought of the 2 unlucky people, Chen Tao and Yang Jing, who were turned into scarecrows by this curse. At that time, after Yang Jing was attacked by the scarecrow that Chen Tao had turned into, straw started coming out of the wound, and no matter how much I pulled on it, it didn't work. Eventually turned into a scarecrow puppet in extreme pain. It's a very vicious curse ability that not only causes the target great pain, it can also make it so that it can't even live in peace after death, turning into a puppet to be driven. Li Xiao certainly wouldn't consider this ability vicious. It's just not considered vicious enough. Against the enemy, naturally the more vicious the better, so as to make the enemy realize what it means to be truly worse than death. He looked at the prop again. Giant Scythe of Terror, a 2-star item that is not only incredibly sharp, but can also harvest enemies and cause instant death. Li Xiao's eyes lit up. Instant death effect? Is it that strong? He then thought of the Eye of Death spell, which looked strong in description, but was actually much more restrictive. This scythe should do the same. If it was true that a random slash had an instant death effect, Green Poison Guile would have been slashed to death just now. He recalled the scene of the battle just now, and pondered. Just now when the Scarecrow of Terror's scythe slashed some low-level nether ghosts, it did die in one slash, but the Green Poison Guile didn't die even after being hit by 10 or so slashes, and as the Green Poison Guile was being suppressed and getting weaker and weaker, the guy just kept shouting that he was going to be slashed to death. It should be due to the premonition of the instant death effect that was just about to be triggered. So Li Xiao concluded that the instant death effect of this scythe has a higher chance of triggering on weaker targets and a lower chance on stronger targets. And the judgment of strength is based on the scythe grade. Although these props in the weird world are not divided into upper, middle and lower extremes like the magic weapons and magic treasures, but in fact, the same 1-star and 2-star props are also divided into strong and weak. This scythe was dropped by a creepy boss equivalent to a late-stage Foundation establishment. In fact, it would be equivalent to a second-order upper grade or even extreme-grade spirit weapon. This is why some props of the same star level are awesome and some are crap. Awesome. Another prop with special rule power. And it's still a 2-star. In that case, as long as I have enough cultivation, I'll be able to refine at least 2 magic treasures. The giant scythe of terror's special ability is a bit of a cockamamie at first glance. The same level of green poison shenanigans has been hit more than 10 times and hasn't even triggered the effect yet. In a normal fight, who would give you the chance to hit so many knives? If you could hit that many slashes, poking with a flying sword would have poked the opponent to death. But Li Xiao found a way to use this ability very well. That's harvesting. When you have weakened the target, you can then use Scythe Reaper to unleash an instant death effect and just get the opponent killed. Many cultivators' life-preserving cards are automatically triggered when they're on the verge of death. First make it weak, and then use the scythe to give it a surprise, triggering the instant death effect of the harvest, so that a high probability of the opponent's life-saving cards will be invalidated. This was tantamount to nullifying the enemy's life-saving card at the critical moment. Of course, even in a weakened state, the instant death effect certainly doesn't trigger 100% of the time, but as long as it's about 50%, that's pretty scary. And one last prop. The Secrets of Fortunetown movie ticket, the second installment of the Desperate movie series. You've discovered the truth about the Fright Farm and guessed that the root of it all is the Fortunetown Nymphet's Temple. And what's next is the even more exciting second installment of the Desperate movie series. So stay tuned. Sure enough, it's the second movie in a series, and it's not labeled with a clear star rating. When he saw the name of this prop, he guessed that it might be a follow-up series to the movie copy. This item is rare and is usually only obtained by completing the front hidden quests. He's not going to use it now, though. This is because usually this series of quests has a star rating of increasing difficulty. That is, the Fright Farm he had just completed was a 2-star difficulty, so the follow-up Secrets of Fortunetown must be a 3-star difficulty. In fact, with his current strength, going to the 3-star ghosts to do the quest was no longer a problem at all. But he didn't go into Ghostbusters just to do a quest. The first thing he did was to go for the bosses in each of the ghosts. It was also for this reason that he had been greatly misinformed about the strength of other players until he had contact with the officials, thinking that a 1-star player is equivalent to refining chi, and a 2-star player is equivalent to building a foundation. In fact, a normal player 2-star can have the strength of late refining chi, and it's good to harden a 1-star boss. This means that normally, a player's star power is one level lower than a creepy boss of the same star level. Even Zhang Shichao, who was known as the Eastern Continent's #1 genius, with 2 stars and 10 ghosts cleared, did not have the certainty to harden the 2-star ghost boss. If Zhang Shichao had encountered this situation today, I'm afraid that he would have been hacked to death by the terror scarecrow. However, with Zhang Shichao's strength, there should still be no problem completing the hidden quest. So normally ghostly bosses are not meant to be used to give players a hard time. The primary goal of the player is to complete the various hidden quests and get through the ghosts. It was only Li Xiao, the oddball, who had always made capturing the boss the primary goal, with the mission coming second. A 3-star difficulty series of ghosts. It's better to wait until after I have formed the Dan. He put the movie ticket away. So for this harvest, Li Xiao was quite satisfied. It is true that the harvest is proportional to the risk, and it is not in vain that I wasted so much time, took so much effort, and used 100 means to clean out this horrible scarecrow. This scary scarecrow boss is quite scary. Indeed, it was basically impossible for an ordinary 2-star or even 3-star player to defeat it head-on. In fact, this movie copy doesn't require the player to defeat the boss, even if it's a hidden quest. It only requires figuring out the truth about the terror farm. Just be careful to follow the plot and use your head a little more, and you'll get the job done. Dangerous for sure, of course, but it certainly doesn't compare to the difficulty of defeating a boss. Unfortunately, what Li Xiao hated the most was this kind of task that required using his brain. He'd rather take a chance on a boss than bother with the puzzle game bit. He is also not ashamed but proud. I am just simple-minded and limber. How is it? Even though the mission is over and he's free to go out. Still, Li Xiao was in no hurry to leave. Instead, he flew into the middle of the farm that had been reduced to rubble. At this point the farm owner's family and Zhao Xianshan were all on the ground, alive or dead. Li Zhao's divine sense swept and found that several people were still breathing. It was also fortunate that earlier he had flown up and led the scarecrow into the open wheat field. Though the scary scarecrow cut the farm into ruins with a scythe. But it was also because several people all slept on the ground that they escaped the fatal blow of being lazily chopped off. Li Xiao came over and snapped a few people awake with a few slaps. The farmer's family stared at him with a wary, angry look on their faces. Zhao Xianshan said blankly, "Li, big brother Li, what's going on? What the hell is going on?" Li Xiao said, "What else can happen? Your girlfriend suddenly transformed into a big monster. Luckily I was Ultraman and cleaned her up. Then she became like this now." Zhao Xianchen was dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. He also recalled that Lu Xiaoman had suddenly and bizarrely said something inexplicable before slapping him unconscious. Li Xiao ignored him and turned to the farmer's family and said, "Don't you guys want to tell me something? Like the secret of Blessed Town. The secret of the Temple of the Maiden." The reason he didn't leave was that he wanted to ask for some useful information from a couple of people. Prepare yourself for the series of 3-star difficulty copies of The Secret of Blessed Town to be performed later. Several people, however, kept their mouths shut and said nothing. Li Xiao didn't talk nonsense and directly grabbed the farm owner's head as he began to perform the soul-searching technique. The other two had reddened eyes, staring at this evil demon in death. After a while, the farmer's eyes rolled back in his head. Li Xiao frowned slightly. "Can't you? What a bit of bugs are not left for me, ah." In fact, he's tried soul-searching these shenanigans before, trying to get some ghostly secrets out of it, but they all failed, including that bully of a clown. Because these guys are generated by weird rules, soul-searching and snooping for secrets, obviously touching certain rules. This is much more powerful than the kind of prohibition imposed on the divine soul by the Black Soul sect, unless one is able to fully parse such a rule. Otherwise, there was no way to use the soul-searching technique to pry any secrets from these creeps. Li Xiao secretly said, "It seems that soul-searching won't work, so try to see if you can get them to speak out on their own." He let go of the farmer and said, "I'll give you one more chance to tell me everything you know, or else I have 100 ways to make your life worse than death." Unfortunately, the threats didn't really help either. Obviously, whether it was because of faith or rule binding, they were not prepared to tell any secrets. As for resistance, a few to none of them thought about it. All the previous things had already shown that the person in front of him was an evil demon that was even more terrifying than the scarecrow monster. Resistance is nothing more than futility. Seeing this, Li Xiao also stopped talking nonsense, and with a flick of his fingers, a few strands of Yin Fury Chi flew into a few people's bodies. In no time at all, several people were screaming in agony. The body was constantly twisting, obviously in extreme pain. Zhao Xinshan on the side had been scared silly and wanted to run away, but unfortunately, his 2 strands were so warped that he couldn't stand up at all. He muttered, "Evil devil. No, Li Dai is definitely a great devil." Li Xiao expressionlessly looked at the wailing few. "What a hard mouth. Do you guys really think you're some kind of guardians of the Guardian Temple? In fact, you guys are just plot characters in a movie, so why be so obsessive? Tell me what you know. When you pass the level, it doesn't necessarily mean that you guys will be relieved. Evil demon. There is no need to waste words and compel us. We will not say anything," cried the farm owner mournfully. Then they were greeted with even more grueling torture. At once the ruined farm was like a hell on earth. Seeing that he couldn't ask anything, Li Xiao laughed and said to the void, "Those idiots who watch movies, is this plot scary enough? If it's not scary enough, then you guys wait. When I get out, I'm going to do to you what I did to them here, 10 times and 100 times again. Even if I can't get out right now, someday I'll get out and find you guys, and you guys have to wait for me." Just then, Li Xiao received a prompt. Mission accomplished, to perform a horror movie that will satisfy the audience. Rewarded, 10,000 guile coins. Reward, ability fragments, props. Awarded, Master of Terror, ability. Li Xiao, who saw the tip, laughed out loud. "Looks like you guys know what you're doing, and for the sake of mission accomplished, when I get to the movie theater, I'm going to make you suffer a little less." But it was just now that Li Xiao's entire face was plastered on that big virtual screen. To the audience in the movie theater, it looked like it's really going to run out. The screams, the tortures of purgatory, and then there's Demon, who's about to run off screen. These are indeed scary enough, mainly because those spectators had earlier witnessed the entire time how he had cleaned up the scary scarecrow. It showed them all that this demon wasn't just talking out of his ass. Rather, they really have the strength to jump in and clean up after them. And so, these discerning viewers finally felt the fear. And that's what they want in a real horror movie. Then, naturally, the mission was accomplished. End of chapter. Chapter 86, Pilgrimage, Request for Subscription. Li Xiao couldn't help but laugh when he saw that the hidden quest was indeed completed under his intimidation. These guys, they still seem to know what they're doing. Looking at the rewards gained from the quest again, it actually did drop an ability fragment. Ability shards have no star rating and only have a chance to drop from hidden quests. And the higher the star rating of the hidden quest, the higher the chance of dropping it. It's no wonder he barely swiped in his 1-star copy. According to the information, 1-star ghosts, indeed, hardly ever drop ability fragments. This made Li Xiao much better. After all, at that time, He was too troublesome and missed many hidden quests in order to catch the boss. He began to check the quest rewards. Master of Horror, upon earning this title, you will be eligible to be invited to the horror feast. A title with no stars? That's a first. Abilities and props can actually be broken down into many categories when broken down. It's like props, which have weaponry, consumables, tickets, and a mess of other things that count as props. And abilities have active and passive and all this mess. But a title without a star rating was the first time Li Xiao had seen it. And he hadn't seen a similar introduction to the title in the official information given. That means he could be the first player to earn such a title. What's the Terror Feast again? I guess it's the same as the Dead Domain. A dangerous territory with no stars. Forget it. This kind of thing, even if you're invited, it's better not to enter it easily before figuring out the situation. When it's time to wimp out, this is the principle of dealing that Li Xiao has always believed in. The one who only knows how to fight hard is a rash, not a hothead. He has the ability to travel between two worlds. Time is always on his side. As long as you live slowly, any problem is not a problem. But if one were to rush into some Jedi and get trapped in it, his greatest reliance on his shuttle ability is nullified. So even if that whatever horror feast had heavenly benefits, he would never enter it before figuring out the situation. The quest had been completed and the boss had been captured. So Li Xiao didn't stay any longer and chose to exit the ghosts. Between the thoughts of his mind, he was standing in an empty street, and the entrance to the Desperate movie theater he had originally entered was gone. It's not that Desperate Cinema has disappeared. This hidden series of hauntings doesn't disappear with a pass. It's just not that the entrance location has changed, and the next time he wanted to re-enter, he would first have to have a ticket and then find a new entrance. He already has a ticket to a Desperate movie series in hand, but he definitely wouldn't go in until he had formed a Dan, because he speculated that the later series of quests might be 3-star difficulty. Li Xiao disappeared in a flash. Center building. Black light descended from the air and Li Xiao's figure appeared on the top floor. The building has become his private property. There are many other staff members downstairs to serve him and take care of chores. These people have been hand-picked by the council and have signed very strict contracts and confidentiality agreements before they come here. Anyway, everything is based on serving the one on the top floor. Whatever that person asks for, they will do their best to do it. Naturally, any requirement includes many indescribable requirements. So those secretaries downstairs are all stunning women hand-picked by the families. Those big families even negotiated for the secretarial quota. Then Su Shi, the Su family's eldest granddaughter who was like a princess, became Li Xiao's first personal secretary. In fact, at that time, after the accident, the Su family had already prepared to send Su Shi to Li Xiao's room, because it was because of the series of things that had been caused by the banquet held by Su Shi in the first place. And Li Xiao said at that time in order to dislike the arrogant Su Shi and told him to wash up and come over to accompany him tonight. So the Su family assumed it had its eye on Su Shi. Naturally, he thought of sending Su Shi to Li Xiao's bed to make amends and ease the relationship. If Su Shi could really hold on to Li Xiao's thigh, then the Su family would make a lot of money. Political marriages have never been the best play for these families. It does not matter whether the children want it or not. Since you enjoy the glory and wealth given by your family, you naturally have to do your due diligence. Su Shi was still reluctant at that time, because she was directly scared to pee by Li Xiao at that time, and felt that she had lost a lot of face. She was actually thinking about revenge. Before the accident. Luckily, Old Man Su was steady and said he'd wait and see what happens first. Sure enough, the Situ family was destroyed right behind them, which also allowed the Su family to escape. So when Su Shi expressed her reluctance, she was slapped to the ground by her dad. Then she dutifully cleaned up and came. Li Xiao, however, only felt amused and did not really take him under his wing. He was just casually disliking someone at the time, but he didn't really look at Su Shi. Although Su Shi, this chick has a sweet look, her figure is really not good, and she is a typical white and thin young man. Li Xiao hates women with this kind of figure the most. He had always believed that long legs in the front and back were what men were really after. Su Shi is also the identity of her Su family's first granddaughter, makes her a sought-after goddess, and in Li Xiao's opinion this was the most useless. If he really wanted to play with the sense of contrast that comes with that status, wouldn't it be better to go to the cultivation world mortal kingdom and capture a few true princesses or even empresses? Not to mention that those female cultivators in the immortal cultivation world can all be fairies in the eyes of mortals, and their status is not more honorable. With his current cultivation level, a fairy in the refining stage wasn't just playing around. It wasn't like he couldn't find a fairy even at the foundation establishment stage if he wanted to. So when Su Shi washed up and waited apprehensively outside the room, it was directly driven away by Li Xiao. It's another blow to this chick's ego. But this in turn stirred up its defiant character. The froze from the hands of the big families to take the position of the personal secretary of the Li Taoist. Then it was off to the center building to start the class in style. Li Xiao naturally wouldn't say anything. In his eyes this chick was a spoiled child. To say that it had anything more than a bad heart was not so bad. Those staff members at the center building were originally still a little apprehensive when they were sent into, because they've all heard about Li Xiao's ferocity, afraid of a bad one. But after coming here for a while, it turned out that the one on the top floor wasn't as temperamental and vicious as the legend had it, and they have very little to do, mostly just checking out some information and delivering stuff or whatever. This was a relief to most of the staff, who were happy to start a job where they were paid well and could still touch fish. But those beauties sent specifically by several big families were a bit disappointed, because they've been fighting to be able to hold on to their thighs, Some of them even specialize in kneeling under the desk. What position? More comfortable this kind of skill to learn. Unfortunately, it's usually hard to even see that person, let alone perform all sorts of winning tricks. After Li Xiao flew away to the center building, just go straight into your own exclusive office. No one is allowed up on the top floor without his orders. He had even set up an isolation array on the top floor to prevent prying eyes. What maintained the formation was naturally the spirit stones he had placed in advance. This world's aura was thin, and if you didn't use spirit stones, basic formations couldn't even be opened. Li Xiao sat down at his desk and began to record down some of the information from this entry into the ghostly world. That was one of the conditions on which he had promised the crown to reciprocate. Actually, he made the offer himself. Officially those people are already intimidated by him, but they don't have the guts to make conditions. He did this mainly because he wanted more people to learn about ghosts and become players in Ghostbusters. The world is very full of shenanigans, too many to catch, so there's no scenario where anyone would grab it from him. Instead, letting more people explore the ghosts would allow him to get more information and get to the ghosts faster and safer to catch shenanigans. As for whether anyone will grow up to be a threat to him, Li Xiao is still very confident in this point. With the ability to be able to travel between the two worlds, it would really be too much of a waste if he was still surpassed by the natives in the bizarre world. Of course, for the sake of keeping things safe, he wouldn't tell the people of this world about the world of immortal cultivation so easily, like the immortal cultivation technique or something like that. Although this world's aura was thin, he would never divulge such things just in case, unless one waits until one can actually crush everything in this world. Only then would you consider spreading what is in the world of immortal cultivation. Li Xiao recorded the information about this ghostly creature, and then a problem was discovered. That's the fact that he seems to get a great reward every time he completes a mission. And he had found in the information provided by others that it was nice for others to be able to get a prop or ability 5 or 6 times after completing a quest. Could it be that there's some trick to increase the chance of props and abilities dropping? He thought for a moment, as if the key point had occurred to him. It should be the reason why I got the ghost boss dead or captured every time. Or I should say that I defeated the final boss in this ghost before completing the hidden quest. Like the scare farm I just experienced. The Scarecrow of Terror was rewarded with the Scythe and Golem curse after I defeated it and then completed the hidden quest. No, the abilities should still drop randomly, except that the chances of getting them after defeating the boss are greatly increased, while the props are bound to drop. He thought of the Joker and the creepy woman who begged for her life, both of which were hidden quests that were released after he caught them first. Then the quest was completed and the abilities and props were dropped. Those other bosses dropped a mess of props after he refined them. Only the ability still has to be acquired randomly. But he looked up the information and found that all the players said the ability was too rare. Ghostbusters are fine. As long as they have a companion spirit, they all share at least one exclusive ability. Ordinary players will have to rely entirely on the luck of the draw. And the drop chance for abilities is touchy. That's why some players don't even get a single ability even though they've cleared 10 ghostly ascendants. However, Li Xiao realized that he had gained as many as 5 abilities at this point. Doing the math, he passes just 12 ghosts. The Murder Room Hotel is still just a transitional haunt, so the chance of his copy dropping an ability is almost 50%. This is completely at odds with what numerous players have said about the low chance of ability drops. This also proves his point that defeating the boss and then completing the quest greatly improves the chances of the ability dropping correctly. After figuring it out, Li Xiao posted this message to some exclusive forum. This forum is the official forum for players and Oni envoys from countries all over the world to exchange ideas. There are all sorts of messages on the forum. You need to distinguish the true from the false. Officially, There is a special information department that collects and categorizes this information. Li Xiao sent up this message that he knew that beating the boss could drop props and abilities 100%. He was using a new account and naturally no one knew who he was. The equipment he has here is officially provided by Qin City and has an anti-tracking system. No one can track his IP and location without actively exposing it either. He sent the message up and then left it alone and started surfing the internet. The feeling made him feel like he was back on Earth. But this world online is not as rich as Earth. After all, the world's pretty much come to an end. Survival is the #1 priority, and entertainment is no longer as important. After a while he returned to that player exchange forum and noticed that I already had a few replies to my post. Li Xiao gleefully clicked on it and his face went black, because those replies are basically taunts. What a glance fake. Killing a boss will drop fine items? Defeat the boss first and then complete the hidden quest. There is a 50% chance of dropping the ability? Owner, what exactly are you speculating this conclusion based on? Here comes another one with fake news. Where are the mods? Hurry up and ban this guy. Maybe people have actually killed bosses and a lot of them. That's why they came to the conclusion. Could this be Hawk or Zhang Shichao? Upstairs can pull to put. Zhang Shichao and Hawk and these big people that is real name authentication. Do you see this guy like? Come on. Even if it's Hawk and Zhang Shichao, I'm afraid that they can't verify this conjecture. There are currently a lack of confirmed records of ghostly bosses being killed. So this should just be the owner's brainchild's conjecture. And we should still be tolerant of bold conjectures. The conjecture is correct, but it also needs evidence to confirm it. Otherwise, how many new players will be misled? The ghost boss is extremely dangerous, and it's almost impossible to kill it. And the records we have so far only show that it's been defeated through certain quests and props. If a newcomer believes in the owner's words and wants to kill the boss and ghosts, then it's just like sending them to their deaths, isn't it? So please also ask the owner not to mislead newcomers. The forums were automatically translating languages, so Li Xiao was able to see the comments of players from various countries. He was a bit dumbfounded, not realizing that he had posted his insights with the best of intentions, only to be sprayed with the hard truth that he had made a wild guess. But when you think about what people say, it does make some sense. This tip of his, even if true, isn't really of much use to other players. This is because it is simply impossible for a normal player to defeat the boss before completing the quest. It was really because Li Xiao's means and strength were so over the top that he was already considered to be open in the game. So his experience is hardly informative for other players. The average player doesn't think it's informative, though, for a couple of the world's top players, yet still somewhat useful. At this moment, in a room in the Western continent, a certain bearded man was looking at this post with interest. Defeat the boss first, then complete the hidden quest, and there's almost a 50% chance you'll get an ability bonus? An interesting thought indeed. I still have the last 2-star ghosts to clear, so I'll be able to verify it. The big man with the beard was Hawk. He and Zhang Shichao are known as the East-West double wall, meaning the barriers that keep humans in the East and West from being weird. Hawk used to have perfect passes through 2 ghosts when he was a 1-star ghostbuster. One of them is a rare case of defeating a boss with a special prop. After defeating the boss he did obtain a fine item but no ability was gained. This was because he had completed the hidden quest first and gained the trust of the creepy boss before surprising and defeating the boss. So there's no way to verify if what that post says is true, but it just so happened that he still had a 2-star ghostly creature to enter. In order to be able to pass this final 2-star ghostly spirit perfectly, he had made a lot of preparations so decided to go in and test that suspicion. So he replied to the post with, "Interesting guess. I'll let you all know if this guess is right or not when I go find a ghostly creature to verify it." This guy loved to go online and act like a pussy, compared to other top players who would use a small number to visit the forums. But he almost always posted with a large number that was authenticated with his real name. And now that it's obviously got him loaded again, the forum exploded when they saw his reply. Wow! The gods are out there. Gather around. I can't believe I caught the attention of the great god Hawk. The owner is awesome. The great god Hawk is going to validate. Look forward to it. After the gods have verified it, please remember to come and tell us small players the results. Even if great god Hawk verifies this conjecture, it actually won't be of much use to us small players. Ghostly boss. Is it something small players like us can defeat? That's right. Hey, it's just a matter of spectating the greats in action. Li Xiao looked at the post being top trending speechlessly. This guy is that what's his name Hawk? Che, actually don't believe me. Believe the guy? He's tempted to take pictures of his messed up props and post them on the forums. Show these guys what it means to be a real creepy player god. But think about it. He's long past the age where he likes to act like a pussy. Don't believe it. Don't believe it. Off my bird. That is, your family masterly kind heart. Tell you these, otherwise tube you go to death. He exited the forums and started checking the information, ready to refresh his copy to go. What he didn't know was that because of this post, Sheen City officials had also blown up the conference room of the Special Administrative Region. An action brigade leader named Lu Longwu projected the forum post on the big screen and said, "Chief, guys, this is the post that created the buzz." And even Hawk showed up to reply, saying he would verify. Another captain said uncertainly, "There's a lot of these player speculation postings, and I'm afraid the hot topic that's causing all the buzz is that Hawk guy down there pretending to be a pussy again, isn't it? So what's so strange about it that it's worth calling everyone together for a meeting?" Lu Longwu said, "Don't you know who posted this?" That captain wondered. Who is the one who posted this? This ID is unfamiliar. Could it be Zhang Shichao's trumpet? Lu Longwu said, "Take another good look at what the ID that posted is called." That captain reads, "ISNT, it's just a mediocre little Taoist." What? Hiss, is it? Is it that one? Speaking of Taoist priests, many of them had already associated it with a certain character who had turned Sheen City upside down. Doesn't that man claim to be a celestial master from some off-world place? So after seeing the ID, it was hard for the crowd not to connect the two. Lu Longwu laughed. "You guys guessed right. It's that Taoist Li. This is what the director personally confirmed. Right, director?" Du Ming, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, said, "This is indeed a post made by Taoist Li. I helped him apply and verify this forum account, and I was present when he took the nickname. So I asked Longwu to focus on this ID's movements on the forum." The crowd let out exclamations and started talking about the content of the post. If it's a speculative post from a regular player, it really isn't worth that much attention yet, but if it's that Taoist Li posting, then it has to be taken seriously. I'm afraid the rest of the town doesn't realize the gold in this post, but the people in the Sheen City Special Administrative Bureau know too much about it. Someone was shocked. So it seems that the ghostly disappearances that occurred one after another some time ago were really caused by Taoist Li's consecutive perfect passes through the ghost saw. The crowd reacted. That Taoist Li's strength is there for all to see. Combined with the information they had, those copies, indeed, disappeared because of that Taoist Li's perfect clearance. Lu Longwu sighed. Those ghosts, I'm afraid that it's not just as simple as completing the hidden quests to pass them perfectly. But before completing the quests, Taoist Li defeated the ghostly bosses first, and not just one or two bosses, but several bosses, which is how he was able to come up with this kind of conclusion in the post. The crowd let out another gasp and murmured. Someone said excitedly, "Even Zhang Shichao and Huok have not been able to perfectly pass through so many ghostly spirits, so wouldn't Taoist Li be able to crush Zhang Shichao and Huok? We have Taoist Li in Sheen City. It's really stable. Even if the 3-star ghosts come down, there is no need to be afraid." These players of the Special Authority and the Imperial Ghost Envoys had actually turned into fans of Li Shao long ago. Now it's even more worship and awe. It has always been a human instinct to admire a strong mentality. When a strong person is so strong that you feel like you simply can't get past them, jealousy and all that no longer exists. There will be only worship and awe. But then someone else raised a question. But the content of this post doesn't seem to be of much use to normal players. The ghostly boss. It's simply not something that normal players can deal with. Lu Longwu laughed. This is going to require our insightful and long-term Director General to speak about it. Although Du Ming served as the Speaker of the Sheen City Council, he also held the position of Director of the Special Administration Bureau. So these old men were still accustomed to calling him Director. Someone laughed and scolded. Okay, you ass kisser. Go down. Let the Director speak. Du Ming lightly coughed. This speculation that Taoist Li posted about. Although it may not seem useful to ordinary players for the time being, when the 3-star ghosts descend and the player trading market opens up, it will be very useful. If the props between players can be traded freely, they can be targeted to exchange and collect props that have a restraining effect on a certain ghostly boss. By that time not only can the difficulty of clearing the ghostly boss be drastically lowered, the difficulty of defeating the boss will likewise be lowered in this way. The eyes of the crowd lit up as they naturally thought of what would happen in such a case. As long as you can swap and collect props that restrain the boss, then you can utilize the rules stated in the post for fine props and abilities. When that happens, it will naturally increase the player's strength significantly. Du Ming smiled faintly. More than that, when the time comes, we can also utilize this rule to focus on training some new players to acquire fine props and abilities from the very first ghost. In which case, the crowd exploded and interjected. In that case our Qin city will be able to have more elite players. It's simply as stable as Mount Taishan. The congregation that had a good meeting began to make plans for training elite players in the future. Li Xiao naturally didn't know this. He came to a bus stop at this point and, I've heard that on the 3rd of every month at 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, the non-existent bus 33 appears. And that's the mode of transportation to the large, 2-star ghostly ancient city. Today happened to be the 3rd, so he came to this bus stop in the middle of the night. To his surprise, besides him, there was actually another player on the bus platform waiting for the bus. Thanks for the reward and subscription, Readers Pro. Your support is the author's power to persist. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 87, Hip Swish. Li Xiao was ready to brush another ghostly spirit and then go back to his seclusion. He rented a cave for 3 months on his side of the immortal cultivation world, pretending to break through the foundation establishment in seclusion. At this point, only 4 or 5 days had passed, so there was no rush. It's true that he's not in a hurry, but he's in a hurry for some people. The first were Xin Qin and her sister Xin Rong, whom he had taken as concubines. Xin Qin was targeted by an old man sent by the king's family of the kingdom of Wu, who wanted to find out information about Li Xiao. Luckily, Xin Rong came back just in time to save him, but the two didn't dare to live in the outer city, and gritted their teeth and took out and continued to the inner city to rent the smallest cave house. The inner city of Thousand Hills is well policed, but at night, if you don't have a fixed abode, you'll be kicked out of the city by the city patrol. So even though it was expensive, the two rented a cave. As for the inns in the inner city, they're even more expensive, because there were all sorts of food and drink items. It was simply not something that a small cultivator at the bottom of the hierarchy like them could afford to consume. After the two of them hid in the inner city, the Wang family really didn't bother them anymore. One is that the inner city is really not a good place to make a move. Then there's the fact that they've poked and prodded for the information they want. In the garden of Wang Jiazwang, family head Wang Chuanrong listened to his men's report. You said that Lu Ming, who rented a cave, is breaking through to foundation establishment? The old man who attacked Xin Qin said. Yes, family head. Have already probed clearly. Originally the Thousand Mountain City Cave Rental Office would not disclose tenant information, but it just so happens that a guy who manages the cave owes me some favors, and I gave it some benefits. And then it told me the news that Lu Ming leased a second-order upper-grade cave and broke through the foundation establishment. No matter what the place is, there is no information that can't be pried out if there is enough interest. Wang Chuanrong said in a deep voice. Can you be sure that that's the remaining young sect master Lu Ming? The one who ran away from the Lu family of the mixed Yuan sect? The old man thought for a moment. I didn't see its person with my own eyes, but that day, someone in the clan saw Lu Ming loitering in the city. Although several years have passed, that clan was involved in the attack on the mixed Yuan sect at that time, and remembered Lu Ming's appearance, so it shouldn't be wrong. And then I went to the city entry registration office and poked around. A few days ago someone did register the name Lu Ming to enter the city. Moreover, the identity nameplate originally recorded on the mixed Yuan sect, and later changed to a casual cultivator at its request. Still, no secret is a secret if enough favors are given. The ones in charge of registering into the city are all the bitter outer disciples of the Thousand Mountain sect. Selling intelligence can be considered an important means for them to earn extra money. The Thousand Mountain sect also turns a blind eye on weekdays. Of course, if you mess with the wrong people because of it, the Thousand Mountain sect would then dismiss these law-breaking outer sect temporary workers from the sect walls, and separate themselves from them and punish them severely. After identifying Lu Ming through his entry registration information, Wang Chuanrong, however, did not relax, but instead frowned. Why did this Lu Ming, who had obviously run away, return to Wu and even strut to Thousand Mountain City? The old man coldly snorted. It should be that guy who thought he could succeed in building his foundation, so he came back to take revenge. Wang Chuanrong said, You're thinking too simply. Even if he wants to come back for revenge, he can change his face and come back quietly. Not to mention something as important as foundation building. Why would he risk coming to Thousand Hills City to rent a cave? Doesn't he know that our Wang family has properties and clan members' sons and daughters in Thousand Hills City? The old man stared. It does seem a bit perverse. Wang Chuanrong looked grave. Is too abnormal? He is now like deliberately exposing his whereabouts and plotting something. These big families are no cuties. They're not. Especially those who were able to sit in the position of the head of the family were human beings. So it was immediately obvious that this was not normal. Actually, it's also because the plan is so crude and full of holes. The first thing is that it's very easy for a monk to disguise himself in favor of you. A man with an axe to grind is unabashedly waving around with his original face. Then there was foundation building. The most important moment for a cultivator. How could someone specifically find a city with enemies all over the place to risk building a foundation? Even if Thousand Mountain City had a good reputation and the rented cave was guarded by formations, no one would dare to disturb it easily. But that's too risky. Not to mention, if the Wangs really went out on a limb and tried to pull a fast one, as long as we find out the exact cave chamber it rents, and send out our dead soldiers to carry out the attack, there is no need to really penetrate the cave chamber, as long as the critical moment to disturb the other party on the line. This would greatly reduce their chances of success in building their foundation. Building a foundation is already difficult. Even with the foundation building pill, the chance of success is only 50 to 60%. If the process was disturbed a bit more, I'm afraid that I would directly fail in building the foundation. If you fail to build the foundation, even if you don't die physically, you will be seriously injured and your cultivation will regress. The main reason was that there were many other cultivation cities in Yuzhou besides Thousand Mountain City. Then Lu Ming could completely return after building his foundation in other cities. So all these combined together, that Lu Ming's motives are very suspicious. This also had to make Wang Chuanrong think more. The old man said doubtfully, "Family master, that Lu Ming is emboldened to build his foundation in Thousand Mountain City, and deliberately leaked his whereabouts. But for what purpose? Even if he succeeded in building his foundation, he is only at the early stage of foundation establishment, whereas old ancestor is at the middle stage of foundation establishment, and if he was able to destroy his mixed Yuan sect in the first place, he can naturally destroy him now. So is he not afraid at all?" Wang Chuanrong said in a deep voice. "This is the biggest doubt. His behavior at this time is just emboldened. I'm afraid that he has embraced some kind of thigh. That guy back then only just reached the 7th layer of the late stage of chi refining. This is only a few years. He dares to try to build the foundation. Definitely has already found a backer. After analyzing it a bit, the most likely indeed is that Lu Ming has embraced a certain thigh, and that's why he's emboldened. That would be a bit of a problem." The old man questioned again. If he found reliable mountain, why didn't he just come to the door to take revenge? Instead, he had to deliberately reveal his whereabouts? Wang Chuanrong pondered for a while and said, "He must be planning something. Could it be that the backer he has found is the Thousand Mountain sect?" As he thought about it, he really did think it was the most likely. Why else would that guy dare to waltz through Thousand Mountain City and then rent a cave to risk breaking through foundation establishment? Only by having the Thousand Mountain sect at their back did they dare to be so reckless. He was a bit dazed. Could it be that that guy intentionally showed up and let us detect that he is building his foundation in Thousand Mountain City? Is he trying to intentionally lure us to do it and then? Thinking about this, Wang Chuanrong was really a bit shocked. The old man also said in a shocked voice, "Could it be that the Thousand Mountain sect wants to make a move against my Wang family? Is that why they brought Lu Ming here? So that they have a reason to make a move? Though the weak are the strongest among monks. But as soon as the forces are formed, and there are ties, and there are scruples against each other, even if the Thousand Mountain sect was a Jindan sect and could easily deal with a foundation building family like the Wang family, but to do it, you also need an excuse that passes muster on the surface, because Wu is a righteous sect on the surface. Moreover, the Thousand Mountain sect ruled over the cultivation world of the Wu kingdom, and all these other forces could be paying all kinds of taxes. The equivalent is protection money. If the Thousand Hills sect had exterminated a foundation building family for no reason, it would make other forces fearful and even unite for self-preservation. So even if the Thousand Mountain sect wanted to move the Wang family, they would definitely need to find a passable excuse. And obviously, helping the Lu family of the mixed sect to take revenge was a good excuse. The old man was a bit flustered and said, "Back then, the feud between my Wang family and the mixed Yuan sect was tacitly approved by the Thousand Mountain sect, and they subsequently shared a lot of the benefits. So how could they possibly deal with my Wang family for the sake of Lu Ming, who hadn't even succeeded in building his foundation?" Back then, the Wang family also found an excuse for the murder of a disciple of their clan, and suddenly attacked, coupled with the cooperation of an insider, which led to the destruction of the mixed Yuan sect. And at that time, the Thousand Mountain sect didn't say anything and acquiesced to their actions. This was naturally the reason why the Wang family had greeted the Thousand Mountain sect in advance and given enough favors. The reason why the old man panicked was because he was the one who had opened the mixed Yuan sect's guarding array in the first place, which allowed the Wang family to sneak in and destroy the mixed Yuan sect. As an undercover agent sent by the Wang family to the mixed sect, after making a great achievement, he came back and was indeed reused. But now that Lu Ming had come back for revenge, The first one would definitely not let him go. Wang Chuanrong said in a deep voice. Don't panic first. This is still just a guess. It is not necessarily as the Thousand Hills sect wants to deal with my Wang family. And even if it is the Thousand Hills sect, they didn't come directly to the door, but first put out the news. Obviously want to let us put the wrong first, and then find an excuse to make a mistake. The old man was scared out of his wits. He had indeed thought of going out of his way to find dead soldiers to interfere with Lu Ming's foundation building earlier, because he knew that if Lu Ming succeeded in building his foundation, the first one would not let himself go. But now it seemed that if he got someone to do it himself, it would give the forces behind Lu Ming more excuses to do it. A blatant attack on a rented cave in the inner city of Thousand Hills. This is trashing the Thousand Hills sect's signboard. As long as there was this reason, the Thousand Mountain sect could directly destroy the Wang family. Wang Chuanrong commanded. So don't act rashly. Move. Only to be hit by those people's plan. You target too big and too eye-catching. Don't go back to the city during this period of time. The old man responded. Yes, householder. When the old man had been dismissed, Wang Chuanrong then came outside a small quiet courtyard deep in the manor. Old ancestor, Chuanrong begs to see. After a while a voice said, come in. When Wang Chuanrong entered the small courtyard, he met the old ancestor of the Wang clan who was originally in seclusion. He gave a full report of what he had poked around and what he had surmised. Wang Chuanrong had lost his previous calmness at this point and anxiously said, Old ancestor, is it possible that the Thousand Mountains sect has sensed something? The Wang clan's old ancestor murmured. That matter is very secretive. It's only me and you who know about it. It's impossible for it to leak. And if it was because of that matter, the Thousand Mountains sect would have killed over long ago. It's impossible to still find any excuses. Apparently the Wang family is plotting something unspeakable. It just so happened that Lu Ming's appearance was brainwashed into the idea that there were other forces trying to target them. The Wang family's old ancestor said, Don't disorganize yourself. This is not a matter for my Wang family. If something goes wrong, naturally someone will be more anxious than us. Wang Chuanrong said. Then how to deal with this matter of Lu Ming? The Wang clan's old ancestor snorted coldly. Since he wants to come back to seek death, then just fulfill him. You go to find that little steward who manages the rental cave. Give him a few thousand spirit stones. Let him in the sense that that guy is located in the chamber aura fluctuation is the biggest when the polygraphic array to cut off. So that can interrupt its foundation building, even if its subsequent consumption of spirit stones to make up for it, will greatly reduce the success rate of foundation building. Wang Chuanrong's eyes lit up. Foundation building is about a drum. Indeed it only takes a large section to make it a failure. The old ancestor is wise. The small steward who manages the leasing point is only in the late stage of chi refining cultivation. A few thousand spirit stones is already a huge sum of money for him. It was indeed able to impress it to risk breaking the polygonal formation of a certain secret room. When the time comes and something goes wrong, all he has to do is to shrug it off and say he was careless, and at most he will be punished in a painless manner. Li Xiao, on the other side, would not yet know that he had casually set up a bureau that it will be brainwashed into a messy conspiracy by the King family. His purpose is actually very simple, is to sit on the identity of Lu Ming. After the Wang family investigated his head, he was not afraid of whatever the so-called interference with the secret room or whatever means. He had long been in the middle stage of foundation establishment cultivation, so naturally, he was not afraid of disturbances. And the Wang family is just the Wang family's oldest ancestor, a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation establishment. With his cultivation, plus the green poison guile and the soul-devouring streamer, he was completely capable of crushing an average mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Even against a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, he was not afraid. Bizarro world. Li Xiao came to a bus stop. It is said that a non-existent bus number 33 appears here at 3 o'clock midnight on the 3rd of every month. This bus, an ordinary two-star ghostly creature. It is also a means of transportation into a large hidden haunted city called the Ancient City. According to the information, the Ancient City ghost is so big that it looks like an ancient city, so it is called the Ancient City. It was precisely because Li Xiao had seen the information recorded that he had come here. When he came to the bus stop, found a player already waiting there. It was a girl of 17 or 18, wearing a casual hoodie and carrying a backpack. The girl was also stunned when she saw him, not realizing that anyone else would dare to come on the 33 ghost bus. The 33rd ghost bus is just an ordinary two-star ghostly creature, though, but because of the connection to this ancient city, a hidden ghostly place, it's impossible to leave. Even after completing the quest on the bus, it will be taken right into the ancient city. The ancient city ghosts, on the other hand, were officially rated by Chin City as one of the most dangerous 2-star ghosts. Because it's so big, not only are the shenanigans numerous, but the quests are also very difficult. At first there were players who teamed up to enter, but after heavy losses few went in. Li Xiao also frowned slightly when he saw the girl. This was because as long as they entered the ghostly tome together, they would be grouped together by default. He was going in to catch creepy and didn't want to be an extra liability. He said directly, "Go back to the other ghosts, or come back next month." The girl froze, not expecting him to be so overbearing. "On what grounds? Ghosts are not your home," Li Xiao said. "I'm kindly reminding you that if you go into the ghostly world with me, you'll regret it when the time comes." He went into the ghost but to catch the boss, which would make the difficulty of the ghost skyrocket many times over. It's like that copy of the Scare Farm. If another player had joined him, I'm afraid I'd have been hacked to death by a maddened and terrifying scarecrow, so it's not beneficial to team up with him, but even more dangerous. The girl glared. "What do I regret? Rather, it's you who went into the ghostly world with me and took advantage of it. You know?" Li Xiao laughed. "I'm still taking advantage? What am I taking advantage of?" The girl said complacently. "I've made a lot of preparations for this ghostly creature, and I'm sure I'll be able to complete the hidden quests and pass the level perfectly. So as long as you follow me, even if you can't pass the level perfectly, you'll still be able to successfully complete the ordinary quests and pass the level. So what is it if not taking advantage of the great bargains?" Li Xiao said. "So confident?" The girl said. "Of course." Then she looked dark again. "In fact, I am to go to save my sister. They teamed up into the ancient city ghosts. They have not come out for a month. Everyone said that they cannot come out. Have died. But I do not believe. My sister is so powerful. How can die in a 2-star ghosts?" Li Xiao smashed his mouth. 1 month? Oh, I'm afraid there's really no hope. The girl reddened. How is there no hope? It's not like players who came out after being trapped in a large replica for more than a month hadn't been there before. Li Xiao said. Is that so? Anyway, I've never gone into the ghostly world for more than a day. He does go into the Ghostbusters and almost always solves all the problems in one day. If the problem can't be solved, then solve the shenanigans and people who created the problem. Some of the more complex haunts, however, do normally take a long time to complete the task. Like Fright Farm, for example. If you follow the normal process, to investigate the truth about the farm and the root cause in the Fujian Nyonya temple, I'm afraid it's simply not possible to do it without 4 or 5 days. There are also ghostly realms that resemble phantasmagoria, and when trapped, you become addicted to them and cannot extricate yourself, slowly being assimilated and thinking that they are one of them. This kind of ghostly spirit was actually the most terrifying, similar to a cultivator's mind magic illusion. Even if you are strong, if your heart is not strong enough, you will still roll over. The girl cut out, bragging. Li Xiao didn't explain. You said to save your sister. Not the same group of people entering the ghostly world. The player is in a different copy. In addition to the boss is the same. The mission and so on are independent. How are you going to save her? The girl said. As long as I can finish both the ordinary and hidden quests, I will be able to pass the level perfectly, and the ghostly spirit will disappear. And at that time, those who are trapped will be able to get out of the trap as long as they don't die, which is something that has been documented in the past. Li Xiao said. I see. So you do have certainty of a perfect pass? It wasn't even 3 o'clock yet, so naturally he didn't mind chatting with this chick to pass the time. The girl looked a little dark. Should, I suppose, Li Xiao said. You ran away from home, right? The girl was wary. How do you know? You know me? Li Xiao laughed. I can tell by looking at it. A daughter is trapped in a ghostly world, and the parents still let the other one go and take risks that would be too strange. The girl looked a little dark. Father did say it was hopeless, but I don't believe it. My sister is so powerful. Li Xiao said. You are also strange. Since you think your sister is powerful, then just be good and wait for the news outside. But you want to take the risk. If your sister comes out and you are trapped, then what? The girl froze, obviously feeling that what Li Xiao said was somewhat reasonable. That's when a bus drove by noiselessly. The bright red 33 on the bus is especially prominent. Cackling, the bus pulled up to the platform and opened its doors. Li Xiao walked up to the. I heard the driver say in a low voice, $10 in coins. Li Xiao raised his hand and pressed on the swipe card, and was deducted 10 points of guile coins. The girl wanted to follow on the bus. Li Xiao said, don't go. Think more for your parents, and if your sister can really last a month, then she should be able to come back after tonight. The girl stared blankly at the youth in front of her. Cluck! The door closes and the bus drives off. The girl returned to the bus stop and sat down dejectedly. She didn't know if she was really thinking of her parents or if she had temporarily chickened out, so she didn't get in the car at the last minute. She didn't go back, though, and just sat there, dumbfounded. The man said that after tonight, his sister should be back. She chose to take the man at his word. On the bus, Li Xiao then received the mission. Mission, arrive at the terminal alive. He looked at the cart full of shenanigans and came to a yellow-haired shenanigans and slapped him in the face. You don't know to give up your seat when you see your elders. A carload of creeps all turned their heads to look at him. He sits down with a flourish. What are you looking at? If it wasn't for the fear of affecting the driver's driving and not being able to enter the ancient city, I'd charge you all right now. Roll. An aura of fear began to emanate from his. It made all the spooky all cringe. The bus was askew, and apparently the driver was startled as well. Li Xiao angrily said, Driver, you stepped on the horse to drive properly, okay? Forget it, or I'll do it myself. With that he lifted the driver aside and got himself in the driver's seat to drive the bus. Show me the way. If the way is wrong, I'll show you what real fear is. The bus driver winced and started pointing out directions. After driving a little way, when we came to a bridge, suddenly out rushed an extremely fat and ugly older woman creepy, screaming, I want to get off. Stop the car for me. Saying that, he even ignored Li Xiao's eclipse of fear aura and rushed up, trying to grab the steering wheel. Hidden quest, this is a tragedy that could have been avoided, but unfortunately no one stopped it at the time. Can you avoid this tragedy? Li Xiao lightly eeped. There are actually hidden quests? As he drove, he took out his soul eater and gave it a gentle shake. There was a rumble, and an equally fat and ugly green creepy got in the way of Big Mama Creepy. Tramp dares to grab my boss's steering wheel. You're looking for death. Green Poison Guile roared and collided with Big Mama Guile. With a loud bang, a huge shockwave capable of destroying a small mountain spread from between the two of them. The horrific shockwave rippled those other bizarre waves all over the place. The weaker ones simply drifted away and died, but the tiny bus was actually unharmed. Li Xiao snorted coldly and shook the soul-devouring streamer while driving. The Big Mama shenanigans were quickly silenced by the jingle bells of the. She was always just a transitional boss in a normal 2-star ghostly world. Originally, it was no match for Green Poison Guile, who had been promoted to a 2-star elite boss. Coupled with the interference of the soul-attracting bell, it was immediately and completely suppressed. Then with a shake of the soul devourer, Li Xiao took it in. Mission accomplished. This was a tragedy that could have been avoided, but unfortunately no one stopped it at the time. Could you have prevented it? Rewarded, 10,000 Guile coins. Awarded, Certificate of Valor, Prop. Li Xiao's face was odd. Actually awarded me a Certificate of Bravery? Certificate of Courage, 2-star props. Holders of this certificate are able to enjoy a 20% discount in the secondary trading market. Li Xiao laughed and put away this unexpected joy. Soon the bus drove into a deep tunnel. Once they were out of the tunnel, an ancient city appeared in front of them. The bus stopped in front of the city gates and the driver said, Honored passengers, the terminal is here. Mission accomplished. Arrive at the terminal alive. Awarded, 1,000 Guile coins. It's just a normal quest that drops nothing but trick coins. Seeing that his destination had arrived, Li Xiao smoothly collected the driver and the other passengers into the Soul Devourer. He got out of the car and surveyed the ancient citadel. The old city was like a huge monster with its mouth open and waiting for the prey to enter. Li Xiao smiled faintly. It's not certain who is the prey. I heard that there is a lot of weirdness in here. There are no spooky guards at the gates. He pushed open the gates and walked in. Upon entering the gates of the city, the sky opens up. It was actually true that they had come right to an ancient city. It was bustling with activity inside and many stores along the street. At the same time, Li Xiao received the mission. Hidden quest, investigate the secret of the ancient city's destruction. End of chapter. Chapter 88, I am the answer. Li Xiao received a quest after entering the ancient city. Hidden quest, investigate the secret of the ancient city's destruction. According to records, 100,000 people originally lived in the ancient city of. One day it was suddenly destroyed and the whole city vanished into thin air, but then sometimes it inexplicably pops up in places. Like a normal bustling city, many people have gone into it by mistake and never come out. And now this mission is to investigate the secret of the destruction of the ancient city. Li Xiao rubbed the corner of his forehead. It's this kind of mission that requires wasting time and energy again. He was most annoyed by these kinds of investigations and decryptions and other tasks, but it is this kind of quest that is most prevalent in some of the larger haunts. With a sweep of Li Xiao's divine sense, he knew that all of the people in this city were transformed by weirdness. Although the scene made by the weird rules was able to be fake, it was always fake. Like those NPCs in the movie copy, I'm afraid even they don't know they're creepy. But fake is always fake. It was reasonable to say that with Li Xiao's divine sense cultivation, there was already nothing that could be hidden from him by a 2-star ghostly spirit. This kind of thing that needed to be decrypted could be easily found after scanning with divine sense. But the weird rules have a setting that the plot doesn't refresh until it does. That would be disgusting. It's like the game doesn't load new NPCs and maps and you can't find them how you want. So even if his divine sense was strong, there was no way for him to find the answer directly. This annoyed Li Xiao. He grabbed a few passers-by and started poking around about the old city. But the rewards are few. I just heard about the strange things that often happen after dark in the old city these days. Like the cries from the walls or something. So it seems that it won't really take him more than a day or two to investigate. It made him angry and evil. He slowly floated up from his spot, suspended in mid-air. The people around them watched the scene in amazement, which knew that the next second a big pitch-black hand fell from the sky. There was a loud boom. A tavern was shot to pieces along with the people inside. The people around them instantly clamored, shrieking and scattering in all directions. Li Xiao laughed fiercely as he continuously slapped down a large pitch-black hand from the air. In the loud banging sound, there were constantly houses and streets being shattered. Of course, together with the slapped and shattered, there were also the many scattered city folk who fled in all directions. After these townspeople were slapped to pieces, flesh and blood scattered everywhere. Extremely miserable. However, Li Xiao could not absorb the essence blood of these guys when he recited the blood fiend technique. In other words, these seemingly normal guys are not normal at all. Sure enough, those flesh and blood kept writhing and actually merged into the ground. Everyone around them panicked and ran around, scrambling for their lives. Li Xiao also found an interesting phenomenon. That is, no matter how much they flee, they don't think about escaping the city. The city gate over there had been opened by Li Xiao earlier. Li Xiao had some sort of guess and took out the soul-devouring streamer and gently shook it. The jingle bells are ringing, but it didn't absorb up anything. Those guys actually didn't even have souls when they died. He also stopped talking nonsense and directly shook the soul-devouring streamer. Green Poison Guile reluctantly appeared. Boss, I want to get some sleep. Why are you calling me out again? Li Xiao scolded. Are you a pig? All you know in a day is to eat and sleep. Sleep and eat. Green Poison Guile muttered. Didn't I just help you catch a big mom in there? Where it's just a day of eating and sleeping and eating. His ability, besides being highly poisonous, is the spell of gluttony. As long as you have something to eat, you can grow in strength. The more powerful something is, the faster it grows. Of course, there is a downside to this ability, which is that you have to eat at all times or you will be too hungry to move. And even if you keep eating, there is a bottleneck in growth. Green Poison Guile, as a 2-star Guile boss, grows to its limit at the top of 2 stars. The only way to continue to get stronger is to be promoted to 3 stars. However, there are a lot of weird levels, and it's much harder to get promoted to the star level than it is for players or even cultivators. A variety of demanding conditions need to be met in order to do so. Li Xiao said, I'll let you off the hook today. See this city full of people? You can let go and eat as much as you want. Green Poison Guile's eyes glistened. Really, boss? Thanks, boss. He was actually quite happy with the way he was being treated now. After every time he came out to work, Li Xiao would feed him something to eat. In the past, as a ghost boss, his henchmen were almost all eaten up by him. Again, because of the rules of the ghosts are bound, cannot go out of the ghosts. The most is to go to the murder room hotel, such as places to relax and relax. It's like now, following the boss around to eat and drink. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, Green Poison Guile rushed out with a cheer. Li Xiao coldly said, leave no one in the entire city. Kill for me. Those other enslaved ghosts and the soul-devouring streamer also rushed out with a stern whistle. All of a sudden, ghosts cried and howled, and the gloomy atmosphere was filled with black mist. Li Xiao floated in midair. Since I can't find the answer, I'll come to be the answer. Wasn't the mission for him to find the secret and cause of the destruction of the ancient city? As soon as he destroys the ancient city, the secret and the reason is not found. The truth is that because of the presence in this city of a demonic practitioner who does not speak of martial virtues, annoyed after failing to complete his mission, he destroyed the ancient city. It will be up to the ghostly rules to recognize that answer when the time comes. Don't recognize it? That's fine. As long as we can force the ghostly boss out and capture him, it's not a loss. He then disguised himself as a great demon king and began to carry out an inhumane extermination of the entire ancient city. as he released numerous ghosts. The entire city was thrown into chaos. The netherworld is fine. It just tore up and killed the townspeople. Instead, this green poison guile guy is directly devouring the target. As more and more townspeople were killed, the entire ancient city began to look out of place. Rumbling and shaking slightly, Li Xiao sensed the change and laughed. It's good to have a change. I'm still afraid that you're calm and haven't moved yet. Give me more speed to kill. He gave the order. When the green poison guile received the order, it let out a large swath of highly poisonous green mist. Once this weapon of mass destruction was out, those city folk who were even hiding in the nooks and crannies could hardly escape death. While Li Xiao flew in midair and released his divine sense to scan around, scanning for a living target, it was a direct slap of a large fury hand. A deep pit in the shape of a giant hand appeared with a rumbling sound. In that case, even if you were hiding in the basement, you'd be slapped directly to death. The ancient city at this time was filled with wailing and screaming, torn apart by shadowy ghosts, corrupted by poisonous mists, devoured, crushed, and it's so miserable that it's a hell on earth. Of course, Li Xiao knew that this was not the earth, but merely a ghostly spirit made by some trickery. He did this because he wanted to force that really weird boss out. Sure enough, after Li Xiao had exterminated the last living creature, something pressed on and showed up, only to see a large number of buildings begin to collapse on their own. With a loud rumbling sound, large patches of ground began to collapse. A whimpering sound began to resonate throughout the ancient city. A gray-black drizzle fell from the sky. Ancient city is dead. Someone is crying over it. The cries were so moving that, all but the whimpering and the dripping of rain, the ghosts that were excited to kill just a moment ago all stood frozen in place, looking up at the sky, including green poison guile, the eater. Li Xiao couldn't help but look up into the sky as well. The rain dripped down his face like tears. An unexplained emotion of sadness filled his heart. It made him want to cry along with the whimpering. Suddenly he came to his senses. Affected by a curse. He looked again at the netherworlds that he had let out of the. Only many of the weaker ones were already in tears. They were on the verge of being assimilated. Li Xiao was flabbergasted in his heart and hurriedly shook the soul-devouring streamer to collect the many ghosts back. Green poison guile came back to his senses and cursed. What just happened to me? I can't believe I felt guilty for eating so much. It shouldn't be. Li Xiao scolded. Stupid. Aren't you yourself a 2-star elite boss? You should be at the same level as this ancient city boss. Even if you're suppressed by the ghostly spirit, you shouldn't be hit so easily, right? Green poison guile scratched his head. I don't know. Maybe it's because I ate too much of those things. Those things are hard to digest, and they keep burrowing in my stomach. Wanting to go back, Li Xiao said. Sure enough, these city folk are not just NPCs, but some kind of ability of this ghostly boss, being eaten by you. Naturally it can have an effect on you, but he lost so much, I guess that's why he can't sit still. The entire city shook violently at this time. Some new buildings are beginning to emerge from the collapsed ground. These buildings were a completely different style from the previous quaint city. Dark, crazy and twisted are synonymous with these buildings. It's like they're made up of a body, bones for beams, flesh and blood for clay, molded into these twisted structures. Layers and layers of white bones appeared in a deep pit in the ground. Swaths and swaths of black shadows emerged from all directions. Ancient city is dead, alive again. Or rather, the old city gets a new lease on life. And those dark shadows are the real residents of the ancient city. Li Xiao destroyed the original ancient city. Let it show its true colors. But his mission was not accomplished. He grimaced. Is it that you don't want to recognize my answer? Or that the destruction wasn't complete enough? That's when the whole ancient city began to wail and, just now it was weeping, but now it was a mournful wailing curse. Those dark figures reached up and slashed at the sky. They want to break away from the ancient city. That's when Li Xiao received another mission. Hidden quest, the inhabitants bound by the ancient city have longed to break free and help all of them do so. And got a mission? Helping the residents break free? Putting them into my soul-devouring streamer is also considered helping them break free of the ancient city's bondage, isn't it? Since there is a mission, what is there to hesitate about? He took out his soul devourer and shook it at those black shadows. A tugging force began to pull those black shadows towards the soul-devouring streamer amidst the tinkling bells, but an even stronger force bound the dark shadows. Surprisingly, even he couldn't pull it off. Li Xiao snorted coldly as the black soul sword flew out and slashed towards those black lines that were pulling many residents. But that black line was extremely tough. Even if it was cut off, it would immediately stick up again. Li Xiao frowned. It's really troublesome. Is there a trick to be found? At this time the green poisonous trickster, who was originally watching from the sidelines. Boss, after I ate and digested those things just now, I vaguely saw some images and information. Li Xiao said unhappily. You still have this soul search-like ability? Why didn't you say so earlier? Green poison hastened to say. Previously eating things are not always visible. This time is to eat a little too much. I just did not think much about it. Listening to you say to find what know-how, only to think that it will not be a little useful. Li Xiao grabbed his head. Send me the image. He then saw the images and messages coming from Green Poison Guile through his divine sense. It's a town called Bull City. It was all quiet. Then a goddess came down from heaven. The goddess is married to a young man in the city named Sun Shuyi and lives together. The two love each other and are envious of each other. Suddenly one day, plagues and curses fell from the sky and enveloped the entire city. Some say the goddess has brought about a curse. Because of her private union with a mortal, she angered the gods. The people ran in anger to find the goddess and found that both of them had died horribly in their homes. And so the curse grew stronger. Everyone is trapped in the city, only to die a miserable death in damnation. The images were broken, and it took Li Xiao a great deal of effort to piece them together into a fairly finished story. So this is the truth about the destruction of the ancient city? Then why haven't I completed the first hidden quest yet? The first hidden quest is for him to investigate the secret of the ancient city's destruction. Now that he's learned how the ancient city was destroyed, through the green poisonous trick of devouring its inhabitants. But the mission was not accomplished. Li Xiao frowned. Could it be that this is actually not the truth? And there is something else going on in it? Then we must first find the goddess or that little guy among these black shadows, and we should be able to figure out the truth. Hey, what a trouble. He was really too much trouble, but the two hidden quests were right in front of him, so it was unreasonable not to take them. The main thing is that up until now, he hasn't seen the ghostly boss come out either. Otherwise it's possible to just grab the boss and run. He commanded. Green Poison Guile, find that goddess for me. You have her screen information. Compare it to find. After receiving the order, Green Poison Guile and Li Xiao split up and started searching for the goddess who might be hiding among the many dark shadows. The ancient city became even larger when it revealed its true form, littered with twisted ruins and inhabitants. The many residents of the ancient city were wailing and crying at this time. Miserable to the extreme. This wailing curse affected even Li Xiao's divine sense. The reason why he had almost cried along just now was because his divine sense was outwardly released and had been invaded. Now he didn't dare to externally release his divine sense either, and could only use his naked eyes to look around for the goddess. He walked amongst the many creepy inhabitants. Tell me where the goddess is if you want to get out of this. But the residents just resentfully tried to pull him in for company. Li Xiao impatiently waved his hand to slap the many residents away and continued to look forward. Just then, a figure standing on a ruined platform appeared before the eyes of. The figure didn't howl or cry. It just quietly looked up at the sky. Li Xiao's eyes lit up. This should be that goddess, right? End of chapter. Chapter 89, very moist. Li Xiao looked at the figure looking up at the sky. Are you the goddess? The black figure didn't answer him, just looked at the sky without moving. Sadness. This was the emotion that Li Xiao felt. Unlike those other residents, she didn't wail and cry. Just standing quietly looking up at the sky. But a wave of extreme sadness came over her. This sadness even infected Li Xiao. It made him unable to speak for a while, but then he came to his senses and shook off the effects. At that moment the inhabitants, who were wailing around, seemed to see the goddess. The densely packed black shadows stretched out their hands, trying to pull the goddess standing on the platform. Unfortunately, they were all bound and couldn't even leave their spot. All that could be done was to hiss and howl frantically at the side. Apparently just like the image Li Xiao saw, these residents believed that the goddess had attracted the calamity curse. That's what allowed the city to be destroyed and them to be trapped for eternity. Li Xiao came to the side of the goddess and said, "Was it you who attracted the curse and bound these city folk?" She didn't answer, still staring blankly at the sky. Li Xiao was a bit enraged and wanted to just get this woman killed. But it involves two hidden quests that might just have ability fragments so it's better to hold back. I see that you also want to leave here, right? Tell me the truth about the destruction of the city. Maybe I can lift the curse and help you leave. The woman finally reacted and turned her head to look at Li Xiao, though she had become eerie, devoid of color and only a dark shadow, but you can still see her dumpy looks from her life. In addition to her beautiful features, Li Xiao also saw sadness in her eyes. The goddess turned her head to look at those dense black shadows, and her sadness was gone in an instant, turning into resentment and hatred. Li Xiao lightly eeped. You're hating the residents. Why? If it was you who attracted the curse, shouldn't you feel guilty? At this point, the goddess had apparently lost her ability to speak. She pointed at the deep pit of white bones, obviously wanting Li Xiao to go there to look for something. Li Xiao pondered. You hate them so much. Could it be that the death of your couple was actually caused by these city folk? And it is because they killed you that you cursed them and bound them here, destroying the city? Unfortunately, the hidden quests are still not completed, which means his guess isn't the truth either. Li Xiao smashed his mouth. This is not right either. It's so troublesome. Are you trying to get me to find something? He suddenly thought of something that. Is it possible that you want me to find your husband in a pile of flesh and bones? He saw those townspeople in the picture saying that the goddess and her husband and wife were very much in love. Now seeing the goddess alone, she naturally thought of her husband. The goddess nodded. Li Xiao laughed. Really guessed right. It seems that I'm still quite smart. Well, decryption and so on is actually not much difficulty for me. He shook the soul eater to call Green Poison Guile back. Keep an eye on her here, and don't make any more trouble, while I go and get her husband. With that he jumped into the deep pit and, the pit is filled with bones and flesh. The entire city was built on top of these white bone and blood foundations. With a wave of Li Xiao's hand, white bones flew and blood and flesh shot out in all directions, but the potholes that appeared were immediately filled up again. He frowned slightly. Looks like the only way to find it is to drill in and find it. He took a deep breath, his body wrapped in fiend mana, and drilled headfirst into the white bones and flesh. The deep pit of bones and flesh was so deep that Li Xiao was like diving in it. He kept pulling the bony barbs around him away, calling the name of the goddess husband. The Sun Shui, where are you? Your wife told me to find you. Come out quickly. Perhaps hearing his shouts, the skeletons around him began to vibrate slightly. Seeing a reaction, Li Xiao shouted even louder. He followed the increasingly noticeable vibrations and finally found a skeleton in the deepest part of the room that was unlike any of the other fragmented skeletons. The skeleton sat in the middle of a pile of white bones, and it was complete, not like the other skeletons, in pieces. Li Xiao knew he had found it. Sun Shui, finally found you. The skeleton did let out a noticeable tremor when it heard the name. Li Xiao didn't talk nonsense and directly released his black fury big hands to grab the skeleton and tried to pull it away, but the pull didn't budge. Li Xiao frowned slightly. With his current cultivation level, this grab could drag even a small mountain. But the skeleton was motionless, as if welded to a deep pit of tired white bones. Li Xiao snorted coldly. Don't want to go? You have to go even if you don't want to go. He took out his black soul sword and slashed towards the underside of the skeleton. Sparks flew in all directions and bone slag shot out. Li Xiao took the opportunity to give another hard pull. This time it finally moved. But it wasn't just the skeleton that moved. It was the whole deep pit of skeletons, the lower half of Sun Shui's body, attached to the countless skeletons of the. When he moved, all the skeletons began to move. In a flash, it was as if the entire city had come to life. An extremely dangerous aura began to emanate from Sun Shui. All the skeletons began to wail. Sun Shui is the heart of this city, and now, he's going to recover. Li Xiao's face changed. He didn't expect that the boss of this ghostly creature would be Sun Shui. He'd been trying to lure out the boss earlier. Now the boss was found, but he was in someone's stomach at the moment. Here, many of his tactics could not be used. So Li Xiao turned his head and ran, quickly facing upwards like a swimming fish. The many skeletons and blood and flesh began to wriggle, like intestines and stomachs, wanting to leave him behind and digest him. All sorts of wailing sounds keep coming in. Li Xiao fights his way to the top. With a crash, he finally burst out of the deep pit of skeletal flesh and blood. When he came out, the writhing skeleton and Sun Shui did not come out after him. He flew to the side of the goddess and said, "What's going on if your husband doesn't come out? He seems to be the heart of this city." The heart of the curse? The goddess stared fixedly at the writhing skeletal flesh and blood, her eyes full of resentment. Li Xiao stroked his chin. "You couple. It seems like you're not as harmonious as the legend says." At this time, Green Poison Guile said, "Boss, what happened? Just now the whole city seems to be alive. It's a bit scary." Li Xiao scolded. "A weird boss. Afraid of a hair. I think you just have too much sanity. When I help you erase some of it, you won't be afraid after you become retarded." Green Poison Guile's neck snapped. Li Xiao took out a section of bone and said, "Eat this, digest it, and see what information you can obtain." This was a section of bone that he had managed to chip off from Sun Shui's body with the black soul sword just now. The Green Poison Guile didn't care what it was as long as there was something to eat, and cheerfully swallowed the bone. Then he blushed. Li Xiao said, "What's wrong? Green poison shenanigans. Yummy, Li Xiao scolded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I thought you were poisoned. Green Poison Guile closed his eyes and carefully recalled and digested. This bone is very strong. His owner should be much stronger than even me, and is about to be promoted to 3 stars, or is in the process of being promoted. Li Xiao said. No wonder I sensed a dangerous aura just now. So it turns out that this guy is about to be promoted to 3 stars. A 3-star creepy boss would be almost as strong as a Jindan cultivator. Even if they hadn't been fully promoted yet, they were already a threat to Li Xiao. He secretly said, if you cannot do the task, then bugger off back to the world of cultivation. Hard fight is not cost effective. Wait for me to come back to clean him up after I have formed the Dan. With the retreat route of shuttling back to the world of immortal cultivation, he was not afraid. It's just that you can't get out of Ghostbusters if you don't complete the mission. The next time he shuttled over, he would also appear in this skeleton ancient city as usual. In that case he's trapped. That's why he gave the bones to Green Poison Guile, expecting him to gain any information in them. He's finding this ability of Green Poison Guile to be very useful. Now, most of the shenanigans he couldn't soul search, but after feeding it to Green Poison Guile, he digests the food and gets bits and pieces of information. It didn't take long for the green poisonous shenanigans to digest the bones. Li Xiao didn't talk nonsense and directly grabbed his head and asked him to pass the information to himself. Then Li Xiao saw many disconnected images. This city was indeed called Bull City in ancient times, and Sun Shuyi is a cowherd in the city. One day Sun Shuyi inquired from a dying old Taoist priest. It is said that there is a Tianhe pond deep in the mountains outside of the city, and that every year on March 3rd, a goddess descends to bathe in it. That old Taoist priest also told Sun Shuyi that if he hid the clothes of the goddess, he could keep her in the mortal world. Sun Shuyi was naturally moved, so he went and found the heavenly river pool, and quietly stood guard at the edge of the pool. Sure enough, on March 3rd a goddess came down and bathed in the pool. Sun Shuyi's mouth watered as he watched. Then he hid the goddess's clothes. Seeing this, Li Xiao's face looked odd. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Isn't that a variant of the story of the cowherd and the weaver? So you're the weaver? The goddess didn't pay any attention to him. Li Xiao shrugged and proceeded to organize and view the information. After the clothes were hidden, the goddess really couldn't go back to heaven. Sun Shuyi took the opportunity to threaten with the clothes to get the goddess to go home with him and get married. Naturally, the goddess refused to do so, but without her divine clothes, and having lost her divine power, where could she resist? It was cooked on the spot by Sun Shuyi. Sun Shuyi told her that as long as she served her well, he would return the clothes to the goddess in a year's time and release her back to heaven. The goddess had no choice but to obediently follow it home. Li Xiao laughed. Awesome, although it's a variant of the story, but in fact the original cowherd and weaving maiden was pretty much the same. The cowherd guy was peeping at the fairies bathing and stealing other people's clothes. And if it wasn't for being threatened, what would make the titular 7 immortal maidens look at a mortal cowherd? Back when he read the story of the cowherd and the weaving maiden, he thought the cowherd was a bit perverted. It's no different than trafficking in women, forcing someone else's titular fairy to stay in the mortal world and give him babies. The main thing is that, subsequently, when the parents of the family found out and took their daughter back, instead, they blamed the parents for being uncaring and breaking them up. At that time, Li Xiao thought, if I were the weaver's parents, I would directly beat you to death and give you a yearly meeting, which is really benevolent and righteous. Think about it differently. If your college-aged daughter went on a trip, what would you do if you were abducted by a villager to a remote mountainous area to get married and have a baby? I'm afraid I'd have the heart to break the village man into pieces. Now this Sun Shuyi in the ancient city is even more excessive. Directly forced the goddess, raw rice, cooked rice, and then this guy took the goddess back and he also asked the goddess to use what little mana she had left to help him become rich, and he soon became the richest clerk in the city. The townspeople envied him for having a beautiful and virtuous wife, but no one even cared what the goddess thought. Every year, the goddess would beg Sun Shuyi to return the divine garment to herself and let herself go back, but in return there was a flurry of punches and kicks. She thought about running away. Even if she couldn't go back to heaven, she didn't want to stay here any longer, but the entire city is Sun Shuyi's accomplice. Wherever she escapes, she'll be recaptured. That's why she hates the whole town. 10 years later, she finally found the opportunity to have her child help her steal back the divine clothes. Sun Shuyi finds out and stops her and threatens her with the baby to stay. He had expanded his ambition at this point, not only to be the city lord, but also wanted to rebel and become the emperor, so he needed the help of the goddess. The goddess naturally refused, and said that she would make his rebellion known to the world. so that he would die without a burial place. Sun Shuyi was furious and ordered his men of strange men to arrest him, but the goddess had already regained her magical power, so where would those strange men and women be a match? Seeing this, Sun Shuyi emotionally broke down and directly used the flesh and bones of his own flesh and blood to unleash the forbidden curse, and so the curse sealed off the entire city. The city of bones was born. Li Xiao looked at the completed message and was somewhat speechless. It's really a dark version of the cowherd. That's when the mission completion prompt appeared. And, complete the quest, investigate the secret of the ancient city's destruction. Rewarded, 10,000 guile coins. Reward, skeleton fragment, prop. Li Xiao smashed his mouth. There are no dropped abilities. It's true that you still have to defeat the boss first to have a high chance of dropping an ability. Skeleton fragment, a 2-star item, capable of enhancing the strength of bones in the whole body after taking it. Enhance bone strength? It's still 2-star. That's not bad. This kind of prop that could directly increase. He had also swiped one in front of him, the tear of the female ghost, which could enhance spiritual power. But that's just a 1-star prop. It's not much use to him, but this was a 2-star prop, and it should work well for him at the foundation establishment stage. Immortal cultivation is an all-round enhancement, and when the physical quality goes up, it helps in cultivation as well. Mission accomplished. He's actually been able to get out. There's a hidden quest, though, and the boss hasn't been fought yet, so he decided to take a look at the situation first, and if it didn't work, then he would just retreat. Li Xiao stroked his chin. If you want to complete that unbinding mission, you have to get Sun Shuyi out to defeat him, in which case the binding curse can be lifted. But that guy is obviously in the process of promotion and won't show up easily. He looked at the goddess at the side and suddenly had a note. Li Xiao laughed and said to the goddess, "You must really hate that guy, right? This way, you cooperate with me, don't resist, we'll lure him out. I'll deal with him, and if you succeed, you'll be able to truly break free from your bonds." The goddess thought about it and nodded slowly. Li Xiao reached out and wrapped an arm around the goddess. In a flash, an extremely icy killing intent emanated from the goddess body. Li Xiao hurriedly said, Hey, we agreed to cooperate with me. What are you doing? Don't you want to deal with that Sun Shuyi guy? The killing intent gradually tightened. Li Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and secretly said, I can't imagine that this woman also has almost 2-star top boss level strength, and I'm afraid that she is also about to be promoted to 3-star. Fortunately this woman and Sun Shuyi are not all the way. If the two people are really husband and wife, I'd better just run away. He put his arm around the goddess and laughed, saying, Sun Shuyi, you really want to be a turtle all the time? But you are indeed quite suitable to be a turtle. For so many years you have been hiding inside, letting the goddess be widowed. This is even I can't stand to see it anymore. But you don't have to worry. I will comfort the goddess for you and take good care of her. By the way, the goddess, it's really moist. Ha ha ha, ha. Hysterical howls came from the deep pit of blood and flesh. The whole city began to shake. The flesh and blood skeletons all opened their eyes as if they were alive. Two extremely dangerous auras began to fill the air. A stream of sun shooty from the pit. The other strand was naturally the goddess who was on the verge of fury. End of chapter. Chapter 90 Men's Syndrome. Li Xiao just said that the goddess is very moist. The whole city began to shake and howl. Apparently his words irritated Sun Shuyi. Any normal man who hears another man say his wife is moist absolutely can't help it. Being a turtle and cuckold is the last thing a man can tolerate. Unless he has some special fetish. And Sun Shuyi was originally a very possessive person. When he first brought the goddess home, whenever anyone dared to covet her, he would have done everything he could to get that man killed. Now the fury is really starting to set in. The goddess, who was obviously also angered by Li Xiao's frivolous words, was about to lash out. Seeing that he had indeed drawn out Sun Shuyi, Li Xiao hastily removed his arm around the goddess and pacified her, saying, I'm talking nonsense. Why are you angry? You do not moist. Okay. Look. Sun Shuyi came out. He didn't want to face two bosses at the same time. So naturally, he had to rush to appease the goddess. But luckily Sun Shuyi's appearance immediately attracted the goddess's attention. There was a loud boom over there, and a huge monster like a centipede rushed out of the deep pit of bone and flesh. At the top of the monster is the revived skeleton of Sun Shuyi. He was wrapped in countless skeletons and turned into a terrifying giant, and his lower body was attached to countless skeletons of flesh and blood with skin. All of these skeletons had their hands outstretched and kept paddling, like the densely packed limbs of a centipede. Countless skeletons let out hissing howls. Extreme insanity. Extreme distortion. That's what the monster. which was like a human centipede, gave off. When he appeared, he locked onto Li Xiao, who was still standing beside the goddess. A hiss that resounded through the sky came. How dare you betray me? Suddenly, the goddess also let out a mournful scream. Give it back. She exuded an extremely dangerous aura of killing intent and hatred. Li Xiao couldn't help but both backed up a few steps, secretly saying, this is telling Sun Shuyi to return her divine clothes? The resentment is really deep. What he didn't expect was for the goddess to make the first move, only to see her figure expand violently, turning into a huge black shadow with a strange bird's head. The dense feathery hairs on the black shadow's body stood up, shooting towards Sun Shuyi like sharp swords. There were clinks and sparks. Sun Shuyi roared with the same fury, bringing countless skeletons to charge up violently. His primary target, however, was Li Xiao. Obviously just now, Li Xiao's in-your-face NTR made him deeply stimulated. Li Xiao laughed and flew to dodge. He doesn't run far, either, so he runs around the goddess. After Sun Shuyi caught up, he was indeed stopped by the goddess. The goddess screamed and gave it back to me. Slamming hard into Sun Shuyi, there was a loud boom as the two behemoths collided together. In the blink of an eye, blood, flesh and bone residue flew and black feathers drifted down. Li Xiao laughed. Still want to chase me? Recognize the reality, Sun Shuyi. The goddess has long stopped loving you. You see, she has been defending me. Kill you. Sun Shuyi roared madly, desperately breaking through the goddess's interception and entanglement and rushing over to try to break Li Xiao into pieces. Li Xiao began to fly high into the sky. Sun Shuyi was like an elongated kite, similarly chasing towards high altitude. Li Xiao turned his head to look and secretly said, chase it, stretch it more so that I can cut you off. Naturally, he had deliberately stimulated Sun Shuyi to catch up. Sun Shuyi is the centerpiece of the ancient city curse, or rather it's already integrated with the whole city. The city's deep pit is his body. The only way to defeat it and capture it is to cut its connection to the city. If it was next to a deep pit with plenty of bone and flesh to replenish it, it wouldn't cut through at all. And with the city blockaded and unable to get out, however, there was a lot of space in the sky, and Li Xiao set up his recluse to fly around. Sun Shuyi was in hot pursuit, like a gluttonous snake that was getting longer and longer. The giant bird-headed monster incarnated by the goddess was also in hot pursuit, so it became Li Xiao flying in front, with a gluttonous snake and a bird-headed monster chasing after him. Just as he was about to be chased, Li Xiao opened the blood-burning transportation technique and flew far away with a swoosh. Then he began to turn his head to Sun Shuyi again. But Sun Shuyi wasn't stupid, and after messing around in the sky for a while he also realized that something was wrong. His own body grew longer and longer, almost emptying the deep pit of flesh and bone. He stopped and tried to return and descend back into the deep pit. Li Xiao, however, turned around and called out, Goddess, stop him. As long as we finish off this turtle, we'll be able to double date. My skills are much better than this turtle. I promise to make you happy every day. Kill you. Sun Shuyi hissed and charged again. The goddess also looked at Li Xiao with murderous intent. Apparently he felt that his provocative words were a bit underhanded. Li Xiao said angrily, why are you staring at me? Join forces against him. I'm stimulating him, not you. Didn't you say you'd cooperate? I didn't even ask you to pose and pout. So you're in a hurry? He was the one who forced you, trapped you, beat you, not me. Get your priorities straight, will you? No wonder they say that the poor must have a hateful place. If you had fought to the death, would you have gotten this result now? If you don't take revenge now, what else do you want to do? His output of a furious scolding. The goddess froze in her tracks for a moment. Scolding. Then sure enough, he took out his attention and anger on Sun Shuyi, just by letting out a stern whistle. She rushed up and tangled with Sun Shuyi. Li Xiao secretly scolded. Really, do not scold. Uncomfortable is not it. I see this goddess is estimated to be a little masochistic tendencies and stegomorpha syndrome, or else in the first place would not be in Sun Shuyi the scum lived together for so many years. As soon as he shook the soul devourer, he released the green poison guile and a multitude of Een ghosts that, give it to me. At his command, the many Een ghosts pounced on him. Green poison guile scowled. Boss, both of them are better than me. Fighting ping pong, it's hard for me to intervene. Li Xiao cursed, won't you go for a sneak attack? See that long skeleton carcass behind Sun Shuyi? Use your strongest venom to corrode it off. Got it? Green poison guile nodded and touched up. That's the good and bad thing about having too much sanity. Too smart to be afraid of death, but can take all sorts of complicated orders. If those dead-brained night ghosts, how would they know what it means to sneak up on them? Li Xiao also kept moving, releasing his black soul sword to slash at Sun Shui. Sparks flew in a clanking sound. The black soul sword would only be able to cut off some of the bone slag on its surface, and it would not be able to cut it off at all. Earlier in the deep pit, that is, Sun Shui had not awakened. It was only then that he was able to take advantage of the situation and cut off a small section of bone and feed it to the green poisonous trickster. Now after its awakening, its strength had reached a true 2-star apex, just one step away from being promoted to 3-star. If it wasn't for the goddess suppressing him, Li Xiao probably wouldn't be an opponent. However, the goddess was also gradually falling behind at this point, being beaten back and forth. Although she was also a 2-star top boss, it was probably the fear left in her bones that prevented her from utilizing her full strength when facing Sun Shui. Their sight attracted Sun Shui's attention. Green Poison Guile then lurked over and took a mouthful of green venom at a certain section of Sun Shui's lower torso. This venom was extremely dense, the essence of what he had stored for a long time. After spitting out this mouthful of venom, the fat green venomous concealment actually took a turn for the worse. Li Xiao gave a death order and he didn't dare to touch the fish anymore and used the venom essence. Only a snorting sound was heard. The top of that section of the torso was instantly corroded with smoke. The severe pain caused Sun Shui to twist madly and Li Xiao shouted to the goddess, "If you want revenge and freedom, pester him to death." Although the goddess had lost the wind, she was still desperately pestering Sun Shui. Supported by her strong resentment, Li Xiao flew away to the corroded section of the body. Only a huge black scythe was added to his hand. Swinging his blade at the already corroded section of the torso, the body was instantly hacked out in a clicking sound. This scythe of terror has a special ability, reaping. Reaping has the property of being able to cut the target in two. In addition to having an instant death effect, the instant death effect is very hard to trigger. Li Xiao didn't think that he could hack Sun Shui to death after triggering either. In contrast to instant death, the decapitation effect is much better triggered. This scythe was very sharp, and when cutting things it was to be used more than a second-order mid-grade Black Soul Sword. Of course, the Black Soul Sword was a flying sword spirit weapon, so it could be used to kill the enemy from a long distance with a sword. The giant scythe of terror wouldn't be able to do that. It could only be held in the hand and swung. Li Xiao swung his scythe frantically and after slashing dozens of times, only a flash of cold light was seen, and with a crunching sound, the section of corroded torso finally broke. A scream that resonated through the sky came from the. Obviously this blow had indeed cut off Sun Shui's lifeblood, causing him extreme pain. The long body, which had been disconnected from Sun Shui, crashed downward with a loud bang. It fell back into the deep pit. Sun Shui completely lost control and went berserk, howling as he slammed the goddess away and rushed towards Li Xiao. Whether it was the earlier taunts, or the present act of hacking off the body of the, all of it made him hate Li Xiao and want to break him into pieces despite everything. Li Xiao held his scythe and did not move. After Sun Shui rushed over, he saw black light suddenly emerge from all around him. All of a sudden, there was a gust of gloomy wind, black mist filled the sky, and ghosts cried out. Li Xiao said blandly, "You think I just walked you all over the sky just now, just walking a dog? Without the support of the deep pit of flesh and bone, I'd like to see how long you can last." How could he not use a formation, which had never been his best means of catching shenanigans? Although Sun Shui was a 2-star top boss, after being cut off from the deep pit of flesh and bone, just like a rootless duckweed, Li Xiao just needs to wear it out. Sun Shui was wrapped in the gloomy wind and black mist, and under the siege of many heavenly ghosts, he became more and more maniacal. Unfortunately, as long as he couldn't break the formation, no matter how many celestial ghosts he killed, the celestial ghosts would be able to regenerate out of the gloomy wind and black mist. These weird bosses that are nearly immortal in the ghosts and can keep reviving. And finally a taste of what other players have suffered. Normal players are often crushed by this constant recovery characteristic of the boss when facing it. And now, in the face of the constantly appearing heavenly ghosts, it was obvious that Sun Shui was about to collapse as well. Li Xiao presided over the formation and continuously threw large amounts of spirit stones into the eyes of the formation. The consumption of this formation is really big. It's simply burning money. Hey, even if he was worth over $10,000 at this point, this consumption of a spirit stone and a grudge soul every second still made his flesh hurt. But it will all be worth it once we catch this guy. He then turned on the full power of the formation and began to output a burst of output at Sun Shui. At this time, we only saw the goddess, who was originally fuming outside the formation, suddenly scream, "Give it back to me." It just rushed inside the formation. This formation, Li Xiao, was set up so that she was allowed to enter and not to leave. so she rushed in at once. Li Xiao froze for a moment and coldly said, "You went in by yourself, so don't blame me. This goddess is still a 2-star top boss." He was originally struggling with whether or not to find a way to capture this goddess as well after cleaning up Sun Shui. Now it's rushing into the formation on its own, throwing itself into the net. Then Li Xiao would definitely not release him again. Sun Shui in the formation had already been suppressed by the heavenly ghost. Goddess came in and was a fierce output to it, but also hit it wailing. Li Xiao simply withdrew all the heavenly ghosts and just opened the trap formation before starting to watch the show. This would reduce consumption and also allow the two of them to fight amongst themselves, while he himself reaped the benefits. And that's when it all went wrong again. Maybe it's the loss of Sun Shui as the centerpiece. The densely bound city folks' grudge souls in the city pool began to gradually break free from their bonds. Enormous grievances began to condense, and dense black shadows overlapped to form countless hands that grasped towards the sky. They have always resented the goddess. They don't care what the truth is, not caring that it was actually Sun Shui who unleashed the forbidden curse that bound the entire city to destruction. They just thought if the goddess hadn't run, how would all this have happened? They selectively forgot about the fact that they were accomplices. Li Xiao laughed. Good timing. Collecting all of you into the soul-devouring streamer should be considered to help you completely break free from the city's bondage. With that, he offered up the soul devourer. The soul devourer rose against the wind and became spread out. The crisp ringing of bells rang at the same time. The many resentful souls that were still resentful began to become confused and then a brain rushed in towards the soul devourer. The soul-devouring streamer was like a dragon sucking in water, continuously sucking the resentful souls into the streamer. For a moment, a black link appeared between the soul devourer in the sky and the city. The link, all densely packed with disgruntled souls. Legend has it that there are 100,000 inhabitants of the ancient city. So naturally there are 100,000 of these resentful souls. Wasn't this exactly why Li Xiao would choose to come to the ancient city in the first place? Green Poison Guile watched from the sidelines, his mouth watering. So much food, ah. Li Xiao laughed and scolded. Just know to eat, but you did a good job this time. The food cannot be less for you. Being able to chop off Sun Shui's body, the Green Poison Guile's mouthful of thick phlegm played a big role. So naturally Li Xiao was not shy about rewarding him. On the other side of the formation, without support, Sun Shui was no match for the goddess. About a quarter of an hour later, it was pecked through the chest with a single stroke of its long beak by the bird-headed monster that the goddess had transformed into. Then a tiny skeleton was pulled from his chest. Amidst hysterical screams of agony, the bone and blood that encased him began to crumble and decay, revealing his own true skeleton within. Seeing this, Li Xiao hurriedly operated the formation and transferred Sun Shui out of the formation. He wants them alive. If it had been one step slower, I'm afraid that it would have been killed by the goddess. As soon as he grabbed Sun Shui's skeleton, he took out a pitch-black bag and stuffed it in. This bag was a corpse puppet bag that he had refined together with a body shroud and a storage bag. This kind of bag is not an overly advanced spiritual weapon that clans that practice the alchemy corpse demon technique would have it circulating. He was naturally able to refine after his refining techniques reached the second stage. After he experienced the terror scarecrow copies, he realized that those scarecrow puppets couldn't be collected by the Soul Eater. Then he proceeded to refine this corpse puppet bag that could collect zombies and puppets. Zombies are actually very similar to puppets, except that zombies are refined with corpses and puppets use various heavenly materials, but the control maneuvers are really pretty much the same. Inactive corpses and materials are able to be collected by an ordinary storage bag. But active zombies and golems can only be impregnated with specific tools. Otherwise, it would easily lose its activity, and it would be like refining for nothing. Spiritual pets are also the same. There is a special bag of spiritual pets. That is even more complicated, because the collection is a living thing. After Li Xiao stuffed the skeleton of Sun Shui into the corpse puppet bag, it then looked towards the goddess who was still trapped in the formation. The goddess had become equally weak after her firefight with Sun Shui. She had returned to her normal form by now. Li Xiao originally wanted to take her away with him, but at this moment, he was a bit hesitant. For at that moment she was carrying a tiny skeleton, complete with no more hostility or murderous intent. There is nothing but endless grief and pain. Li Xiao also finally realized what it was that she had been shouting to give back to me earlier. Originally, he thought it's because he wanted Sun Shui to return her divine clothes. What do you know is that you want Sun Shui to return her child to her. The divine clothes? In fact, she got her hands on them a long time ago. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to transform into a huge bird-headed monster and fight Sun Shui. This tiny skeleton is the child she had with Sun Shuyi back then, when she asked the child to help her steal back the divine clothes. Sun Shuyi found out and epileptically unleashed a forbidden curse with his own flesh and blood, which also led to the ancient city of skeletons. The tiny skeleton that the goddess was holding in her arms at the moment was her child. She was at times loving, sad, and remorseful at this point. Apparently she was regretting that she shouldn't have let the child go and help her steal the divine clothes in the first place. Now that she's got her baby back, she doesn't want to run anymore. She's tired. Li Zhao's complexion changed. After a while, he suddenly sighed, waved his hand, and withdrew the formation, saying, "Unfortunately, the consumption is too great to support." The soul-devouring streamer had also sucked up the entire city's resentful souls by now. He recalled the soul devourer into his hand, and looked at the still motionless goddess. Hey, go away. You're free. The goddess looked at Li Xiao with some surprise. This person was clearly fierce just now, wanting to capture her and Sun Shuyi together. Why did he change his mind now? She just lost some of her normal human abilities when she became creepy. But she's not stupid. How could one not see that Li Xiao was using her earlier? Waiting for her and Sun Shuyi to lose both of them and then reap the benefits? Li Xiao impatiently waved his hand. Get going. Do you really want to go back with me? Or forget it. I don't have men's syndrome. I'm not good at this. The goddess nodded and slowly drifted towards the sky. A certain soft glow began to emanate from her. The tiny skeleton in her arms slowly merged into her body. Then she seemed to suddenly become colored. No longer a gray-black shadow. Li Xiao looked up at its stunning face, the light of the Holy Spirit, and couldn't help but say, so beautiful? A little regret. Men's syndrome I'm not incapable of having. The goddess raised her hand and gently pointed. A shimmering feather floated down. Li Xiao reaches out and catches the feather. That's when a disembodied voice came. Thank you. When Li Xiao looked up again, there was no longer the figure of the goddess. That's when the prompt appeared. Mission accomplished. The inhabitants bound by the ancient city have longed to break free and help all of them to do so. Rewarded, 10,000 guile coins. Reward, ability fragments, props. Reward, feather of the goddess, prop, Li Xiao said with relief. Mission accomplished. Apparently after putting those guys into the soul-devouring streamer it's also considered helping them break free from their bonds. And after defeating Sun Shuyi, the boss, it did drop ability fragments. Not bad. In addition to the ability shards, he was given a prop and this prop was obviously the glowing feather that the goddess had just thrown down. Li Xiao looked at the feather and, feather of the goddess, 3-star prop. After using it, you will obtain the blessing of the goddess, which can make you double your strength within an hour, and restore you to your full strength state and lift all abnormalities. Li Xiao's eyes lit up. Awesome. It's actually a 3-star prop? Double your strength in 1 hour? Restores full strength and removes all abnormalities? Is it that powerful? This is like having an extra life. A 3-star prop means that he can enjoy the full effect even at the Jindan stage. And even if the effect is halved at the Yuaning stage, it is still a good base card. Li Xiao sighed. It's true that good people have good karma. I'm afraid that even if I capture the goddess, I won't necessarily get this prop. The blessing of a goddess is naturally bestowed only in her voluntary state. How can people still bless you if you arrest them? Moreover, this is a 3-star prop. That is to say, that woman has been promoted to 3-star just now. If we do it, I guess I'm really not her opponent. Li Xiao was a bit thankful. The goddess broke free and found her child, and seeing that Sun Shuyi had been captured, once her heart's desire and obsession was over, she naturally advanced to 3 stars. Creepy has a lot of trouble trying to get promoted. If these conditions were not for Li Xiao's arrival and chance, she probably would not have been able to advance in her entire life. And Sun Shuyi's condition for promotion was presumably to trap the goddess and the entire city long enough for himself to completely become one with the entire city. If Li Xiao didn't come, no one would have been able to pass the ancient city copy perfectly. And after a few years, it might not necessarily be true that he would have been promoted. But now that he had lost all his efforts, not only had he failed to be promoted, but he had also been captured by Li Xiao. Li Xiao put away the props and smiled. Finally, perfect clearance. But this city's bone and flesh materials cannot be wasted. Bones and flesh and blood still in the deep pit of bone and blood. For demonic cultivators, this could and would be an unavailable material. At least it would be useful when refining flesh and blood puppets and zombies. Li Xiao said to Green Poison Guile, "Don't you want to eat something? Are you going to eat these things?" Green Poisonous Guile's eyes glowed. "Eat? As long as it contains the power of weirdness, I will eat it." He ate. In fact, to absorb the bizarre power in it. These materials had been sacrificed by Sun Shuyi with curses for many years, and were the key to his promotion. So naturally, they were rich in bizarre power. Li Xiao laughed. That's good. Try to eat as much as possible. Green Poison Guile wasn't polite either, rushing down and letting go of his stomach to start eating furiously. Li Xiao also took out his spare storage bag and started collecting these materials. But there's too much flesh and blood. Li Xiao also couldn't help but sigh. It's impossible to collect. It's simply impossible to collect. End of chapter. Chapter 91, Planting Little Seeds. Ancient City. Looking at the many skeletons and blood and flesh still left in the deep pit, Li Xiao sighed. If only I had a second or even third order storage bag. This time I must go back and get a storage equipment with a large capacity before I can do so. Otherwise it would be a pity to come across this kind of material. His storage bags were all of the first order. The space is also about the size of a room of 12 square feet. It's usually enough for important stuff and miscellaneous items, but it would obviously not be enough to hold such a large amount of material. With something like storage equipment, the price often rose dozens of times when the grade was one step higher. So even if it was a foundation establishment cultivator, he would usually only use a first-order storage bag if he didn't have to. It's also fortunate that he grabbed a number of storage bags that's what holds a lot of skeletal flesh and blood material. But even so, it still only held a very small portion of the material. Green Poison Guile also ate a bellyful, too bulging to eat. I can't, boss. I can't eat anymore. I'm going to sleep. With that said, he rolled on the floor like a meatball and huffed and puffed. Li Xiao breathlessly shook the soul devourer and took it in. Looking at the huge deep pit of skeletal flesh and blood, he fell into deep thought. If we just leave like this, it's really a bit unwilling. This ancient city is a treasure. Not only this deep pit of blood and flesh, the whole city can be said to be material. Sun Shuyi, if he succeeds in advancing, the whole skeleton ancient city will become his body. He'd already captured and released one of the bosses of the ancient city, and the hidden quests were done. 2. If you leave now, this ghostly copy of the ancient city will disappear. Even if it's refreshed, it'll be a long time before it's refreshed, and it's random where the new address is. There's also the uncertainty of how many stars the ghosts are after the refresh. So even if he wanted to come back next time, he wouldn't know where to start. Li Xiao rubbed his chin and pondered. What would it take to keep the ancient city while keeping it under my control? Use the corpse refining method to control Sun Shui so that he continues to return to the deep pit? He asked Green Poison Creep and Joker. As long as the ghost boss is still around, the ghost will not disappear. After a perfect pass, the boss is either killed or loses his restraints. The ghosts naturally disappeared. So as long as the boss continues to be bound to the ghost won't go away. But he then vetoed the idea. And, no, I can't stay here all the time. As long as I shuttle back to the world of immortal cultivation, even if I turn Sun Shui into a refined corpse, I will still lose contact with it completely. And then I'm afraid that it will go out of control. He can't practice at all in the weird world. It's more than just the thinning of the aura. Because if you have aura, you can make up for it with a lot of spirit stones. The main thing was that by refining the weirdness in the weird world, he wouldn't be rewarded by the heavenly Tao of the immortal cultivation world. For someone with mediocre talent, without the help of Tao rhythms, entering the metaphysical state of enlightenment, I'm afraid I won't be able to break through to the late stage of foundation establishment when my lifespan is over. In fact, with his qualifications, if he was practicing normally, even if he was lucky enough to get the foundation building pill, being able to build a successful foundation was already a blessing. Under the depletion of potential, there was no way to break through to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Cultivation is like that. Every hurdle is hijacked. Don't think that just because you got lucky and broke through to a certain realm, you will definitely be able to make it through to the later stages of that realm. This can only be described as overthinking. The majority of cultivators are stuck at the first or second level of the early stage of chi refining for the rest of their lives. And it is only the norm among foundation building cultivators that they are unable to break through to the middle stage of foundation building even when their lifespan is exhausted. As for why there is a situation where Jin Dan is worse than a dog and Yuanin is everywhere, that can only mean that when you get to a certain realm, contact is naturally a certain realm. How can you still keep visualizing above the countless bottoms? Just like after Li Xiao built his foundation, when he came to Two World City he suddenly felt that there were more foundation cultivators. This is but because he entered the class that. It's just a matter of starting to get in touch with the circle. Below the many high-ranking cultivators were even more uncountable bottom-level cultivators. It's just that no one cares too much about these leaks. If you want to stay uncut, you naturally have to keep moving up. So it was definitely impossible for him to stay on this side of the creepy world for long. After thinking for a while, Li Xiao suddenly had a flash of insight. Yeah, I still have this. I'll give it a try. With that said, he took out an egg the size of a fist like a ruby with a thought. Egg of blood, a 2-star prop that, depending on what it's fed, can hatch a blood creep capable of becoming a companion spirit. It's a prop he got from Stripper Girl. He didn't want to become a goblin envoy even when he hadn't refined his soul-splitting technique, so I didn't think it would be much use and just kept throwing it away. At this point it was a thought. Using essence blood to hatch the egg, even if I don't adopt it as a companion spirit, I can still make it naturally close to and dependent on me. In which case placing it here, becoming a boss, and stabilizing the ghostly spirit will naturally allow me to still come over next time. This blood egg is actually similar to a spirit pet egg. As long as you feed it with your own essence blood, the odds are that it will hatch out with a natural dependence and closeness to you. It's called a blood drop. This is how some cultivators cultivate their spirit pets. This egg of blood was originally a prop that he had acquired. It would have been bound to him, and then hatch them by feeding them to a spirit pet. Definitely just get a creepy that is naturally close to and dependent on him. After thinking about it, Li Xiao stretched out his hand and squeezed out 3 drops of essence blood from his fingertips and dripped them onto the egg of blood. After the 3 drops of essence blood went up, the egg of blood lit up with a red light and became much larger. Essence blood is the essence of blood in the whole body. Li Xiao continuously dripped 3 drops in order to keep a steady hand, and it instantly made him blanch. He hurriedly took out the essence blood bead, absorbed and digested it with the blood fury technique, and came over for a while before recovering. When he looked at the blood egg again, it was pulsing one by one. Inside you could clearly see a tiny thing hatching, like a fetus. The egg of blood has been activated. Next is the hatching process. If it's a spirit pet, the hatching process is usually a long one. It needs to be carefully cared for and slowly nurtured. But the egg of blood isn't just any spirit pet egg. It's a creepy prop in its own right. With enough nutrients, they will naturally hatch quickly. And the skeletons and blood in the deep pit were the best nourishment. Besides, Li Xiao hatched the egg of blood so that it could integrate into the deep pit and control the entire ancient city. By absorbing these nutrients, it naturally blends in smoothly. So Li Xiao put the egg of blood into the skeletal flesh and blood. The egg of blood began to absorb the bizarre nutrients within it. The deep pit of bones and flesh and blood is actually more of bones and not much flesh and blood. Li Xiao was afraid that the egg of blood would be malnourished, so he took out an essence blood bead. Using the blood fury technique, he directly turned it into essence blood and wrapped it around the egg of blood, allowing it to absorb it. He had obtained nearly 300 second-order essence blood beads in the Fierce Room Hotel in the beginning, but at this time, they were put to good use. The embryo in the egg of blood grew rapidly with sufficient nutrients. However, Li Xiao estimated that even if he wanted to hatch it in this way, he was afraid that it would take a few months. That's too long. I can't wait that long. In fact, compared to spirit pets, the hatching speed of blood eggs was already very fast. If it was a second-order spirit pet, I'm afraid it would take a few years or even a dozen years to hatch, but he had limited time and couldn't wait for months. He rented a cave chamber in Thousand Mountain City for 3 months, pretending to break through Foundation establishment. Now that more than 10 days have passed, if he stays here for a few months, and when the lease is up, people open the chamber and realize he's gone, I'm afraid this will cause unnecessary trouble. Li Xiao pondered. Try using the method of hatching spirit pets to increase the concentration of aura to catalyze the birth. The bizarro world actually has an aura, only it's very thin. That's why people in this world can actually use aura to cultivate. Creepy nature can also absorb auras for its own use. Reiki is, in the end, a superpower particle at its most basic level, and using the rich aura of the corresponding attribute to hatch spirit pets is also one of the most common methods. After Li Xiao thought about it, he began to set up a spirit gathering formation around the egg of blood. The usual function of the spirit gathering array was to gather the surrounding aura together and enhance the concentration of the aura. And now it served to lock the aura released by the spirit stone that Li Xiao had used in the formation eye from overflowing. After a spirit stone was thrown into the formation eye, a dense spiritual chi appeared in the spirit gathering formation. The egg of blood indeed reacted, writhing rapidly, greedily sucking in the rich aura and the nutrients from the essence and blood skeletons. Li Xiao simply sat on his knees in the spirit gathering formation as well. The aura it can't absorb can't be wasted. This is all money. The egg of blood is a 2-star prop, equivalent to a second-order spirit pet. Hatching this kind of spirit pet would usually place it on top of a second-order spirit vein. Li Xiao wanted to use the spirit gathering formation to simulate a second-order spirit vein. So naturally, he could only burn spirit stones in large quantities. A day had passed and almost 100 spirit stones had been burned. Knowing that he rented a second-order upper-grade secret room in Thousand Mountain City for just over 30 spirit stones a month. And now, in order to simulate a second-order spirit vein, but one has to burn 100 spirit stones a day. It's simply extravagant. Of course, it was still inferior to that spirit stone black hole of the Black Wind Heavenly Ghost Formation. The consumption of forcibly setting up the Black Wind Heavenly Ghost Formation in a place where there is no spirit vein Zine Fury. Li Xiao would like to call it a chink and throw. 2 more days. The egg of blood finally began to hatch out amidst the sounds of clicking and clacking. Li Xiao also breathed a sigh of relief, shortening the months of incubation time to 3 days. It's not in vain for me to consume so many spirit stones and essence blood beads. He calculated that the spirit stones he had consumed at this point plus the essence blood beads were almost worth 1,000 spirit stones. 1,000 spirit stones were no longer considered a huge amount of money to him though. But it's not chump change. He robbed and raided so many cultivators, even 2 foundation builders from the Black Soul sect. Even so, there were only 10,000 spirit stones on him. 2,000 of them had been consumed in the time since coming to the weird world. Even if you're rich, you can't afford to get it that way. In fact, if he wasn't in a hurry, he could have saved these spirit stones and waited for the egg of blood to slowly hatch. Unfortunately, it's the time constraints that necessitate the luxury. Of course, as long as the egg of blood can hatch and reside in the ancient city of skeletons, everything would be worth it. At that moment, only between the flashes of red light, the entirety of the egg of blood cracked open. Then a small person who was only the size of a palm and reddish in color appeared in front of Li Xiao. The little man's body looked like it was made of blood, crystal clear. I guess it's because it's the egg of blood left behind by the skinned woman, so it looks a bit like a scaled-down version of a girl. She was blinking her big eyes at this moment, looking curiously at Li Xiao in front of her. Li Xiao also looked at her curiously, his divine sense carefully scanning over her body. It's true that he possesses second-order strength, but it's just the early stage. The little man opened his mouth and said in a childish voice, "Mom, Mom." Small animals do think of the first person they see when they open their eyes as their mother. It's nature, and apparently this little creep is no exception. Li Xiao said breathlessly, "Call the master." Although this little thing was activated with his own essence blood and then hatched, he was also really able to sense that there was a slight connection between this little thing and himself. But he doesn't think this is his offspring. Most cultivators who bred spirit pets would also use their essence blood to hatch spirit pet eggs, in order for the spirit pet to have a natural closeness and dependence on him or her. But never a spirit pet as an offspring. A pet is a pet is a pet. And that's the basic perception you should have as an owner. The little guy cocked his head in thought and called out, "Master." Li Xiao smiled slightly. "That's right, do you have a name?" The little guy shook his head. Being spooky, she has her own heritage, and was born not knowing nothing about it. She is obviously not a reincarnation of the flayed woman, though, so she doesn't have a name. Li Xiao thought for a moment and said, "How about calling you Little Red?" The little guy shook his head, clearly not happy with the name. Li Xiao stroked his chin. "It's indeed a bit perfunctory. So call you Blood Child?" The little guy's head shook even more vigorously. Li Xiao frowned. "Then what exactly do you want to call it? You're a trickster of blood and you've absorbed the skeleton nutrients. So why don't you just call it Blood Marrow?" The little guy jumped up and down with glee, screaming, Blood Spike, Blood Spike." Li Xiao corrected, "It's not Blood Spike, it's Blood Marrow." But the little guy ignored him and jumped down into the middle of the deep pit of skeletons and swam freely in it. One side also called out his new name. Blood Spike, Blood Spike. Li Xiao covered his forehead. "Alright, Blood Spike is Blood Spike. Blood Spike does seem to sound better." The little one was hatched from the flesh of a skeleton, so the deep pit is like his hatchery. She jumped into it like a fish out of water. Numerous skeletons were gathered around her as if they were making a pilgrimage to their new monarch. Li Xiao was very pleased. "Very good. I hatched you out just to let you control this city. Now it seems that you do have some talent." After playing around for a while, Blood Spike jumped onto Li Xiao and rubbed like a puppy. She clearly did have a natural closeness and dependence on Li Xiao. If Li Xiao wanted to, he could immediately make it a companion spirit. Li Xiao also teased her for a while, then said, "It's almost time. I'm leaving." Blood Spike was lying on Li Xiao's shoulder, obviously wanting to go with him. Li Xiao, however, said, "But you can't come with me." Blood Spike fretted. "Why? Does the master not want me?" It had been a while, and she was able to speak and express herself fluently. Creepy is always creepy. Their heritage is different from normal. At birth they possessed a high level of psychic intelligence and innate eerie abilities. Li Xiao said, "It's not that I don't want you, but I have a more important task for you to do. Listen, the place I'm going to is very dangerous. There are many enemies. You've only just been born. You're still too weak. If I take you with me, it will only harm you. That's why your priority now is to grow up quickly and become powerful so that you can help me. And what you need to do now is to merge with the Bone Blood Deep Pit or even the entire city and take full control of it. When you have full control of the skeleton city one day, I'll take you anywhere you want to go. Got it?" Blood Spike nodded his head in confusion, and there were actually crystal clear blood tears turning in his eyes. In a childish voice, she said, "Blood Spike will become stronger, and when he does, he will be able to help his master. And then he will be able to stay by his master's side. To be separated from those closest to you after only a short time of being born would be sad, even for creepy." Li Xiao comforted, "I just can't take you away for the time being, but I'll come back to see you often." Blood Spike then broke into a smile. "Then master must come back often to see Blood Spike." "Ah," Li Xiao smiled. I'll leave a few companions for you. Although these guys don't have much sanity, they are always a companion." With that, he released more than a dozen ghost slaves from the Soul Devourer. The natives of Skeleton Ancient City had all been taken in by him, before he could refine them into ghost slaves. These ghost slaves were all made before. However, if he went to the world of immortal cultivation, these ghost slaves would completely lose contact with the soul devouring streamer, and I'm afraid that it would go out of control at that time. So he said, "Try to bind these guys with a binding curse and they'll keep you company while I'm gone." Blood Spike nodded and began trying to mobilize the skeleton curse. Not too long after, those ghost slaves were really bound in the deep pit by her. Blood Spike clapped his hands. "It's done, it's 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 done." Li Xiao secretly said, "Weird abilities are really all innate. A little familiarization and mastered." He saw that Blood Spike had gradually adapted and had begun to merge with the deep pit of bone and blood. And there was no intention of lingering much longer. But then another thought occurred to him. "Ah, Blood Spike, now that you've become an ancient city boss, can you release a quest?" Blood Spike looked at Li Xiao in confusion. "Unsure. Master, what mission?" "That's it, post a task for me." Blood Spike was even more confused. Aren't all quests supposed to be released to Blood Spike by the master? It's like if the master says for Blood Spike to become stronger, Blood Spike will do it. Li Xiao smashed his mouth. "Alright, I know. It seems like trying to brush up on quests this way is impossible. The original ancient city has been cleared by him. And now that Blood Spike, who controls the ancient city, can't issue quests. The equivalent is that the ancient city has been turned into a ghostly place that can be freely entered and exited. At this point in the bizarro world, over time, some of the one-star ghosts have fully descended and no longer appear as copies. This kind of haunt is already in full open status. Both players and shenanigans are no longer bound by shenanigans rules such as quests. And now the old city is actually in this open state. It's just that as a 2-star ghost, it hasn't descended to be loaded into the world map yet. Li Xiao instructed Blood Spike a few more times and left the ancient city with a thought. Scene change. He then stood on top of an open flat area. This is already the exterior of the city of Qin. However, it wasn't far from Qin City, and when he raised his eyes, he could see the huge outline of the city. Ancient cities will appear here out of nowhere later if they are loaded into the world map. Looking at the scale of the ancient city, I'm afraid that when it appears, it will be connected to Qin City. At that time, if Qin City couldn't cope with a city full of shenanigans, it was expected that the city would be destroyed. After Li Xiao passed the ancient city, this hidden danger was eliminated. He flew up and set up a recluse, then returned to the Qin City Center building. Instead of rushing back to the cultivation world, he pressed and called the secretary's button. Not too long after the knock on the door, Sushi walked in. This chick still had an innocent and high-cooled look. "My lord, may I ask what I can do for you?" Li Xiao said. "Notify the special administration. Just say that the ancient city, this ghostly spirit, do not let people go in again. There are some changes inside. There is no longer a task to do." The normal way for players to enter the ancient city is to take bus 33 to get there at 3 o'clock midnight on the 3rd of every month. And all he had to do was go to the same empty place he came out of, call the Blood Spike, and he would be guided in. He did this, naturally, to keep people from disturbing Blood Spike. But if someone went in there without listening, Blood Spike, being the creep that he is, certainly wouldn't be polite about it. He wasn't worried about Blood Spike's safety, as far as he was concerned. As a second-order guile, She now possessed the strength of almost an early stage of foundation establishment. Ordinary players are no match for, plus the ghost slaves he left behind. Even if a genius Imperial Demon envoy went in, he definitely wouldn't be able to get away with it. So she carefully recorded Li Xiao's request and then went on her errand. When she turned around and went out, her eyes could not help but show the slightest disappointment, secretly saying that this Taoist Li really does not understand the mood at all. Thanks to the fact that I also deliberately wore a short skirt with black silk today. She came here as a secretary. She was confident. It was thought that over time, he would be able to make this Taoist Li feel differently about himself. But now it seems that people simply did not take a proper look at her, completely treating her as an ordinary secretary in the call. She thought grudgingly, saying that there is something secretary to do. Nothing to do. Ahem. What am I thinking? Sushi. You Hall Su family big miss. How can you become like a grudging woman? After Li Xiao had finished giving instructions, he entered the secret room that was specially created on the top floor of the center building. With a thought, he returned to the world of immortal cultivation. For a moment, a rich aura washed over his body. Li Xiao couldn't help but groan. He only felt the pores of his entire body open up, hungrily absorbing the rich spiritual chi brought by the second-rank upper-grade chamber. Comfortable. Really it's still good to cultivate the world of immortals. When he was in the bizarre world, he had to rely on spirit stones to replenish his mana. Though as long as there were spirit stones, it wouldn't be so bad that the cultivation would regress and no force would be available. But there was always a sense of suffocation in a place like the creepy world where the aura was thin. It's like a diver going into the water, although able to breathe on the oxygen tanks he carries and not suffocate. But it's certainly not as comfortable as being back on top of land. Li Xiao stretched his waist. The second-order upper-grade secret rooms have been rented. They can't be wasted. So next, just rest assured that the harvest from this trip to the bizarre world will be properly organized here. End of chapter. Chapter 92. Another calamity. Qin Chang. Bus stops. Disappointed, Liang Qingqing waited until it was too bright and didn't wait for her sister to show up. Her sister, Liang Mingyan, has been in the ghost for a month. Everyone thought that she and a few of the players in her group had all died long ago in the ghosts, including the Liang family. It's really because she's been missing for so long. The player who was trapped in the ghost for a month and still came out alive. That's just a legend. Or a paragraph that someone on the forum made up in order to blow awesome. Liang Qingqing actually knew that there was little hope. Still, she couldn't help but expect a miracle. It's getting light. It also made Liang Qingqing gradually lose hope. She was already regretting not following bus 33 into the old city. The next time you want to go into the old city, you'll have to wait until the 3rd of the following month. And by then it had been 2 months since my sister disappeared. If there was a glimmer of hope in being trapped for a month, there would be no hope at all for 2 months. Granted, even if she went in, odds are she'd be going to her death. But she still regretted it. Liang Qingqing covered her face. She admitted that she didn't get on the bus at the time, that she was scared at the critical moment. Think also of your mother at home. She thought of her sister touching her head before she went into the ghostly world and saying, "If I can't go back, take care of your mother." Rebellious, she smacked her sister's hand away. "If you want to take care of you, come back and take care of yourself." At this point she couldn't help but shed a tear and, "Don't worry sis, I will take care of my mother." It was as if she had just really grown up in this moment. She stood up, and was just about to leave the public platform when I saw a raggedy bus that looked like it had been pulled out of the water drive by at one stop. Liang Qingqing froze, because this bus stop has long been deserted for a long time. There will be no regular traffic coming through. When she looked more closely, she saw the bright red letters 33. This made Liang Qingqing startled. 33 road trick bus? Why did it drive back? 33 trick bus? As a means of transportation to the old city. It never goes anywhere. I've never heard of it driving back. Just as Liang Qingqing was in disbelief, the bus clicked against the bus stop with a crooked thud. Liang Qingqing was startled, and just wanted to take out her props in case something happened. I saw a cloaked woman in the driver's seat raise her head with difficulty, open her mouth, and slam her head heavily on the steering wheel again. Liang Qingqing was shocked. It wasn't so much being startled as seeing that the woman was none other than her sister who had been missing for a month. "Sis." Liang Qingqing hurriedly came to the driver's side trying to pull open the door. But the car door was locked, and no matter how hard she tried she couldn't pull it open. She ran to the other side but still couldn't open the car door. Liang Qingqing anxiously tapped on the car door. Sis, wake up, open the door." But Liang Mingyan, who was lying on the steering wheel, was no longer moving. Liang Qingqing thought for a moment and fumbled with her hands to dig out a string of red firecrackers from her backpack. Falling gas cannonball, 1-star props, special cannonballs for burial. Legend has it that when the cannonball goes off, the ghost door opens, allowing the dead to enter. The cannonball was acquired by her in a haunted place. The effect is that it can blow open some closed doors in the ghostly world. By relying on this cannonball to blow up the door, she had gotten through several 1-star ghosts with no surprises. Now that the bus door wouldn't open, she thought of the cannonball. But the 33 bus was a 2-star, so she wasn't sure if this 1-star cannonball worked or not. She used to take them out one by one and use them, but now she couldn't care less and just lit them all in a string and threw them at the bus door. With a muffled thud, the bus door was actually blown open a bit. Liang Qingqing was delighted and hurriedly went up and forcefully broke open the bus door. She rushed to the car and met Liang Mingyan, who was cloaked on the steering wheel. "Sis." She picked up Liang Mingyan and found that although her breath was weak, she was indeed alive. It made her cry with joy. "Hold on, sis. I'm taking you to the hospital." She got off the trick bus with Liang Mingyan in her arms and made another call. It wasn't long before the people from the Special Administrative Region arrived in a flurry of activity. Everyone was excited to see Liang Mingyan. As the brigade leader of the Special Administrative Bureau's Operations Brigade, she was the second in command. Except for Du Ming, Liang Mingyan was not only strong and beautiful, but also bold and straightforward, so she was very loved. The crowd had previously thought that it had died long ago in the ghostly world. Now that they saw her come out alive, they were all delighted and rushed her to the middle of a specialized hospital, Center City Specialty Medical Unit. Du Ming was relieved to see Liang Mingyan sleeping inside through the glass. During the time Liang Mingyan was missing, he was actually the one who was most anxious. Not that the two had any special relationship. Rather, it was because without Liang Mingyan, he was like losing an arm. Besides, the two did support each other all the way to oblivion. Du Ming said with relief, "It's good to be back. Qing, tell me what's going on." Liang Qingqing nodded and recounted what she knew. Du Ming was surprised. "So that creepy bus was driven by Mingyan?" Liang Qingqing nodded. Du Ming asked again, "You said that in the middle of the night, you came across a youth who got on the trick bus, and said that as long as your sister was really alive, she wouldn't necessarily be able to come back at dawn?" Liang Qingqing excitedly said, "Yes, I was just holding the mentality of a dead horse, waiting at the bus stop that. I cannot imagine that my sister really came back, but also fortunately I believe the words of that person. If I walked." She was grateful again at the thought, because Liang Mingyan was already very weak when she was brought back. If she hadn't caught it in time, I'm afraid she would have died directly on the bus. Du Ming could roughly guess who that person was after hearing Liang Qingqing's description. He exclaimed, "That one is truly a man of God." He was now becoming more and more convinced that the one was an unearthly worldly master. Normal players and Goki ambassadors, even if they're geniuses, and definitely not to the extent that he did. "The extremely difficult 2-star hidden ghosts," said One Night Perfect Pass. "Really One Night Perfect Pass. This can no longer be described as genius." Thinking of that person's dusty temperament, he could not help but secretly say, could it be that Daoist Li is really an exiled immortal? However, Daoist Li's methods are ferocious, and Xian seems to be a bit unrelated. In the legends of this world, immortals are peaceful, moral, kind-hearted, clean-minded, and the one who kills and exterminates at the drop of a hat. That's a demon, not an immortal. In fact, he had really guessed correctly that Li Xiao was really a demonic cultivator. However, in the world of immortal cultivation, immortals are not divided into positive and negative. Immortality is nothing more than a realm of cultivation, or maybe it's just evolved advanced creatures. When strength is attained, one can naturally be called an immortal. And because the world of immortal cultivation practiced the way of cultivation of the weak and the strong, so those who were able to become immortals were almost always ruthless people who had fought their way through thick and thin, killing their way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Liang Qingqing curiously said, "Uncle do you know what that youth is?" She is not a member of the Special Administrative Region, although she was also a player. Liang Mingyan wouldn't let her join, saying she was still young and needed to go to school. She became a player and went in quietly because of her rebellion. That's why she didn't know about the Taoist Li incident that was making a lot of noise not too long ago. Du Ming said, "It should be a worldly master named Taoist Li." He had almost been able to be certain that it was the Taoist Li who had entered the ancient city ghosts and passed it off perfectly. This was what gave Liang Mingyan the chance to escape from inside the ancient city. The ghostly copies are actually connected to each other. It's just that if you don't enter in a group, you can't meet each other. But as soon as someone passes the level perfectly, the ghostly restrictions will disappear. Trapped people come out naturally. Only he hadn't figured out why Liang Mingyan would come back in a trick bus. It was only logical that when the ghostly spirit disappeared, the players inside would appear where they were. How could he have known? The ancient city was indeed passed off perfectly. But Li Xiao is hatching eggs inside at this moment. If he doesn't come out, the ghosts naturally won't disappear. However, because the boss was captured by him, the bindings disappeared and the ancient city ghost became open. Liang Mingyan came out on her own. Liang Mingyan and the others were trapped inside after they entered as a group in the first place. The ancient city was more terrifying and complex than any of them could have imagined. Several people tried their best but failed to accomplish the task of investigating the truth. For a month, they hid in XZ. More than just trying to dodge the growing weirdness. And beware of being assimilated into the ancient city and becoming part of it. At the end of the day, of the people they went in with, only Liang Mingyan had been surviving by relying on the special abilities of her companion spirit. But if she can't complete the task, she can't get out at all. Just as she felt despair, she only felt the restraints disappear. Then she ran out of town. But she hadn't completed her mission, so naturally she couldn't choose to leave quickly. That's when she saw the Trick 33 bus parked outside of Chuncheon. The weirdness on that bus had all been collected by Li Xiao. Seeing this, Liang Mingyan got on the bus and started driving back by memory. And then there was really a ghostly drive by her. Weak as she was, she saw that she was out of the ghostly world, and her mind was so relieved that she fainted to death as well. It's a remote place. It's been abandoned for a long time. It was also fortunate that Liang Qingqing discovered it in time, or else she might have really been trapped to death on the trick bus. Liang Qingqing's eyes were filled with little stars as she listened to Du Ming talk about Taoist Li in general. That Taoist Li is so powerful? Uncle Du, can you take me to pay him a visit? And also thank him for saving my sister. Domain thought for a moment and made a call. He did want a probe about the ancient city ghosts, too. But the secretary, Su Shi, said that Taoist Li had not returned, or that he did not want to see anyone yet. Du Ming said, well, if Taoist Li comes back, please let me know. So 3 days later, Du Ming received a notice from Su Shi. It said that Taoist Master Li had said that no one should ever try to enter the ancient city ghosts again. Du Ming naturally took it very seriously. Immediately, a notice was issued to block the channels of entry into the ancient city. But he still hadn't seen Li Xiao's face, because it's time to shuttle back to the world of immortal cultivation. Liang Mingyan also gradually came to her senses on the 4th day after her return. She recounted to the crowd the thrilling experience of being in the haunted. The hearts of the people of the special administrative region were thrilled to hear it, especially the last moments when she said she saw 2 huge monsters fighting in the sky. The entire ancient city came to life. Skeletons paving the ground. Flesh and blood as walls. She was desperately trying to escape, and just when she thought it was going to be over, everything's quieted down and then she realized the restraints were gone and the gates were open, so she was able to escape with her life. Liang Mingyan's heart palpitated. Those 2 monsters are too scary. They have already exceeded my knowledge of 2 star bosses. If they run out, I'm afraid that the entire Qin city will be destroyed. Ordinary players and Imperial Ghost envoys are no match at all, a squad leader exclaimed. With such a powerful boss around, it's really remarkable that Taoist Li still managed to pass the level perfectly. The crowd then raised their awe of the one to another level. Liang Mingyan blamed herself. This time, I blame me. Too impulsive. Thought I was well prepared, but I didn't know that it killed Xiao Lu and them. The crowd didn't know what to say, but could only remain silent. In the age of weirdness, which has actually become the norm, there are too many people who enter the ghosts and never come out. But it's still sad when something does happen to someone close to you, because they don't know when it will be their turn. Ghosts are too dangerous. This is the reason why many players enter a few times and then never dare to continue in. But if we don't take the time to go into the ghost now to improve our strength, when the ghosts have actually descended and loaded into the world map in full openness, players don't even get to do the quests. You'll just have to increase your strength by killing creepy drop props. When that happens, I'm afraid it's going to be a truly hellish difficulty for the players. In the hospital, after the crowds who had come to visit had gone out of the, only Du Ming and Liang Mingyan were left. Liang Mingyan was in a low mood. It seems that there is indeed a big gap between me and real geniuses. I originally thought that I was well prepared, but I didn't know that I was still. She was just thinking of trying to complete some hidden copies as much as possible like those geniuses of Zhang Xichao. And that was why she chose the ancient city ghosts. Who knew it would almost be a total loss? Du Ming comforted. Don't think too much. Since you've come out you should celebrate. You're the backbone of Qin City. You mustn't collapse. Liang Mingyan laughed to herself. What do I count as the top pillar? The top pillar of Qin City should be Taoist Li. Du Ming, however, said, Taoist Li is indeed very powerful, beyond everyone's cognizance, but also because of this, it is impossible for him to do his best for Qin Chang. I suspect that there are no people or things that he cares too much about in this world. I'm afraid. He is too out of the world. Just like an exiled immortal. So no one can grasp his thoughts, and he will regularly be nowhere to be found. He is in the city of Qin. If something happens, it should indeed be out of the way. But if he is not in the city of Qin when something happens, the probability is that he will not show up to save the day. And then you will have to rely on you real players in the city of Qin to be able to do so. I can only say that Du Ming is really a good judge of character, and that's exactly why he made it all the way to this seat. Liang Mingyan nodded inside again. This time the loss is a bit big. We lost Xiaolu and a few of their good hands, and we don't know when we can make up for it. Du Ming said in a deep voice. That's why I've decided to launch a new policy to set up a specialized creepy academy, where all residents who have reached the age are required to enroll, and then they must enter the ghosts and become players within a time limit. Liang Mingyan was astonished. Would it be too radical to do so? It used to be that officials wouldn't force the people to enter the ghosts and become players. It's just going to increase player perks to incentivize the populace to become players. I am afraid that if we force it, it will cause resentment. Du Ming said. If not, I'm afraid it will be difficult to cope with the situation in the future. He had gradually realized that with the ghosts truly descending, he was afraid that in the future, if he didn't become a player, he wouldn't be able to survive in this era at all. But if coercion is not used, most of the population will take their chances, always thinking there will be an official or some savior to save. He is now trying to gradually break this illusion of the people and get everyone involved. In fact, some cities and towns have been implementing this mandatory policy for a long time, but most of these cities are only for the lower class civilians. That is, forcing civilians to enter the ghosts to become players and then come to protect the upper nobility. Du Ming, on the other hand, was now going to force all those of the right age to enter the ghostly spirit and become players within a specified period of time. It doesn't matter if they are commoners or nobles, they are treated equally. By doing so, I am afraid that I will really become the target of everyone's hatred. Du Ming, however, has already made up his mind. I am the speaker appointed by Taoist Li. Even if those people from the big families are dissatisfied, they wouldn't dare to do anything. As for the general public, let them hate if they want to. I'll do this bad guy. The 3-star ghosts will descend soon. We don't have much time, but there is good news. According to speculation, after the 3-star ghosts descend, the trading market will appear. Then players will be able to trade props among themselves, and should also be able to buy some new props with guileful coins, and then it will be able to greatly increase the rate of ghost clearance and increase the number of players. He and Liang Mingyan were talking about the new plan. Of course, all these need to be discussed carefully again before implementation. Qin Chang began to undergo a metamorphosis in Li Xiao's absence, and at this time, Li Xiao, a metamorphosis is also taking place. His metamorphosis naturally referred to a breakthrough in his cultivation realm. Immortal cultivation is supposed to be a kind of self-metamorphosis and evolution. After he returned to the immortal cultivation world, he began to digest the harvest of this time. His trip to the bizarre world was a rewarding one. 3 2-star creepy bosses alone were captured. As for the ordinary resentful souls, they were even charged 100,000 directly. Although low-level monsters like the Grievous Spirit had already done little to enhance his cultivation, but it was possible to use the Soul Devourer to store up ghost slaves. Raising ghost slaves is actually like raising parasites. Let these resentful souls devour each other and then evolve into second-order stern ghosts. As soon as it reaches the second rank, it will naturally be of much more use. In the middle of the chamber, Li Xiao sat cross-legged. Above his head, the soul-refining furnace rotated dripping and spinning, refining the bosses captured in the scare farm continuously. Purine fiend qi and a large amount of spiritual qi surged into his body, absorbed and transformed by him. This time, the refining process was much slower than before, because Li Xiao was no longer in a hurry at this point. He had rented the cave chamber for 3 months, and at this point, only 20 or so days had passed, and there were still more than 2 months for him to slowly use it. Naturally, he wouldn't have to be in such a hurry, and by cultivating slower, one would naturally be able to better absorb and transform the benefits of refining. It was only after a month that Li Xiao completely refined that boss. Unsurprisingly, he received the equivalent of 10 copies of the Dao Rhyme bestowal. and his cultivation level had reached the peak of the middle stage of foundation establishment. A breakdown would be that the cultivation level had reached the 6th level from the 4th level of foundation establishment. That's a big step up already. The Black Soul Sect's Ding Koan, who he had gotten killed, was only at this cultivation level. Ding Koan, on the other hand, had cultivated for nearly 200 years before reaching the 6th level of foundation establishment. After that, he had been stuck in this realm for decades, unable to break through to the late stage of foundation establishment. The Black Soul Sect is also a demonic sect. Even though sustenance is hard to find, if you do have sustenance you can break through. I'm afraid that Ding Koan would have long ago ventured to the mortal kingdom to slaughter the city and refine his soul. The reason why the world of immortal cultivation hasn't become mainstream for demonic cultivation, and the mortal kingdom still exists and hasn't become an experience bag for demonic cultivators. One is the presence of sin, the other is the breakthrough realm, which is no longer something that can be hard-packed on simply by sustenance. Li Xiao had already reached the peak of the middle stage of foundation establishment at this time, and if he didn't break through to the later stage next, even if he continued to refine the bazaar, his cultivation level could no longer be raised. Li Xiao put away the soul refining furnace and smiled faintly. Anyway, the cave has already been rented, so let's just use it to break through to the late stage of foundation establishment. The few things that he feared most about breaking through the realm were no matter to him. There's merit in sin. Upgrading too quickly and not having enough understanding and sense of the corresponding realm? Then just enter the state of enlightenment to deepen your senses. As for the aura, this was a second-order upper-grade chamber, enough for him to break through to the late stage of foundation establishment. Li Xiao then activated the Dao Rhyme. Entering the state of enlightenment, he began to break through the late stage of foundation establishment with all his might. 3 days later, the aura in the chamber was suddenly sucked into Li Xiao's body like a dragon sucking water. A large amount of aura was inhaled, causing a vortex of aura to form around them. This meant that his breakthrough had reached a critical point, and just then, Li Xiao suddenly realized that the aura in the chamber had been absorbed. However, immediately after that, one of the spirit stones in the spirit gathering formation was activated, releasing a large amount of spiritual qi, and began to continue supplying him with a massive amount of absorption. This was a relief from the embarrassment of not having a supply of aura. A secret room equivalent to a second-order upper-grade spirit vein actually can't supply me with enough to break through to the later stages of the middle stage of foundation establishment? No, it's that the supply of spiritual qi in this secret room is directly cut off. Fortunately, I was prudent and considered all sorts of accidents, and arranged spirit stones in the eyes of the spirit gathering formation in advance. Li Xiao realized that something was wrong, but it was a critical moment, and he didn't continue to distract himself with more thoughts. Instead, he continued to put a spirit stone into the spirit gathering formation for his own absorption, until nearly 1,000 spirit stones were reduced to pieces and had their aura sucked out. Only then did he slowly open his eyes, and at this time, he had already broken through to the late stage of foundation establishment. He said coldly, "Good enough. Someone actually dared to make a move on the secret room of my seclusion, trying to interfere with my realm breakthrough." Now in the secret room, the supply of aura had been restored. This reinforces the fact that what just happened was done on purpose. In fact, he'd considered this scenario a long time ago. After all, it wasn't like this was his cave. It was just a temporary rental, and he was still appearing as Lu Ming. His enemy, the Wang family, had probably found out his whereabouts a long time ago. That's why he's been prepared for all sorts of surprises for a long time. Only what he didn't expect was that the Thousand Hills sect would smash their own signboards for the sake of only the Wang family in the district, directly on the cave where he was in seclusion. How could he have known that the Thousand Hills sect didn't really know about this? It was just a small steward who managed the cave that the Wang family had directly bought at a large price. It's all about county officials. If you get the right people, even a small person can make a big difference when it counts. But none of them expected that. The person who was breaking through in the secret room is not at the chi refining stage breaking through the foundation establishment stage. Instead, the middle stage of foundation establishment breaks through to the late stage of foundation establishment. If Li Xiao was really at the critical moment of the chi refining stage breaking through the foundation establishment stage, when you mess up like that, say it doesn't really fail. Li Xiao smiled faintly. This is estimated to be considered a calamity for breaking through the realm. But I am well prepared and have a deep foundation, so the calamity naturally passed through very smoothly. Thank you for all the readers who have rewarded and subscribed. Feel that the author of a chapter is too little. In fact, the author of each chapter are 6,000 words. If separated, the equivalent of 3 chapters a day, which is almost the author can code the limit. and then I'm afraid that the quality cannot be guaranteed, so please forgive me, and then more support subscription, so that the author has more power to insist on. End of chapter. Chapter 93 Spellcasting Consumables. In the middle of the chamber, Li Xiao smoothly broke through to the late stage of foundation establishment. It's true that every breakthrough has some messy calamity. Fortunately, I had prepared for it and had a deep foundation, which led to a smooth breakthrough. When breaking through, it's all about one drum and then another. This is especially true when it comes to big realm breakthroughs. If it was the critical moment when the chi refining stage was breaking through the foundation establishment stage, and the supply of aura was suddenly cut off, this would indeed be fatal. Even if he reacted and wanted to make up for it with spirit stones, I'm afraid it would already be too late. Fortunately, Li Xiao was in the middle stage of foundation establishment breaking through to the later stage. He also made preparations early, and immediately made up for it with a large amount of spirit stones after reacting, which led to a smooth breakthrough. But this hijacking count was actually of his own making. If he hadn't used Lu Ming's identity to flaunt his identity, naturally, there wouldn't have been such a mess. Of course, at the time of the breakthrough, in addition to the heavenly calamity of the heart demon, there will also be some messed up accidental human robberies. So even if he didn't impersonate Lu Ming's identity and attract the Wang family, the odds are that there will be other robberies as well. The Wang family has some tricks up their sleeves, actually directly cutting off the spirit gathering formation's supply of aura. He's already guessed that it's the Wang family that's behind this. However, what was not expected was that the other party was actually able to directly make a move on the cave. Originally, he expected that even if the Wang family wanted to find trouble, probably also waiting for him to come out of the gate to ambush or something like that. After all, making a direct move on the secret room was tantamount to provoking the Thousand Mountain sect. And now, it was the secret room formation that had gone wrong. Li Xiao pondered. How on earth did the Wang family manage to do this? Could it be that they bribed the Thousand Mountain sect cultivator in charge of the cave? He thought for a moment before the key point came to him. The main reason was that renting caves was one of the pillar industries of the Thousand Mountain sect. The Wang family is nothing more than a foundation building family. It was simply impossible for the Thousand Mountain sect to smash its own reputation for the Wang family. Moreover, if it was the Thousand Mountain sect that wanted to deal with him, they would just do it directly. Where would they need to go through so much trouble? Then it could only be that the Wang family had quietly bribed someone in the Thousand Mountain sect. Let it interfere with the normal use of the spirit gathering formation in the secret room at critical moments. This way, it's not too difficult or too much of a commotion. And even if it does happen, there are plenty of excuses, like the formation suddenly breaking down or something. Li Xiao himself was a formation master, and he could come up with a ton of excuses like this on his own. When I first appeared as Lu Ming, wasn't it because I wanted to lure the Wang family out? Now that they've sent all their excuses up, don't blame me for avenging the Mixed Yuan sect after I've come out of my seclusion as the Mixed Yuan sect's young sect master. There's also that person from the Thousand Mountain sect who was bribed that can't be spared. And as for the Thousand Mountain sect, since I rented the cave, I must also make them compensate me for my losses. But there's no need to hurry. The account is settled one by one, and the revenge is avenged one by one. He wasn't in a hurry to get out. The rented chamber was still a month away from expiring. That's a month. Enough for him to do a lot of things. Outside the chamber, the duty steward, Liao Changxue, cruised up to a secret room. He paused for a moment to scrutinize the situation before he smiled in satisfaction and said, darkly, there's no movement inside at all anymore. It seems like it should have failed to build the foundation, in which case my mission is considered accomplished. He's the little steward that the Wang family bribed. There is a big steward in the leasing area, who is a foundation establishment elder of the Thousand Hills sect, and there were more than a dozen little stewards below. Liao Changxue is just one of the inconspicuous little stewards. Each junior steward takes a shift to manage the rental area. When the Wang family found him, they brought up the idea of asking him to help with the secret chamber formation. He had refused sternly to do so. Kidding aside, if something went wrong with the least secret room, then he would definitely be severely punished by the sect. That was until the Wang family opened a high price of 3,000 spirit stones. It was a huge sum of money that he simply could not refuse. Liao Changxue was already over 120 years old this year, and his lifespan was no longer much. His cultivation at this time was only in the late stage of chi refining, and there was no hope for foundation building for a long time. But among the few children in the family was a well-qualified daughter. He reached the late stage of chi refining before the age of 60, with hopes of building the foundation. But it's hard to find the foundation pill. Now it was even speculated to 4,000 or 5,000. 000 spirit stones apiece. He simply couldn't afford it with his wealth. With these 3,000 spirit stones, along with the family's savings, it would be possible to find a way to purchase a foundation establishment pill to give his daughter a fighting chance. As long as my daughter succeeds in building her foundation, then their Liao family, too, would be able to be promoted to a foundation establishment family, and their status in the Thousand Mountains sect would naturally rise. So Liao Changxue agreed to take on this risky task. He's a cautious man. He takes on assignments and plans them carefully. First, he switched with a colleague to fix the patrol management area around the chamber where the mission target was located, and then under the pretext of wanting to earn more contributions in spirit stones, giving up all breaks, he was stationed here 24/7, watching for movement in that chamber. When the phenomenon of large-scale aura absorption appeared in that secret room, that was when he made his move. 3,000 spirit stones. It's not that easy to get. Naturally, he was going to take it seriously in order to make it all work. Otherwise, if he misses, not to mention that the Wangs won't be able to answer for it, it's that shut-in who, if he hasn't been interrupted to build his foundation, in case he really let his foundation building success out of the gate, he was afraid that he would have to eat his words. So for 2 months he kept a close eye on the situation, fearing that he would miss the best time to do it, and then it really did wait for him. On this day the aura fluctuation in that secret room was unusually strong. Liao Changxue knew the opportunity had come. He immediately moved on top of the formation, cutting off the supply of aura to that secret room. Not only that, but just in case, he even utilized his array authority to turn off the isolation array as well. In this way, outside disturbances are transmitted into the chamber. It shakes the hearts and minds of monks who are in seclusion. In this situation, if one could still succeed in building a foundation, that person inside was definitely an absolute genius. But he knew that that person was nothing more than a bereaved dog who had been hunted down by the Wang family in the past. So, his mission is definitely accomplished. He watched for a few more days, just to be on the safe side. Seeing that there was indeed no more movement inside, he was completely relieved. So Liao Changxue told the Wang family the news. The Wang family side was also satisfied and directly settled the promised final payment of 3,000 spirit stones. They all thought that they had made that looming fail to build his foundation and die, without realizing that nothing was moving in the chamber. It was because Li Xiao was utilizing the Tao rhythm to enter a state of enlightenment and consolidate his cultivation over the past few days. At the same time, he was also practicing the soul-splitting art and corpse refining art that he had acquired long ago. 7 days later, Li Xiao withdrew from the state of metaphysical enlightenment. After these few days of enlightenment, his cultivation realm was completely consolidated. Cultivators usually advanced too quickly, had unstable foundations, and went off the deep end because their senses and mindfulness couldn't keep up with their cultivation. And Li Xiao doesn't have this problem even if he advances into Jin even faster. It is because of the ability to enter the state of enlightenment and to enhance the sense and heart. The real world looks like it's only been 7 days. However, his thoughts and senses had already been sensing in the Tao Palace for 7 years, comprehending the secret arts and techniques under the current realm. At this time, not only was his cultivation at the late stage of foundation establishment completely stabilized, even more so, he has practiced the corpse refining technique to the second stage, and the split soul technique, too, had been practiced. Li Xiao opened his eyes and recited the secret method. A little bit of spiritual light then split out from within his heavenly spirit. This was the little bit of divine soul that was separated after the soul-splitting technique was practiced. After the divine soul was split off, Li Xiao felt as if he had been split off from something. It's an amazing feeling. However, because there were very few divinely divided souls, it didn't cause any discomfort. Li Xiao looked at the divided souls. Chen Rong and Ding Kuan that searched for the soul-splitting art would only be at the introductory stage, and the souls they split would only be able to be used in soul lamps and other magical artifacts. And in order to think of the legendary soul sect ancestor as the soul-splitting is immortal and the true God is immortal, I'm afraid that I would have to have a complete heritage of the secret method to be able to do so. The split soul technique was extremely difficult to practice, mainly because after the divine soul was split, it would be difficult to make up for it if it was lost. Those that can make up for the lack of divine souls are all very precious heavenly treasures. Even a Jindan sect like the Black Soul sect would have a hard time getting one. This made the split soul technique gradually run out of people willing to practice it. At most, they would practice an introductory level, and then divide a little bit of their souls to use on the soul lamp. As for Li Xiao's divided divine soul, he wanted to use it to bind with the weirdness, making it a companion spirit. He thought about it and called the clown out of the soul eater. The clown had long been refined into a ghost slave by him, and cried bitterly when he appeared. "My lord! Ah! Why do you think of me? Only now?" Li Xiao said, howling. "What? Did not refine you even good. Now give you a chance. Try in this point of divine soul binding. Become my companion spirit." The clown was overjoyed. "Really? Have you finally come to your senses? My lord, and are going to adopt me as a companion spirit?" Li Xiao didn't explain that he just wanted to bind him to a little bit of split soul. "In that case, even if you shed your split soul, you won't do too much harm to yourself." The clown was busy starting the binding process, fearing that the other party would change his mind, because compared to ghost slaves, companion spirits are treated so much better. Instead of a master-servant relationship, the companion spirit and the Oni ambassador are almost equal. The two sides can be said to be both proud of each other. Becoming the companion spirit of this boss would be a much different status. A mysterious shimmering light lit up on the Joker and the bit of split soul. Both sides begin to resonate and then bind. But the next moment, the split soul snapped and shattered. The clown shuddered, obviously affected by the ripple effect as well. He looked confused, then had a constipated look on his face. "This, my lord, you didn't bear me?" Li Xiao raised his hand and gave him a blow. "Lousy bear your sister." He stroked his chin. "It seems that one strand of split soul is indeed too weak. So let's split some more." Just now, after a wisp of a split soul broke, he felt it, but it wasn't unpleasant. The main reason was that after he built his foundation in the heavenly Tao, his divine soul was much stronger than any ordinary cultivator. If an ordinary cultivator lost a strand of the loser's divine soul, although it wouldn't be so bad that he would be injured, it would certainly be difficult for a while, and he acted like nothing was wrong. In order to test it out, he started to unleash his secret soul-splitting technique again. This time, he split up at least 10 times more divine souls than he had just done, and this was the largest divine soul that Li Xiao was currently able to divide. I'm afraid that if one wanted to split more divine souls, or even have a divine soul possess a body like an out-of-body incarnation, one would need to not only reach the Yuaning or even the God transformation realm, but would also need the complete soul-splitting mysterious technique to be able to do so. Looking at the soybean-sized split soul, Li Xiao then said, "Try to bind with this point of split soul again. If it still fails, you'll be a ghost slave for the rest of your life." The clown nodded his head in a rush, promising success. He really didn't want to be a ghost slave anymore. The main reason is that in these few fights, most of them became cannon fodder after these ghost slaves were released. It was also fortunate that he was more resourceful than the other ghost slaves, which made him survive. But as ghost slave cannon fodder, who knows if you'll come back alive next time. But it's different as a companion spirit. At least the Imperial Demon Envoy wouldn't risk his companion spirit so easily. So he began to work on binding with the little bit of split soul. For once, the outcome was a happy one for all. The clown giggled loudly. "It's done! It's done! I'm a companion spirit now, not a ghost slave." Li Xiao also sensed the change. It was a wonderful feeling, and he could clearly sense the Joker's presence. After its and the split soul had been bound together, it was like some organ he had extended out. However, since he had already acquired the Joker's ability Eclipse of Fear, the point of sharing abilities didn't feel too much like a problem. Li Xiao thought about it and released a resentful soul from the soul devourer. The grumbling soul was released and was cupped in his hands. When the resentful soul was pinched and was on the verge of shattering, a strange light suddenly shot out from Li Xiao's eyes. The grudge was shot and dissipated with a giggle. "Unsure?" Joker asked. "What are you doing, boss?" After becoming a companion spirit, he recognized himself as elevated in status, and his address changed. He was still relatively sober, though, and shouted after Green Poison Guile for being the boss. Li Xiao said, "Did you feel your life force drop a bit just now?" Joker nodded. "Looks like." Li Xiao revealed a meaningful smile. "Ha, it seems that the ability, Death Spell Eye, could really use a good upgrade. Ever since he had used the Eye of Death spell to bring Ding Kuan to his death, consuming 60 years of his life force, he had been holding a grudge. The Death Spell Eye's ability is truly a must-have base card, but it's a card that kills 1,000 enemies and damages 1,000 people. If the ability stars couldn't keep up, it would also kill the enemy by 1,000 and lose 2,000, which was what happened when it was used on Ding Kuan. At that time, Li Xiao was thinking about how to improve the usefulness of this ability. The first natural thing to do is to raise the star rating of the ability. That's why he's so obsessed with swiping ability shards. Then there's improving your life force. But where is the life force that can be raised so well? Most cultivators were unable to break through the realm because of the lack of life force when they were past their peak. Then we have to think about lowering the price we pay. It then occurred to him that the companion spirit seemed to be able to share the damage from the Imperial Demon Envoy. When a companion spirit is injured, so is the Oni ambassador. It's just that if the Gakujin is more vital than the companion spirit, after that companion spirit died, the Imperial Demon Envoy might just be seriously injured. This was the case with Zhang Xian, whom Li Xiao had encountered on the campus of horrors. The companion spirit that Zhang Xian had acquired at that time was just an ordinary grudge soul, and its vitality was not as strong as that of a normal person. So when the companion spirit died, he was only injured. So Li Xiao hypothesized that after using the Eye of Death curse or being hit by a similar curse, the companion spirit should also be able to share the depleted life force. And now that it had been tested, it finally confirmed his suspicions. The clown still didn't know that he had become expendable for Li Xiao's spell casting and was still giggling alone. Li Xiao said, "Alright, you go back." With that, he was about to take the clown back into the Soul Eater. The clown quickly said, "Boss, I'm your companion spirit. Let me live in your body." Li Xiao, however, said with disgust, "Live in my body? Think beautifully, I'll call you if something happens. Get back." With that, he took the clown back into the Soul Eater. Then he took the split soul back into his body and placed it in the sea of consciousness. My current split soul is still too weak. It will only be able to withstand the clown this kind of first-order upper-grade bazaar. Want to withstand more advanced bazaar? Will be accepted as a companion spirit? It is necessary to strengthen the split soul to be able to do it. Higher order split souls in the secret art. There should be a secret method of enhancing the split soul. Otherwise the legendary soul sect ancestor, how could he have managed to split countless souls? The soul splitting technique he was practicing at this time could only split into soybean-sized split souls at most. This was still because his divine soul was much stronger than ordinary cultivators, and it's only able to differentiate once. However, even if he was able to differentiate more, Li Xiao would not create a large number of split souls right now. This was because if too many split souls were divided, it would make the main divine soul weaker. This is something that can directly affect strength and cultivation, so for the time being, binding a joker will suffice. It's only right to bind advanced shenanigans when you've found a high-level split soul technique. However, what made Li Xiao somewhat surprised was that the bizarre life force was actually less than expected. In his senses, a first-rank boss like the Joker only had a life force of almost 60 years, which was less than even an ordinary person. Extrapolating from this, I'm afraid that even if it's a high-star trickster, it won't have much life force. That's actually what's normal. Because an ability like Death Spell I was meant for players to use against shenanigans. What good is the ability if the spooky are all full of life and longevity? In fact, this ability was originally meant to be used by Oni. The most proper way to use the Eye of Death spell is after the Ghostbuster has shared the life force of a companion spirit. Although the life force of the companion spirit is lower than expected, but being able to share some is some, and when we encounter those old monsters with weakened life force, we can send them away in one go. The next step is upgrading the Eye of the Death spell. With a thought, he used the 2 ability shards he had gained on the Eye of Death spell. When he opened the panel to look at it again, Death spell Eye had become a 2-star ability. In this way, there was no need to consume double life force when using the Eye of Death spell against foundation stage cultivators. With the ability fragments he would swipe later. He was prepared to majorly upgrade this ability as well. As long as this ability keeps up with his realm of cultivation, then he would truly be invincible at the same level. After upgrading his abilities, Li Xiao thought of another useful prop. With a thought, he had a crystal in his hand. Tears of the Female Ghost, a 1-star item that increases the upper limit of mental power after taking it. Spiritual power is, in fact, the power of the divine soul. That means eating this will enhance the strength of the divine soul. Li Xiao hadn't taken it before because he felt that a 1-star prop was no longer a great enhancement for himself at the foundation establishment realm, so wanted to take it and sell it as a heavenly treasure. The main reason was that he was so poor at that time that he couldn't even afford a decent spirit weapon. In hindsight, it's a good thing I didn't sell in the first place. This kind of prop that can directly raise the upper limit of strength. In the world of immortal cultivation they were all heavenly material and treasure level goodies that were almost unattainable. Even if the enhancement was even less, it was helpful to the cultivator. And after Li Xiao had divided his split soul and his divine soul had weakened, this kind of thing became even more precious. He also nonsense, and directly took the tears of the female ghost. A cool sensation covered the divine soul. Then he felt that his divine soul had indeed gotten a little stronger. Li Xiao sensed it. Almost restored about half of the weakened divine soul, which meant that if he could find another one of these props, his weakened divine soul could be fully restored to the state it was in before the split. Keep an eye out for such props in the future. and consider buying and exchanging them with other players when the trade market opens. If there were a large number of such props, he felt that splitting souls into countless numbers would not be impossible. At this point, 20 or so days before his lease expires, Li Xiao wasn't going to waste it and offered up the soul refining furnace. Start refining the Big Mama trick caught on the trick bus. This Big Mama Guile is also a 2-star boss, though, but compared to Scary Scarecrow and Sun Shui, it's a lot worse. According to the Realm of the Monks, the division of Big Mama Guile was at most at the 6th or 7th level of Foundation Establishment, while Scary Scarecrow and Sun Shui were both at least at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. Especially Sun Shui, who was only 1 step away from 3 stars, and was already equivalent to a Foundation Establishment Great Circle Cultivator. Sun Shui was somewhat special, and Li Xiao was prepared to stay and study it, so just refine Big Mama Creepy first. 20 days later, Big Mama Creep was completely refined. Li Xiao's cultivation level, on the other hand, had risen to the 8th level of Foundation Establishment. The Heavenly Dao Elder Dao Yin bestowed blessings but did not give less. As usual, gave 10 copies, although Li Xiao spat at Master Tendo for being stingy. But it also has to be recognized that it's not going to garnish wages. What is due is given on time and in quantity. And it's all about the more you work, the more you get. Li Xiao stretched his back. The 3-month lease is almost up, and it's really time to get out. Thousand Mountain City, Cave Rental. Xin Qin and Xin Rong came here again. They've been here several times in the meantime. Just wanted to inquire about the old man's retreat. Foundation building retreats, which usually last 2 or 3 months. Different cultivators have different closure times, and it doesn't have to be a full 3 months, but if it's not out beyond 3 months, then the chances of being able to build a successful foundation would be very small. They've been here many times, but they haven't seen his lordship come out early. As the 3-month time limit drew nearer and nearer, the hearts of the two men sank deeper and deeper. Today is the 3-month deadline. If his lordship hadn't come out of the gate yet, the odds were that he had failed to build the foundation. They had already seen some malicious cultivators staring at them more than once during this period of time. It was only because the two had been hiding in the inner city that nothing had happened. However, the savings in their hands had already been spent, and if they didn't renew the lease of the cave, they would be kicked out of the inner city. The two didn't dare to imagine what would happen then. At this time, a somewhat blonde cultivator walked over and said in a conspiratorial manner, "You two again? I've already told you that you don't need to come. That the Foundation Establishment person in the Class B89th secret room must have failed. But you still don't believe me." The person who spoke was none other than Liao Qinshui, the small steward of the leasing office. Xin Qin looked gloomy and said, "Senior, please also let us wait until tomorrow morning. If the old master is still not out of the gate, we will not come in the future." Liao Qinshui said, "Really do not see the coffin, or, wait until tomorrow morning. The lease period is up. The people inside do not come out. We will also directly open the cave. When you let you see with your own eyes, or dead heart." The time soon came to the second morning, but the closed cave was still untouched. Xin Qin and Xin Rong's 2 eyes were filled with despair. Liao Qinshui smiled triumphantly. "See, now you should be damned, right? Foundation building, how can it be that easy? A bereaved dog also wants to succeed in building the foundation? What on earth were you guys thinking at the time that you would get involved with this kind of person?" He had originally been envious and jealous of these cultivators who dared to fight because he couldn't build a foundation himself. Now seeing that this cultivator who had been moved by himself had indeed failed to build his foundation, how could he not be pleased? Because that would mean that the 3,000 spirit stones could be taken by himself in peace, without having to worry about any accidents. So complacent and tongue-tied. But before he could finish his sentence, just as a click was heard, the door to the chamber opened from the inside. A figure that appeared before the eyes of several people,